Wake up here on the Frisco / Payday Friday on the Morning Roast. Good morning to everybody out there getting off the graveyard shift. If you're at work, what is happening? Good morning to those Giants fans out there who are feeling themselves right now. Big series win over the Arizona Diamondbacks. Good morning to everybody out there getting ready for vacation. I know it's vacation season. The swim pool yesterday was empty yesterday. All these kids going on vacation, summer camps, basketball camps, camping camps, you name it. The Xfinity Mobile text line, YouTube, and, of course, Twitch, all brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Shout out to them.
Dave
we love
Greg,
them.
Our guys.
Yeah, no doubt. Big John, happy birthday to him. So we got Killer Cam in the building.
Let's go.
Killer Cam's back on the board. He's ready to roll. We got Big Sam Lubman out here. He's filling himself. And, of course, Spadoni in for Shasky, doing a hell of a job this week. Filling in for the Butcher Boy. I am Bonte Hill. Spadone, man. Giants, I guess we'll start there as football's back. Got the Hall of Fame game. Lights did go out yesterday.
DeMarcus Ware singing the national anthem real quick. What are we doing? Come on.
For Demaryius Thomas.
That went like 4 minutes too long, it felt like.
Probably.
I just did not know. I turned it on. I was like, who the hell is this guy? So I was like, that DeMarcus Ware? It was a beautiful gesture. It was beautiful.
Gesture, but yeah.
So I was like, what are we doing?
I was like, damn, DeMarcus Ware can sing?
Not really.
Yeah. Carl Lewis, DeMarcus Ware. Who you rather have?
Carl Lewis. I don't need
Carl Lewis?
I don't know.
Did you listen to that national anthem?
At least it was memorable.
Oh my gosh. Anyway.
Did you watch the entire thing? Hall of Fame game?
I was kind of in and out. I couldn't watch Kellen Mond.
He was bad. He's bad.
So DTR.
There you go.
Dorian Thompson Robinson out of UCLA. Bishop Gorman.
There you go.
He's got some juice.
You see Zach Wilson throw a bomb yesterday?
I did see Zach Wilson throw a bomb.
I did see
Zach Wilson learned under Aaron Rodgers.
Okay.
Not bad. Not bad. Would you rather learn by Aaron Rodgers or Brock Purdy next season? Well, it's going to be interesting. I don't know if Trey Lance is going to learn. I don't know if he's going to get that opportunity. Well, we heard from Crocky. We'll play some sound from Eric Crocker, who joined us yesterday, the Croc Pod. He was at practice. Really good. He said he doesn't believe that they'll keep three quarterbacks in terms of Trey Lance, Sam Darnold, and Brock Purdy. That Trey Lance would have the most value to go out there and get something. Be a little disappointed not to see Trey get a shot here, but you know what? Shanahan said Brock Purdy's a real deal. And he spoke glowingly of Brock Purdy yesterday after practice, which I hadn't heard from Shanahan before about the quarterbacks. No. Okay, here and there he'll say something good about Jimmy, say something good about Nate Sudfeld, say something good about Nick Mullins. But he basically said Brock Purdy's a real deal. Not really worried about him. I'm like, oh, okay.
Which is interesting because they were talking about the injury aspect to it all too. He's like, have you ever been thinking about the injury or anything like that in the back of your mind when these guys are going out? And he's like, no, actually not anymore. I don't even think about the injury. Now, he was followed up by like, do you think Brock thinks about the injury? Which was interesting to me. He's like, probably. He's like, hell, I would. Like all these quarterbacks, like you talk to them that have had this surgery, that eventually it takes months in and months out of actually playing the game for it to finally go away. That thought in the back of your head, like, man, do I get hit like this, like that? So that's going to be an interesting angle for me, which is I really want to see next week when they play in preseason finally, and I cannot wait for those joint practices next week in Henderson, Nevada against the Raiders starting on Thursday and Friday. Is he going to feel a little skittish in the pocket when you got these big boys bearing down on him? That's what I'm really interested to see, those reports coming out of the joint practices, because I'm not so sure if he's going to play in those preseason games. Jennifer Lee Chan was on yesterday, covers the team for NBC Sports Bay Area, and she said with Willard and Dibbs that, listen, I'm not so sure he's even going to play Brock Purdy in those preseason games.
She said she'd expect Trey Lance to start that first preseason game. We'll play that sound a little bit later. She also, she was asked whether or not there was a chance Trey Lance doesn't make the roster. Herm Edwards also joined.
I love
Willard and Dibbs. You got to learn. You got to love Herm. That's a hell of a booking right there. But
Swifty, by the way. I was listening. He's a Swifty. He was at the concert with John Lynch talking to him about the 49ers roster.
He is a Swifty. Probably had his daughters there.
That's all right. He said he enjoyed it.
He's got
to lie? No. Herm? Hey, he's a Monterey High School legend. My neck of the woods, Bonte. Put some respect on him.
I love me some Herm Williams. I love me some Herm. But he also said the Niners were right to make Brock Purdy QB1 on this roster. I'm with them there. We got King of the Hill a little bit later.
Can't wait.
7 worst trades made in Bay Area sports history.
There's been a lot of them. There's been a lot. It's
a hard list.
I think of a team that used to be here that donned the silver and black. Yeah, they made quite a few for a couple wide receivers the last 2 decades, Bonte, if you don't remember.
Randy Moss for a 4th-round pick. Randy, in the Al Davis voice, we traded Randy Moss for a 4th-round pick. Randy Moss for a 4th-round pick. I thought Randy Moss is done. All he does is he goes ahead and breaks the NFL touchdown receiving record for a single season.
He has the greatest season in the history of wide receivers almost. You can say it.
Almost. Jerry Rice, 87, 88.
But that was one of the greatest seasons in the history of the NFL.
23 touchdown catches.
Oh, my God. I think of the one he had that season over Darrell Revis, the one
hand.
Oh, my God.
And they need, yeah.
All time.
Well, the first game that year, actually, that was later on. That wasn't even that season.
Oh, was it?
No. The first game of that year, when he was his first ever game with the New England Patriots, it was against the New York Jets. He actually scored like 3 or 4 touchdowns.
Oh, my God.
And in this game, I remember he beat a triple team. This was a game that sparked Spygate with Eric Mangini.
Right. That's
first game of the season. It was like, wait a minute. Randy Moss has some juice left?
I know.
Because in that year, fantasy football, my pick got auto-drafted, and it was Randy Moss, and I threw a hissy fit. The whole league, we paused the drive, and I was like, I don't want Randy Moss. I remember screaming. I got stuck with Randy Moss, and by week 6, I was
stuck. Yeah. I'm on my way to a chip. Thanks.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks,
That was a good year.
Rand University. Randy Moss. That was a great 30 for 30, by the way.
Great 30 for 30.
That was
Jason
great.
Williams, White Chocolate.
Oh, yeah. So King of the Hill.
King of the Hill, 9 o'clock. If we already see, this trade may be on the list, 707 Xfinity Mobile text line. Worst trade Bay Area history is trading Charles Haley to the Cowboys. Cost the Niners 2 Super Bowl appearances.
Man.
707. That may have made the list.
I might not have made the list, but we were just talking about him, and we've been talking about him all offseason. This Trey Lance trade, is it going to go down?
Oh, my gosh. Now, it didn't make the list because the verdict is still out on him, but
3 first-round picks. I mean, one's a swap. I get it. But,
yeah. Not only that.
It's not looking good.
You know, the Warriors once traded Will Chamberlain.
Oh, I remember.
Yeah, you remember.
Yeah, I remember. Actually, I don't. I was like minus 30 years old, but you know.
They once traded Robert Parrish.
Chris Webber, how'd that one work out?
Chris Webber. Jason Richardson.
Oh, my God.
The A's trading Josh Donaldson.
Hey, it happens. You know?
It happens. The A's trading Matt Olson.
Sean Murphy, Marcus Semien, not re-signing him. You know, you like to have players like that, but it's tough in this salary cap. No,
Giants.
There's not a salary cap.
Who did they trade for AJ Pierzynski? Joe Nathan?
Francisco Liriano and Booth Bonser.
Booth Bonser. Yep, out of LSU, right? Wow.
You know what?
Giants. There's been some bad trades in this market.
There has been. But you know what? There's also been a lot of winning. And winning's happening right now in this market, Bonte Hill. Giants just took 3 out of 4.
For the
rivals.
3 straight.
3 straight. I was terrified. Corbin Carroll was balling yesterday. He had a chance yesterday in the 9th inning, or the 8th inning, whatever it was. Taylor Rogers, Doval, gutsy, a lot of heart. Lamont Wade, solo home run. This team, you were saying it, and you've been saying it, they might not have the most talent compared to these teams.
A lot of heart.
And you know what? I'm getting on Giants fans today.
Oh, no, you're not.
No, I am.
No, you're not.
Why the hell don't you believe in this team? That's my question for Giants fans.
Do you believe Giants fans believe that?
I don't think they believe in this team. I think they are cautiously optimistic.
No.
And you know what? I don't like that. Wow. It's August 4th, 2023, the year of our Lord. You're 2.5 games back in the NL West. You're leading the wild card. When do you start showing some faith in this team?
Well, the crowds have been coming out.
That's fine. But from what I hear, whenever I talk to Giants fans, it's not. Yeah, but. It's a but. Yeah, you know what? If they make the playoffs, great. But you know, it's been a great year. To hell with that. It's been a great year. I want something special to happen. I believe in this team. 888-957-9570. Giants fans, I want to hear from you today. Because I haven't been. Now, wake up.
They're asleep.
Wake up.
They're asleep. Like they're bats. But you know what? 2 hits yesterday for the Giants against the D-backs. 2 freaking hits. They win 1-0. You know why? And I've said this all season.
Guts.
Or at least as they started to win here, they do have a World Series type of bullpen. They have a type of bullpen that wins in the postseason.
What wins in the postseason?
Duvall, 33rd save. Rogers with another hold. ERA now down to 2.58. Luke Jackson looking good. 3 strikeouts yesterday, 1 1/3 of an inning.
1.38 ERA since he's pitched. Taylor Rogers, of course, with the 2.58 ERA. His brother Tyler's doing well. Sean Manaea all of a sudden gives you 2/3 of an inning, only gives up the walk, but he doesn't give up a run. Tristan Beck was solid. This is a World Series bullpen.
And what wins in the playoffs, Bonte?
Bullpens, great bullpens.
And timely hitting.
And all you got to do is get to the 6th inning.
Yep.
Can you get to the 6th inning with Webb and Cobb? And could you get another pitcher to step up? Or do you just use the opener? Do you just platoon this bad boy with the pitching staff?
I mean, Farhan and Gabe would tell you that it's not something they would want to keep doing, but you know what? If it's working right now and it gets you into the postseason and you get in those shortened series, why not?
So, Dante Wiley, and I'm kind of with him here. I can't believe in a team with only 2 starting pitchers. That does concern me.
I mean, they've had 2 starting pitchers now for what, months?
For about a month.
It's August 4th. When are we going to start saying, like, you know what, this is working? Do I have to wait till September until they're in the playoffs?
Well, it's working now. And look, the last 20 games, you got to, boy.
They're 7-3 in their last 10.
Well, I'm just looking at the last 20 with the 11-game road trip and the 9-game homestand. And they lost the last 6 games of that road trip.
They did. It was bad. It was ugly.
But when you look at the 20-game stretch here, you're 2 games over 500. You're 11-9 in those 20 games. You were able to weather the storm with a lot of injuries. You get credit for that if you're the Giants. Yeah, you're not hitting at all. Your bats are awful right now, especially in the month of July. But you somehow, some way, finished 2 games over 500 during this 20-game stretch with basically 1 day off. 1 day off.
I mean, that's the mark of a good team for me, Bonte, is when things aren't going right all around you. They don't make excuses. They go out there and play, and they win. They win these close games. Like that had to have been a gut punch if you're the Arizona Diamondbacks. The way the Giants have been playing.
And they're struggling.
They're struggling. Like Corbin Carroll's trying to put the team on his back. Hell, the pitcher they had yesterday, Flott, whatever you want. That guy had he's a 7 ERA. He had the game of his life yesterday. 7 innings, 1 run, 2 hits.
And you lose.
And you lose.
Well, the Diamondbacks can't do anything right now.
It's got to be deflating, man.
Well, the Diamondbacks 3-7 in their last 10. They're going the opposite direction.
They're fading.
They are fading away. And that was a huge series way for the Giants to win these series.
Massive.
4-3, 4-2, 1-0. To win these grimy games, because that's what happens in the month of August, during the dog days of August. You got to somehow scrap. And it's not pretty. It's humid. It's hot. Teams are tired. Pitching staffs are tired. You're trying to get to the finish line. Some teams have gotten reinforcements. Some teams are saying, boy, what are we doing? Are we just playing the course? And the Giants are saying, I don't know. We don't have Henniger. Yaz is out. You trade for a guy in A.J. Pollock who's only batting 180. Your staff is falling apart with D. Sclafani. You haven't gotten much out of Manaea and Ross Stripling. And here you are at Spadoni. Here you are, 12 games over 500 and 2.5 back at the Dodgers. And you know what? This team may sneak into the playoffs. But you're talking about Giants fans believing? I'll give them another reason to believe. Last time they saw the Dodgers, they mopped them up.
They smoked them, swept them down in Los Angeles.
So they've got to feel good here.
The Dodgers, by the way, just swept the A's, who you're going to be playing this weekend. You need to sweep that series in Oakland. Then you got the Angels. You had Shohei Ohtani basically crying last night after his team blew it. Grand slam, top of the 9th for the Seattle Mariners. And that was just a gut punch for an Angels team that they went out and made a lot of moves. And listen, we were talking about yesterday, Farhan Zaidi, maybe the best move for him in showing belief in this team wasn't making moves. I thought the opposite. I was like, you know what? You may be saying, Spadoni, you're talking out of both sides of your mouth here this morning, because just the other day you're saying, what the hell, Farhan? You didn't believe in this team. Maybe he did. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe he said, you know what? I believe in these young guys. I believe this timely hitting and this bullpen. I believe in these dudes, the striplings. Maybe he will come through and keep putting together quality starts. I believe in this squad so much, I'm not going to go out and get someone because I don't need to. I believe in these young guys in this process going forward.
Yeah.
And you know what? I'm starting to believe too, because something about the Giants under Bruce Bochy and the Brian Sabian era, just every time you just could never count out those teams. Every one of those seasons. And I'm starting to feel that way with the Giants. If it's not 5 or 6 runs, if it's anything below that, I expect the Giants to keep it close. And that's the mark of a great team, I think. Maybe great could be strong.
Great to stretch.
Good.
Great to stretch. They're a good team right now, but I got to say, the vision of Farhan Zaidi, maybe the light bulb is going off for some folks. Now, I'm with him here with not trading for anything.
Okay.
Because your inability to sign guys on a free agency market. And I wonder how many players want to come to San Francisco if they're not a Shohei Ohtani or Aaron Judge or one of those stars who's going to play every day no matter what and not be subbed out. If you're a guy like Michael Conforto, the future Michael Confortos, the future Mitch Hedegers, whoever's out there, are you going to want to sign with the Giants knowing that, you know what, I may be pinch hit for in the 5th inning? I'm not sure how much that plays into the free agency pool, but if you're Farhan and you talked about replenishing this farm system and resetting the books, because I get it, Minaya, Stripley's got the player options, he'll probably opt in. Conforto's got the player option for $18 million, he'll probably opt in. But once those guys are off the books in 2 years, or at their next season, and you're able to clean that money off the books, that's that's damn near $50 million that you're clearing. Not to mention Brandon Crawford, who you're going to clear off these books. All of a sudden, you're saying, I'm still building the farm, and I didn't trade any of my big boys. And the big boys, Kyle Harrison, Marco Luciano, Wisenhunt, Matos, you name it here. Camilo Duvall, you want to throw him into the pot, the equation. Patrick Bailey, you didn't trade, and Casey Schmidt. So you still have your young guys. They're gaining a lot of experience here in the pennant race. It's the best of both worlds for the Giants right now. They're in a good spot, believe it or not.
They're in a good spot, but I don't want to get complacent here. This is a top 5 market in sports. This is a championship market.
Anything the Giants have done to scream complacency?
Well, I'm talking about the fans. I keep hearing from a lot of fans right now, you know what? This is great. This is all going according to a plan, and next year is going to be the year. If they make the playoffs, oh, that's great. Hey, if they just miss, no. This team is good. I don't
think Giants fans are complacent with anything. They're hungry.
I think they are.
No, Giants fans are starving for success. They've been all over Farhan Zaidi. They're the same fans who are following my lead saying they're not paying a dime to go watch this team play. I think the Giants fans are starving for success.
I want to hear from them.
There's nothing complacent about them right now.
I want to hear from them at 888-957-9570. It feels a lot of, aw shucks, this is awesome. We'll see where it goes. This is a team that won 3 World Series just a little over a decade ago, Bonte. 3 of them.
Yeah, and it has nothing to do with today.
No. This is a championship market. This is one of the top brands in baseball. If this same type of year was happening for the St. Louis Cardinals, the Mets, if they were good, you don't think this team those guys would be like, you know what? We expect to make a deep run. This is the only team in a big market that they don't expect to make a deep run. I think that's kind of bad. I don't believe in that, man.
I think the Cubs market, Chicago, they're the lovable losers.
Okay, but they did win a World Series in the last decade.
But they're lovable losers. They're happy just to be there and happy just to be playing good baseball.
Are they?
I think so. They're happy. They like to just get drunk and watch baseball, have fun. Winning is a bonus. See, I think Giants fans right now are waiting to see. They're eager to see where this goes because they did miss out on all the big free agents. The way they missed out on the free agents, it wasn't a good look. The Correa situation wasn't a good look for the organization.
It wasn't.
Farhan has said some things that hasn't been a good look. Larry Bear says some things that has not been a good look. So Giants fans are saying, you're going to have to show me.
Yes, and I think they're showing you.
And I'm with that. I don't think there's any complacency there. I just think they're saying, okay, you're winning. Keep winning.
Okay.
Keep winning.
I'm telling you right now to get on the bandwagon. It's August 4th, 2023. I'm telling you.
Bandwagon for what? Playoffs?
A playoff run is what I'm saying.
A deep run?
Yes.
You believe the Giants can make...
I'm not scared of any team in the National League.
Wow.
Even the Braves.
Wow.
I'm not scared of any of these teams.
Wow.
If I'm a Giants fan, I feel like, you know what? I got a puncher's chance against anyone. Get me in there, because that's the thing with the Giants. More than any other team I've seen in the last decade plus, no team, if I'm an opposing fan base, strikes fear like the San Francisco Giants. And you could say, you know what, that was Bruce Bochy. That was a different regime. Okay. But you know what? This team, I saw this team just 2 years ago. I get it. Buster Posey was on there. He's not now. You got Patrick Bailey. A little shaky the last couple of days, by the way. A couple of errors throwing there, but I'm not too worried. They won 107 games and took an historic effort just to lose to the Dodgers in Game 5. And that was a historic team for the Dodgers. That's what we saw with them last season.
Well, they lost the next round, too.
They lost the next round to the Braves, a team, by the way, who was barely hanging on at the deadline. So why can't the Giants be the Braves of just 2 years ago? Why can't they be that, Bonte?
Well, I'm looking at
Maybe
the Braves
we'll talk
right
about it
now.
on the other side.
I'm looking at the Braves right now. They got 5 dudes with at least 22 home runs.
Great.
They've got nothing but power. They got nothing but speed. They got nothing but average. They got nothing but ballers on that team.
I heard the same for the Texas Rangers in 2010, the Detroit Tigers in 2012.
And the Texas Rangers should have won. The Texas Rangers should have won.
They didn't.
They should have beat the St. Louis Cardinals.
Yeah.
In 2011, they should have won that series.
I was pulling for Ron. I really was pulling for Ron.
They should have loaded, but this team don't have anybody like the Texas Rangers. Any Vladimir Guerrero's walking on that squad?
Well, I'm saying
Josh Hamilton's.
I'm saying the opposition. I mean, you go into that series in 2010. We'll pick it up on the other side. But I'm telling Giants fans at 888-957-9570, get on this bandwagon because I believe in this team. Could make a really deep run here.
Ooh, I don't know what made you feel like that over a 1-0 win over the Diamondbacks, but I love your energy.
I'll let you know on the other side why.
This segment is brought to you by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. What's coming up on the game? Sponsored by Cars.com. We got Jordan Elliott, a.k.a. Splash Cousin, to talk about the Niners and what he saw at practice, as well as Hank Schulman, former Giants beat writer for the Giants. We'll get his thoughts on the Giants at 9:20. Got King at Hill. Shameless shout-outs coming up at 7:45 as well. Shameless shout-out 7:45 here on the Roast. Oh.
and The Butcher on 95.7 The Game.
Iguodala was resurfacing yesterday.
He coming back, Iggy?
No, he's not coming back.
I mean, Udonis Haslem finally retired. Is he the longest tenured NBA player now? Now that Udonis Haslem's officially retired?
If Iguodala does not retire, yes. Or him or LeBron. I think they were in the same draft
You're
class.
right. Both of them. So,
yep.
okay.
So it'll be LeBron.
That's wild.
Wow.
I know.
Is he coming back?
Oh, God. Another wasted roster spot. Come on. Like, I love
Warrior
Iggy.
fans
Come
feel
on.
about that.
Oh, God. Can you imagine? I'm just real quick. We'll get back on the Giants. Iggy, Draymond, and CP3 having a heated discussion on the sideline in the playoffs or something.
Oh, my God. You got to hope that doesn't happen.
I want it to happen so bad.
Oh, man. Giants win 1-0. They win 3 straight against the Diamondbacks. 72.
I'm pumped.
72 on this 9-game homestand. You should be pumped up. I think a lot of Giant fans are pumped up.
They better be. I want to hear from them.
They're just finding ways to win. Now, Giants fans may be asleep. They may be saying, you know what? We got to continue to see this. Because there are a lot of no-name. This is a no-name type of baseball team. You brought up the Braves and the Dodgers. A lot of star power, a lot of household names. Even the Cubs have a couple household names in Stroman and Bellinger. The Phillies have a bunch of household names. Bryce Harper, Trey Turner, even though he's been dropped to 7th and 6th. And Nathan at batting lineup. He's having an all-time atrocious season.
It's pretty weird with Trey Turner real quick because he was balling at the World Baseball Classic. And I get it. You're facing some guys that are in the bigs, some aren't. But, dude, he was putting Team USA on his back.
I don't know what's happened to Trey Turner.
Weird, in the defense specifically, the fielding has been bad.
Everything's been bad.
Not good.
Everything. But maybe fans are waiting for this stretch right here. So the Giants play 2 games in Oakland starting Saturday for a 2-game set in Bay Bridge.
You're going to be there, right?
Be there Saturday. Boxer and Gerson. Shasky and I will be out there. Come by the tailgate. We'll have more information on our Instagrams and Twitter pages. Boxer and Gerson. We'll be talking smack to Hillary and company.
There you go. Be nice. They're 50 games under 500. It's been rough. I want to hear the sell chants.
No, I'm not going to be nice. You know why? Because Hillary tagged us in a photo with D40 saying, Uncle Earl's still mad over 1989. You don't need to take that shot. Spadoni wasn't even born in 1989.
My brother was born actually the day after the earthquake happened on October 18th, 1989.
October 18th.
Yeah. That's why he's kind of a little weird. Love you, Ray.
Yeah, no, I mean, so I'm going to be mean to Hillary. Then they got three games against the Angels.
Okay.
Next week.
Shohei was crying, but he's probably going to pitch against you guys.
So this stretch coming up, 18 games here. Wow, look at this 18-game stretch. 3 against the Angels down in L.A. 3 against Texas at home, the return of Bruce Bochy. 3 against Tampa Bay at home, Oracle Park. That's 9.
Well, you just see what happened with Shane McClanahan for the big ace there. He's elbow inflammation, not looking good.
Not looking good.
Something's not great there.
Tampa Bay's fading. Atlanta, in Atlanta. That's going to be a marquee series. If the Giants go down there and win 2 or 3 in Atlanta, all of a sudden I think people will raise their eyebrows. Philly they go to Philadelphia for 3 games. Then Atlanta comes back to Oracle Park. So that 18-game stretch is humongous.
Massive.
Humongous for the Giants. And I think that's when fans will say, oh, we actually do have a shot to make something magical happen.
And I'm saying right now, prior to this one, I'm already calling my shot, Bonte. It's August 4th, 2023.
What's your shot? What are you calling?
Giants are
World Series?
They're making a run.
They're going to World Series. What's a run?
What's a run?
Yeah, what's a run?
They have the potential to go to the World Series. I'm getting 2010 Giants vibes from this squad. You may say, Spadoni, what the hell are you talking about? You had Matt Cain, you had Tim Lincecum, you had Sanchez on that team. You had some guys throwing no-nos with that squad. But you know what? Even that squad, they did go out and make some moves. And I get it. It might not be the like-for-like same, but I get vibes from this team with heart, with gutty effort, with bullpen that is nasty. The Rogers brothers are nasty. Doval, gutsy save loss. I thought, by the way, Christian Walker, what the hell are you doing? Not running out of the base.
That's embarrassing.
That was embarrassing. That should have been a leadoff double for the D-backs yesterday.
So you guys with Spadoni out there, Giants got the capability of making a run to the World Series? Is that what we're talking about right now?
You know what?
I don't know.
What they have shown me, and you may say, Spadoni, you're on crack. What the hell are you talking about? You were just talking about a couple days ago. This is a Moneyball type of team. The difference is with the Giants, though, with this team, I actually believe in them. I never believed in those A's teams. I'm an A's fan. Bonte, you know that.
Well, that's because you're pessimistic.
Well, no, but also they've never shown me. I've seen.
You're a pessimist. I watch you during Raider games.
I've never seen
the Raiders games. 3 minutes, he laughs off the clock, and you say, "No, the game is over. We sink." The Lakers. You're the worst when it comes to the Lakers. Oh my gosh. Oh yeah, we're getting blown out in this game.
Ball's not even tipped off yet. He's like, "Oh, this game's already over."
This game's over. It's 8-6 in the first quarter. So I'm not listening to you.
It's called the reverse jinx. Get back to me.
I can't take you seriously.
It worked for me all the way up until the conference finals.
I can't take you seriously when it comes to this stuff.
My main point is, if I can get back to it, all right, the A's have never even been to a World Series in my lifetime. I've seen what this Giants team is capable of. This Giants franchise is capable of. And they're a streaky team this year, Bonte. If they get hot at the right time, because they've been up and down, hot and cold, Katy Perry, all season long. We understand that. I think they're going to be going on a streak here at the right time in a brutal part of this schedule. If they're peaking heading into October, I like my chances if I'm a San Francisco Giants fan. Because you know what? You want to know why? None of the pressure is going to be on them.
No pressure.
Look at all the other teams out there.
No,
how much pressure is on the LA Dodgers this season?
There's no doubt. There's a lot of pressure on the Braves, a lot of pressure on the Dodgers, a lot of pressure whoever's coming out of the Central, Milwaukee.
Philadelphia just in the World Series last year. Giants are not going to have any pressure on them.
And I'll say this.
They're a year away from being a year away. Look, no, I'm saying now. Who's with me? 888-957-9570.
Well,
get on the bandwagon with Joe Spadoni. Come on.
Wow.
I'm pumped up on a payday Friday.
And there's plenty of room on this bandwagon. Plenty of room on the bandwagon.
I'm going to start actually knocking some seats out of here if people aren't going to be calling in.
510. Because nobody believes you. Nobody believes you. People are laughing at you right now.
That's fine. Laugh at me.
510 Xfinity Mobile text line.
We're going to go back to August 4th, 2023.
We will.
Sam's going to get the tape and put it on YouTube. And be like, you know what? This guy, Joe
Sam
Spadoni,
Lutman doesn't even believe you.
Wow.
I believe him.
No, you don't.
I do believe.
No, you don't.
I do believe.
No, you don't.
This team is a playoff team. I've been saying it for months. This team's a playoff
team.
Cam.
Nothing but cap going on today.
It's fine.
Nothing but cap. You can feel the cap. You can feel it.
I believe in this team.
As long as Farhan's running the show, I believe.
No, you don't.
I believe in this team.
If they get hot around the right time, keep your eyes open, Bonte. That's from the 510.
You're damn right.
My eyes are open. Listen, I'm the guy on the show that said they have a World Series type of bullpen. But do they have a World Series type of starting rotation?
Doesn't matter.
What do you mean it doesn't matter?
They have a World Series type of 2 in Webb and Cobb.
They get knocked around in the playoff game. It depletes everything.
You know what? If they get hot at the right time, it don't matter. Lamont Wade, he's getting hot right now.
You need some starters.
What's going on in the farm system? My guy Kyle Harrison going to come up at all? Is he still hurt? What's going on there? Keep hearing about him.
Are you too, Paul? Are you willing to believe in this Giants team? Yes, I believe. No, I do not believe. Right now, 75%, 71%, 73% saying they believe.
Okay. So then why was what I'm saying crazy?
Oh, I didn't say it was crazy.
No,
I'm just saying I'm in wait-and-see mode. I'm in wait-and-see mode. I don't see it.
You're saying it's cap.
I believe you are capping.
No. I've watched this Giants team make ridiculous things happen my entire life. 2010. What the hell was that? I was a senior in high school when that was happening.
Yeah, but you also had Lincecum, Jonathan Sanchez, Matt Cain, Madison Bumgarner.
You have 2 All-Stars. With the core 4. No, you have 2 All-Star pitchers.
But who can forget the All-Stars?
No.
Forget the All-Stars.
Did you see what Logan Webb did?
You know that pitching staff? That's an all-time pitching staff.
Okay, did you see what Logan Webb did against the Dodgers a couple years ago? Guy was a stud. He was a stud.
He also lost Game 5.
That wasn't his fault. Come on.
What do you mean? It's what if I get 3 base hits to Mookie Betts? Couldn't get Mookie Betts out. It's a great pitcher.
Cody Bellinger had a seeing eye single. Come on.
It was a great at bat by Cody Bellinger. We're going to get to the calls on the other side. This has nothing to do with the World Series teams. This team could be completely different from the World Series team in 2010. You also got to realize that 2010 offense, sneaky good.
Okay.
Sneaky good.
This team's been sneaky good.
We'll see.
Yeah, we shall see.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of capping going on over there.
I don't wear baseball hats. You're the one wearing the hat right now with the
big cap.
Rooster?
Big cap.
Yeah.
Maui, by the way.
Maui, there we go.
They got a lot of chickens running around and stuff like that.
We gotta go.
Do we gotta go? All right, we gotta go. All right, what's coming up in the game? Sponsored by Fremont Bake, full service baking, no compromises. Your phone calls 888-957-9570. Get the Ron and Hayward on the other side. I know he got some good things to say about the Giants here on the roast.
feeling Joe Shasky. Take it away, Bonte.
What up, Steph? Underrated Apple TV. He's got another doc coming out as well, another docuseries. So much depth to Stephen Curry. Wardell Stephen Curry, an original 5-part docuseries about the man who changed the game forever. Part 1 is dropping later this month. So, and this is summer of Stephen Curry.
Yeah.
Is that accurate? Or is this like just somebody tweeting about this?
It's a lot of documentaries for a guy that's still playing. Right? Am I off base saying that? Can we maybe wait till his career's over to be having these 5-part documentaries? Unless it's about his personal life, in which I am interested, because I've heard, and I haven't seen the Apple TV one yet, doesn't really dive too much into his personal life and relationships with his family. It's more so just him kind of just, being doubted in his career and stuff like that, which is fine, but I would kind of like to see the relationship aspect of Stephen Curry's life.
Yeah, look at Zucci, man. Zucci. Hey, Joe, I like what you're preaching, brother. Gigantes have short memories.
Thank you.
And that's a dangerous team in the playoffs. And I bleed green and gold.
There you go. See?
We're not going to listen to A's fans. I'm saying that right now.
Come on.
Giants fans aren't
We're
listening to A's
50 games under 500. Give us a break.
That's why we're not going to listen to you.
Wow.
Well, on the whole giving a break thing, is this the same A's fan who said we don't want your sympathies?
I didn't say that. When did I say that?
You always say things.
What?
You're a walking contradiction.
I'm numb.
You're filling in greatly for Joe Shasky.
What?
I mean, wow, Shasky tendencies.
All I'm saying is here, hold on, before we get to Ron and Hayward, all I'm saying, Joe Spadoni here, August 4th, 2023, why not the San Francisco Giants? Why not?
Why not?
Ron
and Hayward, why not the Giants? You know about the Giants, right?
That's right. You know who this is? This is Jackie Robinson, Dr. Blue, baby. Your favorite 18-wheeler. Look here, man. I just got off from work. The weekend just started, and he already talking all that crazy. We just dug a hole in the A's down in the Chavez.
Congratulations. Everyone's done that, Ron.
That's right. And I done told you about all that premature pre-crowning these barrier teams going to the championship. You did with the Warriors. You did with the Giants. You do it with the Giants now. You did with the 49ers last year. Haven't you had enough of that? And I'm glad Bonte reminded you of what happened when you talking that crazy talk about Logan Webb, what he did.
Well, let me just say this, Ron. Ron. You're in no place to talk right now. You know what happened the last time y'all saw the Giants down at Chavez Ravine. I'm
glad you said that.
15-0.
That was Father's Day weekend. The Giant killer was not in the lineup. He was on DL.
Who?
He's back. So when we see you guys again, I hope he got hurt so he can kill y'all like he always do.
22-3, you got outscored the last 2 games, Ron.
All that premature crowding like you guys always do.
Hey.
And so when it's over with and you guys not going nowhere, I don't want to hear no whining and crying.
Ron, you just wait until the last seven of the final 11 games for the Dodgers. You got the Giants, right? You got to come. You got Chavez Ravine for a 4-game set. Then you finish the season in San Francisco. You might be in trouble. You better hope that series isn't for the division.
Well, we don't run from y'all. If anything, y'all run from us.
Hey, Ron.
You've been dominating for the last, 15 years?
Ron, how confident are you? How confident are you? 10, 15 years. World Series, 3 for the Giants, 1 for the Dodgers. Get out of here, Ron. You know what time it is.
Come on.
I know what time it is. Y'all premature crowning like you always do.
I love you, Ron. Good to hear from you.
I mean, the Dodgers have been the favorites for what? How many years now? And they have 1 World Series to show for it.
Yeah.
It's great. It's fine. It's a shortened season. Nothing to knock there. They were the best team that year. It's fine.
Hey, look.
But come on.
I'm going to be open-minded with the Giants. 1, they have a World Series bullpen. We know that.
Yes.
Do they have a World Series lineup? It's hit or miss right now. Guys have been in and out the lineup. I would love to just see them healthy. Do you have a World Series starting rotation? You don't.
I think you have a World Series 1 in Logan Webb. I do. You guys were just talking about, and Ron was saying, like, oh, what happened to Logan Webb? Logan Webb, in that first start against the Dodgers back in 2020 in the ALDS, he's 7 2/3 in a shutout.
Well,
like, come on. And I understand. And he pitched fine in the fifth game of that series. Like, what are we doing?
Well, no, Farhan.
We can only go with what we've seen from the playoffs. And Logan Webb was a baller in that series. Are we going to deny that?
No, his game 1 was special.
Yeah.
Game 1 was special. But listen, Farhan Zaidi talked on NBC Sports Bay Area, Giants pregame live, and he was asked about the Giants' quiet trade deadline approach because a lot of Giants fans are saying, oh, man, maybe you should have been more aggressive. Well, how are you going to be more aggressive? Here's what Farhan had to say about our quiet trade deadline approach.
A lot of it is just our level of excitement at where we are roster-wise, who we have coming back the rest of the season, who we think can come up from the minor leagues and impact us, and really what, in our view, was available at the trade deadline, which, certainly other teams were able to fill spots either because of injuries or lack of depth that didn't necessarily seem like upgrades in our mind relative to what we had. We've placed a lot of value the last couple of years in continuity and being able to stay in-house now that we have a good level of depth in AA and AAA. The AJ Pollock move was partly born out of Yaz's injury and wanting some insurance on Mitch Haniger, although he's doing well. But in terms of displacing guys off the roster, we were a little bit more sensitive to that this time of year.
I love the verbiage there.
I love the music in the background.
The music, the wordplay by Farhan Zaidi. He's got a good vocab. It's deep.
He's a very smart man.
But I'm with him about, kind of letting go of assets here in this position. You ride this out. You let your young guys play. You let them gain experience. And you don't abort the mission. And the mission here is to build a long-term, sustainable juggernaut. And I believe after next season, they may be able to do that with some of the contracts that are coming off the books, the experience that Matos will gain not only this season, but next season. Luciano, as we got a cup of coffee of him. Casey Schmidt's got to figure out. The guy can't hit right now.
It's tough.
It's tough at bat.
It's tough to watch.
You can't just be a one-day. Brandon Crawford was never that bad.
No. Brandon Crawford's a career 250. I was actually joking with Evan Giddings, who's the producer of the Steiny and Guru show, and he was just like, listen, if Casey Schmidt's bat is as good as Brandon Crawford's, he'd take that at this point. Like, we were just trying to make the comparisons. I was like, absolutely. So he's been struggling, but Bailey has been cooling off a little bit. Yeah. But this team finds ways to win. And that's just what I'm saying. Get hot at the right time. This has been a streaky team. Why not
Very streaky.
The San Francisco Giants? But that's fine. This is going to tell us a lot. I agree with you, Bonte. This stretch right now, this 18-game stretch.
Well, after the A series.
After the A series. Well, you better take care of them because this team is 50 games under 500. You're going to be in Oakland. I get it. Maybe it's the World Series for them. I don't know how much stock I put into that, how much they actually care about it. There'll be packed seats. There'll be some sell chants. I want to hear from both sides, by the way, this week. And a lot of sell chants. Sell. I want to hear it from both fan bases. But you better take care of business here, and then let's see what happens. I'm feeling damn confident about this team's chances. Hell, against the Braves, the Phillies, the Dodgers, the Padres. I'm not scared of anyone, is what I'm saying, Bonte. I don't think they should be. This was an impressive.
They shouldn't be scared.
I think we're underselling how impressive this past series win was. This was damn impressive. Going up against the D-backs. You said kind of man in the chat yesterday. That kind of raised my eyes a little bit because this was impressive. 1-0 win yesterday to take 3 out of 4.
Hits. They had 2 hits, man. I'm not going to scoff. They won. Listen, 20 games since the All-Star break. They played 20 games. They're 11-9, 2 games over 500. And that's with just 1 day off. There's some positives there. You had a cross-country flight coming back home to take on the Oakland A's after a tough loss against Detroit. You got swept by the Washington Nationals. You got swept by Pittsburgh. You swept the Pirates. You lost the last 2 against Cincinnati. You got swept by the Guardians. You come back and bounce back. It's impressive. It is impressive. So I think Giants fans should be open-minded. Just see where it goes. I wouldn't levy any expectations on this team. World Series expectations, NLCS expectations. If they make the playoffs, anything after that is a cherry on top.
See, I think
they could lose in the first round, and you say, you know what? They made the playoffs. That's where we're at. I'm dead serious.
I mean, yes, but also, again, it's the San Francisco freaking Giants. And I get it. Like we expect championships maybe from the Niners, from the Warriors, and then the Giants are just kind of getting a pass, I think, for just being like, yeah, if we make the playoffs, yeah, that's great. If we were just in it, that's nice. No. I'm just saying no, flat out no. Every other major market, if you want to compare it, no. Because Giants fans, this is real talk right now, Bonte. Giants fans get big mad when the national media doesn't talk about them when they're good. All right? They get mad. They get upset.
Hey, get a couple fans get upset.
No. A lot of them get upset.
Do they? Who are these fans? I want to meet these fans who get upset about that.
888-957-9570. I hear a lot of Giants fans.
You don't play an exciting brand of baseball.
What's more exciting than winning?
Not being exciting. You got to have some flair to your winning.
Well, if I could just speak to the whole how fans getting upset about how the national media talks about the Giants. I used to be one of those fans who got upset that the national media would never pay attention to the Giants. But then when they started kind of paying attention to the Giants, that kind of annoyed me more for some reason. And so it's like I feel like Giants fans just like complaining about that, but we don't want that to actually like be solved. If that makes any sense.
Let's say this: they make the playoffs, they will get the attention. Yeah. You got to make the playoffs. You got to prove it. When you suck last year and go 81-81, you don't deserve that attention.
They were average.
You got to win. By the way, Pancho Q saying, I need another vacation. Why? I don't need a vacation. I feel fresh.
I like that hat that you got on vacation.
Vacation? What the hell are you talking about?
This is a payday Friday. We're feeling good. All right?
I'm feeling
great about the Giants.
Real good.
And I just wanted to gauge Giants fans where they are at. Because it feels like whenever I am talking to them, it's like, yeah, Farhan, yeah, maybe we'll make the playoffs. That's great. It's fun. It's
don't you agree, though?
No.
After this, no. See, you're drinking the Kool-Aid. You're living in the moment. What Farhan and Larry Bear did before the season, by challenging fans saying, hell, the light bulb's going to go off with Sean Manaea and Ross Stripling, and Ross Stripling and Sean Manaea don't pitch well for the first 3.5 months of the season, they're going to say, who the hell are you to call us idiots, telling us to put the light bulb on? The way they handled the Correa situation, the way they struck out on Aaron Judge, the way they gave Mitch Haniger, who's played how many games? How many games did you play for the Giants?
I mean, the games he did play with, was not good anyways.
Right.
Yeah.
And so when you whiff on these offseason moves, now Taylor Rogers has been good. Conforto's been solid.
The bullpen's been great. The young guys, the Becks, the Walkers, like Doval is a legit
But when you blow it in the offseason and you don't get the names that Giants fans want, then they're saying, you know what? We need to wait and see. We need to wait and see what this farm system produces. And I don't blame Giants fans for that. The verdict is still out on Farhan Zaidi. He hasn't earned that equity just because you win 3 in a row against the Diamondbacks. We got to see more of this.
Okay.
We got to see this play out.
I'm telling Giants fans right now to jump on the bandwagon on August 4th, 2023. Because I believe this team can go on a run in the playoffs because I just look up and down the landscape of the National League. Outside of the Braves, and even the Braves. I saw them last year struggle against the Phillies. They were supposed to be the team, right? Coming off a World Series. Like, here comes the Braves. They're even better. Spencer Strider, Charlie Morton.
They're better this year.
They're better this year. Listen.
They're legit.
Yeah, you don't even have to tell me. They have 2 former A's on there that are balling.
Right.
And Sean Murphy.
They got
Matt
dudes.
Olson.
They got dudes. No,
I'm telling you right now, no one wants to face the Giants in the playoffs. Because with a team with nothing to lose, Bonte, a team with nothing to lose that could win close games.
My God. Don't do this.
Are you scoffing at this?
Yes, I am scoffing at this.
Why?
I'm not even trying to be negative. But come on. Nobody wants to see the Giants in the National League.
I'd believe that.
Come on. You don't believe that.
888-957-9570.
You don't believe that.
A team with nothing to lose and a team that can win close games, no one wants to face in the playoffs.
Oh, my gosh.
They don't.
Oh, my gosh.
It's not crazy.
That is insane.
No.
That is insanity.
This team, I'm telling you, man, they're showing a lot of heart.
Benoni, I'm not even sure if I fully am on board with the whole no one wants to see the Giants in the playoffs
that is insane.
thing, but I'm absolutely loving the spirit, and I'm
saying a team with nothing to lose come playoff time is dangerous.
Everybody has something to lose in the playoffs.
Maybe the Braves don't view it as like, we're playing the Giants and we love our guys. That's fine. I'm saying from an outside perspective, I'm looking at these teams. I love the Giants' shot against anyone. I love their shot against anyone. There's not one team this year, even the Braves, that strike fear into my soul. There's
my gosh. Oh, you're out of your mind right now. Love me. What did the Giants hit in the month of July? I can't believe you're saying this. I don't. By the way, last segment was sports. Hold on. Last segment was hold on.
Take a
playoff.
We got to give a shout out.
Take a playoff, Benoni, because you're talking reckless. This segment is last segment was sponsored by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. You're listening to 95.70 Game, KGMZ FM and AC1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. 888-957-9570. I'll open up the lines to all the Giants fans. Are you with Spinoni in thinking that no team wants to see the Giants in the National League? Are they a World Series bound team? That's what we're talking about here. When you say no team wants to see the Giants in the playoffs, that means they're heading to the World Series. That means that they strike fear.
That means they're going to upset some teams if they play them potentially. That's what that tells me. And you know what? I'm just, all the expectations are going to be on the Atlantas, the Dodgers, the Milwaukee Braves, the Philadelphia Phillies.
So listen.
No one is talking about the San Francisco Giants.
Yeah, because they hit 209 in July.
And winning.
209 in July.
And they're winning. That tells me that they're a gutsy and good to potentially great team. Great teams win when everything's not going well, Bonte.
Great teams.
They're winning with everything not going well right now.
Great teams don't go 11-9 in a 20-game stretch.
No, that's called treading water.
No.
Adversity.
Great teams.
No Estrada.
Great teams don't get swept by the Washington Nationals. Nationals hadn't swept anybody since 2021. You got swept.
Where were the Atlanta Braves?
You got swept by the Detroit Tigers.
Where were the Atlanta Braves a few years ago,
I don't care where the Braves were a few years ago.
No. Where were they a few years ago at the trade deadline?
No, you're thinking about the Nationals.
No. The Braves.
Oh, the Braves. They made a bunch of deals.
They had a
lot of talent,
Jock
though.
Peterson, okay.
They were a lot more talented than the Giants. A lot more talented.
Freddie Freeman? And now, who else?
Ronald Acuna Jr. before he tore the ACL. Ozzie Albies. But then he didn't play. Ozzie Albies.
But those were guys that were right. I'm saying Albies rose.
Travis d'Arnaud.
I expect some of these guys.
What?
No, I'm expecting some of these young guys for the Giants to take that next step. I'm expecting that.
Who? From who? Who are you expected to take the next step?
Patrick Bailey. Why not?
The next step to where? Isn't he already playing at an elite level for Patrick Bailey?
He is. I'm saying he's going to go into the playoffs and be that dude for this team.
Oh, my gosh. Who else?
The Phillies last year? I understand.
Who else is going to be that guy?
Why can't teams go on runs?
Who's going to be Reese Hoskins for the Giants? J.D. Davis?
Tyro Estrada coming back? Who's a baller? Who's an all-star?
Who's going to be the Bryce Harper?
You laugh at Wilmer Flores?
Who's going to be Bryce Harper? Who's going to be Bryce Harper?
Who's going to be Bryce Harper? Someone. They'll get the production.
Oh, my God.
The Giants find ways to win is what I'm saying.
I don't know what you're selling, but I ain't buying it
There's been a National League.
I'm not buying it right now.
National League teams, 2 out of the last 3 years, to go on runs who are not great at the middle of the year.
No doubt.
Tread water.
But the Giants have been good.
And the Giants are
They've been really good. They were better than those teams in the middle of the year.
So, thank you.
No, there's no thank you. Your point is flawed.
No.
You're saying that a team that is treading water by the deadline can make a run. The Giants haven't been treading water for a long time. Giants have been good for a while.
You keep bringing up their last 20 games, how they're 2 games over.
Yeah, 2 games over against teams like the Nationals, Pirates, Reds, Tigers, A's, the Red Sox, who just went on a hot streak.
It's hard to win in this league.
Diamondbacks.
The Oakland A's took 2 out of 3.
It's hard to win in this league now.
The
National League is shallow
against the Braves. Come on.
The National League is shallow.
The Oakland A's took 2 out of 3 against the Braves. Let's stop.
Oh,
teams lose. Okay.
So now you're taking the A's over the Braves?
No, I'm not. I'm saying teams. You keep using the argument that this team loses to teams like the Nationals, where teams like the Braves are losing.
Not only did they lose to the Nationals, they got swept.
Okay, it happens. The A's swept the Brewers again.
All right.
Teams lose. Why can't this team go on a run? Is what I'm saying.
Why not?
Why can't they?
Let's see where they go.
Why can't they? Is all I'm saying.
Why can't they? All right.
They're 2 years removed from going on an awesome and amazing run. I get it. They had Buster Posey then, but why can't this team?
And the Dodgers were licking their chops and playing them in the first round.
They were scared to death.
No, they were licking their chops.
They were neck and neck with the Dodgers.
They were licking their chops.
With the likes of the platooning chops of all these different guys, the Wilmer Floreses of the world. Like, come on. Why not the Giants?
Why not?
Why not?
Why not?
That's all I'm saying.
All right.
Come on. Just want to hear from them. Want to hear from them.
Giants fans ain't calling. They don't even believe in themselves.
And you know what?
Hey, Killer Kim. Giants fans is like, yo, man, I love my orange and black. What the hell is he smoking? What is he smoking? Even Sam Lubman is speechless. Sam Lubman, the most optimistic Giants fan, is not even buying what you're selling.
You know what?
Look at Lubman. He's laughing. He knows it.
Think about it the way, depending on how the playoff seeding shake out.
Don't do this, Lubman.
Spadoni's kind of swinging me here. Like, I'm optimistic about the Giants. I definitely think playoffs are a very realistic expectation and should be the expectation for the season. I'll agree with you, Bonte. What they do after making the playoffs, that's gravy. That's extra credit. I'll take whatever I can get there. That said, depending on how things shake out, right now they would face the Brewers in the first round of the playoffs.
You don't like their chances against them?
I'm not against that matchup. I think the Giants could take the Brewers, and then we'll see how things shake out in the division series, who you get. You might get the Dodgers in that second round. Honestly, I'd take the Giants-Dodgers. I feel good in that series right now.
It's feel good.
Dodgers don't scare me in the playoff series.
It's not that crazy.
Oh.
And then if you get to the NLCS, maybe it's the Braves, maybe it's the, Marlins or something else. If it's anyone but the Braves, all of a sudden, yeah, you kind of see how this starts to fall into place.
Didn't the Giants lose 4-6 to the Marlins this year?
I mean, yes, October is very different from.
Yeah, Marlins aren't going to make the playoffs. Okay. Marlins aren't making the playoffs. I don't think so. I think they're going to fade. I'm looking at either the Cubs, the Padres, or the Reds to be that third team. I think it's going to be the Giants, Phillies, and then someone else. Listen, it's not that crazy. What's that? Oh, was that Hank Hill? I love that.
That's pretty good.
I love Hank Hill.
That's pretty
I actually
good.
grew a much greater appreciation for King of the Hill now that I'm older. I didn't really get the jokes when I was like 7, 8, 9, 10. I love King of the Hill. Bobby, all-time character.
All time.
Dale, come on. Oh, my God. You're speechless right now with this take, aren't you?
I'm just laughing.
He wants to believe, but he's just too scared to.
He's like, he's Mulder in the X-Files. He wants to believe.
They have a World Series bullpen. But
what was the formula?
Who knocks me for having reservations about the starting rotation? You got 2 pitchers.
And that's fair.
Alex Cobb is fake. Alex Cobb's leaking oil. Alex Cobb did not pitch well against the Diamondbacks the other night.
I mean, 2014, they basically won the World Series with 1 starting pitcher.
They did.
But that was one of the greatest stretches in the history of baseball. Right. I understand that with Madison Bumgarner. But at the same time, if all we can go off from Logan Webb is what we saw a few years ago in 2021, you kidding me? Guy's a stud. He's a gamer.
All right. Let's put a bow on this.
Let's put a bow on it.
Spadoni, August 4th, saying Giants. Nobody wants to play the Giants. That's out of your mouth, not mine.
I cannot wait for October.
I can't wait either.
There's only one October.
All right, man, if the Giants go to the World Series, I'd be shocked. Giants go to the World Series, I'll hand you $500 right in your hand.
Mark it.
Mark that tape. Giants go to the World Series, I'll come in here and give you 5 crispy $100 bills. Straight up. And you don't have to give me, if they don't make the World Series, you don't have to give me a damn thing. Giants make the World Series, I will hand you $500 saying, you know what, here you go, Spadoni.
Okay, there we go. I'm not scared of anyone. That's all I'm saying. I ain't scared.
Well, you don't have to play.
Fighting for my life out here, Bonte.
You are fighting for your life.
All right.
You're stretching.
No one wants to come on the bandwagon with me. That's fine. You know what? Lone wolf. Pack of one.
Lone wolf.
That's fine.
Lone wolf.
You know, I've had to fight for my life. I have 9 siblings, Bonte Hill. You don't think I'm scared of that? Dinner tables. Got to get your scraps, man. A spaghetti.
What's coming up, sponsored by AC Transit. We'll get into football talk, because this is depressing me.
Get in where you fit in. AC.
This is Klay Thompson, and you are listening to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. It better not be roasting me if I'm giving them all these intros.
Not. Giants for life. Spadoni has a grasp on the Giants and Giants culture. I respect it. More so than Bonte. We were never the best team when we won the titles. Never thought we had a chance after winning the first one. So, yeah, if you don't believe, you aren't a fan.
I agree.
Hey, I believe this team has some staying power. I believe they have a World Series type of bullpen. I don't believe they can win a World Series. It's extremely hard when you put this type of stress on the bullpen in the regular season and starting pitching. But you know what? It's all good.
I do think
it's all good. Like,
I do think the offense will get a lot better with Estrada. That guy was a baller for this team the first few months before getting the wrist injury. I'm expecting Thairo Estrada to make a huge bump in this offense for the Giants when he comes back.
You know, look, the 2010 Giants won an NL West on the last day of the season. They won 92 games. The 2012 Giants won 97. They were freaking good. One of the best teams in the league. 2014, they sneak in. That was a miracle down Market Street. I give you that one. They stole a World Series in 2014. But don't tell me that the Giants weren't one of the best teams in the league in 2012. You didn't believe because they fell down 0-2 to Cincinnati, but they should have never been down 0-2 after getting smacked at Oracle Park. They won 97 games that year. They were legit.
No, they were good. In all those World Series, though, I don't believe they were favored. 2010, 12,
no, they weren't
14.
favored. Everybody jumped the Kool-Aid with Detroit, but when we really break that Detroit team down, they had 4 players.
I mean, their pitchers were awesome, though. They had Verlander, Scherzer, Pfister. They were legit.
Scherzer wasn't the Scherzer we know today.
No, but he was
Doug
showing.
Pfister was solid.
No, but Scherzer was showing flashes.
He was shoving, but the Giants had Lincecum Kane. Bum.
I mean,
they were, and you had the best season for Ryan Vogelsong. He was legit.
You had Prince Fielder trying to run around the bases. Man, I love Prince Fielder.
So
I'm just saying. 2021 Braves, 88-73. 2022 Phillies.
If you're a Giants, hey, listen, more power to you. If you're a Giants fan that believes they can win the World Series, I'm not here to deter you. I'm not here to say, hey, they can't do it.
I'm saying, why not the Giants? Why not? 888-957-9570.
I've been open-minded.
Why not?
But with that said, why not talk some 49ers?
Ooh. Well,
they were back on they were back on the practice field yesterday. And shameless shout-outs coming up, 7:45. Shameless shout-outs, 888-957-9570. Yes, San Jose Jazz fan, come out to Coliseum tomorrow. We'll be at Giants A's, Shasky and I. We'll be at Giants and A's, tailgating.
It will be toasty, I believe, tomorrow. It'll be a little hot.
A little hot?
A little hot.
I don't like
Wear
that.
layers.
Wait, if it's going to be hot, you don't
just
wear
in case.
layers.
Well, just in case I'm wrong is what I'm saying.
All right. It says it's going to be hot. Now you
well,
want
I'm
me to
saying you can take layers off. So bring a sweatshirt if it's windy, because I'm up and a little more towards the hills. But my area says, if I go on the map, it'll be like 80 degrees maybe. So maybe a little lower. It'll be mid-70s.
All right.
Maybe like to be warm, Bonte.
See, you got a lot of people on YouTube comparing this team to the 2010 team. There are no comparisons other than the bullpen. The lineup's different. The starting rotation's different.
Timely hitting and bullpen. I think this Giants team has shown you they can have timely hits and a good bullpen. And if they get hot at the right time, it's not crazy is all I'm saying. It's not crazy.
All right.
But you know what's crazy, Bonte?
I would admit, if they win the World Series, it would be crazy. That would be insane. That would be insane.
Of all the scenarios happening next, of all the teams that can win it, the championship aspirations for the Golden State Warriors are real. Championship aspirations for the San Francisco 49ers are real.
Now,
people are looking at the Giants. No championship
Posey in
aspirations.
P-Town. What's TV Ponte offering for a Giants World Series appearance? Offering my services to NBC Sports Bay Area. That's what I'm offering.
And when he's on there, he's going to have
I got to figure out where we're tailgating. We'll figure that out in a second here.
Oh, what lot?
Yeah. What lot? Yeah, I didn't even get the intel yet. I'll get that information in a second.
Got time.
We got plenty of time. Trey Lance, 49ers camp. Shanahan spoke yesterday, and let's start with this one. Let's start with this cut about Brock Purdy. Here's what Shanahan said about Brock.
I don't think anyone's back to where they were exactly last season. We're going through training camp. A lot of guys had more practices than him, but we only had 6 in OTAs, but he'll get there. He's doing some good things. they're all doing some good, all doing some bad. So, but we're not worried about Brock. Brock's the real deal. He knows how to play, and we just got to have our team keep getting better, and he'll keep getting better as we go.
Brock's the real deal. What'd you take from that? As we are going to be at the parking lot on the 66th Street side, the first exit back of the parking lot. You'll see a Teamster truck. Time of the tailgate is 1:30 to 4 o'clock. Parking lot on the 66th Street side at the Coliseum tomorrow, the first exit in the back of the parking lot as well. That's where we'll be at.
There you go. What I take from Kyle Shanahan right there, I mean, that tracks. I mean, Brock Purdy's QB1 for a reason. He obviously believes in him. John Lynch believes in him. This entire team believes in Brock. The question that it's ultimately going to come down to is, does Brock believe in Brock? Like, after that injury, we've seen weird things happen with quarterbacks. Derek Carr, specifically in this market, never was the same. I mean, Jimmy Garoppolo, after that ACL injury, Bonte, I mean, I know they went to the Super Bowl, but his confidence, a little bit, the oh-no throws were rampant after that. I didn't really see him much prior to that. The oh-no throws for Jimmy Garoppolo post-injury were rampant. So I'm looking at the turnovers. I'm looking at, the body. What's going to be going on with Brock Purdy as we head into joint practices next week? And that's what's really going to tell me if Brock Purdy believes in Brock Purdy, not Kyle Shanahan, because I know Kyle Shanahan believes in him. Does Brock Purdy believe in himself?
Well, there's Brock Purdy, and I believe he does believe in himself. I think Brock Purdy believes he's a guy. There's nothing that I saw in his play that tells me that he's not going to believe in himself, or he doesn't have the confidence to thrive in his offense. And why shouldn't he believe? You got Christian McCaffrey, you got Debo, you got Ayuk, you got George Kittle.
When the live bullets come, though, Bonte, it's different. It's different. When you're in the pads and you got the Fred Warners, like your teammates, I cannot wait for joint practices next week.
Joint practice, but you can't hit the quarterback, but the live bullets will be flying.
No,
but we saw
they'll take some hits.
Look, Brock Purdy, what endeared himself right away to Niner fans was that cover zero blitz by the Miami Dolphins right before halftime last season, where they came in on a blitz and Purdy got crushed.
Good.
And he delivered a dime to George Kittle down the middle of the field, and it was like, oh, this kid is tough. First play of the game against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, he gets smacked. Probably broke his rib on the play. They go down the field, they score a touchdown. They are up 35-7 at halftime. They're rolling over Tom Brady. He plays later on that week, short week in Seattle with broken ribs. 4 days later, they didn't even know if he was going to play in that game. He plays. Niners, they clinched the NFC West title. It's a hat and T-shirt game for the Niners.
Yeah.
So there's no reason not to believe that Purdy's not going to believe in himself.
He's tough, but I'm saying he may get a little skittish at times. He may, and I don't think it's that crazy to say a guy that's played 8 games in the NFL may look a little shook at times coming off a major injury. I could be wrong. I could be. But Jimmy Garoppolo, what do we say about him? Well, he was also tough, wasn't he?
He was
But he made mistakes.
He was tough. But Herm Edwards, and Purdy didn't make the mistakes Jimmy G did, but Herm Edwards said the Niners are right to make Brock Purdy QB1.
I think the 49ers are handling it correctly. Purdy won. He won the team over, and rightly so. Here's a guy that, got picked where he got picked, and all of a sudden, due to injury, and this has kind of been the quarterback's history with the 49ers. Poor Kyle, he's about to scratch his head. I got to play another quarterback and still find a way to win. And this guy went in, and obviously what he did, taking over, and then in the playoffs, he wins the game, but then gets hurt against Philly. But if there's competition, but I get all that. But really, I mean, he's the guy right now until he shows you different.
And that was Herm Edwards, who was on with Willard and Dibbs yesterday. Also, could Purdy and Lance become a distraction, having both these guys in the quarterback room? Here's what Herm said about that.
I don't think that'll happen this season. I really don't. I think the season will play out. That's similar to Joe and Steve Young. And I was involved in that one because I was an assistant coach in Kansas City when we got Joe. And, Steve Young became the quarterback. Now, that's a whole different deal. I mean, if you're a 49er fan, that's like being a Green Bay fan for all those years. They go Brett Favre and Aaron Rodgers, and you guys go Joe Montana and Steve Young. That ain't all bad.
So what's going to happen with Trey Lance? What's going to happen? Jin Lee Chan joined Willard and Dibbs. Is Trey Lance going to start that first preseason game? And is Brock Purdy good enough to even bench him in a preseason game? Has he earned that right to be benched in a preseason game? Here's what Jin Lee Chan said about that.
I would think it'd be Trey Lance, but, they've Trey Lance and Sam Darnold have been splitting first-team reps throughout. So whoever is Brock, when Brock has a day off, it's an alternate between Trey Lance and Sam Darnold being the start, taking the snaps the ones. When Brock is practicing, then they kind of alternate to who is the number 2 spot and number 3 spot.
Well, is there a chance that Lance doesn't even make the roster?
I don't think so. I mean, I think for how much draft capital they used to get him and how well he's played so far in training camp, I don't see that happening. He's too valuable to them. And I think John Lynch said it the best earlier in the week when he said, we are forever going to be influenced by the fact that they went through 4 quarterbacks last year. So I don't think that they would let Trey Lance go by any means.
All right, that's Jen Lee Chan, of course, 49ers insider for NBC Sports Bay Area. 49ers reporter for NBC Sports Bay Area, of course, on with Willard and Dibbs yesterday. 888-957-9570. Shameless shout-outs coming up in 18 minutes. Shout out whoever you want to shout out, your dog, your cat, your liquor store, your car, your house, your neighborhood, your city. Shout out whoever you want to shout out. That's coming up in about 18 minutes, shameless shout-outs.
That's interesting to me. 8 games, and we're already saying, you don't need to play in the preseason. I disagree with that, especially coming off that injury. I need to see how that arm looks with live bullets, with legit guys coming at you. I know it's not going to be, Max Crosby or anything, but these are fringe guys you'll be going up against. I'm interested to see how that looks. I think a lot of fans would like to see Brock Purdy out there. Maybe Kyle Shanahan believes, I don't want to risk it. That's fine. But I would like to knock off some of that rust because him going in just straight up into Pittsburgh scares me a little bit, Bonte, without having any live bullets. It does.
Are you in the camp that they should maybe compete for the top job?
It's hard to say that because of how well Brock played last year, but I understand a lot of fans saying, listen, he only played 4 more than Trey so far, and you gave up all of this draft capital for this guy, Trey Lance. He has all the intangibles that you want that Jimmy Garoppolo did not have. I would like to see a quarterback competition. I just don't think Kyle Shanahan sees it, man. I just think he thinks Brock Purdy is that dude. So much so where Jennifer Lee Chan's saying,
right,
he doesn't even need to play in the preseason.
That's crazy.
That's crazy to me, right? That's crazy.
But at what point do we move on from the draft capital that the Niners gave up for Trey Lance? At one point do we say, you know what, it is what it is. It was a blunder because of Brock Purdy or because of Sam Darnold. Like, how many Niner fans would feel comfortable right now with the quarterback room of Brock Purdy, Sam Darnold, and Brendan Allen? It sounds like a lot of Niner fans are comfortable with that.
I mean, if Brock Purdy ends up being what we saw last year, yes.
You'd be comfortable with Sam Darnold as the backup?
I would be.
Because
of the amount of starts he's had, yes.
Bobby Rzinski, turnovers, Sam Darnold. It's been a thing.
I think the turnovers are probably something you're going to have to live with, but I'll go to the coaching one more time here. If that improves, because I can't say he's had that through 5 years in the National Football League, that will help Sam Darnold be more productive as a quarterback.
Bobby Rzinski, afternoon rush out in Charlotte, North Carolina. Turnovers. Sam Darnold's thrown 61 touchdown passes over the course of his career, 55 interceptions. Not to mention the fumbles.
Okay.
All right, he's lost 6 fumbles the last 2 years. He's fumbled 18 times total.
I love Law and Order. SVU.
He turns it over, man. And that's the one thing that soured Kyle Shanahan from Jimmy Garoppolo. The turnovers, the fumbles.
Yeah, but
the loss of reps.
What have we heard from a lot of guys around the league, Bonte? Get this guy the right coach, and you will see a new Sam Darnold.
What happened with Jimmy Garoppolo?
I mean,
he turned the ball over under Shanahan.
He did. The no throws were rampant. You coined the phrase. I understand that, but
I'm not happy that I coined that phrase.
You're not happy? Yeah. Why? Do you feel bad about it?
I do.
Really?
The Jimmy throw? Oh,
come on. He's fine. He's great looking. He's fine. The guy's a multi-millionaire. He's got a lot less problems to worry about. Come on.
Hold on. So he's lost 6 fumbles the last 2 years. Sam Darnold. He's fumbled 15 total times. Now, over the course of his career, Sam Darnold has fumbled 35 times.
Yeah.
Opponents have recovered 11 of them.
I'm not here to say it's not a problem.
That's a huge problem.
It's a huge problem.
You cannot be a turnover machine.
But how
does that change with just coaching? I mean, ball security is something he should just have.
You have,
and he hasn't had that ball security since he was at USC. He turned the ball over at USC as well.
So are you saying it's something that can't be fixed, even with good coaching?
We'll see.
How many fumbles has he had in these preseason or the training camps, if you will? How many has he had?
None reported.
Well, let's see. We're talking to Jordan Elliott later.
But also he also can't get hit. You know. Also, defensive ends have to let up when they get in that pocket in practice.
Okay.
That's a guy we need to see when it comes to live bullets. We can't just anoint Sam Darnold, who's been absolutely horrific.
Who's anointing him?
A lot of people are anointing him.
Who's anointing Sam Darnold?
A lot of people are anointing Sam Darnold.
I don't think anyone's anointing Sam Darnold.
No, a lot of Damian Woody yesterday said his bold proclamation.
That's a bold prediction.
His bold prediction was Sam Darnold was leading the Niners to the Super Bowl.
That's a bold prediction.
That came out of Damian Woody's mouth.
$100 right now. Who's going to be the backup for the 49ers? Week 1. $100.
Don't know.
You had to bet.
That if I had to bet,
I'm going Trey Lance. I'm not even losing any sleep over it. I'm losing no sleep over it. It's going to be Trey Lance.
You're also dealing with Kyle Shanahan.
Oh.
You're also dealing with Kyle Shanahan.
Kyle Shanahan's the smokescreen artist of the world. He ain't saying anything until he has to, until day before week 1 or every Friday before week 1.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not making that bet.
I am.
Cam, you making that bet?
I'm feeling great.
You making that bet?
If that's the conversation.
Sam Darnold's got a lot of momentum right now. Herb Edwards also interested to see how they split the reps up between the quarterbacks in these preseason games.
It'll be interesting when they get into the preseason how much he'll play and then how much, as you mentioned, the backup guys will play. I think when you look at the backups, they need to play. They need to go in there and play football games because you got to protect yourself. That's been their Achilles heel is they lose quarterbacks. And I'm hoping that's not the case by any stretch of the imagination. But, you got to get the quarterbacks 1 and 2 and especially to play with that first group so they can get a feel for it. And it's one thing to practice. It's another thing to get some live reps in the preseason. And Kyle's a veteran coach. He'll make sure that those guys are getting reps with the first group.
Are we not talking enough about the offensive line, to Herm's point, protecting these guys? Are we not talking enough about it's Trent Williams, Banks, and McKivitz? Pretty much outside of Trent Williams and Aaron Banks, I do not feel great about the 49ers offensive line.
We did that going into last year about the offensive line.
And McGlinchey, and I get it. McGlinchey has been much maligned around here. I'd say he's average.
At best.
But average will get you paid in the NFL. And you know what? The Denver Broncos, God love them. Russell Wilson, good luck in the NFC West. But McGlinchey, for all the much we like to rag on him, he wasn't horrible.
Oh, he was bad.
Okay.
He was bad.
He was not horrible.
He was bad. We're going to be laughing at the Broncos when it's all said and done for signing him.
He wasn't horrible.
McGlinchey was bad.
No.
McGlinchey was bad. McGlinchey was bad.
For where he was drafted.
He was an okay run blocker, but in pass protection, McGlinchey was bad.
He was slightly below average. He wasn't horrible.
No, he was bad. Spinoni, he was bad.
We better hope McKivitz is much better then.
Yeah, we better hope he's much better. But you know what? We always talk about the offensive line in San Francisco. Last year, Banks was an unknown. Banks proved that he could be
great. He was good.
Very serviceable left guard. Burford is a rookie. For the most part, was good. Jake Brindle in the middle. He was solid. Mike McGlinchey, right tackle on an island? Oh, God. You had to pray.
So you're saying they can't even get worse? McKivitz just by...
It could get worse because Trent Williams is a little older. By the way, number 14 on the top 100 players list.
Huge. Any other Niners on there? Were you watching the whole thing? Kittle, you said was 19, huh?
Kittle was 19.
That was interesting.
Kittle was 19.
It was interesting.
Was interesting. Where's Mark Andrews at on that list? I haven't even checked it out.
888-957-9570.
It can't get worse.
It can't.
By the way, 10 minutes, shameless shoutouts. Line them up. 888-957-9570. Shameless shoutouts.
But I bring up the offensive line.
Now.
It's huge. Huge. Love it. We're getting all the sponsors.
Yeah, Mike McGlinchey was bad.
Mike McGlinchey was bad.
Don't be fooled. Mike McGlinchey was bad.
This team is going to go only as far as this offensive line goes, ultimately, Bonte, because if they're not protecting Brock Purdy, who's already coming off a major injury, Trey Lance coming off a major injury, Sam Darnold, who you just mentioned, loves to give up the ball, that concerns me. Also, the secondary. I know we're singing the praises of this being a Super Bowl team. There are some holes there. There are some weak spots. We were talking to Eric Crocker yesterday, former NFL DB. Didn't sound very confident in the secondary.
No, he sounded confident.
No, he was a little.
They don't have that guy, right? They don't have that Stephon Gilmore in his prime guy, that Darrelle Revis who's going into the Pro Football Hall of Fame this weekend.
Yes.
They don't have that type of guy.
The Darius Slays of the world.
Charvarius Ward was really good last year. Diamador Lenore came on late in this season. I think he's going to be a solid corner.
Ambry Thomas.
Secondary's best friend is a great pass rush.
Yes.
The Niners got a lot of pressure on that quarterback, which helped out that secondary tremendously. Hufanga is an all-pro.
He was.
Deshaun Gibson made us all forget about Jimmy Ward playing free safety.
Real quick, Hufanga was an all-pro. Cheats a lot. Gets burnt a lot.
Oh, yeah, Deshaun Golson is coaching the Hawkins back.
Oh, really?
Alongside Steve Wilkes, who specializes in secondary play.
We're gonna get
that's his thing.
We're going to get Whitner out there, too?
Why not?
Hard hitting?
Why not?
Can't do that anymore, though, unfortunately.
Why not?
Can't do it anymore.
No, this defense is, sure, it's not the greatest secondary in the world, but a top 10 unit, absolutely.
Okay.
There's not 10 units you would rather have than the 49ers secondary.
And I think that's
pushed in his Brown kid out of Penn State.
I mean, that just speaks to the league in general when it comes to secondary. That is probably the hardest evaluation in the league as a cornerback.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's either boom or bust, it seems like, more often than not. So to your point, sure, they could be top 10, but that still doesn't give me much confidence in them outside of maybe Hufanga and Ward. Like
what do you mean by confidence? When you say confidence in the secondary, what do you mean by that?
Is Patrick Mahomes going to kill us or not?
Patrick Mahomes kills everybody.
Is Joe Burrow going to do that? Because
Joe Burrow kills everybody. What are you talking about? Joe Burrow kills everybody.
I want to make some plays in the secondary.
You're going to make They had an interception on Patrick Mahomes last year.
There you go.
They picked him off. And then Mahomes went crazy and dropped 44 on him.
I also saw
Nobody slowed it down.
I also saw Hufanga cheat a lot and get burnt by the Jarrett Stidhams of the world. Okay?
It's going to happen in this league.
It's going to happen. Can't happen in the playoffs.
It's going to happen. It didn't happen in the playoffs. It didn't. The Cowboys, what did they score? What did Seattle do in the playoffs?
Dak Prescott was throwing it to guys I don't know what Dak was doing. But
the secondary was fine. Defense is fine. And Mahomes is going to cook everybody.
To the point, because of the pass rush. Now, the longer Nick Bosa stays out, Eric Crocker was talking yesterday, that it's not the contract that concerns him, it's the injury concerns, the longer he holds out. And Dr. Nirav Pandya, shout out Cleared to Play, UCSF Health, he was talking to us yesterday, Bonte, on Twitter. He agrees the soft tissue, when these guys aren't in training camp and come out of nowhere, it's a concern. And who's going to step up? Is it going to be Drake Jackson? Is it going to be Cleve Furl? There's just some question marks, I'm saying, outside of the usual, the quarterback talk of the world. I don't think it's getting talked about a lot.
Secondary's fine.
Okay.
They're not an elite unit, but they're fine.
That's just the one thing we've been talking about.
Nickel corner to Isaiah Oliver or Sammy Womack III coming out that edge with nickel blitzes. They're going to be fine. And you got the two best linebackers in football, the best duo in football.
That helps.
It's Dre Greenlaw and Fred Warner.
That helps.
Oh, it helps tremendously.
Steve Wilkes, let's go.
They're going to be fine. Defensively, anybody worried about the defense? I don't think there's one Niner fan that's overly concerned with the 49ers defense.
With no Nick Bosa, I would be concerned.
If he doesn't play week one, then that's a different conversation.
Okay.
But all systems are gone.
Okay.
We're all in belief that Bosa will be there in Pittsburgh.
Okay.
At the stadium formerly named Hinesville.
Yeah, I don't like whatever they change it to. Come on. It's got to be Hines.
6 minutes. Line them up. I see some calls already on the screen here for shameless shout-outs in 6 minutes. 888-957-9570 for shameless shout-outs. Shameless shout-outs. Interesting. Tarvarius, would you trade Bosa for a top 5 quarterback? Ooh.
Oh, in a heartbeat. Are you kidding me? Would you trade Bosa for a top? Who's doing that deal for the quarterback, though? Like who's? No one's doing that. Corner or quarter? Sorry.
Quarterback.
Quarterback.
Top 5 quarterback.
Yeah, no one's doing that.
So like Lamar Jackson for Nick Bosa.
He's not a top 5. He's not a top 5 quarterback.
Okay,
who's your top 5 quarterbacks?
Burrow, Allen, Mahomes, Herbert.
Herbert's not top 5.
I think he is. He's tier 1. Mike Sando has just joined us from the Athletic.
I don't care what Mike Sando says. Herbert did not play
You're
like a top 5 quarterback.
You're not trading Nick Bosa for Justin Herbert straight up right now?
No, I'm not.
Oh, my God.
I'm not.
Oh my God.
Herbert was not a top 5 quarterback last year.
Okay.
You're telling me he was? Herbert was not top 5.
If Herbert's available, John
Give me
Lynch.
Jalen Hurts over Justin Herbert any day of the week and twice on Sunday.
Okay. I'm not mad at Jalen Hurts at all. I'm not here to hate
all right,
on
but
him.
your top 5, what you got?
Who do we got? We got Mahomes, Burrow, Allen, Herbert. Who do you want to toss? Else you want to toss in there? You want to toss in Hurts?
Your list.
You want to toss in Hurts? That's fine.
What's your list?
That's fine.
What's your list?
No, I'll toss in Hurts.
What was that?
What was that? I love Cam on the board.
Trevor Lawrence?
Trevor Lawrence, that's impressive, coming from behind victory.
Here's the guys I would trade Bosa for. Patrick Mahomes.
You're trading him for
probably Josh Allen.
No, you're trading him for Joe Burrow as well. Stop.
Injury concerns with Joe Burrow. Injury concerns with Nick
Bosa, right?
With both.
The quarterback value. Come on, Bonte. You don't really believe that. Hell, if you have Lamar Jackson chance to get him, you're not trading Nick Bosa?
I might trade Nick Bosa in this offense. Lamar's. I'd take Lamar over. By the way, I'm taking Lamar over Justin Herbert. All day long.
Again, that's the injury concerns.
All day long.
The injury concerns do scare me.
All day long.
I'm taking Herbert's arm over Lamar's arm.
You have the greatest arm in the world. Purdy doesn't have a great arm. Looked a lot better than Justin Herbert last season.
Okay, this is getting capped.
Did Purdy not look better in 8 games than Herbert did off last season? You telling me that, Spinoni? You're in that division. You're a Raider fan.
I drafted Justin Herbert in fantasy and he killed me. I understand
exactly.
But
he was
still
awful.
No one in their right mind is taking Brock Purdy over Justin Herbert.
I didn't ask that.
In this offense?
I didn't ask that. I said,
what are you saying then?
I said last year, did Purdy not look better than Justin Herbert on a football field?
Justin Herbert led his team the entire season to the playoffs. Justin Herbert, give him more credit than that. From start to finish, he played in most of the games, if not hurt, by the way, in that Chiefs game. Got hurt in that Chiefs game and still played.
I didn't ask that. What I asked was, who looked better in 2022?
Justin Herbert. Because he
played Brock Purdy.
Because he played in every single game. He played in every single game.
So because you play, it means you're better? No, that doesn't mean anything. That doesn't mean a damn thing. Dak Prescott played a lot of games. How'd he look? Just because you play don't mean anything. Who looked better last year?
Justin Herbert.
In that 8-game stretch. In the last 8 games of the season. Justin Herbert looked better than Brock Purdy.
I mean, what was their lead in that playoff game? 20, what was it? 27-0, 27-4, whatever it was? Come on. If we're going to it wasn't Justin Herbert's fault they lost that game. Brandon Staley, what are you doing?
Assassin, who looked better? Brock Purdy or Justin Herbert in those last 5 games? And you can't make the case that Herbert looked better.
So we're cherry picking now.
No, but we saw Brock. When Brock Purdy played for the Niners, when he got inserted into the lineup, he looked better against Miami than Herbert did. He looked better against Tampa Bay than Herbert could. Brock Purdy was one of the best quarterbacks down the stretch.
Whoa. Against Miami? The Chargers smoked them?
Chargers won 23-17 against the Dolphins.
Yeah, but they smoked him for most of that game.
No, they didn't.
Outside of the Tyreek Hill, the fumble recovery for the touchdown, come on.
Miami blew that game.
No.
The Chargers were never up by more than 10. What are you talking about?
Outside of that Tyreek Hill, that was the one where Tyreek Hill got the ball right, fumbled out, and he ran it all the way for that. Outside of that, the Chargers, come on. It was
a 20-14 game going into the fourth quarter.
Yeah, it should have been 20-7. Outside of that, Tua wasn't doing anything in that game. Stop.
Now the bid is not. The bid's not working.
No.
The bid's not working.
You're trying to gas up Brock Purdy. I understand.
No.
He's not.
I'm not saying that I'm taking Justin Herbert over Brock Purdy.
You're saying over that stretch.
I'm saying that stretch.
Great.
Brock Purdy was one of the best quarterbacks in pro football.
Great.
Was he not?
Cool.
That was the whole argument.
Do it for an entire season.
Brock Purdy was better than Justin Herbert last year.
No.
Come on, man. It's a 10-8 round. Brock Purdy was better than Justin Herbert last year. When Brock Purdy started playing for the Niners, did he not perform better than Justin Herbert?
Is Brock Purdy a top 5 quarterback?
I'm not asking that. You keep changing the goal. You moving the goalposts.
No, but you're trying to compare him to a guy that's top 5.
No, I'm not comparing it at all.
You literally
not at all. No,
final 5 games.
I said, did Brock Purdy not look better than Herbert last year in the regular season?
Sure. What does that mean? What does that mean?
Justin Herbert's not a top 5 quarterback. That's what that means. And he wasn't last year. That was my whole point. Justin Herbert was not a top 5 quarterback last year. He was not. Your boy Kirk Cousins was better than him last year.
Interesting.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, now
your boy
Kirk
Cousins was better than Justin Herbert last year.
Now we're praising Kirk Cousins. Now it fits the narrative. Please.
I didn't move the goalposts.
Every single GM, pull them. Who you taking, Justin Herbert or Brock Purdy? Please. Oh, what are we doing here?
Justin Herbert had broken ribs last season. So did Brock Purdy.
And Justin Herbert was battling every single game.
Nobody is saying that Herbert's not better than Purdy. Nobody is saying that.
No, but you're kind of saying
no,
that.
I'm not at all. No, I'm not at all. I'm not saying that. No,
it feels like it.
That's what it feels like. But that's not what I'm saying.
What are you saying then?
What I'm saying is that Justin Herbert wasn't a top 5 quarterback last year. Was he not? He was not a top 5 quarterback last year.
Mike Sando, the Athletic, quarterback tiers. He pulls all the GMs, all the executives. They all think he is. He's a tier 1 quarterback. 888-957-9570.
He was not a tier 1 quarterback last year.
Okay, so part of this is also what he's shown this part and projection. Who's going to project better throughout their career?
Of course it's going to be Herbert.
Or Herbert.
Of course it's going to be Herbert. Of course.
Shameless shout-outs, Bonte. Come on.
Not a top 5 quarterback.
I want to hear some shameless shout-outs to Justin Herbert.
Jared Goff was better than Justin Herbert last year. Was he not?
Great. And where were they?
Shameless shout-outs. Let's go.
Cherry picking here. God.
Spadoni.
I cannot believe you are forcing me to root for this guy, Justin Herbert, and pull for him. Cannot believe you're putting me in this position.
I'm not saying Justin Herbert's better than Brock Purdy. You said top 5 quarterback last year, and Justin Herbert was not that. I didn't move the goalposts.
Doesn't mean he's not a top 5 quarterback now, though.
I don't believe it. I would take 5 quarterbacks over Justin Herbert.
You're taking over him.
Joe Burrow.
Okay.
First of all, Patrick Mahomes. Let me say that.
He's
Patrick Mahomes number 1.
I agree.
Josh Allen. Joe Burrow.
Okay.
Trevor Lawrence.
I'm not.
Jalen Hurts. I'm taking those 5 over Justin Herbert right now.
I'm not taking Trevor over him just yet. Trevor makes a lot of mistakes still. He's great. I love Trevor. I'm a big Trevor guy.
He mistaked his ass into a wild card win over Justin Herbert, didn't he?
It was great. I blame Brandon Staley more than I blame Justin Herbert for that loss. Okay, Joey Bosa, make a play. Khalil Mack, make a play.
Tyler Miller. Purdy played better than Herbert last year when he got into the game. Did he not?
Congratulations.
That's all we're saying.
Okay.
Those are not facts.
I don't know what the argument is.
Those are not facts. But you're saying Purdy didn't play better than Herbert. He did.
For the course of it, no, you moved the goalpost back to 5 games, whatever it was. Congratulations.
That's all we got to see with Purdy. He played better over that stretch than Justin Herbert. It's not hard to say.
And I think a lot of people, because of 8 games of Brock Purdy, are ready to double down on his career, and I am not.
No, nobody's doing that.
No, a lot of people are.
Nobody's doing that.
Stop.
Nobody's doing that.
Why are you making me root for the Chargers right now?
No.
Why are you making me do this?
Go look at the games. Purdy against Miami, against Tampa, up in Seattle. He played better than Justin Herbert during his 5-game stretch.
I want to shout out Sam Lubman, Cam, Bonte Hill, John, all you guys. Make me feel welcome this week on the show. I love all of you. We may have our disagreements. We're not going to argue. One of us is not going to storm out of the show.
I'm not taking Purdy over Herbert. I'm not doing that. I never said I was doing that, guys. Stop it.
Oh, Aaron Rodgers. I did forget about him. Yes.
By the way, shameless shout-outs. We got to shout out the Alameda County Electrical, JATC. They're recruiting paid apprentices for its 5-year apprenticeship program. Pay starts at $28.08 an hour. Apply on Friday, August 18th. For more information, visit 595jatc.org. That's 595jatc.org. Have you ever been in science class and just don't understand what the teacher's trying to explain? I have. You have your textbook right in front of you, but think there's something missing here. We don't want that to happen to our students. Not at all. That's why once a year, select instructors from all over the country come together to take technical classes from the textbook authors. Imagine your teacher learning how to teach from the person who wrote the book you're studying from. Tomorrow, 5 of our best instructors return from their training. With their help, we'll train the best electrical construction labor force in the Bay Area. That's right. That's right. Go check it out. I love it too. A lot
of people on hold.
A lot of people on hold for shameless shout-outs. Panda and Hayward, what's happening?
Hey, good morning, fellas.
What's up?
I just wanted to shout out my coworkers at Waste Management and my fellow Teamsters at Local 70. I'll see you tomorrow at the Bay Bridge Series, Bonte and Shasky.
I see you tomorrow.
You're doing a great job, man.
Thank you, Panda.
Appreciate you, Panda. Appreciate you, Panda. Appreciate that.
Rich Fremont. Rich.
What's up, Bonte Hill?
What's up, Rich?
What's up? Long time no talk to you, my brother. Hey, 2 shout-outs. First shout-out, the Morning Roast. Nobody roasted better in the morning than 95.7 The Game.
I love that.
Second shout out to the team that only got one win last season. And this season, they're going to the IFL Championship. Shout out to the Bay Area Panthers.
Let's go, baby. Let's go. Pricey, South City. What's happening?
How you doing?
Good.
I want to shout out to all my South City fantasy football players. The definitive is ready to come back and take another title in fantasy football.
You're dropping out there, Pricey. Call back.
Joe, San Jose. Joe, what's happening?
What's up? I want to give my shout out to my boy Dennis over at the Safety Clean. And as far as Herbert and Purdy, Herbert is the varsity quarterback and Purdy's JV quarterback, but he's coming. He's coming. Herbert gets to run the whole show. He gets to do the plays he wants to do, and Purdy still listens to the coach. But a couple years, he'll be all right.
All right, Joe. Real quick, Mike in Union City, what's happening?
Yo, shout out to all the high school students and the high school coaches who are about to start their fall sports.
Love that.
Especially in high school football on Monday. They're ready. I see them out on the field ready to go. I know they're ready to chomp at the bit and ready to go. And also, Herbert all day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nobody's taking Brock Purdy over Justin Herbert.
Thank you.
Nobody's doing that.
Okay. Thank you.
Nobody's doing that. Shut out, Kay. I don't get what you guys not listening? Q-Tips is free. Q-Tips are free.
I don't understand why 5 games matters then. Why are we talking about that?
We asked who was a better quarterback last season. Go ahead, Cam. Who you shouting out?
The city of Vallejo for making the street for E40.
Oh, wow. When is that?
Cool. I saw that.
Wow,
that was cool.
That is pretty cool. Lutman, what you got?
Oh, I got a special shout out today. I want to give a shout out to some serious hardware that's on the line this weekend. The Bridge Trophy getting ready to re-up its lease for another year at Oracle Park. We're keeping that Bridge Trophy at home where it belongs. I'm so excited to see Gabe Capley lift that thing on Sunday.
I heard when they moved to Vegas in lieu of a trophy, it's actually just going to be a chip from Caesars.
Oh, my gosh.
Well, that'll be at Oracle Park, too.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see about that.
What
am I shouting out? Shouting out everybody out there waking up early, trying to get $1 out there hustling. Hey, it's not easy in these Bay Area streets, man. Things are expensive. Rent's high. Buildings are closing. Hang in there, folks. Hang in there. Keep a positive mentality. That's who I'm shouting out today.
I got one more. Shout out Evan Giddings, producer extraordinaire, and one of the voices of the Bay Area Panthers alongside Mark Grandy doing a hell of a jive. Also the 415ers podcast.
Yeah.
Download that, odysseyapp.com. Quote, when Purdy has to play without either of his top 2 wideouts and rib cartilage damage week 2 and beyond and still make the playoffs behind a straw house built offensive line, then you can talk to me. That's Evan Giddings, not me.
Yeah, he's a Charger fan too.
Wow.
And he's used to choking.
He makes great points there. You know
and
what?
He's used to choking. That's a lot of excuses.
That's wow. That's putting a franchise on your back.
A lot of excuses.
That's putting a franchise on your back
That's
right there.
a lot of excuses.
Wow.
A lot of excuses.
Great points there,
was
Evan.
Justin Herbert a top 5 quarterback last season? The answer is no. The answer is no. That's what it is. That was shameless shout outs.
888-957-9570. He won.
Now it's time for the injury report. Oh, we got it, Camp. We got it.
Oh, there we go.
Justin Herbert.
Please.
We'll see who's top 5 quarterback this year. We'll see.
We will.
We'll see.
I want to get into this top 5 quarterback because is Brock Purdy going to vault himself into that?
No,
for the
he's
season?
not. Nobody believes that.
What is he top 10? I think people think he's a top 10 quarterback.
Is he? Is Brock Purdy top 10 quarterback?
I want to discuss this on the other side.
Is he a top 10 quarterback?
I think people think he is.
Does he even need to be a top 10 quarterback for the Niners to go to the Super Bowl? Injury report. Speaking of which, Elijah Mitchell can't stay healthy.
Man.
He's a guy I thought the Niners would look to move this offseason because TDP, tight end surprise, is looking good in training camp. I love me some Jordan Mason. Elijah Mitchell, he's going to miss about a week of practice with an abductor strain. Wouldn't surprise me if he's out a lot longer than that, as well as offensive lineman Jalen Moore. They're not the only Niners on the injury list. Guard Aaron Banks, we're talking about offensive line. He's in concussion protocol. And offensive lineman Jonathan Feliciano is dealing with a shoulder strain. But that is not expected to keep him out of practice for the time being. Injury starting to take its toll on the Niners through training camp. We already know they've dealt with a lot of injuries in the past. Injury report brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up on a game sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Brock Purdy, a top 10 quarterback? Is he a top 10 quarterback? And no, I'm not taking him over Justin Herbert. But he played better than Herbert last year. And those are facts, folks. Those are facts. We'll be back here on the roast.
Like caps.
Every business deserves a great deal. That's why for a limited...
I usually shout out to single moms and fathers, baby mamas and baby daddies for grinding for their families. I do. I can't shout out to everybody. I'll be here all day, Xavier. I just say, oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. Good morning, everybody out there getting off the graveyard shift. If you're at work, what is happening? Good morning to YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Of course, thank you to Dave and Greg for partnering up with us here at 95.7 The Game, Xfinity Mobile text line. Killer Cam on the board. We got Lubman. We got Spadoni filling in for Shasky. Doing a hell of a job this week as we're talking some football. 888-957-9570. With Brock Purdy taking all the snaps in practice with the ones. Brock Purdy, is he capable of being the top 10 quarterback? Do the Niners even need him to be a top 10 quarterback for them to have success in 2023? And success for this football team is hoisting a Lombardi. That is success for the 49ers. That's the position they've put themselves into. Brock Purdy capable of being the top 10 quarterback. Now, it started out because we're talking about Bosa. Would you trade him for a top 5 quarterback? Somebody on the text line asked that. And I was like, yeah, I wouldn't trade him for Justin Herbert. A lot of people will kind of roll their eyes saying they would. And I said, man, Justin Herbert wasn't even a top 5 quarterback, especially when Brock Purdy started playing. So I pulled out the last 6 games that Herbert started in the regular season and the last 6 that Brock Purdy played in.
That's fine. We're just going to completely dismiss the entire games he actually, played in Justin Herbert. We don't give him credit for playing in all the games.
No, he gets credit for that.
Well, no, but I think he
gets credit for that.
We're cherry picking a little bit.
No. He gets credit for that. But even though he played in all the football games last year, I still don't believe he was a top 5 quarterback last year.
Okay.
That's just my opinion.
It's fine.
And when Brock Purdy...
Fantasy-wise, you're probably right.
Oh, yeah.
I had him in fantasy. The numbers wouldn't back that up.
Fantasy was a joke.
It was. He killed me in fantasy last year. I had a lot of high hopes. Keenan Allen hurt a lot. It is what it is. Can't wait for fantasy football to be back here in a few weeks now. But, dude, he played every single game. Come on.
But when Brock Purdy was inserted into the lineup in those final 6 games in the regular season, compared to what Justin Herbert did in the final 6 games of the regular season, I'm taking Purdy's performance over Justin Herbert's.
Okay. That's fine.
You got 13 touchdown passes, 3 interceptions for Purdy. You got 6 and 3 for Herbert.
All right.
I mean, you got 5 fumbles lost, 1 fumble recovery. 5 fumbles, 1 fumbles lost for Justin Herbert. Brock Purdy didn't fumble once in the regular season. The only fumble he had was that NFC Championship game.
Okay, and I saw 3 different quarterbacks have somewhat of success last year for the 49ers, albeit a small sample size for Trey Lance. Saw Jimmy Garoppolo do great. So great. Congratulations, Brock. You had a nice little run there. Let's see you do it again this season. I just
believe Herbert's a little overrated right now.
The fact that we're even comparing the two, I just think is a joke.
I'm just saying, I just believe Purdy played better last year. But can Purdy be a top 10 quarterback this year?
Can he be?
Does he need to be for the Niners to win the Super Bowl? Speaking of which, Juszczyk was talking yesterday on the urgency to win the Super Bowl. He was talking. Here's what Juszczyk had to say about the urgency to win a Super Bowl.
There definitely is urgency there, and having been so close, I think drives that urgency even more. I don't know. Then again, I feel like conflicted in even saying that because there's always urgency. Like whether you've been close or not, whether you're year 11 or not, like we're all here to do the same thing. We're here to hold up that trophy at the end of the year. And I think the hardest part is getting there and then knowing that you don't just get to snap your fingers and like you're back in the NFC Championship. It's like we got to go through this whole thing again. And I think luckily because we've done this 3 times now, I think we have a little better understanding of we have to do this all from square one and we got to, be ready to go week 1 because those games early in the season affect how things are played at the end of the season. And so that's kind of something that we've stressed, Kyle's stressed in the locker room is getting out to a fast start because those games really they end up mattering when it comes to seeding and where you're playing in the playoffs and all that kind of stuff. And, we're a team that is fortunate enough that we can think like that. Like we're thinking about how these games week 1 are going to affect us in week 20.
That's a good point because the slow starts have killed the Niners when it comes to home field advantage and the bye week the last 2 years in the postseason. Now, Tavares asked me who did the Niners play in those Purdy games. Well, they played Miami, Tampa Bay, up in Seattle for the division, the Commanders who are desperate, in Vegas against the Raiders, and the last game of the year gets Arizona, which was a gimme. Justin Herbert,
yeah. Go ahead.
Vegas against the Raiders in the game they lost. At home against Miami, which was ugly. Tennessee, who stunk last year. Indianapolis, the Rams, and the Broncos. So you could say Brock Purdy had the toughest stretch. We could move on from that and kind of focus on what Juszczyk is talking about here with the urgency there.
I mean,
it feels like it is imperative that the Niners get out to a fast start, right?
Yes. And I think a lot of Niner fans would see and look at the schedule. You got the Steelers, you got the Rams, you got the Giants, you got the Cardinals, Cowboys. It feels like you should start hot this year. It feels like that. Now, we thought that last year, right, against the Bears week 1, and then we found out they were playing in a monsoon, and it didn't look too good for Trey or Justin Fields at times, and it was tough. You were out there, Bonte.
Mm-hmm.
It was wet. So I'm not expecting that sort of thing this year, but you never know. East Coast, weather's weird, stuff like that. But at the end of the day, you should start hot against the Steelers, Kenny Pickett. Now, I'm not going to say it's going to be easy. It's Pittsburgh is tough. Kenny
Home
Pickett,
opener.
a lot of people are expecting big things out of Kenny Pickett this season. You got George Pickens, you got TJ Watt. So it will not be easy, but they should win that game. And they should beat the Rams. And then you got home against the Giants.
On the short week.
That's going to be interesting. Yeah, on a short week, huh?
Short week, home opener, Thursday Night Football.
Yeah, that's weird to me. I don't know how I feel about that one. That's going to be a little tricky spot. Danny Dimes, Darren Waller, Saquon now, Brian Dable trying to go second year, back-to-back playoff spots. Then you got the lowly Cardinals. And then October 8th, you got the Cowboys. So, yes, it's imperative to get off to a hot start. I believe they will. How's it going to look? Is it going to look a little shaky for Brock early? Is it going to look like the offense gets, needs to work out some kinks? Because what we know from the NFL early on, the defense is almost always ahead of the offense. So I'm looking at Nick Bosa, if he is back. I'm looking at Fred Warner. I'm looking at Dre Greenlaw. I'm looking at Hufanga. I'm looking at these guys to lay the wood on Kenny Pickett.
Yeah. I mean, TJ Watt's going to be a problem. George Pickens on offense. Najee Harris, we'll see about that. They should be able to beat the Pittsburgh Steelers. But the Steelers at home, man, they're a tough team under Mike Tomlin.
Tomlin's so slept on.
Right.
He really is. He's never had a losing season.
I wouldn't say that's a gimme. Hell, the Detroit Lions 2 years ago wasn't a gimme.
No.
They were up big.
And speaking of which, you see what happened to Jeff Okudah recently. Former first-round pick of the Detroit Lions, cornerback. He's got carted off in practice with the Falcons now. Unfortunately, there, just can't buy a break for injuries.
Well,
we're seeing a lot of card-offs right now, and that's another thing. Health for this 49ers team, to me, it's the only thing getting in the way of them getting back to the Super Bowl potentially. It's health, and I think that's for a lot of Niner fans as well. 888-957-9570 if you agree.
888-957-9570. If you believe that Brock Purdy needs to be a top 10 quarterback in order for the Niners to win a Super Bowl.
Yes.
Where are we at? Because Shanahan said he believes Brock Purdy is the real deal. Here's Shanny.
I don't think anyone's back to where they were exactly last season. We're going through training camp. A lot of guys had more practices than him, but we only had 6 in OTAs. But he'll get there. He's doing some good things. They're all doing some good, all doing some bad. But we're not worried about Brock. Brock's the real deal. He knows how to play, and we just got to have our team keep getting better, and he'll keep getting better as we go.
Now, if he is the real deal, and what he showed last year wasn't a flash in the pan, and he plays like that all season long and stays healthy, then yes, he will be a top 10 quarterback. And yes, we will be talking Lombardi for the San Francisco 49ers. I believe that. He has to be a top 10 quarterback to play this year if you're going to beat the Patrick Mahomeses, the Joe Burrows, the Josh Allens, the Justin Herberts of the world.
Jimmy Garoppolo beat Justin Herbert last year.
Great.
By that
what happened? Yeah, well, Jimmy Garoppolo at times played like a top 10 quarterback. In the Super Bowl, though, what happened? Was he a top 10 quarterback? Did he play like one in the Super Bowl against Patrick Mahomes? I don't think he did. Now, does Brock Purdy make the plays that Jimmy didn't in that game? Does he hit Emmanuel Sanders? And I understand Jimmy Garoppolo in that game, he didn't have Christian McCaffrey. He didn't have all the weapons that Brock has now. Maybe that's what's going to put Brock into that category. It's all the weapons around him. But he's got to stay healthy, man. It's the name of the game. Can he stay healthy? Because if he does, and that arm is okay, that elbow that had surgery, the UCL damage, then yes, we're looking at a top 10 quarterback, I believe, at 888-957-9570. I don't think that's not a hot take.
You are all over the place today.
What are you talking about?
You are all over the place.
If he stays healthy, he's a top 10. I didn't say he's top 5.
Top 10 is still pretty high.
If he plays like he played last year, and you were saying he played like a top 5.
He played better than Herbert. Herbert was not a top 5 quarterback.
Okay, what was Brock in that 8-game stretch for you last year? Was he a top 10?
Absolutely.
Yes. So
absolutely.
I don't think it's that hot of a take. If he plays like that this year, top 10 quarterback.
Absolutely.
That's not. I don't think that's a hot take. Say I'm all over the place.
Joe Burrow, Jared Goff, Josh Allen, Trevor Lawrence, Jalen Hurts.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see. We shall
the
see.
NFC's down. Like, if we're all agreeing on that, like, he should be. It's going to be a war of attrition in the AFC. There's going to be a lot of bloodshed there. Battles. Like we saw yesterday in the Hall of Fame game. Browns, Jets. Those are going to be some teams that are battling. Where are you at with Aaron Rodgers real quick? Hall of Fame game last night. Expectations high there?
Yeah, of course. You make a deal like that for Aaron Rodgers. With that defense, Quinnen Williams in the middle, Sauce Gardner. Yeah, your expectations are high.
That's Super Bowl or bust for them, right?
I don't like to say that for a team or a franchise that hasn't made the Super Bowl since 1969.
Okay.
That seems like a stretch.
Hasn't made the playoffs in that decade.
Yeah, they haven't made the playoffs since Mark Sanchez was there. So I'm not going to go crazy with the Super Bowl or bust.
Okay.
But I expect them to be competitive. With that defense, look, the Jets were rolling last year at a certain point. They were rolling.
Mike White.
They were rolling. And Mike White played better than Zach Wilson.
He did. That's the thing. Zach Wilson had a good bomb last night in the Hall of Fame game. Just quick aside, just want to get your thoughts there because it was the Hall of Fame game. And football's back. All right, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, hold on. Oh. You talk about the Jets. It's a storylines here. I just want to look at the schedule. Hold on.
Okay. Right.
They were 7-4 last year, heading into December.
They were
7-4. Lost a tough one to the Vikings.
Yeah.
Lost up in Buffalo.
Yeah, that was a tough one.
Lost to the Lions at home, a tough one.
Quinnen Williams got hurt in that Buffalo game, didn't he? That was a huge loss for them.
Jaguars on Thursday night. Remember that in the rain-soaked game at MetLife Stadium? No, Zach Wilson just playing awful.
Oh, I remember that.
Lost to Seattle, and then they lost the last game of the year in Miami. So they were 7-4. They lost 6 straight to end the season.
Saleh has that defense humming, though. That defense is going to be legit. I think they're going to be a top 5 unit in the league. And we would compare, Robert Saleh to DeMeco Ryans, what success he's going to have with Houston this year. Steve Wilkes, man. I'm expecting a lot of things from this defense, specifically Nick Bosa, if and when he comes back. Hufanga, if he's going to build off the all-pro season he had last year. And who's going to step up, Drake Jackson and whatnot. Because I know what I'm getting from the defense. For the most part, I feel
defense
like I know
is really good. The Jets is going to be tough. They're going to be tough.
Okay.
They've got a legit defense. They're going to be tough.
Yeah,
Super Bowl or bust. You look at that division. If they can win AFC East with Buffalo in there and Miami in there, that's saying something there. And there is a swagger to that team and that organization right now. It's the best I've felt about the Jets in a very long time.
I know, and it's good. When the Jets are good, I think the league is better as a whole. Jets, Jets. The beleaguered team. We all make fun of them and stuff like that. But they're fun. You got what's his face? Fireman Ed or whatever in the crowd and stuff like that. It's a good time. I like the Jets.
E. Woods. I had Herbert 2 in fantasy. I feel your pain.
Yeah,
he killed
me
us.
too.
And that's why I was like, wait, top 5? I had him on a roster. I tracked every single game, watched a lot of his throws. He's got all the tools. He does. I expect him to be top 5. I do. He has all the tools, but don't tell me that he was top 5 last year in production. Herbert was off.
What do you expect from Brock Purdy this year? Production.
I don't know. That's but. For any one of these quarterbacks, whether it's Purdy, Trey, or Sam Darnold, there is no excuses not to get this offense humming. Average over 30 a game with Brock Purdy at quarterback. You got one of the top players on offense is Chris McCaffrey. Deebo Samuel. Those are 2 of the top 10 playmakers in this league.
Brandon Ayuk.
You can argue. Brandon Ayuk,
top
1,000 yards
runner in the
last
league.
year.
Top route. I'm willing to say that. This guy's a top route runner in the league of football right now.
You know what? Tyler Miller, Bonte, would you draft Purdy over Herbert in fantasy football this year?
That was a long pause.
I might.
Okay.
I might. Herbert's going to go in the 3rd or 4th round. Purdy's going to slip on boards. I'll take Purdy with a flyer. I would feel good with Purdy as my starting quarterback in fantasy football.
Fantasy's a little Fantasy's a little different.
There we go. Give me that. Give me that horn. Give me that candlestick fog horn.
Okay.
That's now down at Levi Stadium.
Okay. I mean, that's fantasy football here. Like, I'm not taking him as my team quarterback in real life.
Brock Purdy in 6 games last year.
People were taking Jimmy Garoppolo.
1,308 yards. 68% completion percentage. 13 touchdown passes. 3 interceptions. 1 rushing touchdown as well.
Okay.
I may take Brock Purdy over Justin Herbert. Purdy's going to be in line for a lot of touchdowns.
Purdy will be there to be had towards the end of the draft. You can grab him as your quarterback. Justin Herbert will be taken in the first few rounds.
Purdy, if he averages out over 17 games, that's over 30 touchdown passes in a season.
Okay, so
that's 13 touchdowns in 6 games played.
He's going to be top 10 quarterback.
Maybe. What up, TC in Sacramento? You think so? TC, what's happening?
What's up, TC?
No, absolutely not. Brock Purdy's the top 10 quarterback. Hey, Spadoni. Hey, aren't you a Raider fan, right?
Begrudgingly, yes, TC.
Oh, yeah, so listen. Please don't get caught up in the madness that's going around in the faithful and these Niner fans. Well, I'm a diehard Niner fan, bro, and I'm not getting caught up in the Brock Purdy madness. Dude is Jimmy 2.0. He's going to come back down to earth. And if Kyle don't get out his own way or let the quarterback play quarterback, we ain't going to never win a Super Bowl.
So, wait, TC.
It's not about a roster and all.
TC, I love you.
Go ahead.
You believe Brock Purdy's Jimmy Garoppolo 2.0?
Jimmy Garoppolo 2.0.
Wow.
In my opinion, he's not a top 10 quarterback. It has nothing to do with that. And I'm telling you, it starts with Shanahan. If he doesn't get out of Brock Purdy's way and let Brock Purdy freelance and play how he was playing last year, we will not be holding Lombardi this year.
Real quick, TC. You don't think Brock Purdy showed you more than Jimmy Garoppolo last year than Jimmy ever did in his career? Like, some of the stuff that Purdy was doing, I've never seen from Jimmy Garoppolo.
Oh, listen, Purdy was doing what Jimmy Garoppolo was doing in the beginning when he fooled everybody, rolling outside the pocket, freelancing, and throwing little 15-yard passes. He wasn't lighting it up, bro. He was doing everything Jimmy's doing. Little 15-yard ends, those little 3-yard slants, off-schedule plays. And then Kyle, hold on. And then Kyle came out and said, Purdy has to play within the pocket. He has to do what he has to do. He has to be a robot. Kyle turned Jimmy into a robot. We don't really know if Jimmy was good or not because Kyle will turn these quarterbacks into a robot. Until he gets out of his own way and let the quarterback play quarterback, we won't be holding Lombardi, period.
Thanks, TC.
Love you, TC. Good call. Brock Purdy threw deep down the field.
He did.
He threw some bombs.
I mean, he's not going to throw like the Mahomes and Allen type like rainbow shots, but he's intermediate to long passes were efficient. He was hitting some guys on the hand. There were some drops in there too. That one to Ayuk in the playoff game. Oh my! In the back corner of the end zone,
he stretched the field.
Yeah,
a lot more than Jimmy Garoppolo did.
And he's got more mobility. I think he's doing Purdy a little short here. Purdy's more mobile than Jimmy ever was. Come on, yeah. Even before the ACL injury.
The bomb to George Kittle in the Washington Commanders game?
Yeah.
He threw down the field, I think, more in 6 games than Jimmy Garoppolo did all season.
That's interesting, though. Jimmy 2.0. No. Because Jimmy did a lot of winning. The problem was with Jimmy, he got hurt all the time. Like, that's why ultimately they moved on from him. And then, obviously, he's not playing a lot. He's a little skittish, the no throws, all that sort of stuff. We get all that. But it does not act like Jimmy was a total scrub. 2.0? I'm not sure. That's a stretch.
That's a stretch.
That's a stretch.
Brock Purdy was sensational last year.
Yes.
In those 6 games.
Well,
just keep it real.
He was a top 5 quarterback, according to you. May have been the best.
In those last 5 games in the regular season, last 6, he was. Name me 5 better.
I mean, I'd have to go look at every single 5-game stretch all those guys last year.
I tell you right now, Mahomes was really good. Hurts was really good. Burrow was coming on.
Okay.
Josh Allen was not a top 5 quarterback the last 6 games of the season.
No.
Josh Allen regressed.
No.
Justin Herbert certainly wasn't.
No.
Baker Mayfield wasn't. We know Derek Carr wasn't. We know Russell Wilson wasn't. Lamar wasn't playing.
Derek didn't play the last 2 games.
We can do this exercise. Dak Prescott. Aaron Rodgers wasn't.
Kirk Cousins was. Kirk Cousins was a top 5 quarterback.
Jared Goff may have an argument.
Kirk Cousins was. Comeback after comeback after comeback. He was putting up numbers. My guy, Kirk Cousins. 888-957-9570. Do you agree with TC? Brock Purdy's Jimmy Garoppolo 2.0?
Yeah, that's a stretch.
That's I mean, the only reason we're getting all emotional about this conversation, this quarterback talk, is because we all agree that Brock Purdy showed more than Jimmy Garoppolo last season ever did, I think.
We'll ask Jordan Elliott. Elliott, Splash Cousins, joining us at 8:30.
And he's been down at training camp, correct? He's been watching these guys.
See, Austin to San Jose, I'm still taking Cousins and Dak over any quarterback the Niners have on the roster.
I would actually, like this year.
I would not take Dak Prescott over anybody on the Niners
this year.
See the interception Dak just threw
I'm
on
taking
practice?
Kirk, and I'm taking
Dak. Dak is whack. Dak is whack. Cowboy fans can't wait to get rid of him.
Don't do the Stephen A. Dak. Come on. Put some respect on Dak
Guru
Prescott.
will walk in an hour. You know Daryl the Guru Johnson was coming here. He would take anybody on the night. Cam's laughing. Cam, you taking Dak Prescott right now?
Nope, not at all.
With this offense?
See? Sam Lovey, you taking Dak right now?
I would take Dak over Brandon Allen
Oh.
and Sam Darnold.
Stop.
That's probably it.
There you go.
This has jumped the shark officially. Listen, I am in agreement that what Brock did last year was awesome, but now we're just getting a little reckless
And you know,
here.
out of
We're
anybody
getting
at the
reckless.
station, I support my African-American quarterbacks. Dak Prescott ain't it.
This whole thing about Dax, real quick, is his interceptions, and because he had a spike last year, his touchdown to interception ratio was 166 to 65 in his career. What are we doing here?
Well, what happened last year? He missed like 4 or 5 games and still led the league in interceptions.
Put Dak Prescott with Kyle Shanahan.
He's a machine.
They're Super Bowl favorites.
When it comes
Come
to
on.
turnovers.
Come
He's
on.
a turnover machine.
I mean, not Super Bowl favorites, NFC favorites.
He's
Come
a
on.
turnover machine. Are you
He has
kidding
Mike
me?
McCarthy as his head coach. What do you expect? It's a Jason
now we're
Garrett.
blaming the head coach.
He's got
Don't
Michael
do that.
Gallup getting sunned in the playoff games. CeeDee Lamb not showing up. Make a play for your guy. He didn't have a good game. I get it. But to sit here and act like Dak Prescott, the Niners wouldn't be more favored if he was the quarterback on the 49ers? Come on.
In 12 games, Dak Prescott threw 15 interceptions.
He had a bad year last
That's
year,
more-
interception-wise.
Oh.
Throughout his career, he's been very good. I just read off the ratio. 166 to 65. Come on. What are we doing here?
Dak Prescott.
What are we doing?
Come on, man.
We've officially... I hate to be pressed against the wall here to
You
be
are. You're
anti...
kidding.
No. Because you're putting me in a position,
This is 10A
Bonte.
rounds.
No, they're not. You're putting me in a
It's 10A
position
rounds.
to tear down Brock Purdy so you can rise him up.
No,
It's
I'm not. No, I got
You're
no dog in the
comparing
fight.
him to the likes
I've
of
got no
Justin
dog in the
Herbert's,
fight.
and it's not fair to
We're
Dak.
just
It's
going
not
off of
fair to
data.
him. It's not
Data
fair to
and the
Brock.
eye test.
It's not fair. It's not fair to Brock Purdy.
What's not fair to
he's
say that he
played-
was a top 5 quarterback the last 6 games of the regular season?
He played 8 games. He's a tier 3 quarterback.
Off the data we saw, he was an elite quarterback the last 6 weeks of the football season last year.
Great. Can he do it next season?
Well, we'll see.
If he does, then yes, he is a top 10 quarterback.
He knows the offense a little bit more. He has more command of the offense. He's got McCaffrey still. Kittle's healthy. Debo's healthy, looking to prove everybody wrong. Ronnie Bell out of Michigan. You better watch out for this slot guy.
Then what's the
better watch out for Ronnie Bell.
Then why are
better
we
watch out for Braden Willis, your H-back. You got some players on this team.
Then why are we having all this quarterback talk this summer? What's the problem?
No, Brock Purdy's the number 1 quarterback.
Okay.
The only talk is who's going to be the backup, Trey or Sam.
So no concerns with Brock this season.
Oh, of course there's concerns. There's durability concerns.
All right.
But in terms of turnovers, Brock Purdy he took care of that football.
We'll see.
He took care of it.
See?
Jordan Elliott coming up here on the roast.
Let's ask him.
Let's ask him about it. That's
Join Lucky Rewards today. You'll earn points for cash back every time you shop and earn extra savings each week with digital coupons on the Lucky app. This week with digital coupon, select varieties of Breyers ice cream are just $1.
This is Gary Payton II, and you are listening to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
Young Glove, GP2. He'll be healthy this year for the Warriors.
What'd you have, truly?
Training preseason schedule already announced.
I'm excited.
They'll play the Lakers twice, the Kings twice, play the Spurs to end it. Victor Wembanyama probably won't play in that game. But 2 bobbleheads you could get: a Steph Curry graduation bobblehead from Davidson and a paper airplane Klay Thompson. Paper plane Clay. 2 bobbleheads, 5 games, 2 up at SAC. Or excuse me, 1 in SAC, 1 in LA, 3 at Chase Center. Preseason slate. Check out Warriors.com for that. They will be back in our lives before you know it.
Oh, yeah. But it's NFL talk, Bonte. Come on. Hall of Fame game was last night.
Sure, NFL talk or Indoor Football League talk?
Ooh. Bay Area Panther talk? We can do that.
Title game gets a Sioux Falls Storm.
Woo!
Kickoff Saturday, which is tomorrow at 1 o'clock. You can hear it right here on 95.7 The Game. Should have sent Evan Giddies and Mark Grandy out for that call. They were on the call for all the Panther home games. They should be going to Henderson,
You want
Nevada.
single Evan out in Vegas, Bonte?
Absolutely. He can handle his own.
Can he?
Yeah. He's a big boy.
Evan's a professional. He'd be able to handle it.
The game's at 1 o'clock.
Vegas never sleeps.
Yeah, you don't sleep on Saturday night.
Is New York the city that never sleeps?
Vegas, too.
Okay.
They all don't
Actually, no. Vegas, like at 3 or 4 in the morning, you walking around the strips, it's kind of a little eerie out there.
No doubt.
Get out Fallout New Vegas.
All right, London, relax. Chill. You're on the edge today. Why is everybody on the edge today? It's a Friday. We all got paid today. You should be happy.
This quarterback convo's got people edgy. Maybe we'll talk to Jordan Elliott about it.
Well, yeah, let's talk to Jordan Elliott about it. Splash Cousin covers the Niners for Niner Nation. Frequent guest on the Morning Roast, as he was all last season. One of the many up-and-coming writers. And he breaks down the film very, very well. He's been at camp. He's been at practice. He's locked in on the Niners situation. Now, let's just start here, Jordan. We're having some fun. We're talking about last season. Brock Purdy, in your eyes, and you break down a lot of film, and these rankings can be stupid. I know a lot of people don't like to partake in them, but Brock Purdy, in my opinion, was a top 5 quarterback the last 6 weeks of the season, a season ago. Because we're talking about Justin Herbert and all this stuff, and I thought Brock Purdy outperformed him. What did you see from Brock Purdy? Because obviously he did a lot to secure the number 1 job heading into camp this year for Kyle Shanahan.
Absolutely. I think it's an interesting conversation because I think Brock Purdy, you want to give him the credit for what he does because I think we've seen in recent seasons it's not possible for just any quarterback to step into Shanahan's offense and execute it at the level Brock Purdy did. They averaged over 30 points per game over the last 6 regular season games that he started, and it was clear that the offense took another step forward from where they had been earlier in the season. The issue, I think, is when you start comparing him to guys like Herbert, is the environment matters so much. And I just think if you put Justin Herbert in Brock Purdy's place, I would have a hard time believing that Herbert wouldn't do as well, if not better. And if you put Brock Purdy in that Chargers offense with some of the injuries they had and the coordinator they had calling plays last year, I don't think he would have played quite up to the same level. So I don't want to take anything away from Brock Purdy. I just think it gets very difficult to compare, and it always makes it more difficult when you're comparing somebody who's not in Kyle's offense because of how how open a lot of these looks get, the way they scheme so many things open, and just how deep the playmakers are. So it takes nothing away from Brock Purdy. I agree, he was fantastic. The offense was electric when he was out there, which is why I really didn't think there was a quarterback controversy heading into camp this year. So I'm with you. He played very well, but I would pause a bit before saying that he was better than Justin Herbert personally.
Yeah, just in those 6 games. In those 6 games. Not better than Justin Herbert at all. Natural ability. Never, not saying that. In those 6 games, though, you could say that Purdy played a better quarterback than Justin Herbert, but we can argue until we're blue in the face. This year, does Brock Purdy, if he remains healthy, have the capability of being a top 10 quarterback in the NFL? Because I believe that he can in this offense with all these weapons.
Yeah, absolutely. I think especially if you look at efficiency numbers and you look at just, again, putting up points and scoring the way they did last year and just keeping the offense on schedule, I think absolutely he's a guy that could fall into that top 10 ranking. I think it all depends on what your view of what a top 10 quarterback is. But if we're going based off of objective metrics and things that can be tracked with statistics and numbers, yeah, I absolutely think he can because as a rookie, he came in right away and he was, leading a top 5 offense based on all those numbers and that efficiency. So I definitely think if he stays healthy, he would be in that conversation.
So what have you seen so far? You've been down at training camp. You've seen all these quarterbacks going on. What have been some of your big takeaways from this quarterback battle for number 2 and for Brock Purdy coming off major surgery?
Absolutely. The biggest takeaway I've probably had is that all 3 of them look really good. And I know that it's really difficult because we've had so much, quarterback controversy the last couple of years. And I think people have this kind of appetite for some kind of extreme one way or the other. They want to hear about if a guy played really well or if a guy was looking really bad out there. And in my eyes, all 3 of them look solid. And the biggest takeaway I've really had is that if the Niners are in a position where any one of those 3 are starting the majority of games this season, I think they're still a double-digit win team, and they're a team that could make a deep run with any of those 3 under center. So, I know the old saying is if you have more than one quarterback, you don't have a quarterback, but I think in the 49ers case, it's not really the case because they know that Brock Purdy's the guy if he's healthy. They've made it abundantly clear. He's the guy he's the only one that's getting exclusive reps with the first team. He looks like a guy who's shaken off a little bit of the rust that was there early on, which was to be expected given the fact that he didn't have an off-season program with the team and he was rehabbing from that injury. But I've been very impressed with Sam Darnold and Trey Lance too. For Sam Darnold, getting to see him up close like this, he's a much better athlete than I think he gets credit for, and we've gotten to see that a little bit, particularly with the amount of times they've had him rolling out, booting to his left, throwing on the run. So I thought that was very impressive. And I think Trey Lance is playing with a lot more confidence than I've seen the last couple of years. He's making a lot of throws with more rhythm than I've seen in previous training camps. So I think they're in a great spot just with the depth of the team.
Bless you, Bonte. Also, Jordan Elliott joining us here on from Niners Nation on 95.7 The Game Morning Roast. Jordan, quick question about Trey Lance. Your overall thoughts on what he could be with this offense going forward? Because we haven't seen a lot from him. 4 games. I think a lot of Niner fans are just hoping that this guy gets an opportunity at some point to show what he can do. And you were just talking about all these guys looking good. Trey Lance, and I asked Bonte this earlier, if you had to wager $100, are you pretty confident that he's going to be quarterback 2 heading into week 1 at Pittsburgh?
To be honest with you, at this point, I would not feel confident about either way, him or Darnold. I don't think either have really separated themselves, and I think it's really going to come down to the preseason, which is what's going to be the ultimate deciding factor there, because it's been very close in camp, and the way they're distributing reps, I don't think there's really a tell yet with how the team's feeling. So I would definitely say that as of this point in time, I wouldn't feel confident really leaning either way. And then as for just, what he could be in this offense, I think he's a guy that the more experience he gets and the more reps he gets, he just needs to build a little bit more rhythm. I think the biggest issue has been this offense is so predicated on staying on schedule and hitting a lot of throws that are timing based that typically take a lot of reps to develop and get to a point where you're comfortably making those consistently. And that would be the one area I would say that still needs to improve a little bit, where it's just you're seeing some flashes in camp where there's some great throws. He's taking shots down the field. He's being a lot more aggressive. But then there's these quick slants, these quick crossers over the middle where the timing clearly still isn't quite where it needs to be. So I'd be interested to see how that progresses over the remainder of camp and the preseason.
What does your gut tell you if Trey Lance doesn't beat out Darnold for the backup job? Would this organization be ready to move on from Trey Lance knowing that, hey, Brock Purdy, in Shanahan's own words, is the real deal, and he remains healthy? And you bring in Sam Darnold, the former number 3 overall pick out of USC. What does your gut tell you about Trey if he does not beat out Sam Darnold? Will he be on his roster when they head to Pittsburgh week 1, September the 10th?
Bonte, I think if it's up to the 49ers, I think they're absolutely going to keep him. I think that, especially given the way last season ended, they don't want to have any kind of doubt going into the year that they're going to have another championship season basically lost due to injuries at that position. The only way I could really see them looking to move him or moving on is if Trey amicably goes to the front office and is like, hey, you know what, like I've come out, I've competed. This clearly doesn't seem to be something that's working. Can we facilitate a move to another team? I could see a scenario where the 49ers would honor a request like that if Trey were to make it, but I don't see a path to them feeling like they could cut him or trade him just based on him not beating out Darnold for that quarterback 2 spot if that's what happens. I genuinely think there still is belief in him there, but the problem I think that they find themselves in is that they might feel like Lance needs a little bit more time to develop, or he might need some more time to get reps. And, all the things that go into developing as a young quarterback, which unfortunately, he was robbed of last season due to a really unfortunate injury. And I think they're at a point now where they know this window with the team they have, with all the guys that they're going to have to pay, some of the stars who are kind of aging out a bit and getting towards the back end of their careers. They have a very small window to maximize this roster, and I think their feeling is just, we saw what we could do with Brock last season. We feel like this gives us the best chance to win today, but I wouldn't be surprised at all if they're feeling like, hey, Lance is still a guy 3-4 years down the line. He's still going to only be in his mid-20s, which is still very young in the grand scheme of things for an NFL career. I would be really surprised if they were that eager to cut him from the team or trade him just based on this preseason, how it would shake out.
Jordan, you going to be out at Vegas next week for joint practices in Henderson, Nevada?
I will not be. I do not do well with heat. I am not a big fan of it. Thankfully, my editor is going to be out there instead. So I luckily dodged a bullet on that one.
Well, what are you looking for anyways, even if you won't be out there? What is some of the things that the average fan should be looking at joint practices? Because we hear from the players all the time, like, this is the stuff that really means. The preseason games, whatever. But it's the joint practices that really get to work out a lot of the kinks leading up to the regular season.
Absolutely. It's probably going to be the most talked about storyline, but I'm really interested to see how that 49ers defense looks against Jimmy. I think that we got to see a taste of it during camp. We got to see kind of them going at it, but it's a little different when it's your teammates. I think that now that he's on a different team, I'm really interested to see if they maybe take it up another notch and they kind of, have this friendly rivalry, kind of take it to another level there. So that would be the number one thing I'm going to watch for, is what does Jimmy G look like against this defense now that they're on opposing teams? And then just kind of, is the intensity level going to be ramped up a bit? Because it feels like this year the practices have been a little bit lighter than the last couple years, and it feels like they're kind of gearing up towards making those joint practices be when they really start ramping things up, and then you start getting into preseason. Next thing you know, we're here at week 1 in Pittsburgh. So I would be really interested to see how much the intensity level jumps up, and which it typically does with those joint practices. It's the first time that you can really hit guys that aren't on your own team. So typically you are going to see guys getting into it a little bit more. You can guarantee there's going to be a couple fights or two breaking out that they're going to have to split up. So I just really want to see where that level of intensity is. But the good thing about the 49ers is that it's a team full of veterans who've been there and who've done that. The team is loaded from top to bottom. I think this is a better roster than last season. So it's not necessarily a case where they have to go out and prove it, because I think they know what's expected of them and they know what the standard is. But I just really want to see if that level of intensity is something where they have just been kind of, pacing this out intentionally until they get to these joint practices, and then they really ramp things up.
What is the biggest concern then? I know you said they're loaded, and I'm with you, Jordan. We're talking to Jordan Elliott, of course, who does a great job for Niners Nation. This team is stacked. But if there's an area of concern on the defense, what area would that be? Would it be the secondary? Would it be up front? What's your take there?
The defense is really good at all three levels. Yeah. I would say my biggest concern would probably just be they lost two really good players in Charles Omenihu and Samson Ebukam. Those guys were phenomenal for them each of the last 2 years. And when you have a defensive player of the year in Nick Bosa, it can kind of get overshadowed a bit what some of these other guys are doing on that defensive front. Mm-hmm. I thought that they did an excellent job by bringing Javon Hargrave in. What he's going to do to the interior is going to be it's going to give them a great boost. Him and Eric Armstead are probably going to be one of the better, if not the best, interior duos in the league. But they're asking a lot of a guy, in Drake Jackson, who's a second-year player with a lot of promise, to kind of take that leap and be that number 2 option next to Bosa on the other side of the line. And I just think that it's a good bet on themselves because they've proven that they can do that in the past and replace guys internally. I just think that the loss of Ebukam and Omenihu is something that, until we see it on the field, right, I'm going to have my doubts that it's something that they can just seamlessly transition over and still get that same level of efficiency.
Offensively, Colton McKivitz, Jake Brendel at center. Of course, McKivitz replacing Mike McGlinchey at right tackle. Is that offensive line, again, the number one concern for the offense?
Mike McGlinchey was a very polarizing player, right? He was somebody that people felt very strongly one way or the other about, but I think one thing most 49ers fans could agree on was he was excellent run blocking, and he was probably one of the preeminent run blocking tackles in all of football.
Right.
And I think that McKivitz is a guy where, he's talked about it a bit, how much he learned from Mike in that regard, angles, hand placement, all the things that go into being a good run blocker in the NFL. that's an area where I'd really be interested to watch is and again, we're comparing it to the other side where Trent Williams is, so that does have to be taken into account. But I'd be really interested to see the efficiency running to the right side compared to the left, and if that's something that is disrupting game plans a little bit early on where they aren't at that level where they need to be, being able to run off the right side because of the drop-off that's there from Mike McGlinchey, really to anybody that'd be replacing him because he was that good in that regard. But I would be really interested to see if they're able to run off that right side with a similar efficiency.
Real quick here, Jordan Elliott, you're doing a hell of a job, Niners Nation, covering the team. You know everything about them. Nick Bosa, your thoughts on the contract situation here real quick? And are you concerned at all that he hasn't been getting live reps and may not even take part in the joint practices next week in Nevada?
So I think it's a situation where it's like everybody kind of knows what the end result is going to be. Both parties do while they're negotiating this. I think it's a matter of just kind of fine-tuning the details, the guaranteed money, all the, extra stipulations that go into contracts. They're going to pay Bosa. Bosa knows he's going to get paid. I think that it's just a situation where it's maybe not where you want to be ideally, but with Bosa, I have zero doubt in my mind that he's, whether he's in Florida or wherever he's off training, that this guy's sleeping and breathing football because that's pretty much what it seems like he does 365 days a year. So I don't think it's going to be a scenario where whenever he does make it into camp or whenever he does make it in to practices during the preseason that he's going to be out of shape or somebody that needs to really ramp up conditioning. Like, I would be really surprised if he doesn't just come in and hit the ground running right away because that just seems to be how he's wired. I really don't have too much concern for him missing camp because over the last couple of years, especially when he was coming off the ACL injury in 2021, he did miss quite a bit of team drills. If I remember correctly, I don't think he really participated in much of any team drills in the 2021 training camp. Had a great season that year. So he's just a guy where I think he'll come in, he'll be prepared, and hopefully they get this done sooner rather than later so that we can not worry about it. Because as you do inch closer to the season, then there's maybe a little bit of pause for concern. But the 49ers have a really good track record of getting their star players paid. And I think that Bosa is a guy where he's just, the number that he's going to get is going to be exceedingly higher than a lot of these deals they've done in the past. And I think the biggest thing is the guaranteed money is going to be a lot higher. And I'd imagine that's where the hang up is a little bit. And that's why this hasn't gotten done, because the money that's going to be in guarantees will be significantly higher than what they've given out in the past.
Jordan, last one for you. Elijah Mitchell hurt again. I mean, he got hurt last year against Chicago. It led me to believe that they needed another running back, and they go get Chris McCaffrey midseason. Ty Davis' prices look fresh. You notice that on the first day of practice, let alone what he's doing through 7 days of practice and training camp. And then Jordan Mason, of course, who finished that game in Seattle, up in Seattle to clinch the NFC West. Is Elijah Mitchell in trouble here when it comes to this running back depth chart?
I think as long as he's able to be healthy and not have, a long-term injury, I think he'll make the roster simply based, on the fact that he has never fumbled the ball once during his entire time in the NFL. He has over 350 carries in the NFL in the postseason and regular season. And it's not just like a fumble recovered by the defense. He's never fumbled the ball recovered by his own team, like flat out never fumbled once. And to me, I think that level of ball security is something where Shanahan really knows that he's a reliable player who's not only going to be efficient running the ball, but he's not going to turn the ball over. And that's why I think as long as he doesn't have something where you're really concerned about a long-term injury, he's a guy that's probably going to be safe when it comes to roster cuts. But the upside, as you mentioned, Jordan Mason and TDP, I thought were two of the best players on the field in yesterday's practice. They were explosive. Mason in particular looked really good catching the football. Last year, we really got a good glimpse of what he looked like running the ball, but he looked like a true weapon in the passing game. And TDP looks like a different player this year. He looked a lot, to me, he looked a lot like leaner just based on the eye test. Mm-hmm. But apparently he's actually put on weight since last year. So to me, that means that he's added more muscle. He's trimmed up but gotten stronger at the same time. So I think the room as a whole is in a good spot. But the thing I always come back to with Mitchell is that ball security. It's every time I look at it, it's fascinating because even the best running backs in this league are going to end up coughing the ball up from time to time, and he's carried the ball pretty much. 350 carries is pretty much a full season for an elite back that's a bell cow, and he's never fumbled one time. So I think that that's something for Shanahan where there's so much value in that he's not going to be looking to replace it unless he absolutely has to.
Well, you just jinxed him, by the way, Jordan. Sorry. He's definitely his first carry, he's fumbling it. I didn't even know that stat, so thank you.
So hopefully they get it out of the way early week 1.
Yeah, right.
No doubt about that. Jordan, we can't wait for this football season. Can't wait to have you on once a month. You do an excellent job for Niners Nation. You know everything about the football team. Should be a fun year. What's your, I guess we'll wait on the prediction stuff. Let's see what happens in training camp. Let's see who's the backup quarterback. Let's see where Brock's health is, and then we'll go from there. Jordan, thanks for the time today on this Good Friday.
Absolute pleasure. Thank you guys so much. Have a great weekend.
Anytime. Jordan Elliott here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. Trey Lance, he believes the Niners will keep him. They will keep him. I'm kind of in that camp, too.
Yeah, they'll keep him. Is he going to be the QB, too, though?
That's going to be interesting. What do you think?
I think yes. I think this whole thing has been a smokescreen. Trey Lance is the 2. Sam is going to be the 3. Brandon Allen's going to be practice squad. What are we doing? Like, this is like Shanahan loves to do this, Bonte. Why does he love to do this so much? Do you think he likes messing with the media? You think he gets a little kick out of it? All these little conversations and stuff like that. He's always so surly at the pressers a lot. He loves messing with us. These smoke screens. He doesn't really like to share his cards, if you will. Knows when to hold them, know when to fold them. R.I.P. Kenny Rogers. I think Shanny knows deep down. Trey, you gave up all this stuff. You got to be 2. Sam Darnold, he'll be the 3. Brandon Allen, see you later. Practice squad.
All right.
Come on.
We got King and Hill coming up in 6 minutes.
Can't wait.
6 minutes. The 7 worst trades in Bay Area sports history. 7 worst trades in Bay Area sports history.
It's been a lot of them. It's been a lot of bad trades.
What's the worst trade you've seen the Raiders make?
Just because of the ramifications of it, Antonio Brown was horrible. I mean, I know they gave up, a 5th-round pick for him, and they signed him all that money. He didn't play a snap for him, Bonte. Frozen feet, hot air balloons, recording conversations with your head coach.
That was a mess.
Leaving for the Patriots. By the way, this is after you got rid of Khalil Mack.
Yeah.
So John Gruden, I just destroyed his reputation as far, well, we already know his reputation now around the league. But prior to that, prior to any of the leaked emails, stuff like that, all the racist stuff and the homophobic, all that sort of stuff, prior to that, he ruined his reputation by getting rid of Khalil Mack. And you can use that as a trade if you want to.
Right.
The Khalil Mack trade.
Yeah.
That was one of them too. That was a double whammy.
It's a terrible move.
Horrible.
Didn't kill the Raiders.
No, they were fine that year. 7-9.
And the Bears, what did they make? 1 postseason with Khalil Mack?
He was, yeah. In fairness, that was a wash for both of them. So it was just like, whatever. I love this NFL primetime music.
You do love that music?
I love it. But, no, Antonio Brown, Randy Moss, if you want to do that one, sure. Like, those are the 3 worst ones of my lifetime. The Khalil Mack one, it just hurt because he was a cornerstone guy.
Rodney Hudson, too. Horrible trade.
Yeah, that was a real, but Rodney Hudson, he was like 1 and done with the Arizona Cardinals. He was out pretty quick.
I could do a top 7 with just Warrior moves, Warrior trades.
All time. But they had some good ones, too, recently. We remember the good ones. Bogut, David Lee, right?
I remember the bad ones. Weber.
Yeah.
Vince Carter.
Yeah.
For Anton Jameson on draft night.
Yeah.
Played the same position that Vince Carter was playing. Anyway, Rob is said Bruno. Rob, what's happening?
Oh, the legend. What's up, Rob?
What's going on, fellas? See, I listened to the interview. It was a good interview, good conversation. But I don't get when they say, "Oh, we win now, so Purdy going to be the guy." If we win now, when you think we go out and get a veteran quarterback, a la the Jets did, and then we're acting as if Purdy's this finished product. He played well last year, but wasn't great. He didn't play. He wasn't doing extraordinary stuff. He made enough plays where he handed the ball off, and he hit the plays that were there. But it wasn't like he was out there throwing for 300, throwing strikes. I don't understand his premise that we'll win now and Purdy's win now. No, Purdy still has a lot to develop. He hasn't added anything that we were missing in his offense. We still don't got a deep ball. We still don't got a deep threat on the outside. We still have the ability to win on the outside on a consistent basis, like we can win in the middle of the field. So how can we say we win now when we still got on our offense where we're not really up to Mahomes, the Islands, and all these other offenses that can score just like that? We still got to go slow pace and do all that. So how can you say we win now when Purdy still has to develop? I don't understand that. He's not a finished product at all.
Real quick, Rob, you don't think this is a Super Bowl team in the 49ers?
No. On the Super Bowl,
even though they were just in the NFC Championship, though, Rob, with Brock Purdy.
Man, somebody got to be there. My thing is this.
They just lucked into it. Come on.
No, go let Rob finish. That was good.
I love you, Rob.
The defense, the defense, we got the defenses there. The running game is there, but we still got in our passing game. All the teams that went to the Super Bowl that played well, they can pass outside the numbers, and that's still a huge issue for us in this offense. So how can you say we win now when we didn't really develop that part of our offense yet? I don't understand that. You got to be able to do everything, not just one thing.
No doubt. How do you think this plays out for Trey Lance, Rob?
Man, I mean, I told you last year, and I'm gonna say it again. It's been a complete sabotage. If you watch that, the press yesterday when they was talking to Cal, and they talking about how he got hit in camp, and Cal almost lost my mind. Okay, what was that for? Which you was running Trey up the gut? You had no for him, but for Purdy, you almost lose your mind in camp, but you didn't mind running Trey up the gut 15 times a game. You didn't do your running backs like that. I feel like Trey just needs to get up out of here because this obviously the coach is not with him. The general manager's not with him. I think some of the players with him, but the coaches and the general managers, they not feeling them. So I'm saying trade him to Minnesota. Get your boy Kirk Cousins.
Yeah.
Let Trey go home.
Oh, there you go, Rob.
Rob.
Now you're talking.
Rob.
Now
do you
you're
really
talking.
Do you really want Kirk Cousins?
I don't want Kirk Cousins. Not about what I want. It's about what Cal wants. Trey don't fit the style of quarterback that Cal wants. Period.
Yeah.
You can see it. You see it right between his eyes. So let Trey go home and dominate. And then you want Kirk Cousins, and you say you can win a Super Bowl with Kirk Cousins. Kirk Cousins. If we Super Bowl or bust, let's do it then. If we Super Bowl or bust, and I want no excuses at the end of the year saying, "Oh well, Brock was young." No. Y'all say he didn't win a Super Bowl. Super Bowl or bust. Let's do it. Put the pressure on Kyle to make it happen.
I agree. Thanks, Rob.
Good call, Rob. Good call.
That's where I'm at with Kyle Shanahan. It's the nut up or shut up at this point, man. Shout out Zombieland. You gotta go out there and get your guy. And we all thought it was going to be his guy, right? Trey Lance. Didn't we all think that, Bonte?
That's the most disappointing part is that this Shanahan era, if it doesn't end with the Super Bowl or it doesn't net a Super Bowl, we're going to all look back and say, Shanahan just never got his guy. And he had 2 golden chances to do that. His first ever draft with the Niners, Deshaun Watson was sitting right there. I don't want to talk about Deshaun Watson, the person now. We didn't know what it was. Back then, what we knew about Deshaun Watson, that was the guy to take number 3 overall. He ended up taking C.J. Beathard in the 3rd round because he was hell-bent on getting Kirk Cousins. All right, it's failure number 1. You can make the excuse that, hey, you know what? You had an expansion team. You were trying to build it up before you got the quarterback. Fine. You didn't want to start the quarterback clock. Fine. I'll listen to that. But you had a chance to get the guy. In the draft class, it had Justin Fields and Mac Jones sitting there after the number 2 spot.
And people still think Mike Silver, San Francisco Chronicle, Mac Jones, he wanted him.
So you failed on getting that guy in that last draft. Will that come back to harm Shanahan? Now, again, they fell into Brock Purdy. You gotta feel extremely lucky to get Brock Purdy. And for Brock Purdy to play as well as he did last season, I did not see that coming whatsoever.
No, I don't know if the 49ers did. They can say they did, but I mean,
I don't believe it.
They get credit for the draft. Like, we'll give them credit. Like, we can say luck, but they made the pick, so they get all the credit, John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan. But to your point, he get kind of luck into it, and it's going to be fascinating to see if he can build off there because there's a lot of skeptics like Rob and Sam Bruno right there that's like, hey, listen, man, congratulations, you had a flash in the pan. But I don't agree with Rob when he said, like, he showed us what Jimmy Garoppolo just. No, I don't agree with that.
Yeah.
He was throwing darts. He was making dimes left and right. He outdueled Tom freaking Brady. And I get it. The defenses are a huge part of that. Tom didn't have a great offensive line. He had Purdy chance. Purdy.
Yeah, Purdy chance. Oh, I was there. But as you were listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and AC1, San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. A lot of people are saying that, the pressure got to Shanahan. But I don't believe whatsoever that Shanahan wanted Mac Jones. Because of the way he gussed over Josh Allen on Monday Night Football during the pandemic season. Josh Allen lit up the Niners in Glendale, Arizona. Shanahan said after the game, boy, it kind of changes your thought process on the quarterback. That looks like the future quarterback. Guy who can run, can throw, has a power arm, whatnot. And I think he fell in love with that. Trey Lance was supposed to be Josh Allen. Maybe a poor man's Josh Allen. But listen, hold on. So I don't believe that Mac Jones was his guy because I think about Mike Shanahan, his father. Mike Shanahan, you look at the history of quarterbacks under Mike Shanahan. that lineage. John Elway, then Steve Young, who he helps win a Super Bowl. Steve Young's most prolific season as a quarterback with the 49ers came under Mike Shanahan. Then he goes back to Denver, and he has strong running games, but he has John Elway, who could do a little bit of both. Although he is at the twilight of his career, he could still do a little bit of
Hall
both.
of Famer, one of the best of all time.
Jake Plummer, what was he?
Jake
a
the
guy
Snake.
with the boot action,
Yeah.
can run, could be mobile, strong arm. Jake Cutler, he looked at that and said, boy, I could get another Jake Plummer here. RG3, obviously, they were not as high on him, but those first 5 quarterbacks, think about that. Mike Shanahan was doing a lot of scouting as well, and he was up there in North Dakota State with Kyle and the 49ers brass. I do believe Trey Lance was Kyle Shanahan's pick. I don't buy it that Mike Jones was the guy he wanted. I just don't buy that.
I just look at all the prior quarterbacks and the ones after Trey. Kirk Cousins, Matt Ryan, right? Jimmy Garoppolo, CJ Beathard,
And
Nick
he didn't
Mullins.
want Jimmy, right? He didn't really want Jimmy.
But they traded for him. They signed him to the extension. It is what it is. That's the guy he had. And now they got their guy in Trey Lance when they had Mac Jones, who fits the mold of the guys I just mentioned way more than Trey ever did. So I'm just following the tea leaves of Kyle Shanahan's career, and Mac Jones screams Kirk Cousins and Matt Ryan. Trey Lance screams Robert Griffin. But even then, I'm trying to find a comp for Trey Lance because people were thinking he was going to be like a Lamar Jackson. That wasn't his game. He wasn't Lamar.
The comp was more, my comp was Donovan McNabb.
Okay.
Can you be Donovan McNabb?
A little bit athletic, not crazy athlete, but the arm is there. He can move around. He can use legs a little bit, not to where, but and that's the thing I think 49er fans are frustrated with is how they used him specifically last season and him getting hurt, running up the gut. I'm with them on that. I would like to see the same playbooks because it didn't feel like it was the same when I saw Jimmy Garoppolo, Trey Lance, Brock Purdy. It didn't feel like it, Bonte.
No,
didn't feel like it.
Let's before we get to King of the Hill, let's get to Brandon in Fairfield. Brandon, what's happening?
What's up, Brandon?
Hey, morning, guys.
Morning.
Hey, the caller previous to me, he hit the nail right on the head, man. It looks like sabotage from the outside in. I mean, look at all the pundits online, you guys, your Larry Krugers, your Lombardis, and all those guys. When Brock has a bad day, they just say, oh, it's just mediocre. When Trey does the exact same thing, oh, my God, his confidence, this and that. Straight Niner talking points. Just let the guy go somewhere else, Minnesota, whatever, and start his career.
All right.
Man.
All right, Brandon. Wow.
I'm hearing a lot of Niner fans feel that way. That was already like the third or fourth one where we said, you know what, let him move on.
Sabotage.
Niner fans, listen, I get it. It feels, though, like we've turned into I'm a Trey fan now, and it feels like a lot of Niner fans are upset about how he's getting treated. And I understand that, but at the same time...
Think about when they made that deal. On a Friday morning, right after the morning rolls, Niners, boom, trade with Miami to go to number 3 overall to make that move.
I remember I was working with you.
To make that move.
I was working with you, yeah.
A big splashy move. And you go out there and make that move to go get your guy finally.
Yeah.
And it's just incomplete right now because we haven't seen enough of them.
I see. Incomplete. It is.
Like that?
I like that. That was
George
good.
Kittle missed 3 of the 4 games that Trey started. Christian McCaffrey never played with him.
And that's huge.
Elijah Mitchell got hurt week 1 against Chicago. I just don't know.
No, that Christian McCaffrey thing is massive. He's one of the greatest offensive players in the game. You don't think that makes a difference? It's huge. And what's a quarterback's best friend? A young quarterback's best friend? It's a tight end, right?
So,
George Kittle.
We'll see. All right, let's move on to King of the Hill. King of the Hill before we get to Hank Showman to talk some Giants, and then we'll end the show with some more Niners talk. King of the Hill right here on The Roast. And it's brought to you by West Coast Men's Health. Successfully treating men for ED and chronic pain. Visit westcoastmenshealth.com. Help them out, Lemon. Let's go.
It's all right. There it is.
There we go.
I love that. Dude, this beat gets me. Again, Hall of Fame game yesterday. Football is in the air, folks. It's in the air. And so is King of the Hill.
King of the Hill. 7 worst trades in Bay Area sports history.
There's a lot of them.
This was a tough list to compile. It was tough. Let's start off with number 7.
Oh, boy.
It's got to be tough for Raider fans. Back in 2007, the Raiders traded Randy Moss for a 4th-round pick in the 2007 NFL Draft. All Randy Moss did that year. Because remember Al Davis with the whole Randy Moss for a 4th-round pick.
Yeah.
Randy Moss for a 4th-round pick. It was all time.
R.I.P.
All time. And all Randy Moss did in New England was break records. That year, 23 touchdown catches, 98 receptions, 1,493 yards. Finished second in the Offensive Player of the Year voting. It's just unbelievable. He was unreal that season. Randy Moss, that's got to be one of the worst trades in Raider history, and they've had a lot of bad trades.
No, we were just going down memory lane, Bonte. That is one of them, and I always think back. I think Randy Moss, he was doing ESPN. I think he's out there now,
right.
But he was doing ESPN, and they were wherever they were on Monday Night Football, Minnesota or something like that. And then you just see Randy Moss turn around, and a Raider fan like, yeah, Randy, you sucked in Oakland. He's like, turns around, I'm not a Raider. He doesn't even acknowledge that part of his career.
He did it to Hall of Fame.
Oh,
trying to say I got love for the Raider Nation.
Please.
Whatever. Number six. Cespedes in 2014 traded away from the Oakland A's for Johnny Lester and Johnny Gomes. What that did, that A's fade in the second half of the season, it killed Brandon Moss's numbers. It killed Josh Donaldson's numbers. You trade your cleanup hitter for John Lester, who couldn't even throw over to first base. You're losing a wild card game to Kansas City because Johnny Lester can't throw over to first base. Kansas City's running all over the place. They win 9-8. To me, that was a terrible trade. There's been a lot of terrible trades in Oakland A history. That one right there, I'm going to put at number 6.
Yeah, Sam brings that one up to me a lot. Sam Lubin, producer extraordinaire and host of Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys. I'm sure you find it in all your Odyssey apps. I'm not mad at that one still. I understand the mindset of there. After they made that trade, Bonte, they were World Series favorites once they got Hamill, Samardzija, Lester. It didn't work out.
They started fading, though.
But you know what? They were fading a little bit before that trade happened.
They needed that cleanup. They needed that cleanup hitter, though.
They were fading a little bit before that trade happened, and it was a horrible collapse. And you know the guy I blame for that? I don't blame Billy Beane. I blame the guy over in San Diego right now, Bob Melvin.
Oh,
that's a hot take. Yeah, people don't like to blame Bob Melvin. He's a local guy.
All right.
Comes up short a lot when it matters most.
Quickly. Number 5. This is my all-time favorite. Golden State agreed to a sign and trade deal sending Chris Webber to the Washington Bullets, now the Wizards, for forward Tom Gugliotta and 3 first-round picks. The 3 draft picks included 2 of the picks the Warriors had traded to the Magic to obtain Webber in the first place, as the Magic had included these picks in a trade package with the Bullets less than 4 months earlier. So the Warriors, an all-time disaster there. All-time disaster trading away Chris Webber. They hadn't made the playoffs either. They had made the playoffs Webber's rookie year, didn't make the playoffs again until, we believe, in 06-07.
Man.
The curse of the Webber trade was real. Number 4. June 9th, 1980. Celtics president Red Auerbach, the great Red Auerbach, holds the Warriors again, dealt the top overall pick, an additional first-round pick to the Warriors for Robert Parrish, and the Warriors' first-round pick, the 3rd overall. With that pick, the Celtics chose Kevin McHale. The Warriors drafted, just barely cares, Joe Barry Carroll with the pick. That's an all-time disaster. McHale of Paris goes on to win 3 championships with the Boston Celtics.
It's an all-time nickname, too.
All-time nickname. What a bad trade by the Golden State Warriors. Red Auerbach holds in them. All right, number 3. Charles Haley going to the Dallas Cowboys. This was a blunder by the Niners, trading him within the conference. And they traded Charles Haley for a second-round pick that turned into Vincent Brisby. Nobody remembers him. And a 1994 third-round selection, and nobody remembered this kid either. I can't even pronounce his name. Nobody even knows him. Charles Haley going to the Dallas Cowboys helped the Cowboys win 3 Super Bowl championships in the 90s. An awful, awful deal by the 49ers and George Seifert, all because Haley was a hothead and Seifert couldn't handle him. All right, number 2. O.J. Simpson was on the downside of his career, the juice. And the Bills fleece Joe Thomas and the Niners in a massive one-sided deal. The Niners traded their 2nd and 3rd round picks in 1978, their 1st and 4th round picks in 79, and a 1980 second rounder to acquire O.J. Simpson. O.J. Simpson in 2 seasons with the Niners ran for 1,053 yards. 1,053.
Hello, Twitter world.
Oh, by the way, that 1979 first-round pick turned out to be the number 1 overall pick because the Niners were terrible. That's an all-time hose job by the Buffalo Bills. And number 1. Whenever you trade Wilt Chamberlain, it's a bad move. Even though it was financial and Wilt Chamberlain wanted to be closer to Philadelphia, the Warriors traded Wilt Chamberlain. The Warriors once traded Wilt Chamberlain. And they did it for financial reasons to reduce their payroll. They received 3 forgettable players in return for Wilt Chamberlain. And Wilt, of course, goes on to win the championship with the Sixers, goes on to win another championship with the LA Lakers. That was an awful, awful deal. Those are our top 7 worst trades in Bay Area sports history. Anton Jameson for Vince Carter, or Vince Carter for Anton Jameson. That's in a running honorable mention. How about, that's not even a trade.
I want to ask Hank Schulman next about the worst trade in San Francisco Giants history.
What about an honorable mention? It was Joe Nathan, Booth Bonser, Francisco Liriano for 1 year of A.J. Pierzynski. That was an awful move, but that didn't make the top 7 list. All right, Hank Schulman coming up, former beat writer for the San Francisco Giants, for the Chronicle, I should say, and that's coming up, brought to you by S.E. Johnson STEM.
Humans can do a lot of amazing things. Fighting bugs? Ew, a bug, get it! Isn't one of them. STEM is powered by active ingredients found in plants to fight off bugs safely and effectively.
This is Kevon Looney. Welcome back to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. Take it away, Monte.
Loon Dog. It's my guy right there.
Look at you.
It's my guy. Kevon Looney. Can't wait to see him on the court. Preseason schedule has been released for the Golden State Warriors. That's right. 5 games in the preseason, 3 at Chase Center, including 2 bobblehead nights. 1 bobblehead involving Steph Curry, the graduation bobblehead. He's got his Davidson gown, cap and gown on with the diploma. Then you got paper airplane clay. So 2 bobbleheads going down there, and once against the LA Lakers and once against the Sacramento Kings.
That's awesome.
Kings and Warriors will play twice in the preseason. Warriors and Lakers will play twice in the preseason.
I
once in LA.
love preseason games, Bonte, because they're just low stakes. It's fun. You can bring your kids there. If you have little ones, I bring young Benjamin. He's 3 years old. He just loves to see the guys play. Like, he gets to see. And that's the fun thing about preseason basketball. He gets to see LeBron. He gets to see Steph. He gets to see Draymond, all these sort of guys, Chris Paul playing there. So it'll be pretty cool. I'll be there. First game in action for Chris Paul. I'll
First
be there.
game in action, no doubt. Xfinity Mobile text line out to the King of the Hill. My dad said from the 415, Gaylord Perry for Sam McDowell was his worst trade memory.
Wow, that's a way back.
408, Jose Canseco for the, I'm not going to say that, but for Ruben Sierra. Not the greatest trade, but Jose kind of faded after that.
Yeah.
Jose faded. There was a couple on YouTube as well. And YouTube, of course, now sponsored by First NorCal Credit Union. We got Hank Schulman. We got the great Hank. All right, let's bring in Hank, legendary former Giants beat writer for the Chronicle. We grew up reading him. Now he covers them every now and then for MLB.com because he gets a little bored around the house, and he knows the Giants inside and out. Hank, good morning, man. Welcome to the Morning Roast.
Good morning, and thanks for starting by reminding me how old I am.
No. You started off as an 18-year-old, man. You're a young scribe. That's all.
Okay.
That's all. And hey, we remember the hair game, too. You had great hair, Hank. Yeah, great hair.
Mulletville.
The Mulletville, man. The mullet was bopping, man. Listen, the trade deadline has come and went, and the Giants have won 3 straight against Arizona. They go 11-9 in this 20-game stretch where they only have 1 day off since the All-Star break. And I was okay with Farhan Zaidi not making a big splash at the deadline. Where are you at with that? With the Giants winning games, there are 12 games over 500. I kind of like Farhan to just stick it to the plan, saying, hey, look, if there's not a big-time move out there, I'm not going to make it just to make it. What did you make of the Giants' quiet trade deadline?
Well, for one thing, I don't think there were a lot of big moves to be made. I mean, this was one of the weakest trade deadline days I've ever seen in terms of talent changing hands. I mean, you obviously had Justin Verlander and Max Scherzer both being moved from the Mets. But both of those guys had no trade clauses, and I don't think either one of them had any desire to come to San Francisco. And you start looking at the other names of the pitchers. I really thought they needed, more than anything, I thought they needed a starter, and even a number 3 type or whatever. But even other than Jack Flaherty, who's come on pretty well, Michael Lorenzen maybe, there really weren't any of those guys out there, and the asks, I think, were kind of high, and I really kind of believe that the Giants are in a spot right now, in my opinion, with their farm system where it's far more improved. It might be the strongest farm system yet since the days of Buster Posey, Crawford, Belt, Lincecum, and all those guys. But it's not at the point like where the Dodgers have it or the Padres were at last year when they traded Soto, where they could afford to dig into that farm system and not hurt themselves for the future. They're probably about a year away from that, and I was fine with them not trading any prospect that you would kind of make you go, whoa, why did they get rid of him for a rental? Now, if it was for a player that you could control for a year after this, I would have been fine with trading pretty much any one of those prospects for a guy they could have gotten for a year and 2 months. So, I'm still a little wary of this whole opener for 3 out of the 5 spots. Maybe it'll be 2 out of 5 if Harrison can come up and join the rotation as a mainstay. We don't know if he will yet. I'm a little wary of that, but I don't think there was anybody out there. I mean, Lance Lynn, the Dodgers got Lance Lynn. He's statistically the worst pitcher in baseball this year. That's not a splash.
Right.
No, totally. You're right. And you were talking about splashes and stuff like that, not making one. Where are you at with Giants and Giants fans, and what should expectations be for this team down the stretch? Because I was talking this morning, Hank, and listen, if they get in, all bets are off from me. Like, it's a crapshoot. Anything could happen. If Webb and Cobb are hot, hell, you got Ross Stripling in there. He's been decent the last few starts. Anything could happen. What should expectations for this squad be heading down the stretch here in a tough August?
Well, I mean, I agree with the point that, I mean, once you get in, the Giants proved that in the old days, back in 2010, 12, and 14, that they proved that once you get in, anything really can happen. I mean, the 2012 team was loaded, but other than that, 10 and 14 were not. You wouldn't have expected them to win the World Series. And right now, if the playoffs open today, they would be in that new division series that division series round where they would actually host all three games in a best of 2 of 3 series. So that's an advantage. And you know, the NL Central is so weak that if the Giants somehow manage to win the division, they could actually have home field in 2 playoff series. But I'm still, I'm still going to be skeptical because of 2 things. Again, like I said, I'm not sure this whole opener thing for 3 out of 5 spots or 2 out of 5 spots is really sustainable long term without kind of bruising that bullpen a little bit. I think Kapler has done a great job of managing it. And the other thing is that the Giants they're going to get Estrada back. That lengthens the lineup. Maybe some of the rookies who got hot and sort of lost it a little bit may get hot again. You know, Jock has not been hitting, and the Giants really don't have that stretch of a lineup like all the other contenders have, where you go, well, okay, once we get through this stretch, we'll be okay for the next couple of innings, and then that's what concerns me about the Giants making a sustained run in the playoffs or even getting through this next month. You alluded to it. I mean, this schedule is not just brutal in terms of the teams they're playing, but they're playing teams that put up a lot of runs. I mean, they got to play the Braves 6 times in the span of 10 days. They got the Rangers coming in, and thank goodness for the Giants, they're not going to Texas, where they have a live ballpark over there. And I just don't know that they can sustain for the next month, winning games 3-2, 4-3, and whatnot. If they can get through August, they have a pretty good shot. But again, once they get into the playoffs, it really they don't have that. The Dodgers start the lineup out with Mookie Betts and Freddie Freeman, and the Braves have that monstrous middle lineup. The Giants just don't have that. I mean, the Giants have been winning with 1 or 2 guys maybe getting hot at the same time and then just dominating on the mound. So I've seen the Giants win without the best lineups before in the postseason. I'm still a little skeptical.
Yeah, I'm with you. Hank Schulman here on the Morning Ross on 95.7 The Game, former Giants beat writer for the Chronicle. Now he covers them every now and then, but he's still tapped in for MLB.com. I'm with you there. You talked about the Braves. They got at least 5 guys with 20-plus home runs. That lineup is deep. You look at you mentioned the Dodgers with Betts, Freeman, Will Smith. J.D. Martinez is having a good year. They bring back Kike Hernandez, a known Giants killer. I'm with you with this lineup that batted 209 in the month of July. And you mentioned Texas coming in next weekend. Now they're going to see Shohei in L.A. I'm sure the rumors, hey, the Giants going to get Shohei. I don't think so. We don't have to talk about that. But Bochy coming back to town. You covered Bochy's entire tenure with the Giants. What is that going to be like for Giants fans when the Rangers do come to town next week with their first-place baseball team?
Well, I think it's going to be a love fest. I mean, I don't think there's any question that Bruce Bochy would be a Hall of Famer right now if he had not decided to come back into baseball. He would have been on the the ballot. Maybe it's this year's ballot. I mean, with the managers, and I mean, I don't think there's anybody else who has worn a uniform, including that. Maybe aside from Buster, who had more to do with the Giants winning 3 and 5 than Bruce Bochy did. And it's going to be weird to see him in blue. I mean, for the Giants fans, thank goodness it's not the other blue that he's come in with. But he's got a great team. I mean, I have to imagine that when Chris Young called him and said, "Hey, we'd like you to manage," and he had already seen what the Rangers had done by bringing in some of the bats that they had brought in, and then after he, then after he agrees to manage, they bring in this whole load of star pitchers. Unfortunately, DeGrom got hurt. But then they go out and they bring in Max Scherzer.
Yep.
So I mean, I think that it's great for Bochy that he's finally got a team that can really put up runs in bunches. He had one team like that in all of his time with the Giants. That was the 2012 team. And I mean, I think he should get a rousing ovation every time his name is mentioned and every time he kind of walks onto the field. And I'd love to see him actually get mad at an umpire, blow up, and get it. That was always fun.
No doubt. Time him with the stopwatch. See how long it takes him to get out that dugout to home plate.
Absolutely. A guy that actually doesn't get tossed a lot is Gabe Kapler. I wanted to ask you about him. A lot was made about the hiring of him, that presser. We all remember it. Wasn't very comfortable for him, I'm sure. What are your thoughts on the kind of job he's done this year and his tenure so far as a Giants manager?
Well, I mean, I think he's evolved and he's grown. Remember, when he got here, he only had 2 years of managing experience. And, this is a guy who played on old school teams. So he gets hired into a sort of new school environment in Philadelphia. And, they wanted him to manage by the sabermetric rules. And it really was touch and go there because, he was just early on, he was making decisions that really had no bearing on what the feelings of the players were. And I think he learned a lot. I think that the Giants owe the Phillies a debt for, hiring him and then letting him make all these mistakes for 2 years. And I think he left Philadelphia a better manager than he was when he got there by quite a lot. It was a 2-year, I guess it's called an associate's degree that you get from a 2-year college.
I know all about that.
Very valuable. I mean, those 2 years are very valuable. And now he's earned his bachelor's in San Francisco with that 107 win team. And now I think he's, almost ready to get that master's degree because the way he's managing this, the lineup and the rotation if you want to call it a rotation, the pitching, is just, it's unreal. And, I think part of it that gets lost is that, it's something that used to be criticized, which is how the front office, sort of gets into the manager's office, for decision making and all that. I don't think Gabe would be able to do this alone without sort of a daily consultation with Farhan Zaidi. Now that they've been together all these years, not just Farhan, but other people in the front office, the player evaluators, the sabermetrics people. And it just seems like a great managing team. I don't mean team like in the sense of the Giants. I mean team like in the sense of the entirety of the group that is making these decisions every day on what the team, or at least how the team is going to start these games. And then, I mean, his use of the bullpen, his use of the pinch hitters. He pinch hit for Conforto in the fourth or fifth.
Yeah,
he'll pinch hit.
Yeah.
He'll put Slater in there in the third inning for a left-handed hitter if a left-handed pitcher happens to come out on the mound. And that requires a big buy-in from the players. I'm not sure all the players agree with it. I think if Alex Wood were over my sofa right now, we'd have quite the conversation. But I mean, I just think it's phenomenal. And I wouldn't have said this when Gabe got hired, but I think the Giants are very fortunate to have him.
I think he's done a great job. And you mentioned the part-time roles here. Marco Luciano, for crying out loud, got pinch hit for in his major league debut. And I wonder how players feel about that in the offseason when it comes to free agency and signing with the Giants. But, hey, I did want to ask you about Farhan because it feels like to describe Farhan Zaidi, it feels like it's a lot more negativity when you say the name Farhan Zaidi than it is positive with the moves he's made, some of the lack of signings, some of the signings that he's made. How would you assess his overall job since he's become the president of baseball operations with the Giants?
Well, first of all, I think that the mood on Zaidi from the fans, changes week to week and month to month. I mean, when they won 170 games a couple of years ago, he was the greatest thing since sliced bread. And you wonder why sliced bread hadn't been invented many centuries ago, but that's a digression there. I think that he's done a good job with bringing in sort of undervalued players, which is the whole Moneyball thing, right? Bringing in players who might be undervalued by other teams. Even there have been some busts. I mean, you can't deny that. I mean, they paid $13 million for the right to trade for Will Wilson, who's a prospect who's kind of been a bust. I mean, Hunter Bishop, their very first draft pick under this regime. I mean, he's been hurt a lot, but I mean, looks like he's turning into a nothing. Part of the problem that he has is that he hasn't had much of a farm system to use for trading for impact players, and I can't tell you because I'm not with the team. I don't know how much he's been constricted at all financially in making some moves that he could have made, but he has been constricted in the fact that hitters still don't want to sign here as free agents as much as they want to sign with other teams, and the Giants haven't been of a mind to just come in and blow somebody out of the water. Right. They have made offers that players have turned down that were higher than the offers that they took, but I think it's been a learning experience for Farhan too. I mean, some of the things that worked really well with the A's and the Dodgers may not have worked well here because he hasn't had the same kind of farm system that he had in Oakland and Los Angeles. But I mean, I think overall he's done a good job. I mean, you pick up guys just as an example. I mean, Alex Cobb, he's gone out and looked at guys who have been injured in the past and may have had a lot of downside, but they've seen what what these guys have done and feel that there's no reason they can't do it again when healthy. I mean, Mike Yastrzemski, bringing him in after the Orioles of all teams, when they were really bad, wouldn't give him a chance to play. And there's move after even Connor Joe. Do you remember? I don't know if you remember.
I remember Connor Joe, Michael Redd, that first game in San Diego.
Yeah, I mean, this is like, Farhan was just absolutely blasted, saying, "Okay, so this is the kind of guy we're going to be getting." This is like a computer spits out a name, and you get this guy, and he's, nobody's ever heard of him. He's not going to be any good. And fans made fun of him. Connor Joe became sort of the poster child for what would be a failed Farhan Zaidi era. And they ended up getting rid of him after a couple of bad weeks, because they had the opportunity to get Kevin Pillar. And then Connor Joe ends up becoming a very, very valuable player. Look at what Mike Tauchman is doing for the Chicago Cubs. Not just going over the wall to catch balls, but hitting-wise. He's been one of the Cubs' best hitters this summer. So the philosophy they have and the tools they're using to find players is very good. And, ultimately, you give Farhan Zaidi the right amount of money and a farm system to deal with, and I think he can be as successful as any other general manager in the league or baseball ops president.
Should be very interesting to see how the season ends. 7 against the Dodgers in the last 10 games. This next 16, 18-game stretch, 2 against the A's, and as you mentioned, the Angels down to Disneyland, Rangers, the Rays coming to town. Then you got the Braves 6 times in 10 days, sandwiched with a series in between that with the Philadelphia Phillies in Philly. We're going to find out, but it's been a fun season. It definitely, they've exceeded everybody's, I think, expectations around these parts with the way the offseason went. So, Giants playing some good ball. Hank, we got to do it again soon, man. Thanks for spending some time with us this morning.
All right, you bet. Thanks for reaching out.
Anytime. Thanks, Hank Schulman, legendary beat writer for the San Francisco Chronicle, covers them now and then for MLB.com. He knows the Giants very well. So a lot of good praises for Farhan Zaidi. Some love for Gabe Kapler.
I liked that. That was interesting. The associate's degree, getting his bachelor's, and now he's getting his master's, maybe.
Very well played.
Deep run here. I'll give him his master's, but the doctor's coming into town next weekend, and that's Bruce Bochy.
That is Bruce Bochy. And he kind of said, I don't know if they can be a World Series team. We'll see. If you get to the play again, I believe they do have a World Series worthy bullpen. I do believe that with the Rogers brothers, Camilo Duvall, Ryan Walker's pitching well. Our guy Luke Jackson's pitching well. Scott Alexander opened the game yesterday.
Yeah,
I'm not mad at them, but can you get at least 3 starters? At least 3.
Maybe Ross Stripling will be that guy. He's been having some quality starts as of late. You paid him the money. You would hope to be. I mean, that was the thing into this season, Bonte. Starting pitching. We thought that was the depth, but it turns out it's the bullpen.
The Giants with the rare Friday off.
Weird. Very weird. But good for them. What are they going to go do?
They deserve
Payday Friday. What are you going to go do on a Friday in the Bay? Come on, there's lots to do.
And all you have to do is travel to Oakland. You don't have to leave California for the next couple weeks. Just weird to not have them playing on a Friday.
That's sneaky big, though, for a fan, like for the baseball as a sport, it's a grind, man. And to be near your families for a lot of these guys, to be close, those that live here, obviously, some do, some don't. But to have your family around, to be able to relax, take a mental break, because we were talking about it, this Giants stretch that they've been on. They've had one off day the last couple weeks, just one, because they had that makeup game in Detroit. Right. So it was Oakland and then Boston and then that one off day. Now they got, I'm going to say 3 off days, but the way the A's are playing, it might be a couple of off days. They're 50 games under 500.
They're awful. I don't think they're going to win 50 games. Arizona, team right behind the Giants, 4 games back in the NL West of the Giants, second place Giants in the NL West. Of course, the Giants 2.5 back in the Dodgers, but 4 back in the loss column. Arizona has to go to Minnesota. Have to play in Minnesota after leaving the Bay Area. That's a long flight.
It is a long flight.
And they are scuffling right now.
Minnesota's
37
playing
the
well,
last
too.
10. Minnesota's playing a lot better. They have some really good pitching.
Sonny Gray.
Sonny Gray's pitching well.
Another trade.
Another trade. Another good trade.
You got James Caprillion for that one. I think it's the last remnant for the Yankees there. And then he just went on. He's just out for the year now, shoulder surgery. He was nothing since the spider tack. Getting rid of that. His numbers flew off. But Sonny Gray, he wasn't good with the Yankees. We were talking about King of the Hill, top 7 worst trades ever. Sonny Gray didn't do much for the Yankees, but the surges with the Reds and then with the Minnesota Twins.
A couple of people saying that Hank Shulman sounded like Chris Rose.
A little bit.
925 Xfinity mobile text line.
Chris Rose has more of a kind of a bro feel to him, just more like just talking baseball, just talking sports.
A little more pauses.
Yeah.
A little more pauses.
I love Chris Rose. He's great.
No, he's not bad at all.
Best Damn Sports Show? Is that what it was?
That was good. Tom Arnold, John Sally. What was he? DeMarco Farr, I think, was on there.
There you go.
Richmond.
Sure.
Richmond High. Shout out Richmond High.
Was that Spike?
Was he at Richmond or where'd he go? Where'd he go? He's somewhere in the East.
Was that Spike TV? Is that
No,
still
that
around?
was Fox Sports.
Fox Sports. I thought it was on Spike for a hot
Fox
second.
Sports had
Maybe.
this big launch.
There you go.
So.
Huge.
888-957-9570. Some final thoughts on the week that is, or the week that was. You follow college football at all? You a big college football guy?
A little bit.
Big USC guy?
I liked USC a lot when I was younger because they're the team in California that was really good. Reggie Bush, Matt Leinart, Pete Carroll. Just seemed fun. My dad always hated him, though. He's a Bay Area guy. He roots for Cal, roots for Stanford. He always has this joke. It's the old joke. University of spoiled children, all that sort of stuff. So my dad hated them. Hated him. Always roots against Pete Carroll, which I think is the mindset for a lot of Bay Area people. Even though Pete Carroll, Bay Area guy, Bonte, come on. That gum chewing gets to you, though, doesn't it?
Pete Carroll, he's whatever.
Seahawks?
I don't hate him as much as other people do, though.
Okay.
He's enthusiastic. He's happy to be a part of the game.
He's had a lot of success.
Yeah, I'm not mad at him too much.
Is he a Hall of Famer?
Yes.
Okay.
National championship in college.
They don't take that into account, though, do they, college?
They don't. But Super Bowl championship as a head coach. Actually got the Patriots, I believe, to a playoff spot when he coached the Patriots.
Yeah.
I think they got blown out by Pittsburgh in the second round. I could be wrong. When Pete Carroll was coaching the New England Patriots. And then he got fired, of course, for Belichick. But Pete Carroll wasn't bad.
No.
Wasn't bad.
And those USC teams, some of the greatest of all time. You think of the U, you think of USC, think of your Florida State, Seminoles. Since before Alabama, it was USC for a while with Pete Carroll, Matt Leinart, all those guys. The Sanchez, Matt Barkley, remember him?
So Pete Carroll, 6-10 with the Jets. He was 1 and done in '94. Then he coached the Patriots for 3 years. Look at this: 10-6, 9-7, 8-8. Those were his 3 years in New England. 2 playoff appearances with the Patriots. 2.
It's true.
Won a game in '97, lost in '98. Didn't make it in '99, got fired, had to go back to college.
I'm thinking of Kyle Shanahan, and we were talking about the 49ers and Brock Purdy and all that sort of stuff. They are primed, it feels like, and I don't want to sleep on the Seahawks, but I kind of am because I want to see what Geno Smith does again this season. But they're primed to own this division if things play out well with Brock Purdy, aren't they? I mean, Cardinals they're done for a while.
Done for a couple
I think
of years.
they may get Caleb Williams. And that may change things going on forward. I know Shasky's a little afraid about the Rams this season, but Kyle in the regular season owns McVay.
Yeah,
I'm not worried about them.
Yeah, I'm not
I think
either.
they also may be a sneaky player for Caleb, in which case Caleb with Sean
Right.
McVay,
Yeah,
that gives me a little pause. But I have to wait and see it with Geno this year with the Seahawks. I think they're getting a little too much love from the outside world. I got to wait and see with them. I feel like the Niners are going to cakewalk this division next season. I feel that way.
Yeah, I don't know about cakewalk because Seattle's going to have something to say about that. And Jackson Smith and Jigba, DK Metcalf, and Tyler Lockett, alongside Kenneth Walker III in the backfield. We'll see about Geno Smith. Seattle's going to be tough.
We'll see.
Seattle, that wild card game was a lot closer than what that score indicated.
After Geno fumbled that ball, Nick Bosa.
That was it. And that was
over.
late third quarter.
Yeah.
Late third quarter. Remember, Seattle had to lead at the half. That Thursday night game was a lot tougher than what that score indicated.
Yeah, they got that field goal before the half. It was just like, wow, that was sneaky. Really, was there a penalty on that one? I want to say
Diggs dropped an interception.
That's right. Yeah, Purdy looked shaky.
Or did he have the
game.
interception and he got called back with the flag?
No, I think there was one that hit him right in the hands and he dropped it. But Purdy was shaky early on in that game.
Purdy was shaky. Well, he was playing with the broken ribs.
Yeah.
But the Pac-12 is about to disintegrate.
It's sad.
Arizona's talking to the Big 12.
It's sad.
Utah's talking to the Big 12. USC, UCLA have already committed to the Big 10. What does that mean for Cal football?
I mean,
Cal football already doesn't rake in a lot of dough for the athletic program.
I was going to say,
are they going to fold their football program?
I mean, they might have to, right?
Damn.
Like, I think of Stanford, they're a big enough brand, I think, where they could be independent.
They could.
They could be latched. They could be like a Notre Dame type. They used to be independent anyways. So I'm not too worried about Stanford, but for Cal, in a a football program that's already been struggling for a long time, like, when's the last time they really had success? I mean, Jared Goff for a little bit, but even then, it was just like, you knew Jared was going to be a top pick. Ended up going first overall to the Rams, but Aaron Rodgers, Marshawn Lynch. You just think of the history of that program locally.
Hell of a program.
It's sad, man. No,
sad
it is.
that we'll never see Cal Berkeley play in the Rose Bowl.
Never. That's sad.
That one actually hurts me a bit, like Cal not being in Rose Bowl. Like, I grew up a big Cal fan. Both my parents went to Cal. And, like, for my dad and I, we watched a lot of Cal football back in the day. And, like, last night I threw in the thread, like, what's a big sports wish for you guys right now? And I threw that in the thread because I saw what was going on with the Pac-12. And it made me think of my dad. And my dad's number one sports wish was always Giants win a World Series and Cal make a Rose Bowl. So he got his World Series, so his thing is now, his number one wish is he just wants to see Cal just play in the Rose Bowl. They don't have to win. If they get blown out 53-0 by Ohio State, he's still happy. They just have to make the Rose Bowl, and the fact that just seems so impossible now. Like, it is really sad. It's just so unfortunate, because when Cal is good, those games are a lot of fun to go to.
What are their prospects this year for Cal football? Not great?
Not great.
They might be able to get a 7-win season again.
Oh, okay.
Not great.
7
They should have beat Notre Dame last year.
They should have been. Notre Dame wasn't very good, though.
No, they weren't.
They were not good. Michael Mayer. See him next week. Join practices, Niners.
We'll do this on Monday. Biggest sports desire wishes right now. Another title for Steph.
Well, you know my
Trey Lance,
on that.
Super Bowl MVP, Shohei on the Giants. We'll do that. We'll do that next week with Shasky. Of course, you'll be on the show too, Spadoni, as well as Sam Lubman. Mike Dunleavy Jr. joined Tim Kawakami on a podcast. We're going to get this out here before we leave. But Tim Kawakami asked Mike Dunleavy Jr., when did you know you were ready for this job, Mike? And Dunleavy kind of smiled and said, probably at some point in the playoffs where Bob turned to me and said, Dunleavy, you better get ready. And Dunleavy said, it's something I've given thought to, but certainly when I moved out here in 2019 to be Bob Myers' assistant GM, I never thought I was going to be the next GM of the Golden State Warriors. I love being around the game, love putting the work in, doing front office things, love collaborating with our group, and wanted to get better every single day. So very interesting stuff there. Mike Dunleavy Jr. sitting down with Tim Kawakami.
Bold moves early for Mike. I'll say that. He wasn't boring. He didn't wait around. Traded Jordan Poole, got in CP3. We'll see if it works. I'm just so curious about this team going forward.
Well, he said, I always say for me the decision to trade for Chris Paul was easy. I hated having to give up Jordan Poole, who has been such a big part of what we've done the last few years. I was here when we drafted him, but in terms of basketball and moving forward, financial flexibility, all that stuff you factor in, it was a relatively easy decision for us. And from there, we had to draft, go on to free agency. For me, there was a good amount of familiarity, which made it easier transitioning from Bob to myself. I think for everybody else, it was like a whirlwind. But we were just kind of doing our job.
That's interesting. I know he says about the player, he'll miss him, stuff like that, but it was relatively easy. You think Bob Myers makes that move?
I don't know. I think the biggest difference, hopefully, will be some connectivity, a little more connectivity. Steve's talked about it. Last year's team just didn't get off to the right start in many ways, record-wise and all the other stuff that went on. And it just like never got off the ground. I think this is a team that's maybe put together. We'll have to gel some for sure, but I think there's just a renewed sense of optimism and energy. Some of that's just with a page turn to the next season. And some of that, I think, is with the roster adjustments.
I know you teased it for Monday, but, the biggest thing for a lot of Bay Area sports fans, like, what would it be? What was that one big thing that you could have? What is that? SVP has this one big thing every night on Sports Center.
Mm-hmm.
A fifth for Steph It surpasses everything. It's not even close to me.
He ties your boy Kobe.
He's the guy. He might be top 5 all time if he gets his 5th, Bonte.
Yeah,
I don't even think that's a hot take.
No, it's not a hot take.
Not even close.
Some people will say he's top 5 right now.
I'd push back. Got to get the 5th. The rings matter to these guys.
Stephen A. basketball camp talk? No, we're not going to do that.
Oh, boy. No, we're not going to do that.
So you know what we're going to do? We're going to go to Duke in the city.
I was about to say.
Duke in the city. That's what we're doing.
Thank God.
Duke.
Thank you, Duke.
My main man, Duke. What's happening?
Come on, man. Come on, man. It's the family, man. What's up with Spaghetti and Young Bonte, man? Y'all know how we going to do it. Hey, y'all cats better stop it, man. Last year, we had our quarterback went down. All we had was Josh Johnson. Now we got a quarterback of riches. And y'all on the line sitting here bubbling and babbling. Stop it and enjoy this quarterback of riches that we got. I know we got to get going, y'all, so we're going to end it just like this. I like hot butter on my morning roast. Garlic bread slightly toasted. I'm slightly roasted. It's the 9 mob, and you know that we boasted. McCaffrey coming through. Red smoke. I see you breaking through. Red ankles breaking you. I sound like Chris Shank, though. A little shot of Henny and a little bit of dank. Y'all Bunty and Spaghetti walk away with the bankroll. That's how we going to end it, y'all. Love y'all, man. Have a blessed weekend, man. 12 years, 95.7 the game, y'all.
Let's go.
Let's
Duke
go,
in the
Duke.
city.
Oh,
Duke.
give
me that applause
I
button.
need
Where's
the
that applause
I
button?
need DJ horns. I need whatever you got back there. Cam, Bonte, you have the board there too. Come on.
Yeah, I don't even
Hit
know
me
where
with
my board
something.
is at, man. Duke did drop the mic there. Duke, that was a hell of a call right there.
did.
Freestyle of the week. We're going to get Duke in studio.
You need to. Who was that?
Shamari Block.
Shamari.
Making an appearance?
Oh, my goodness.
Damn, that Haiti was flowing early for Duke. Spaghetti, baby.
I love Spaghetti. That's my all-time nickname right there.
All right, man. It's been a hell of a week. Spaghetti.
Fun.
Hell of a job this week,
Thanks,
man.
bud. No, this has been really
Skip a
fun.
beat.
Thanks, man. This has been really awesome. I know Joe Shasky, he's champing at the bit to be back here on Monday. No texts the last few days from Joe Shasky.
That's good.
Means he's finally relaxing.
Well, no, he sent some text this morning.
Of course he did. Did he really? Did I miss this? Maybe to you, not to the group chat, or did he? I didn't even check.
Shout out to RC Davis, who just hit
What's up,
me
RC?
I like hot butter on my breakfast roast. Okay, Duke.
Hot butter.
You know Shasky was listening all week.
Oh, of
He's
course he
listening
was.
right now.
Of course,
He
he's
can't
locked
help
in.
himself.
Come on,
He can't help himself.
that's all right. We love the roasters.
Might
We
get
love
Wally
everyone here.
pipped. I might go to the boss right now and say, hey, man.
Wow.
Send Shasky to the afternoons or something.
Man, that's like removing the hand of the. That's like me, Tywin Lannister, taking over for Ned Stark, just killing my boy. Come on. You like those Game of Thrones references?
I do.
You're the king, right?
Oh, but speaking of which, we got a text from Shasky at 9:47 a.m.
Oh, we did. Oh, I just saw it. Oh. That's right. I see. Okay, I see that. We won't bring it up on air. We won't bring that one up.
Instead, we'll bring up final thoughts.
There we go. Pivot, don't panic. That's what I like to say.
Fast
There you go.
five,
Pivot, don't
baby.
panic.
Fast five.
Oh boy.
You know, 909 Xfinity Mobile text line. Bonte would charge $5,000 for his basketball camp as a Bay Area sports TV, radio celeb, no cap. No, I would not charge anybody. I would have a free camp. That's my final thought.
There you go.
Basketball camps should be free.
Well, for you, they should be. Actually, you should give money away for people going to Bonte Hills basketball camp.
You hit a free throw sitting on your ass, that's for sure.
Yeah, do you do that in real games, Bonte? Come on.
I got a jumper, man. You know, a lot of you guys talk about hoop games or whatnot. You guys talk a lot. We'll get a 95-7 hoop game. We'll see who's getting
Are you
cooked.
going to be on the team? Are you managing 95-7
I'm not
for the
playing.
boys?
No, I'm not stupid.
No?
No.
Goot going to be playing?
Goot will be on the roster.
Okay. All right.
He will be on the roster.
God, I hope so. I need videotape evidence of all this, by the way. Is any of this going to be recorded for Warriors World Tournament? Do you know?
Yes, it will be.
Okay, good. I'm going to need it.
Yes, it will be.
My final thoughts. Brock Purdy plays like he did last season, Bonte Hill.
Top 10 quarterback?
Top 10 quarterback this season. And if he plays like a top 10 quarterback, they're winning a Super Bowl.
Ooh.
I don't even think that's a hot take.
All right,
You
let's
need
go.
to be a top 10 quarterback to beat the likes of a Mahomes, of a Burrow, of a Herbert.
Cam, what you got? Final thoughts.
When Trey Lance has his opportunity, he will ball out. When Purdy, for whatever reason, has to sit out for a little bit, Lance is going to go in there and do his thing, and he's going to show his worth.
Ooh,
fair enough.
Well, take what you got, Lubman. What you got?
Two things quick. First off, our YouTube poll today was, are you willing to believe in this Giants team? 317 votes, 62% said yes. So I'm glad we got some belief within the Giants fan base right now.
I actually made them sway their picks. There's a lot of no's there, and now it's 62 to wow.
Anyway, but
I'll take credit to that.
So my other thought is something we can 100% believe in. Well, first off, there's a reason that Gabe Kapler works out so much, and that's because this weekend, you're going to see why. He's going to be lifting that bridge trophy above his head on Sunday. That thing is 30 pounds, so you've got to be in shape to lift that thing up. I think we can 100% believe that's going to be happening on Sunday.
The Brody Brazil trophy.
It's actually just sad at this point.
Gays are sad.
It's sad.
It is sad. I don't even want to go out there.
Oh,
but Buster and Gerson,
no, come on.
You know what? You know what's sad?
People.
You know what's sad? Is how much trash talk I'm going to give to Hillary for that 1989 post. Hillary wasn't even born in 1989.
Well, I'll be right there with you talking smack, too.
Oh, you got a ticket?
I did get a ticket. Yep, all set up there.
Wow. Damn, I was hoping not to see you.
You can never get away from me, Bonte.
I was hoping just to see Lubman for 5 days a week, not 6 days a
Oh,
week.
that's
Anyway,
too bad.
Cam, great job. Lubman, great job. Spadoni, hell of a job this week filling in
Thanks,
for Chasky.
Roasters.
Roasters on YouTube, Twitch, the Xfinity Mobile text line. You guys have an excellent weekend. We'll see y'all Monday. Steiny and Guru coming up next here on 95.7 The Game. But first, hold on. Now it's Fast Five, brought to you by Xfinity. The next generation 10G network, only from Xfinity. The future starts now with Steiny and Guru.
Night.
95.7 The Game is streaming.
was whack.
Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
And together, they are Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
Oh. All right. All righty. Dollar Guru Johnson billing today is a feel-good Friday.
Yeah, Steiny. I text that early to both of you, and I mean it.
So so the question is, what are you feeling good about on a Friday? Bay Area pro sports teams, Giants, Niners, Warriors. Give me one thing you're feeling good about with each team. That's where we're going to get started today.
Okay.
Try to get on the. Try to get off to
good stuff. Your hair looks great, but
good,
before I even give you a number one, Steiny, I got to apologize to the audience. Yesterday, it got away from me and you. Yeah, it got away from me yesterday, Steiny.
I like to sweep stuff under the rug.
Nah, we can't do that no more.
All right.
You know, and we had our little meeting, our little summit. But yeah, I apologize. You know I love you, man. And it got away from me. And I got to ask you, Steiny, can you help me? Did I walk out? Because I blacked out. That Spadoni he didn't say my name, but he said it, and it kind of hurt me. But anyway.
Well, I hope you did, because then we're apparently even.
Right. But Steiny, I love you, man. All right, so I'm saying sorry.
Now I got a thug tear coming.
Right. I'm waiting for you to say sorry, but if you don't say, that's fine, too. It's all good in the hood, Steiny.
No,
I got away from you,
apologize for my part in it. I apologize to anybody who I may have offended.
All right, okay, we got that out the way. Yeah, we're done. But it's payday Friday. I feel good, right? And I'm gonna start with the San Francisco Giants, and why I feel good about them.
Hold on, the first interruption could be the first fight.
Was that really getting to you? Because I wasn't trying to interrupt you yesterday. I do it naturally. Yeah.
No.
And I didn't mean what I said about the 11 minutes.
Well, that's 7. 7 minutes. 7 minutes.
You know how you start scratching in a fight? You just throwing stuff. It was
Dante,
a little long, though.
Dante Wiley said it might have been 8 minutes.
Okay, right. I was like, my boy don't see me. I'm open.
Should have called in today, Goo. That's not the way we do it.
No, we don't do that. I was looking at my phone to see if you were going to call out, because I was coming.
I thought about it. I thought maybe,
Yeah.
The issue is that
it's payday.
No.
Had this been a Tuesday, Steiny?
To me, the issue was you call in today. This is going to be our last show for 2.5 weeks.
Yeah, which I don't like. But
it would have led to unbelievable speculation.
Yeah, no doubt. We ain't skipping Shannon,
in the media.
And you know what I thought led to it? On your part, I go,
dude,
we're having the press conference.
I have a therapist. I've got a hypnotherapist.
And you got me.
Well,
I was like, if this is not our Skip and Shannon moment, I'd be damn. Because if we were gone for 2 weeks, that's what it would have felt like.
What'd you miss yesterday, 406? Nothing.
Yeah. Never go full Jeff said I did. I hella walked out. My bad. To you, Evan, and everybody. But I'm ready, Steiny. It's over.
I don't wear product. I don't wear product in my hair.
I do.
650.
Pomade, Steiny. 3 flowers.
Hey.
Let's go, baby. We've been doing this too long.
I made a mistake yesterday.
I made the mistake.
Played it, we both did.
Yeah.
See, that's,
There you go.
I wonder if, our ratings are going to boom.
Well,
first 10
300
minutes.
on YouTube.
So now.
Yeah, right. No. I was hoping we got to 6, but.
Sheesh. Yeah, the Odyssey 406 is what I missed yesterday. The Odyssey app, I think, holds on for 24 hours. So,
no, it's over now.
But I think you can go back and you still have 2 hours.
Yeah, we don't suggest that.
To get it.
Yeah.
All right, give me it's a feel-good Friday.
The Giants.
And Guru and I are mending fences, so we'd love for you guys to jump in here.
What do you feel
take
good
a little
about?
Pressure off us.
Yeah.
Otherwise, we're going to have to deal with this for 4 hours just by ourselves.
Yeah.
And I need
I love it. Yeah. Ernie Chavez reached out to me. Did he reach out to you? I love that guy.
He texted me a DM. Hey, it got heated today.
I got it.
How the hell am I supposed to respond to that?
I responded. He said we are a great tandem.
Responded.
Hey, Ernie, I love you, baby. But anyway, Steiny, I'm going to start with the Giants. And we can sit here and poke holes at what they didn't do, but I'm focused on their record. I'm focused on their style of play. And what makes me feel good about this year's San Francisco Giants, I mean this word, connectivity, Steiny. I feel like they are all one. And maybe that's why you said something yesterday that stuck with me. Farhan didn't make a move because he liked the synergy that ball club has going right now. And I keep talking about Haniger, Yaz, and Estrada, who may be activated this weekend against the A's. So for me, the San Francisco Giants connectivity, Steiny, that's why I feel good about that team. You're
Yeah, I called you an MF.
Yeah, you did.
But you said I called you dumb. I never called
No,
you.
I heard that, but you fixed it after you called me that.
Well, I said this MF.
But that didn't hurt.
I think I said this MF or you MF.
And you know what? I go, is he mad that he didn't come to the party? Does he think I'm mad at him over that? No,
No,
we're
I didn't
better
think
than
you were
that.
mad. No, it was that other thing.
And I told you, I'll tell the people what Evan didn't hear. I always know I can come to you if there's something festering. I'm not that type, Snotty. We 5 years running. If something is festering and you think something's up with me, call me on it. Text me.
Yeah, I thought it was the other way around.
Yeah, it wasn't. Just you got a little. You've been getting loud the last week, and I just had to see, was it personal?
Yeah, it's.
I did not threaten any physicality.
Somebody said you did. Drew also said you did walk out. All right,
No,
so
it
we're
was
even.
it was up on breaks, Donnie. But I came back.
Like Jerry Jones.
Look at dude, that's Evan.
Sonny, what about that message about 10-2? So this is what happened yesterday was the equivalent of the Draymond punch. Now we get to talk about it for 3 months. That's funny.
No, nobody got hit.
Giants. Okay. Why don't you start with the Giants?
I wasn't
listening.
Okay. The connectivity. I just feel like they have what the Warriors had in years past. And I know you can be like, well, Guru, what's that mean when it counts 3-2? Or they're down a couple runs. It's why they're where they're at right now in the standings. And they got action at winning the National League West. This is crazy, Steiny, but I'm giving Kapler, I'm giving Farhan. Forget Farhan for this moment. I feel good about Kapler and the team, whatever message he's sending or pounding home on a nightly basis is resonating. And I think the Giants don't have the most talented roster or team, but their connectivity is why they're damn near in first place in the National League West. And it's why the last 10 games, I did what you did with Jordan Poole. These are the last 10 output offensively for the Giants. 3-1, 4-4-4, 3-2-8, 2-1. And yet they're winning the majority of those ball games, Donnie, and I believe it's because what's going on in the clubhouse. I could be wrong. It's coming through my TV, and that's why I don't think this thing is going to stop anytime soon. And that's the Giants trying to win the National League West.
The Giants were the one that I had trouble
figuring
something out for. And I'll tell you why, is because I feel like it's the other teams, the Warriors and the Niners.
Yeah.
I feel like some stuff sticks out about why the Niners have had a nice run the last 3 or 4 years. Obviously, I think a lot sticks out with the Warriors, why they've, because of their championships. The Giants are a little different to me. They're doing well right now. And if you're making me feel good about what makes you feel good,
because you
with
should,
the Giants,
right? You should right now.
That's a good question. That's a good question. Yes, you should feel good about where they are right now. Is that feeling the same as feeling good about them their next 2 or 3 years?
But I'm just being real. Wouldn't that be negative? Wouldn't that not be enjoying the moment?
I am your partner.
Yeah,
I
dude, that's too funny.
Can't get rid of that guy.
I'll never speak for you, but I thought you would put ahead of schedule because you said they're playing with house money this year.
They are, but this year they're having a year that's almost like 2 years ago. Not quite.
It's all, but they got feeling.
But that didn't have staying power. Do you feel like this has more staying power? Probably because of the young guys. Anyway, I'll answer the question.
Okay. It's hard for you.
I can't believe I'm saying this, but I think the reason I'd feel good about the Giants I think it's Farhan Zaidi. I mean, I think the one thing...
I feel like that line wouldn't be that long, man.
I mean, the one thing is it's not dissimilar to what you said. He's been able to put together a team that's been competitive without a boatload of talent. It looks like they do have a philosophy.
Yeah.
It looks like they've got a template. So if you're asking me, Steiny, what's the best reason to feel good about the San Francisco Giants? I mean, who's their best player? Logan Webb, let's say. Okay, so they got a really good number one starter. But that's not the reason I'd feel really good about him. I think it's because Farhan showed he can kind of make, chicken soup out of chicken feathers.
Now, here I go. Pitcher not being an option, who's their best everyday player? Or is it by committee? Because some days it's Wilmer Flores. Some days it's Lamont Wade Jr. Some day it's Conforto. Somebody's got to explain, maybe the guys, Willard and Dibbs, when they come in, why he's getting pinch hit for late in games.
Who?
Conforto.
Oh.
It happened in this Arizona series. I'm just perplexed, but I get it, the spreadsheet or what have you, but I mean, Steiny, I just don't know who's not feeling good about this team in this season right now.
Oh, you got to be feeling good about this team right now. Question is, what do you feel best about, like kind of moving forward? And to me, like Farhan, you know what? I mean, Farhan / the young players. I mean, the optimism about the young players.
Well, hey, let's put the right on the table, brought to you by EchoPestControl.com. I don't know what Casey Schmidt's going to be, but what I do know is he's helping. But Steiny, he's struggling and some at the plate. So,
right,
is that a plus or minus to you? Like the fact that he's still up on the big club, that's okay because they're running him out there every day. It's not about results because he is. Steiny, a ball almost hit him in the pelvis the other day, and he swung. But his defense is second to none. Shaft, if you're listening, the arm is there. I know he ain't listening. He on vacation, but you know what I mean?
No, I do.
I love what we're seeing for.
To me, it's young guys are going to have growing pains, and they're having them, but they're still winning through it. And now we got 2 months of baseball left, where I don't know how much Schmidt's going to play. I don't know how much Luciano's going to play. Don't know how much Patrick Bailey's going to play, but obviously a lot. And it's
best defensive catcher in the National League.
By the way, he's got 7 errors.
He stinks.
I didn't say that.
How many guys he's gunned down?
I didn't say that. I don't know.
He's 19.
I don't know. Is that how many?
Or 18.
Let's go to Mike in San Francisco. OG Mike is in San Francisco. What's up, OG Mike?
Hey, how you fellas doing today?
Hanging in.
Hey, I want to change speeds with you a little bit. You ready?
Yeah, we can talk Warriors. We can talk about what's going on with the Warriors. Sure.
Okay, so listen to this part. Draymond Green is good enough to average a triple-double, win MVP, and go out like a fighter. Now, here's the second part. Nobody never said nothing when Steve Kerr got stocked up by Michael Jordan, right? All he did was say Mike told him to be ready for the pass, and he knocked that jumper down. You remember that part?
Mm-hmm.
So my point is this here. Draymond, we don't want to put Draymond in the box. We want him to go out like a goon.
So you said he's going to average a triple-double.
And win the MVP.
He can do that. He can do that, especially with Chris Paul now.
I just hate everything about the Chris Paul signing in this sense. And I love you, CP3. Steiny, I'm side shaming.
Appreciate that.
They're going to be small. If he finishes games, are you telling Looney, arguably the MVP, your glue guy, go have a seat? We're going to go small. I'm not saying it can't work, but that's why I'm on the edge of my seat. Like, is that the right thing to do? And are you doing it for X's and O's purposes, or are you doing it for, what was that great song? Feelings. Nothing more than feelings, which we put on display yesterday.
I have been giving this so much thought. That's not a 3, Evan. Okay, no, that's a 3.
I love my boy.
Kumbaya Stein, man. I've been thinking about this for a while.
Lucas's laugh is second to none when you hear it.
By the way,
it's like you're at the comedy club. You get confident.
Can I ask, is Lucas here?
Yes. I just heard him.
All right.
That was me.
Oh, okay.
Oh, my bad. No, sorry, Luke. Take that
I've been
back.
thinking about, I don't know what we're going to end up talking about today. We got Sal Castaneda coming up at noon, JD at 1 o'clock.
Did Sal hear us yesterday, Steiny?
I don't think he heard it. I don't think he heard us, but I talked to him about your behavior and how to handle a. See, I can't even.
Oh
do
my,
it.
you can.
How to
We're
handle
good. The
a
air is
disgruntled
clear. Yeah.
coworker. No, and you know you'll be happy to hear. He said, "Well, you're the hardest person in the Bay to work with."
Now that completes me. But go ahead.
Well, he didn't say that. I'm just trying to smooth things over. I've been thinking about Chris Paul and the Warriors a lot. And I actually have the solution. I have the solution about the starting and the not starting.
Steve Kerr, are you listening?
And people are going to say, you know, I'm not trolling.
So this is not material.
It's not material. Okay. I think there is a way. I think there is a way to make it work, and here it is. The starting lineup for the Warriors could be, and maybe should be, Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, Andrew Wiggins, Jonathan Kuminga, and Looney. I would think about bringing Chris Paul and Draymond Green off the bench.
I mean, man. Before I even react or we react, give us the skinny on what went into that, because that will never happen. You know what I mean? Like,
why not?
From an ego standpoint.
Well, we already know that Draymond Green suggested that he come off the bench.
That I think he was like, I owe that to y'all. You know what I mean?
I think he still owes it to everybody.
Okay, why you think it would work?
Well, first of all,
they would accept
first of all, it would absolutely mean something to Chris Paul, and it might be better for the team to have those two guys coming off the bench. You give Kuminga first crack at it with the starters. I don't know if it'll happen or not, but I would run it by Draymond Green. And again, if it's not so much about minutes or playing time, because they're going to play.
Who's going to finish? Wiggins better finish.
That's going to be a problem.
Clay's going to finish.
No matter what.
Steph's going to finish.
Okay.
Dre's going to finish. And this is why we love Looney. But from a basketball X's and O's standpoint, I mean, how many he saved him in the sack series with the rebounds. Chris Paul's not going to do that. Not like Looney. So I'm not trying to make something out of nothing. I am, like you said, I just don't believe that's. I see you working, but Steiny, I don't think that's going to happen. But you would be doing that to appease the ego of Chris Paul. Hey, Chris, I did it too.
Well, I think it's obvious that Chris Paul is not crazy about coming off the bench.
You coaching?
So how can we either have to start Chris Paul or we have to. Let me ask you this. If Chris Paul doesn't want to come off the bench.
Oh, my gosh.
Can he come off the bench? Like, will it work if he's not talked into it or if he's not convinced it's the best thing? And and somebody said, of course, this is the way our world is, dumb idea. Paul got to play with the second unit and Kuminga. Just because Kuminga would start and Chris Paul would come off the bench does not mean that those two would never play together. I'm just saying, in a crazy kind of way, I think Draymond Green would have a bigger impact on the Warriors in a positive manner coming off the bench than Jonathan Kuminga would, or has for sure. Like Draymond, to me, can impact a game offensively and defensively. So you bring him in with Chris Paul. It's just an idea.
Yeah, but you've been having and I'm not boosting you up. You don't need me to. You've been having a hell of a year to where, as crazy as this sounds and outlandish as it sounds, it was just, I felt the same way when you said Chris Paul could come to the Warriors. So I'm going to say, okay, I take note of it, but he's too much of a dog, and you need his energy to set the tone at the beginning of the game to me. So he would never come off.
650, what about Chris Paul and Wiggins off the bench? Wiggins is a team guy. I agree with that. I think Wiggins would be fine with it.
But
I just don't.
You're
I don't
arguably your second best player.
Well, and I don't see Wiggins as a spark off the bench. To me, Wiggins is steady, and I like the guys. I like a guy who comes off the I don't mind if a guy comes off the bench
and goes for his.
Right. I don't. I think the sixth man is the one guy who can be a little selfish, and it's a guy that you want to take some chances. And let's go to Red in San Jose. He says I'm nuts. What's up, Red?
Red.
Hey, what's happening, Steiny? I think putting Draymond Green coming off the bench would be detrimental to Curry. Curry's number goes off the roof whenever he plays with Draymond Green. So if you want to maximize Curry, play him with Green as much as you can.
I saw a documentary last night on Wilt Chamberlain. And
Netflix?
No.
How did you find? When did it pop up for it to even be an option? Because I'm watching Swagger, Kevin Durant series about him coming up. But anyway, go ahead. On Apple TV.
It was just about early in his career in the. Thanks, Red, for the call. Early in his career in the early '60s, that's when he averaged 50 a game, and
we're talking on the court, not off the court.
His coach at the time said, "Look, this is what we're going to do. This is the best player on planet Earth. We're giving him the ball as much as possible." And he had numbers, but they never won. And then I believe it was Alex Hannum, who became the coach. And he talked to Wilt, and he said, let's try to use you to get others involved. That's when Wilt started passing the ball. So what I would say is, if you notice, the one thing I would say to Red is you need Draymond out there to maximize Curry. What about maximizing the Warriors?
Yeah.
What about if it's best for the team? To me, Curry's fine. He's going to be fine, and
that's all I've been consistent with that.
But
is Kuminga ready to start?
Can I ask a question? If it's true Draymond Green suggested in the King series he would come off the bench, why wouldn't he be willing to just come off the bench again?
I'm coming from an ego perspective.
I'm asking.
You're the former hooper. I'm still hooping. It's about ego, Stoney. That's a demotion.
And it's going to be for Chris Paul, too.
That's different. He doesn't have 4 rings and the blood, sweat, and tears that I've given you guys.
Well, you better not.
The only guy that's excelled in the role that you're asking Draymond to do is Draymond I'm going 50 Cent a little bit. Yeah. But Looney's done it all the time.
Yeah. Goliath, it's called. On HBO Max. It's fascinating. Wilt Chamberlain, he was...
Did they get into his personal life? He had the women.
That was just a small part of it. He was like Muhammad Ali, in a way, before Muhammad Ali. Do you know that when he went to Kansas, he grew up in Philadelphia? I can tell the story on the other side.
I'm all ears.
Hold on. I got to get... started the show a little late today.
We in the cafeteria?
We'll see. No. We'll see how you treat me. Hey, is that okay?
All good, baby. Evan treat.
Did you give me reads?
Evan.
Okay. Oh, nothing here. All right. Let's do this. 888-957-9570 is the number. 2 things going on. Guru's dubbing it a feel-good Friday. Give me one thing for the Warriors, Giants, and Niners that you feel really good about for the upcoming season and the future. And then, listen, I didn't know I was going to throw this out in the first segment, but Chris Paul, not crazy about coming off the bench. I think we can all agree with that. What about Chris Paul and Draymond coming off the bench? Allow Jonathan Kuminga to run with the starters to at least start the game, and then Draymond Green as a defensive/offensive impact player can maybe come off the bench and spark it. He did it once. Is it too much to ask for him to do it more than that next season? 888-957-9570 is the number. Give me what you're feeling good about each of our pro Bay Area teams on 95.7 The Game.
This can't keep your loved ones protected from pests, but Raid can.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I've got a little test I want to do right now.
Well, that was my test. I requested that song.
What is it?
Just some makeup music. I didn't know he was going to this one, but you didn't put it together.
Well, who is it?
Outkast. Sorry, Miss Jackson.
Hey, right?
Same
that's
album?
him. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, no, sorry, it's not.
Oh.
I don't know what that was. Yeah.
It's kind of funny. Lucas Alexander he works here and he's under our boss, Matt Nahigian. And Lucas, I got a favor to ask you. No coffee machine on our floor right now is working. I'm assuming he's driving in. Lucas, no coffee machine right now is working in the building. And I didn't realize that till 10 of 10.
How is it affect? Are you?
I couldn't run next door. I didn't have time to run next door. So, Lucas, if you're in your car, or if anybody's in their car, and they want to
you're like a crack addict right now, like you need it. Your little things in your brain need it.
After my doctor's appointment on Monday.
Now, how's coffee that bad for you?
I know it can raise your blood pressure.
Oh, okay.
And I need that.
Well, you ain't heavy. Ain't about weight all the time. So, yeah.
So, Evan, Lucas, if you're out there, just a little.
He's gonna stop and get it.
Put a little cream in it with about 5 packets of stevia.
Lucas will be our third, the big 3 in Vegas.
Or Splenda.
Oh,
there you go.
Yeah, don't need the caffeine, but the stevia, gotta have it.
Exactly. It's like the guy. It's like 7 Big Macs and a Diet Coke. I know.
That's pretty bad.
I know. Yeah. So Wilt Chamberlain. I see D in Austin. By the way, is this how many Austins are there?
We got Austin, San Jose.
Are there 3 different Austins? Austin, San Jose, Austin, Redwood City, and then the Austin on the YouTube chat? Or is the Austin on the YouTube chat, does he double dip?
No, that's singular.
Okay. Wilt Chamberlain was kind of the pre-Muhammad Ali. So he was from Philadelphia. He decided to go to he was a protege, a phenom. So he goes to Kansas, Lawrence, Kansas, right? And there's segregation there. And he goes to a restaurant, and they said, you're more than welcome to eat here, Wilt, but what do you say because he was famous already.
What are you saying?
Freshman in college. Hey, Wilt, you're more than welcome to eat here. What do you say we grab the bite back in the kitchen, not on the main floor? And he was like, what?
Oh, man.
So he called up the boosters, all the guys who were the reason he went to Kansas in the first place, and he said, hey, I didn't know it was going to be like this. Telling you right now, I ain't hanging around here if this is the way it is. And apparently the boosters were like, you go to any restaurant you want, and you sit wherever you want, and you tell anybody there if they have a problem.
The mob.
So Wilt started just going everywhere and sitting and doing whatever he wanted. And according to this documentary, they were saying that Wilt Chamberlain single-handedly desegregated Lawrence, Kansas when he was there as a college student. They said, unfortunately, after he left,
it went back to normal.
But Wilt Chamberlain, he was. I mean, I'm sure you know all about Jack Johnson.
Yeah,
he was like Jack Johnson a little bit.
A lot of people don't know about Jack Johnson.
Yeah,
but Steiny, just for me as a black man, I think about, could I have survived going to school where there was different water fountains, restaurants? I don't know if I'm. You know what I mean? And I know not to go off on a tangent, Steiny, but just think about the world. It was like that. You can't come here. You can't do this. You and I couldn't sit together, ride a bus. Man.
Yeah. So anyway, it's funny.
How long is it?
Well, I'm on I don't know how many episodes.
Oh, so you got episodes. It ain't just.
I just got done with the first, and now I'm just started the second. You know what's funny? And I don't know. This is me. I don't know if it's everybody else. Like last night, I sat down. I was like, all right, Steiny, you got to get your mind off things. And
I was waiting on you to call me.
Throw yourself. Well, Dana, my buddy Dana said I should call you, and I said
I was talking to Dana with telepathy, like the Dana I know. If he talked to him, would tell him, "Why don't you hit him up?" And I waited, and then we got 10:15. I said he's asleep. He ain't calling now. But anyway. Shout out to Dana Ali.
I was all set. I was like, oh, that's right. There's that Bill Walton documentary that I want to watch.
So you bypassed that for Will.
I saw Bill Walton and Wilt Chamberlain.
But you ain't seen it all, though, because you got episodes to go.
My point is it wasn't even close what I was going to watch once I saw there was a Wilt Chamberlain.
Oh, okay.
Like, Bill Walton's going to be a fun
and you've
one. Don't
seen
get
him,
me wrong.
Listen, Know Your Partner Radio.
Yeah.
You've seen him play at the, field house?
I never. My dad.
Oh, your dad. All right.
My dad saw him play at Rockney.
Not ref, play.
No, he just watched him. Rockney Hall.
Mm-hmm.
You know that Red Auerbach wanted Bill Russell. I mean, wanted Wilt Chamberlain, not Bill Russell.
That's in the doc, or you knew that before watching it?
Oh, it's in the doc. I didn't know that before watching it. I knew some of the stuff. Like, it was fascinating. Like, when Wilt was in high school, he would play on traveling all-star teams against pro players when he was in high school. The guy was unbelievable.
Man.
I mean, the guy was And incredible.
I take Shaq over both of them. Just my preference.
It's funny. Shaq's name came up. There's one thing in the documentary that doesn't belong, and it actually is
why would you
very major bad distraction. They got Kevin Garnett in it.
Oh boy,
you guys need to sit down and you need to tell KG you think he's overrated. One of the greatest fearless leaders of the game.
I don't need Kevin Garnett. I'd much rather hear Shaq talking about Wilt. Shaq and Wilt were compared by a lot of players because they're both agreed as the two biggest, strongest, most dominant big men in basketball history. Like, that's what they have in common. All right, let's go to D. D's in Walnut Creek. What's up, D? How you doing? Kevin Garnett. Kevin Garnett, not Kevin Durant.
At the Giants?
Yeah.
Give it to us.
I think the fans are starting to get excited because the clutch and the gears are starting to mesh. I think they're peaking at the right time, don't you?
Well, I think the pitching is peaking at the right time. How long that will last, we'll see. But as good as I feel about the morale of the team and like Mania was on with Willard and Dibbs, he said, I'm doing what's best for the team. Wood, Stripling, they're not doing what they normally do, Steiny, and they're not crying about it out loud publicly. But caller, it sounds like help me out, Steiny. When they start scoring more runs, I'll feel better about what he's saying about it's all starting to click. Because I'm getting nervous how long they can piecemeal offensively. How many games are you going to win 1-0? How many games are you going to win 3-2 when you start going and playing Atlanta? And Texas coming next week. We need to go to that game. Well, you'll be on vacation. Yep, you'll be
When
out.
do they play them?
Next weekend, here.
I'll be here next Friday.
What?
I think you're off, Coop.
You're not going to be here. Get your facts.
No, I was looking at Saturday and Sunday. I'll be back.
What about Friday? I want to go Friday night. I'm leaving for Ireland on Saturday. That's Saturday.
If you want to go, I'll go to that
Friday night game?
I get back Thursday. Evan, let's
not for
do
Bochy. I don't want to see Bochy.
You win it.
I want to see Adolis Garcia.
Your radio funeral, if we ever had it, I'd be like, when was Stoney the most passionate? When he wasn't yelling at me. When Bochy left, dude, you don't remember? You went on one. It was a Steiny gripe about how, like, he got not the way, you didn't like the way he was pushed out or it ended here. To paraphrase. Dude, you went in, Evan, if you can have on Bochy not being here and the way it ended.
Who did I rip? Farhan?
Just the Giants. It wasn't one person. You just didn't like it. You don't even remember. I was like, this dude.
That doesn't sound like me caring that much about
Bochy.
I like Bochy.
And it was around the time it was announced he was managing. Yep.
That he was getting fired.
Yeah, no, that he came back to resume his career in Texas. And that's when you went in about, you know what?
Oh.
Yeah. Ernie Chavez will probably find the audio.
And I'll go, and that's why when Bob Myers surfaces in L.A. or New York, I think we're going to say the same thing. He's not as tenured as Bochy was, but Austin's in Redwood City.
Different.
Hey, Austin, how you doing, man?
I'm doing pretty good. How y'all guys doing this Friday,
It's
man?
payday, baby. What's up?
Good day.
Yep.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Hey, look, I want to say this. I'd rather have Chris Paul on the bench. I think he could really unlock Kuminga and Moody. It's really for them. And possibly Looney. Looney, if he can develop that nice mid-range like a David West or Mo Space, because Looney used to put the ball on the floor when he used to, back in the day. I can really see that happening. I'd rather see that happen for Chris Paul to go to the bench and unlock Moody. He would be a Markel Bridges or something like that. That's all. Like, I'm trying to think about that David West though, or Mo Space for Looney. Develop that mid range.
I mean,
yeah, that ain't. I love Austin, but go ahead, Steiny. Some people are born with it, and some are born without.
The other thing is sometimes guys just get worse offensively.
Well, Looney's been taking that shot here recently more. The Draymond thing is the biggest mystery we'll never solve.
About what?
His offense. And his outside shooting. What did you say, 37% his best year?
One year he shot almost 39.
Well, that's the one.
And then he hasn't shot over 33 in any year.
But he was on the podcast saying, why do I need to shoot threes?
Oh, I don't know, because the year you shot him, the team was unbeatable.
Barnett said when he's hitting threes, they were unstoppable.
They were. They are.
The great Jim Barnett.
That's something that even everybody would have to acknowledge.
So is that part of his game gone, Steiny?
Yes, I think so. I don't think he can bring that back. Damn. But it's just like Looney. You ever see Looney's highlights from UCLA? He's not even the same player. Like, he can't.
There's reasons why, though.
But
the hips,
he cannot play
the
like
neuropathy.
he played at UCLA. Oh. Right. I mean, I don't know what the reasons are.
I was watching the highlights like, oh, my God.
Like, Evan, you perked up about Looney and UCLA. Like, he's a completely different. He almost played 3
There's some high school highlights of him from Milwaukee, and he looks like Kevin Durant.
That's
that's why he was taken after his freshman season. He didn't even play at UCLA. He came off the bench.
Man.
Nick Cariccio, who chooses a guy named Farhan over Bochy and Sabian
after 3 rings? He didn't like it.
It was time to go in another direction.
Or was Bochy going to not let the computer decide that we kind of all agree on what Kapler's doing?
Right.
But Kapler's winning, damn it. That's all. I don't care about all that.
Did I hear Henry Schulman today, the former beat writer of the San Francisco Chronicle on the Giants, say he never thought he'd say it at the time, but I think the Giants are lucky to have Gabe Kapler?
Believe he did.
Wow.
That's high praise.
Lucky to have him.
Well, how can you argue anything about Gabe right now? I think he's getting lost when the credit pie.
Yeah, and
you don't. I mean, what do you want? He got fired in Philly because of the record.
I don't know.
And his record right here, he's got 107 on his ledger. We don't know where this thing's going. They just got, 60 wins? They're at 61, 12 over? But what?
They go 3-7. I mean, it's just one bad.
Well, it's like telling a rich person, if you go broke,
well,
you make the bet, but let's celebrate where you're at now.
I'm just saying that Kapler's all right.
Bochy's going to get manager of the year,
right? You tell me what you think, Bay Area. And unfortunately, you got it. The way I've said this, coach or manager, there's 3 kinds. Great ones make you better. Most of them don't really impact you one way or the other, and the bad ones make you worse. I think Kapler's in the middle. I don't think Kapler makes the Giants better. I think whatever the philosophy is behind what Farhan thinks.
That's so harsh, though.
Sorry. He's just, look, you know what? I hate to use an old phrase from World. He's just, all Kapler's doing is following orders. That's all he's doing, right?
Can we prove that? And there's a word called hater, and people would say the energy and what you just said is, why would you try to go to those depths to prove or take away credit from the manager? His job is to have these guys mentally ready to play, overcome adversity, and just from that alone, it's working.
Yeah, I don't think Gabe Kapler was the impetus behind or was the decision-making or brains behind a game like yesterday where the Giants used 6 pitchers. Like, that's born out of a philosophy that Farhan has. It's born out of necessity. And it's also born out of a formula of going. And Evan looks like he wants to jump in here. Yeah, it's like a game like yesterday. They're going to use an opener to start. He's got a template for how to use 6 pitchers.
But
because it's the template that Farhan makes him use.
Who's responsible for getting those 6 pitchers in a proper mindset to be the best they can be, the mental game?
My feeling is, here's how you get them in the proper mindset. Hey, you're probably going to pitch today. Like, that's what, like, I heard the interview with Sean Manaea.
Yeah. Dude, he sounded not down, but go ahead, I interrupted.
Well, and he also said, dude, I had a feeling I was going to pitch today. Well, that means, right, that Kapler came up and said, hey, just be ready.
He also said he doesn't really know what his role is.
That is what stood out to me.
I know.
Yeah. But I think, look, I mean, it does take some person in the dugout to implement that philosophy. And even if that's a memorization of situations and numbers and spreadsheets, I think that's difficult to do. My thing with Kapler and why I think he's perfect for this team is because he has been able to get a lot out of a bunch of young guys. And before he was in San Francisco, he was the farm director for the Dodgers, which is where he has the relationship with Farhan. So Farhan probably felt that he was more prone to a younger team. Like, he's probably able to build and develop those guys even maybe better than someone like Bruce Bochy is, because Bochy's not here for the kids. That's probably why he wasn't around in the first place. But I think you can give Kapler credit for how much he's gotten out of his young guys.
Yeah. Bailey, Matos, Casey Schmidt defensively, like, he don't get any of that, Steiny?
I think he's managing the way Farhan's basically told him to manage.
But you wouldn't say that with Steve Kerr and Lakeup, like,
no, because I wouldn't. I think Kapler is just executing a plan, and the other thing about Kapler is,
because you're essentially saying anybody can do it, Stoney. You could put an elephant there, and
isn't the guy who's the guy who stands to the right of Kapler all the time?
Kai Correa.
Thank you. Kai Correa,
give him some
to
love,
me,
but not
probably is the most, like, more important than Steve Kerr's top assistant.
D3.
I think Correa is the guy who says, "All right, look, we get out of this inning." After the righty, then we bring in Alexander because for the next, they got 5 lefties.
Man, so you feel like, and
I don't
like, you don't think Kapler's the brains of the operation?
I think it's Farhan.
Wow. So in essence, in your mind, he's managing too. Farhan, no,
pretty much.
He's not in that dugout in that clubhouse, man.
No, but there's an understanding that they both have. They are on the same
philosophy,
page.
And that's what I think happened in the interview when Gabe got hired. But I feel like Farhan's the guy that goes and gets the groceries, but the chef is the manager. And the Kai Correa's, Donnie, I feel like I can't tell you that's cruel, but if I'm Gabe driving around, I'd say, man, that dude's a tough cookie. What do I got to do to get some? So you're giving Gabe some credit. You have to.
But Farhan, to me, is by far the brains of the operation. And I also think, first of all, if Kapler doesn't say, Farhan, yes, sir, no, sir, Farhan, he wouldn't have got hired. Well, I don't think.
Well, there's an element of that.
Not with the baggage he came with. Well, and then,
dude, it's hot.
I mean, to me, the other thing is, as for getting the most out of players.
Yes, the young ones too.
Okay. Well, what do you mean too? See, if Kapler were truly a player's manager, he would not manage the way he is. Like, that's the thing about Kapler to me.
Brandon Crawford, line one. Remember, we thought he would be looking at this phony. We thought a couple years ago, oh, my God, this could get ugly. Even when Belt was here and it didn't. Oh, is that why Buster retired? And now we know it wasn't, or I feel that it wasn't. But, I mean, look at B. Cross. Now he's beating Father Time all of a sudden.
And that's because of Kapler?
I think Kapler has something to do with that. My point is,
I think it's
Crawford's not
professionalism. And who you said you heard Manaea on the radio. He didn't sound like he's happy.
But that's almost another kudos to Kapler of, yeah, he's not happy, but he's putting the team first. It's when you start hearing guys go publicly that they're not.
Well, that's
I don't like my role. I should be starting. I'm sure Striplin's saying the same thing. Not that his numbers could back that up. What about Wood? The way they're being used, is quiet on the set because they're winning.
Yeah,
to me.
I don't think he does. I barely think he does anything by feel. I think they go into a game and they have a list of outcomes and how they want to do it. And he and Farhan Zaidi are in lockstep.
If you're right, he'll never get fired then, Matt. He'll never get fired. If you're right, why would Kapler ever get fired then?
Well, so Farhan can save his job. That's why it's possible that he would get fired. The other thing is, I think if Kapler had his way, I think Kapler goes out of his way to be a player's coach. He doesn't want to criticize his players. He always stands up for them. So I think if Kapler were true to his nature, really true to his nature, and I could be wrong. Yeah. I don't think he'd manage this way.
Wow.
I don't think he'd manage this way. I think he'd let Cobb throw more innings and let Wood throw more innings like more of a traditional manager was. Because Gabe Kapler's got to know that the team isn't crazy. You can't tell me the team loves this style, but the team is bought in because it works.
Right.
And the team doesn't mess with Kapler because they know he's just executing what Farhan wants. If I were a Giants player, I would never really be mad at Kapler. Again, I just think he's taking orders from Farhan. So, but I'm not taking any credit away from him. But I think most of the credit goes to Farhan. But we can talk about it with Giant fans. 888-957-9570 is the number. And we're talking Giants. They win again. They won that series 3 out of 4.
Man.
And they play the A's tomorrow.
Off day today.
And Sunday. So, no game tonight. The other thing is, I'll ask, and it's something that we've been talking about. Why can't you win in the playoffs with an opener? Is that like an official? Is that official? Bay Area? You can't win in the playoffs using an opener. The Giants moved to 15-5 yesterday using an opener. So is it conventional wisdom? Yeah, you can't. Not going to work in the postseason. If so, how come? Tell me. Explain that to me. I'm not saying it will or it won't. I just want to know if it is something that most baseball fans believe. 888-957-9570 is the number. Also, we're talking about the Niners, Giants, Warriors. It's a feel-good Friday. I want one thing for each of those organizations that you feel good about moving forward into the future. 49ers, Giants, Warriors. I actually said Giants. I think Farhan Zaidi, somebody you got to feel good about in terms of moving forward. He's put together competitive teams. I think we can all acknowledge that in Farhan's tenure, his team's probably overachieved. And I think if that's your foundation, that's pretty good. So for me, Farhan Zaidi right now is the reason to feel good about the San Francisco Giants. The 49ers, the Warriors, where are you on each of those teams? 888-957-9570 is the number. Jump into the conversation. It's all brought to you by SC Johnson Steam.
Have you been in a car accident?
Jeez. Right, Evan?
Might be a cover. It says player.
Yeah, my buddy Dan wants to know if
I guess it ain't
we're going to the old ship.
Yeah, from the
today.
band Player, 77.
Yeah, we need to turn up one time, Stoney.
You can only keep one. Kapler or Farhan, who are you keeping? You could have only kept one. Myers or Kerr, who are you keeping? You can only keep one.
Wow.
Shanahan or Lynch, who are you keeping?
Well, you know that's not even
To me,
close.
it's
And I love
Shanahan.
Lynch. Yep, by far. And I love you, Johnny.
Myers, Farhan. That's what I would say. And I know I think most people would say Kerr over Myers. Well, actually, you know what? I don't know. You can only keep one. What's your three? Shanahan, Lynch, Myers, Kerr, Kapler, Farhan.
Shanny over Lynch.
Me too.
Okay. It's not even close. Kerr and Myers.
Wouldn't it be Kern Dunleavy?
Well, what I'm saying is one of them would have had to go this year. If you had your choice, one of them had to have gone. Myers or Kerr. Would you rather
and it's
the way it is,
okay,
or would you rather Myers still here and we go looking for a new coach?
And we know now about everything we know about the disconnect and
just whatever. We'll just we don't have to read into it that much.
I can't hate on Kerr like that because I said he's one of my top 5 coaches all the time, and that's my guy. But I got to go Kerr.
I don't see it, Bob. Yeah, I would
take
go
Myers.
I would go Bob because I think I got more of a future with Bob than Steve. Bob's going to resurface.
What's up with Steve and his contract? Still,
that's a good question.
Nothing quiet on the set.
And then what about the wait?
Farhan and Kapler.
I mean, this guy's a chef.
No, I haven't forgotten about
the chef. Using these ingredients.
I got to be careful here, and this is why I'm so objective. There is Gabe Kapler in Philly that it got ugly. His media game and the sparring that went on there, but it's not about that Gabe. It's the Gabe that I've seen in San Francisco. But I'm going Gabe because Farhan hasn't been able to land the big fish. I'm not doing that to be opposite. Odd couple. Shout out Broussard.
Really?
I'm telling you, man. Why haven't they closed on a big boy? That's not Kapler at all.
Sabian never closed on a big boy really either.
Bonds?
Boy. What do you mean? Make the argument that Kapler could work with any general manager.
Yeah.
Who could?
Kapler.
He's a
chameleon.
He's a yes man.
Okay.
Fit.
I think most people
would take.
I think it'd run 80-20. People would take Farhan over Kapler. Am I wrong? 888-957-9570.
Yeah, well, you know what? You might be right.
Mm-hmm.
And how much is it going to be resentment from how Kapler got off to a shaky start just in the in the public?
All right, here we go. You can only keep one. Lynch, Shanahan.
That's not even okay.
Kapler, Farhan, Myers, Kerr, Steiny, Guru. You can only keep one. See,
I don't know.
Let me tell you something.
And that don't hurt me if I lose.
Well, no, you're not going to lose.
You got a fan.
I think that you would get. I think it would be. See, I think Kapler would. It would be 4-1. People would keep Farhan over Kapler, and I think that's about it. That they'd keep you over me, for sure. We talked about this. Shaddy, Kapler, Kerr.
So you don't hold Farhan accountable for
what?
The big fish not being able to close. I'm going back to Bryce Harper. Even if they've had their hearts ripped out, and I just put that on him. Not saying the presentation was bad, but Steiny, I thought he was a swashbuckling, willing and dealing, and you get me in the room and I'll say the right thing. Night night, you're coming here. That's not how it's been. Well, I guess. Are we gonna? I told you I'd give him the bucket for Correa, and thank God he's not here.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that they haven't landed a big fish is, I mean, how many teams have landed a big fish?
Dodgers.
Always. They always do.
Okay,
that's their
Yankees,
MO, and the Yankees.
Padres. What are the Padres doing different? And they're losing. They probably want to be the Giants and maybe.
Well, I think the other thing is the Padres, they'll throw money at everybody.
Right.
The Giants pick a guy or two to put all their eggs in their basket. So I just think that when Farhan got here, the Giants stunk, plain and simple. And the first year they were supposed to stink. Well, the first year was Bochy's last. So that's,
yeah.
I mean, yeah, if you want to hold it against them, hold it against them.
Pandemic year where they were in it in the last weekend of the season.
They're in it the last week of the season. Then they went 107.
Oh, my gosh.
500 next year. And then now they're the number one wild card team right now, 2/3 of the way through the season. I just think Farhan deserves, I would say Farhan deserves more credit than
And I
Gabe,
do give him credit, but I just think Gabe deserves more.
Let's, I want to hear what this Henry Schulman. Yeah, here we go. This is Henry Schulman.
I think he's evolved and he's grown. Remember, when he got here, he only had 2 years of managing experience. And this is a guy who played on old school teams. So he gets hired into a sort of new school environment in Philadelphia. They wanted him to manage by the sabermetric rules. And it really was touch and go there because he was just early on, he was making decisions that really had no bearing on what the feelings of the players were. And I think he learned a lot. I think that the Giants owe the Phillies a debt for hiring him and then letting him make all these mistakes for 2 years. And I think he left Philadelphia a better manager than he was when he got there by quite a lot.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not taking anything away from Kapler. I think a lot of people would have guessed he wouldn't be the manager 4 years into his tenure the way it started. I mean, there's no doubt the way it started was not the way to start. And he's done a nice job. I just think I think Farhan's imprint on this team is bigger than Gabe Kapler's imprint on the team. But listen, they both deserve credit. And if you ask me who gets more, I'd say Farhan.
And they got different job descriptions too, Steiny. So that's well said. But at the end of the day, do you think it's fair that they haven't landed the star like a Judge, that I put that at the doorstep of Farhan?
No.
Like Gabe's mastered, has been more pinpoint, precise, precision on what his job details are, job duties, as opposed to Farhan, like you got to close it. And you had Stanton in the city, and he got away, even though he may have never been leaving, but you thought you might have had action.
I don't think Farhan's the reason the Giants haven't landed as a big free agent. I think the stadium's got something to do with it. I think San Francisco's got something to do with it. I think the taxes have something to do with it.
Speaking of which.
And, if you mentioned Bonds come to San Francisco if he's not from here?
Well, I get you. That might have been 89% of it, but still.
So, I mean, look, this is just – it's not a free agent destination.
I hate when you say this.
Some organizations are. Some organizations aren't. The Warriors were never, ever a free agent destination until they started winning. And then they got Durant. Or I guess you could say Iguodala first, then Durant.
Well, I will say we're a year removed from 107, Steiny.
Right.
So if wherever this is going, it looks like it's going 98, maybe even 100 wins, who knows? But if they get in the playoffs, that's 2 out of the last 3 seasons that you've been in it. So if I'm Aaron Judge or these new up and coming free agents, this is the greater Bay Area, man. You got a beautiful ballpark. You got a storied franchise. So I don't necessarily die on the hill of they don't want to come here, Steiny.
Steiny, you're wrong about the 80-20 split. It would be more like 95-5 for Farhan. Interesting.
I guess I'm part of the 5. Yeah, you think Willard and Dibbs would answer that, and I'll ask them when they come in.
I mean,
we can say two. Go ahead.
I mean, I'll just be honest. I think if you fired Kapler tomorrow, you could find the same kind of manager, and this team would not skip a beat. Again, that's my opinion. You might say I'm not giving him enough credit. That's fair, but I really do think that Gabe Kapler
is an order taker.
He's a great script reader. He's a great script reader. And you know what? And here's the other thing I'll say. Why I do think it works, and I'll give them both credit for this. I think Farhan and the platooning and the way that he wants Gabe Kapler to manage, all right? Gabe Kapler's got to manage that way or he's not going to have a job. Well, Gabe Kapler also knows, as far as I'm concerned, that players aren't crazy about that. I think we can agree that for the most part, players aren't crazy about the way the Giants platoon and the 20 times this year they used an opener and the pitch count, all that stuff. But I will say this: if you're gonna have to implement that system, and that's your philosophy, you know what? Kapler's pretty good at doing it because he does have diplomatic skills.
And did he learn that in Philly?
Probably not.
Well, Schulman said he had learned something because
he learned something
they turned on
Philly.
Him. Yeah.
But I do think that as far as having to deliver a message that some players might not want to hear, you know what? Kapler is pretty good at that. Kapler's pretty good at that.
There you go.
He's not just going to say we're doing it this way. Shut up and do it. Like he'll actually care about the players' feelings and try to work with them. See, I'll give Kapler credit there for sure.
But as far as going to get a pitcher, forget who it is. If they're doing a starter open, you think somebody's telling him go get Steiny? He's fatigued. I think that's him watching the game, having a feel. He's a former player. Maybe not every time, but Steiny, most of the time, I think Gabe knows, and his job is to read the game. I don't think Farhan's doing the Al Davis buzzing down. That's what Bruce Bochy was so great at. And look what he's doing in Texas. Now, I know he's got a great offense, but there's a skill to that.
Let me ask you this, Goo, and Evan can jump into because he knows pitching.
What was his ERA in college? 6.
So
not good.
The Giants used 6 pitchers yesterday after their opener. How much of that? I get it. He's got to manage depending on the game. And if the Giants come out and score 9 runs in the first inning, everything changes. But to me, you use an opener because you don't have a starter. So what's the goal with using an opener? Keep us in the game, right?
Yeah, the goal of the opener is to shrink the lineup. So, if the Arizona Diamondbacks feature somebody that off the top isn't great against lefties, then you start Alexander because he's a lefty, and then that helps you extend Tristan Beck, who comes in after. And he's not maybe supposed to throw 4 innings, but he's probably got a 50 pitch count, so he throws 48, gets you through 4 shutout.
Right.
And then you have a plan after that. You go to Minaya, but that depends on where you are in the lineup. I think there are on the fly decisions that Gabe Kapler does have to make.
No doubt.
But they're pretty easy, aren't they?
It looks easy when you succeed, and then you look like an idiot when you fail. But I think there's a little more. I don't know.
Give it to me.
There's more complicated. I think.
You think Steiny's selling them a little shorty? Just in regard to the credit pie?
I understand why. It's kind of hard, I think, for a lot of people to understand, and that's what makes watching the Giants sometimes so frustrating is because it seems like they're specifically trying to keep you guessing. Because if it works, then they're geniuses, but if it doesn't, then they're idiots. And their excuse for all of it is, well, we actually have a formula, and we're just kind of we're doing our thing.
See, and you know what? And maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's not this sophisticated. But I feel like the Giants say, okay, we're going to use an opener. Okay. So if our opener can get out of the first inning, either up and down 1, 2, 3, or get out of that inning using 4 batters faced.
Yeah.
Okay, you know what? If we get a 0 in that first inning and they only get 1 runner on and we're starting that second inning with a 4th or 5th hitter, we're going to this guy, right? But if they use an opener and let's say they get a run and they go through 7 or 8 batters to get that run, wouldn't he use a different pitcher then in the second inning based on the fact that that pitcher might have to pitch to the 9, 1, and 2 hitters?
But that's all feel still, though.
That's not feel. That's like a formula.
Well, and this is where I think you kind of have to broaden it a bit. It is feel in the sense that Kapler is not just managing that individual game. You're also managing, when you use that many pitchers and that much bullpen, you have to understand what guys are available, how they're feeling, how many days in a row they can pitch, if they're 3 out of 4, if they're 2 out of 3, and then that does limit or broaden the amount of arms that you can use in a game. So, if Duvall pitches 4 out of 5 days, which he has previous to last night, then he's not available, so then you got to go to somebody else. That's where I do think the kind of managing of workload is on the manager and not just on the GM.
Okay, I'll give you that. But then I'm going to have to come back and say that's basically the most basic job of a manager. Duvall's pitched 3 straight days. He can't pitch today. Like, isn't that?
Yeah, but that's the job.
But that's easy. That's like an easy. Listen. Like being careful with your closer that's every manager's task.
But what about coming up with the concept of, okay, hey, we don't got, looking yourself in the mirror, we don't got the strongest rotation. Let's try an opener. And if you look at their record when they do.
Whose idea is an
see
opener?
that, but.
Whose idea is
if you want to be positive, I'm going to say he had a say in it. And if you want to be negative and, and not give him the credit, it's 50-50. Like you could say,
no.
So you're giving Farhan the credit for that.
What I believe is if Gabe Kapler could manage the way he really wanted to manage, he would use a 5-man rotation.
Like, I don't want to see Stripling for 7 innings. And to be honest with you, Minaya, I don't want to see you to try to get through 5. Not saying you can't have a good day, but I think those days are over. And Wood, they're sending a message. I don't know, but those are 3 guys to where they're at in their career. I don't think they can make much of a stink about how they're being used, Steiny.
Well, I'm not gonna say that Kapler.
We're winning.
Kapler watches a game and says, "Ooh, pitcher A looks like he's getting a little tired, so I got to decide when I'm taking him out." Okay, that's what every manager does.
Yeah.
So, now we're taking him out. Let me tell you something. He's essentially being told who's coming in next. Like, that decision is made for him.
Evans, what about the count? You do your homework. Who's available?
Well, going into the game, they know exactly who's available.
So you don't think
he's saying, here are 6 available pitchers, and we're starting the second inning with our number 2 pitcher.
It's about matchups.
Yeah, and there's 2 righties and 1 lefty, so guess what? We're going to bring the righty in because he's going to face 3 out of 4 righties.
Okay, so you're calling all that basic.
Yes, I am. I am. I mean,
Bruce Bochy mastered it, Steiny. The gut feeling of, sometimes he'd go against the traditional stuff too. He would go on his field, leave him out there, that type of stuff.
Right. And I just don't think. You think Kapler's done anything this year where after the game he's met with Farhan and Farhan's like, "What was that? Why did you do that?" I'll bet you
sure a couple.
I never think it would be that one. I don't understand. I think it would be, "Ooh, you had 2 choices there. I would have done the other one, but because it fits under the overall umbrella of our philosophy, I kind of get what you did." Anyway, 888-957-9570 is the number. How much managing is Gabe Kapler doing? How much managing is Gabe Kapler actually doing for the San Francisco Giants? Are we slighting him? Are we not giving him enough credit by saying, well, Farhan's really got the template and Kapler's just got to play into it?
Let me read this to you on the First NorCal Credit Union YouTube chat text. He says, the Giants have no flair, and yet they're still winning. Do you buy that? Flair?
I think Duvall's got a ton of flair.
Yeah, but he comes in, he ain't out there 9 innings.
No, but what about who's my guy for the Mets?
Like, there's no De La Cruz.
Who's my guy for the Mets that comes into the with the music? That got hurt this year.
Yeah, he's over the season.
I know he
Edwin
is.
Diaz.
Yeah, Edwin Diaz got a little flair.
Yeah, but that
doesn't count.
I'm talking about
How come it counts for Edwin Diaz, but not for
position
Duvall?
Players. Like De La Cruz from Cincinnati, that's flair. I don't give a damn about flair and fireworks. He's got some.
Okay.
But I'm talking about F flair. I want wins. Yeah. You can have all the flair. The Padres got flair. They might not be in the postseason. To hell with flair. Now, if we're winning, I'll take some sizzle. I'll take some dancing. But don't have flair and not back it up. And that's your 2023 San Diego Padres. Even though they're playing better baseball.
I wouldn't count them out yet.
Oh, I'm not counting them out. Let me tell you who else. Even though Ohtani played his ass off last night, pitched his ass off, and they give up a granny in the 9th, and they lose. But watch out for the Angels too, Stoney.
Anybody else?
Cubs.
Steiny, what Vic wants to know, what makes you think Farhan has the cachet to ask that question? What question do you mean, Vic?
He's his boss.
What question?
Asking, why did you do that to Kapler? after a game.
He asked him why.
I believe that conversation might have happened. Well, Skip, gives him an answer. I'm not Drew Down. I'm not all about the highlights. I just said I'll take wins over flair.
Who said that?
Drew Down. Feel Good Friday, baby.
That's why Bruce Bochy was kicked to the curb. Steiny, is it predetermined or is he managing during the game? It's both.
I wish I knew.
It's predetermined.
But that's even old school is predetermined.
It's predetermined based on
who you have available.
Are we winning? By how many?
Right-hander, left-hander.
Yeah, like it's all. I think it's a formula essentially,
and I think something that the Giants aren't using, and I'm not knocking them for it. That I keep going back to Bruce Bochy is trust too, Steiny. Trust in guys. Yeah, it may look like Steiny's leaking oil or getting tired, but I'd rather I'm going to trust him as opposed to bringing somebody in that might be lesser. It makes sense on the paperwork, but that gut, and that's what Bochy has mastered, man.
888-957-9570 is the number, and we're talking about what's good. What's good with our three?
We haven't did the Niners.
We haven't.
They got a lot to choose from.
Well, just goes to show you how over time, to me, the 49ers are easy. Kyle Shanahan.
Actually, the more the better.
Thank you, Kyle.
I can see you get mad if the manager coming to get the ball for you, and you tossed about six and a half scoreless innings. I can see you be like, why?
Why? No, why? Because it's coming from upstairs. These players are smart. They know that That's why there's no sense in
getting mad at the manager.
Thank you.
If you're correct,
he's Sergeant Schultz in Hogan's Heroes.
Oh,
he's
dude, one of my favorites.
Following orders.
So is an NBA head coach following orders when they have to make a decision of whether to take a guy out or leave them in during the fourth quarter of a crucial situation?
That's wow.
Based on matchups.
I'm saying hell no. Evan.
Because there could be a situation from the front office, but we give the head coach credit for that, right?
Analytics hasn't invaded basketball, I don't believe, to that degree. Doc Rivers, Steve Kerr, they're doing it from the guts, Donnie.
Well, I think let's take Steph Curry. Yes, it's Steve Kerr's decision when to bring him back in the fourth quarter. That decision we've had for 8 years. When do you bring back Steph Curry in the fourth quarter? That is all Steve Kerr.
Yeah.
But I do think it's fair if at some point or over the course of time, Bob Myers says, what do you think about not using that template at all? What do you think about we'll sit Steph for 6 minutes in the third so he can play the whole fourth. And then Steve Kerr can say, yeah, that's a dumb idea. And then Bob would say, okay, well, I just
it's
wanted
not
to
a
throw
mandate,
it out there.
though.
And yeah, it's also much
but you don't think
Steve
Kapler
Kerr
has that cred, though?
No chance. I don't. No, I don't.
Kapler could say, Farhan Zaidi, have you won a World Series before?
Man. Have you been to one?
And Farhan will say, why is that relevant?
Because I know what it takes to win. Do you?
If that's their conversation.
I don't think they say
I
that.
wonder if Gabe's listening, what would he think of this? Oh, he's probably heard it, though, and he probably don't care.
He's having a bourbon right now.
Yeah.
And a burger.
He's got a hand tattoo.
Yeah, he's also probably down at Brogan & Sons getting his beard trimmed,
yeah.
I would think. Steiny, if they both have the same philosophy, why does all the credit go to Farhan? In basketball, if the GM and coach both think they should play small ball, does the credit go to the GM? Yeah, I think that's a fair point, but I just think Farhan's above Gabe Kapler. So Farhan,
on his job,
tells him
he's got more power.
How it's done. And good for Kapler. Again, I'll say it again. I do think if you're going to have to, if this is your philosophy and you need a manager to manage the way Kapler has or does, well, Kapler actually is a pretty good manager to execute those orders.
And why he got hired.
He's not a D. Trey Tries to be nice again. 888-957-9570 is the number. Also want to get into some Warrior stuff. Mike Dunleavy was on a podcast with Tim Kawakami. Had some very interesting things to say. A couple things I want to run by Guru and Warrior fans and ask them what they think of some of Mike Dunleavy's comments. 888-957-9570 is the number if you want to jump in. It's all sponsored by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
Infinite number of outcomes.
What?
Duran
Back
Duran.
to Steiny
Not
and
Duran
Guru
Duran.
on 95.7 The Game.
Who is this? I love this.
The One
Don't tell me.
Republic.
That's
Oh,
all right.
One
I knew
Republic. Did you
it.
know it?
Oh, I've heard this song a million times.
Yeah, so have I.
Yeah.
It's when you break up and you're
Did you listen
down.
to it last night?
Right. I
told you
did
I
wait
watched
for
the
you to
Wilt
call, Snotty. I was looking at the phone.
I told you.
Like
I
a jilted lover.
watched the Wilt Chamberlain documentary. It was unbelievable.
Did I cross your mind?
Not after.
Okay.
Not after 4:30.
Right.
See, don't do.
It was a consideration.
Right. Dude, Kapler. Let me tell you, he's a big Kapler guy. Lubman. Yeah, we had a little rendezvous out there about Cap.
I guess I'll use your phrase. Why?
Is he back there?
I don't know.
Oh, no.
Is he?
Yeah. I can't see. I'm looking at you.
Sam, you're a big Kapler fan?
Yeah, I like Cap. I think he's done a good job. You know, fun guy to talk to. I think he cultivates very good culture in that clubhouse. Just overall,
man.
I think his contribution. I think he's met his mandate in a much better way that Farhan has.
That man. Well said.
Okay.
Oh,
Well,
who did
I was
that
going to
do?
agree with everything you said, and then you dropped the bomb at the end.
No, job detail.
No, I'm not. But
Glenn Gary, Glenn Ross for Farhan.
I haven't said anything
Steiny.
that you take big exception to. Loveman. I know you. I know you take exception to it. Sam. Oh, I'm sorry, Sam. Hey, so have you listened to the last half hour? Have I said anything you've taken exception to?
No, I wouldn't say so. No, I mean, I still overall approve of the job that Farhan's done. But if the question was keep one or the other, I would keep Kapler.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay. That's fair. That's Loveman.
It's kind of like with you guys. If we had to keep one or the other, I like both of you guys, but if we had to keep one or the other,
Yeah. Oh, I know.
Wow.
I know. I'm under no illusion.
Guru's up 66% on the poll, by the way.
That's a
By the
little
way,
low.
Well, not to mention,
What happened?
I was going to get in.
I'm in a good mood today.
Oh, that's great. I'm glad. We're all relieved.
Payday.
Especially your boy. You want to talk some Warriors?
Well, you said something in the break. I heard you. I wasn't eavesdropping, but you talked about Debo. That kind of perked me up a little bit. You want to?
Yeah, I just
there is something there to
well,
me.
but I don't know where I'm going to go with this because here's what I said.
The beauty of a conversation.
We were just talking about the 49ers and Shanahan, and I said, I don't know, and Lynch, and the organization. I said, I can't prove it, but. Players are just so disposable in the NFL. It's really kind of troubling. And I feel like the 49ers, it just feels like they treat some players as more disposable than some other teams.
But they just
I don't like the way the league just soaks up players and doesn't care what happens. I hate it.
I did that with the running backs, and you came down my road.
No, I didn't.
Well, you did say
about
it's true.
All the players,
all right.
And now the running backs are feeling the brunt of it. But I think all players, I don't like the way the 49ers treated Garoppolo. I don't think they really did right by him. I don't like the way they treated Mostert and Mitchell. They just and
well, those guys got hurt on them, Steiny.
Exactly. I do think Kyle has a ruthlessness about him where and look, here it is. Maybe every single coach
and that's
would give the same answer. But if I said, hey, Kyle, you can win a Super Bowl this year, you're going to have to run Deebo Samuel into the ground, and it'll be the last effective year he has in the NFL. He'd say, fine, give me the Super Bowl. I'll find another Deebo Samuel. And that is yes. That's the nature of the sport. But I don't know. What did I say? I feel like the Niners do treat a lot of their players like commodities.
Are you going to call me naivete?
So does everybody else.
If I say Debo might say, run me in the ground as if we get that ring, coach.
But clearly that was an issue during his contract time. I mean, clearly.
But they saw him as a commodity that he is by giving him his chicken. I just think
right. But now that he's got his chicken, he better do everything they ask, even if here's the thing:
okay, I got something for you.
If Christian McCaffrey gets hurt,
Well, Debo,
they're going to say to hell with you, Debo. We're using you however we want to use you because now we have to.
And we never really found out what was behind his scrubbing of the IG. My thing to you, Steiny, is what if he says, okay, I understand. What I'm thinking
he might be willing to do that now that he's been paid.
Okay. And you said something just a second ago that I got to come back to. I think the hardest thing Debo Samuel's going to have to do, guys, and I mean this, audience, listen to the words that are about to come out of my mouth, is understand you're not option A anymore. And maybe that will be easy, but Steiny, there's a lot of mouths to feed. And
well,
I know you
one of them.
Ooh.
And you know what? And this is what JD was kind of getting into yesterday. And I kind of want to talk about it too, but I'm sure people would look at it as negative. Like, hey, Debo, you've been paid. Do your job.
Right.
Whether it's 2 carries and 2 catches, just do your job. There's one guy who hasn't gotten paid, and that's Brandon Ayuk.
And I hate to keep doing this to you. Do you think Draymond would come off the bench easier now because he got paid? It would be more easy of a transition?
I don't know. But I don't know.
The Niners are, Steiny, they are loaded. And you're going to have to pay Ayuk. And maybe you can, or you decide. This is like, they got it. They got a lot offensively, but the question mark at the quarterback, Willard says something. I'll save it for him. Steiny, I thought he was talking to me because, he had brought up, as well as he does, he said, do you think there's some fraction of 49er fans that want to see Purdy get hurt to then get to see Trey Lance? And I never, he didn't say it like
okay, you know what? Can I tell you the truth? Yes. I'd like to see Purdy get hurt for a month.
Oh, you said that.
Sprain your ankle for
just
a month.
miss a couple games.
Yeah. But here's the other thing, and as long as we're on the Niners, we can stay on the Niners. Jennifer Lee Chan, NBC Sports Bay Area.
Our girl.
She says, I fully expect Trey Lance to start the first preseason game.
Yeah, and that's like not a shocker to me.
In a way, it's not a shocker to me either. But, and I know.
If he stinks it up?
I'm thinking, what if he balls out?
Oh, keep going. But Purdy balled out
I don't
undefeated in 2 playoff games. There's nothing Trey can do I like Trey Lance. There's nothing he can do to supersede Brock Purdy if Brock is healthy. That's how much I appreciate what Brock did.
Now, I know you're going to say I'm all over the map with this, but I don't think I am. But I actually don't like the idea
of him not playing?
of starting Trey Lance in the preseason opener when he has no chance to start week 1 of the regular season. Like that I don't like, because that's telling me no matter what he does, he can't be the number 1 quarterback.
But isn't that part of being a professional? And if you were a boss at a company, Steiny, you would if something was taken away as a worker,
all.
But you wouldn't tell, hey, Daryl, stay home. You would find something for me to do. That's part of the job.
He's in his 3rd year. He's unproven. He's got to go. He's got to play.
What a great word.
But
some will say he's proven to them, and it ain't good.
I mean, the idea that Trey Lance could actually be fantastic in the preseason.
But won't you always be thinking about what it'll be if it were regular against a top-tier defense? Because it'll always be that.
But that,
as great as he is.
Yes, I'd wonder. But we're not going to see it because he has no chance to win the starting job. I don't know. It's just, listen,
I can't wait for the first game.
I'm not saying Purdy should play this many. Look, I don't know how it all is going to shake out. But do I think Purdy should play some in the preseason? I kind of do. A little bit.
Not because of Lance.
Because of his injury.
Yeah. He wouldn't see it down for me.
I don't know. I'd love to hear how 49er fans kind of think about that one if it's true. I believe it. Jennifer Lee Chan essentially not reporting, but she said, she expects Trey Lance to start the first preseason game. All right. For what? To try to win the backup job.
Or to further his career, Steiny, his growth.
Yeah.
It's bigger than him. They're trying to find out, kid, can you play? We're trying to get you some reps.
And I
yeah,
still
you want to work
Brock
Fries,
Purdy can
but
play.
we still need you at the soda machine. You know, you got to build up to that. And unfortunately, you were the starter. You got hurt, and Brock Purdy went Rudy on you.
Right.
So, it's tough luck, not for the Niners, but for Trey, unfortunately. But Trey, you better show some good footage. Maybe their phone will start ringing, Steiny. Hey, what can we give you for Lance? Other teams.
650, where have you guys been? Are you choosing to ignore what Debo has said? It's a non-issue. What specifically is a non-issue?
If they used him heavy, like put him at running back, I'm thinking. Remember how you said
it was an issue when the contract came.
Well, we talked about it, but
it was absolutely an issue.
You're saying now, we're both saying now,
like the fact that he wanted to be paid like a wide receiver instead of a running back, like that is proof that there was an issue.
Right, but if he got 20 touches, 16 in the backfield, I don't think Debo now being paid would have a problem.
Right, yeah. Not now. Okay. Not now. Mm-hmm. But don't tell me it wasn't an issue when he was running 12 times a game.
Hey, I saw you snicker. You didn't snicker. Yesterday when I asked JD about Bosa, Steiny, I'm not making a big deal at all. No, you just feel like this is you don't need to come to camp because I just have vivid memories of big guys like that, soft tissue injury when they come back kind of late in camp, then it bleeds into week 1 or week 2. No. I wish it would get done.
You misread it. I was smiling because it was the same question that I'd asked 2 previous guests. Not you shouldn't have asked it. Like, no, I asked.
Because you did ask our guy, your boy.
I asked McLuhan.
Yeah, you did.
I said, at what point do you worry? There's something going on.
Damon Chang, I love ripping the bong and listening to Steiny and Goo. Look at that. You smiled. That wasn't the.
It's summertime. Kids are out of school. And some kids are listening right now. And I don't.
That's how it sounds.
I know, but.
Yeah.
All right.
Shout out Nick Swisher.
Now, Evan, that might be a walk-off. Nick Swisher?
Okay.
What you put in the Swisher?
Former A's catcher.
We're talking hippie lettuce. What goes in a Swisher? Hippie lettuce.
It's cigar stuff.
Well, you
Not
empty
if you empty it.
Oh, Steiny.
So you guys are talking about a blunt.
Yes.
Okay.
Swisher. Nick Swisher.
Poor Bob.
That's a 6, Evan.
That's a
Steiny.
Kyle's in. First of all, nobody remembers Nick Swisher. Kyle's in Santa Rosa. What's up, Kyle? How you doing?
Hey, what's going on? Happy Friday, guys. How are you?
All right.
Thank you.
Good, man. Good. First off, I hate to be the guy, but deer season's coming quick, Goo. I've reached out a couple times, but maybe we'll do it next year. A couple weeks, we're going to be hunting deer. So,
oh man, what zone? D5?
No, buddy.
What zone?
No, A zone, buddy. It's the first one that opened.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Wow. All right.
Yes, sir. I've already.
I'll tell you what. Before you hang up,
seen it.
Give my producer your email. He's going to give you my email or my number. I'm for real.
Absolutely, that would be awesome, man. Because it's an easy access spot. I don't know. I hear about Norm, but I mean, we got enough deer to harvest up there.
Oh my goodness!
It would be cool to bring Norm up there and let him relive some of his glory days, right?
Boy, I'm tearing up. Go ahead.
Yes, sir, dude. Couple bucks that are pretty regular in spots. We could just post them up, and he can.
We saw 2 bucks at the Berkeley golf course, Steiny. We were right there. Almost fell down. 5-pointer.
And by the way, real quick. I know a while ago there was an argument, but we used to drive around in the truck and hunt deer too. I don't know how legal it is, but it was a normal thing. So you're not wrong on that.
There you go, baby. What you got?
I just want to say real quick, man. I went to the game. My company, I work for a great company down here in the city. We just were on a long project.
You can name it.
Finished up finally, and the boss took us to the game. And I got to admit, man, there was a feeling in that park that I have not felt in a few years, dude. It was, wasn't the best game for hitting and stuff, but we got it done, and I'm just excited where the team's going, man. So, anyways, I love you guys. You guys literally get me through my days. And
hey, real quick,
Kyle.
Yeah.
Kyle, if it's a great company, you can go ahead and say the name of it.
Or maybe he's sneaking a call.
Well, see,
it's Novo Construction. We just built Chime right down the street at 101 California, man.
Wow.
It's been I've been here for almost 2.5 years. So
nice.
You got sweet action at the park. You got sweet action.
It's not that big a company, probably.
Oh yeah, man, it was a great day, dude. About 6 of us from the company went.
Let me know if you know.
Dude, it's
and it's called Nobu?
Yeah. Novo, N-O-V-O, Novo Construction.
Gotcha. And you also, of course, run those nice restaurants.
Give him my digits, Evan. I'm ready to get
Novo
some venison.
Restaurant in Vegas. And
Look
they
at
got
my
those
boy.
Those great restaurants.
We'll be in Vegas.
Maybe. We'll see how the next month goes.
I was thinking about that, too. Like, you got to hang on. Yeah. We got to hang on, Steiny. Dude, deer.
Thank you.
You were with me when we saw the $2 5-pointer.
I don't want to talk
Lucas,
about it.
we saw 2 deer.
This. You know why I don't want to talk about it?
And you could be from here to
Lucas,
Todd's, the old
Thank
ship,
you, buddy.
and Norma get you if you're a deer.
Okay, let's talk. So
watch yourself.
What? Keep him off the show,
dude.
Please.
But it wasn't just us. He's going to address the price on his podcast.
Okay,
yeah.
Please.
But don't you understand? It wasn't Stephen A. We had stuff in the furnace. It wasn't Stephen A. It appeared to be.
Oh my God!
It was other stuff.
So
yeah,
if I'm 100 yards away from a deer,
you're done.
The deer's done.
Yeah.
What's the furthest away that you can?
Well, it
shoot
depends
a deer?
on what you're working with, Steiny.
Okay, I'm working with the best.
I got a
30-06
Remington.
I'm an American.
Yeah, 30-06 Remington. Me and Norm.
Yeah.
So I'd say about a good 225.
So I'm trying to think of my drive.
But you got to be a good shot.
I can't hit a drive.
And that's what it
250,
is.
but I can hit a deer.
That's what it is. That is phenomenal.
The real American sniper.
Man. Some guys using bow and arrows too, Steiny.
150. Don't you
sometimes? About 225.
Can I ask you one question, though, seriously?
Yeah.
Don't you feel guilty? It's so easy.
It's the hardest thing to do in the world. Deer smell you.
Hitting a golf ball is harder than killing a deer.
Okay, I give you that. But
I think you proved that.
And did you know deer? I'm educating you. Deer are colorblind. I don't know if you guys knew that.
Easier.
Well, they smell you, and they hear you. That 5-pointer right next to me,
the better
and it had
the
no
hygiene,
fear.
The better the hunter.
I never thought about it like that.
Take a shower before you go hunting next time. I'll bet you get one.
Oh, no, we go hardcore. There ain't no showers. You dip in the lake.
Well, no wonder. You guys stink, and the deer can hear you.
No, you do the monkey wash.
I don't know what that means.
Well, you get under your arms in the water.
I've never done that in my entire life.
You've never heard monkey wash?
No, I haven't.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
That.
Yeah.
That's
bird bath.
Oh, God. Don't talk about a bird bath either.
What happened?
I told you the story about Don Charlton.
No. Sound like he pitched a no-hitter. Who is he? Go ahead,
Guy I went to high school with.
Never showered?
I've told you this story.
Never.
Okay, I'm going to tell you that. If there's anybody out there that remembers me telling the Don Charlton bird bath story.
There's no doubt. You've never
Speak now
said
or
it's
forever
new.
hold your peace,
A new
because-
episode of Seinfeld. You've never told the story. I would have remembered that name.
You've heard this story.
No.
What a segue.
All right. You want to hear it?
Yeah. Snotty, some of your stories are the best. Some.
All right, so it's my first year in college. I'm a freshman, and my parents were away.
Okay.
D3. And I had a party at my house, and it got out of hand. My parents were at the Jersey Shore about 3 hours away, and I was in Pennsylvania, Reading, and I threw a party, and my buddy Jeff Schlegel somehow had a couple nice kegs of Stroh's beer. Remember Stroh's?
Yeah.
Yeah. So at this point, I was playing basketball in high school and college, and I was a bigger fish in a small pond.
Okay.
Very small pond. And so we had this party, and like I said, it got out of hand, and one guy, Roger Crawford.
Okay.
I had shut it down the night.
Party's over.
Well, I had shut it down.
Oh, wow.
The party
It's your own gig?
wasn't over. But I had my boys, Doug Kubanak and Matt Case. They had it under control. I was just taking a nap at about midnight, that's all. Or 11 p.m.
By yourself?
Yeah.
All right, no action.
None, zero. And so anyway, Roger Crawford is walking down the steps, and he fell. And he hit his head on our mantelpiece. This isn't even about the bird bath. This is how bad the party was. So Roger Crawford hits his head on the mantle and starts bleeding out of his ear.
Oh, no, out of the ear.
Yeah. So, thank God, Doug Kubanek and Matt Case, they were a year older than me. They were like, hey, we can't mess around with this. We got to call Roger's father. We got to call.
Oh,
we got to call his parents. I mean, this is not good.
This is movie like.
Well, Roger Crawford's dad was the chief of police of West Reading, the next town over. I was Missing, and West Reading was right next to it. And Roger Crawford's dad was on detail. Roger Crawford's dad pulls up to the party that's still going on. He walks into the party,
and there's his son.
We had a lot of Roger was a year younger than me. He was still in high school. Mr. Crawford comes in, and Doug and Matt are like, hey, Roger fell. He looked at Roger, picked up Roger, put him over his shoulder, and started walking out. And Matt Case was like, is everything okay? And Mr. Crawford was like, oh, yeah, this is between Roger and me. This is just between my son and me. So he left with Roger over his shoulder. Okay, that's the way that one went. A couple days later, talking to some people, and they say, hey, hear what happened to Donnie Charlton? I was like, no. It's like, dude, he got drunk at your party.
Oh, stop.
And he started to walk over to his girlfriend's house that he thought was it, and he walked into your neighbor's backyard, and they had an in-ground bird bath with a chain around it. So he fell over the chain and fell flat on his face into the bird bath and messed up his mouth and had to go get surgery. Did
Mary and your dad get wind of this?
So I find out about Donnie Charlton, and I'm like, oh my God, this is unbelievable.
Two things have happened.
So on Sunday, in fact, I woke up and I drove to the Jersey Shore. I drove 3 hours, and I said, hey, I'm going to tell you right now. I had a party, and it got out of hand. I'm telling you right now.
You wouldn't summon your
There was no way they weren't going to find out. There was no way. It was a nightmare.
Were they mad?
Oh, my God. My dad. High school kids. There were high school kids drinking at my house. Well, I didn't
so he wouldn't let it go.
Well, it's 55, so I'll tell you what happened to Don Charlton.
What do you mean by that?
Well, I'll tell you. I'll tell you, Ross Tucker. By the way, can we get to the Dunleavy Sound afternoon?
Yeah.
Oh, no, we got Sal Castaneda. Sal, come on at 12:05. I'll tell you what happened to Donnie Charlton and his dad on 95.7 The Game, and it's all brought to you by Chilton Auto Body. Chilton Auto Body.
You don't know Matt Steinmetz. You don't know me. Have you been in a car accident?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, Steiny and Guru with you. Momentarily joining us will be Sal Castaneda, KTVU news anchor.
We got to wait to hear the end of the story.
Yeah, you do. John, well, it's because Sal's here. John Dickinson at 1 o'clock. And I'm proud to say he's a friend. I'm also proud to say he's somebody I confide in. So, in other words, Sal, please don't let Guru know some of the stuff we've been talking about over the last few days.
Sal's my brother. We're good.
Oh, hey, how you doing, Sal? What's going on, man?
I'm doing well. Don't worry. Your Donnie Charlton story is going to stay. You tell it.
Okay.
But I mean, Guru, he's told me that story before, and it sounds great when you're a kid. And as I get older, I have kids of my own. That sounds absolutely terrible.
Horrifying.
That's incredible, especially if that happened now, Sal.
I actually have not yet delivered the punchline on Donnie Charlton yet.
Good. I'm not going to spoil it for you.
Okay. Hey, Sal, one of the reasons we love to have you on is you're a Bay Area native. You've been around for a while. You've seen the rise and fall of the Niners. You've seen the Giants. You've seen the Warriors. Let me just ask you, how excited, or what's your excitement level right now for this Giant team? And I know you've also been a season ticket holder for a number of years. So when you look at your history with the Giants and the fact that you're a fan of them now, like where are you with this team right now in terms of your excitement level?
I'm pretty excited. I mean, they didn't do anything at the trade deadline, and I'm kind of happy almost also because there was not a lot to get out there. I hate rental players. I know that, I'm just a fan. Again, I'm coming at it from a very selfish point of view. I think that a lot of the pros or a lot of the experts say, hey, nothing is off the table, make a trade. But I just love it when the Giants do homegrown stuff. They seem to have a lot of guys that are, quote, homegrown. I really like that. It doesn't matter to me if they take a few years. I heard Bonte saying something funny the other day. They're a year away from being a year away. And you have to wait. But, I'm all right. I'm excited for all these young players that they did not give away for a rental. And that's my excitement level would be 7.5 on a scale of 1 to 10. Okay. So, I mean, obviously I was more excited, in the 2010s, but I'm pretty excited and I'm happy. They never want to say rebuilding. They never want to say rebuilding, but this is kind of like a slow rebuild with a little bit of excitement because I think they're still they're 61-49. That's the third best record in the National League. I mean, they're doing better than I thought.
Me too, Sal. So I told Steiny if they somehow make the playoffs or don't make the playoffs, I could understand Giant fans being a bit disappointed, even though they are surprisingly out to a good start. Let me ask you about what you expect tomorrow. It should be tonight, Sal. We won't go there why there's an off day. But we saw the Bay Bridge series a couple weeks ago here in San Francisco. It was lit, as the kids say. What do you expect in Oakland this weekend?
I expect more of the off-field stuff to take center stage. I think that anytime you talk about the A's, you have to talk about the whole sell campaign. And that's what I think about nowadays. I mean, I think the Giants obviously have a leg up on the A's, which they're not doing so well on the field. But anytime I think of the Bay Bridge series now, my mind goes right to, could this be the last one? I think it's really unfair for the fans of Oakland to have their team taken away in what I consider kind of a shady manner by an owner who has been basically, making the team stink so he could get out. Most of the time I'm thinking about the baseball matchup on the field, but now that I think about this matchup, it kind of makes me angry that this could be the last one. And if I don't have a Sell shirt, but if I can find a Sell shirt, I will wear a Sell shirt to, kind of just, show my displeasure with A's ownership.
Sal Castaneda joining us on 95.7 The Game, KTVU news anchor. You can see him in the mornings, and then, of course, hosting The Nine. The Nine, that starts at 9 a.m. Great show. A little different way to look at the news around the Bay Area. All right, I got to throw a San Francisco question at us because, I was thinking about this for a second. Herb Cain was a legend in print. What if I said you might be this generation's Herb Cain?
Wow.
You know what? I don't think I'm worthy of that. Although Herb Cain, even though a lot of people liked him, and that was the day, there are some detractors because I brought his name up, and this is something that most people, you'd never hear from most people. He, kind of stuck to a certain crowd in the city, and, I didn't think about it at the time, but he didn't feature a lot of Latinos or, African Americans from the city. And, I didn't read every single column. I hope that I'm wrong about this, but other people have said to me, yeah, Herb Cain was great, but that was a San Francisco of including, Russian Hill crowd and the society crowd. He didn't really include the Bayview or 24th Street. And again, this is not me talking. This is when I bring up Herb Cain to some of the people that I've grown up with. That's what they say. And, now we're kind of going back and we're looking at these things.
Right.
I used to read Herb Cain sometimes, but, I would hope that if I ever had a position like that, I would also include some of our Latinos, which I'm a proud member of, and some of our African-American friends, some of our Asian friends in that mix.
Interesting.
Yeah, it is.
Interesting. By the,
go ahead.
I was just going to say, and you can follow up with the question. Curry99 on our YouTube chat says, Sal, great job on the zip trips. Why don't you tell our listeners
is amazing.
what the zip trips are on KTVU?
Yeah, we go to a town. Like today, we went to Los Gatos, and we basically have 1 hour to
Boy, that's tough.
feature that town. I mean, it's been Union City. I interviewed Guru for that.
Yeah.
So we go to towns, and we're trying to tell people in the Bay Area that you don't have to leave the Bay Area to go somewhere and take a little day trip. My job is to do the restaurants, so I went to a bunch of good restaurants, try the food, breweries, we're going to Novato in 2 weeks. Most people don't think, hey, I could go to a town that's maybe 45 minutes away and be in a whole new world. Maybe even could spend the night and get some history, get some good food, meet some people. You don't have to go far to have a little trip here. We're very lucky in the Bay Area, and that's what we do. And again, my job is the food. So, I've been putting on a little weight. But, I'll get it off. Last zip trip last zip trip is in a month, and I'll get back to the gym after that.
I'll tell you what, Sal, you need to try sodaweightloss.com. Bonte's lost 35. I'm at 23. I can't get past 23, but I'm trying. But you having me on Zip and featuring the lovely Union City, the mayor, Carol Vernacci, we're almost best buds because of that appearance. So thank you.
You were great, too. And Union City is a perfect example of a place that, if I told my wife, hey, we're going out to dinner in Union City, she would say, crazy. What are you talking about? I would say to her, I got a couple places for you, right? I mean, Los Gatos is a little bit more like you would expect Los Gatos to have good restaurants, and it does. So we go to a lot of Bay Area cities.
Yeah. Hey, let me ask you this. Speaking of the city, San Francisco, every city's got its issues, but it's taken some hits here lately, and I try to defend it, but the end of May, the NFL announced, and I don't think this is getting a lot of run, this story, that the 2026 Super Bowl is going to be in Santa Clara, but I know the festivities like 7 years ago when the last one was here will be in San Francisco. Sal, how big is that for the city? Because I do think the city's been taking some hits here lately that I don't like.
You know what? I think it's huge for the city, and it was big back when they did Super Bowl 50. We had our whole broadcast down there live at the Media Center, and ESPN and Fox and the CBS Sports all had big sets they erected right there in the middle. It was at the Embarcadero there. And I think they're going to probably do something maybe even bigger this time because of the flack that San Francisco has been getting nationwide. So you've got to know that San Francisco is looking for any help nationally to dispel the rumor that, it's a different city from other cities. So I think it's going to be huge. I think 7 years ago. I think now, we're still going to have the whole Radio Row down there at Moscone Center. I remember seeing 95.7 The Game back there. I went by and, talked to the fellas then. So, it's going to be fun. I think it's going to be huge for San Francisco. And I know people say, well, it's in Santa Clara. But to the rest of the country, remember, they don't differentiate. I mean, Santa Clara to them might as well be San Francisco. Oakland to them, unfortunately, might as well be San Francisco. We're very territorial in the Bay Area. Outside of the Bay Area, whenever I go somewhere outside of the Bay Area, if I go to New York, or if I was in Thailand, I tell people I'm from San Francisco. I don't live in San Francisco anymore, but that's what they know. So to the rest of the world, San Francisco is the Bay Area.
Sal Castaneda joining us on 95.7 The Game, KTVU news anchor. You can see him in the mornings. So you went to Los Gatos, action there, and now you're going to Novato in 2 weeks. Let me tell you something. You got to go to the Hot Monk Tavern. Hopefully that's where you...
Hot Monk.
Hot Monk.
I'm actually taking suggestions, you guys listening on the radio, and I'm going to Hot Monk. Okay, I'm writing that down.
It's a great venue. It's a bar restaurant.
If anyone from Hot Monk happens to be listening to me, hit me up on my Twitter or my X account. X.
Dude, what's up with that?
I highly recommend the Hot Monk Brewery. It's also a great place for live shows.
Yeah, Sal, I was telling Steiny the other day when it comes to the Niners quarterbacks, we had Alex Smith and Cap. That was like the Hatsfield and McCoys amongst the fans. We had Young in Montana. Now we got Purdy and Lance. I know those two aren't at the heights of the formers that I just mentioned, but what do you think about young Trey Lance and Brock Purdy coming off this elbow injury?
Well, I think that Trey Lance is going to play just because of the way the 49ers have an interesting history of having their quarterbacks get hurt. And it's football. And I'm not saying that other teams are going to try and hurt Brock Purdy, but other teams are going to try and chase him down. So I think that, I think that Trey Lance is eventually going to play. Sam Darnold may play just because, and I hope I'm wrong about this. I really hope I'm wrong about this, but I just have a feeling based on nothing except my feeling that there's going to be an injury and Trey Lance is going to have to come in.
Yeah, I mean, certainly that's been the situation over the last couple of years. What do you got going this weekend, Sal?
Well, I mean, hopefully. I mean, I don't know what you're doing after the shift. You could pop if you want. I mean, I'm here enjoying the weather. Right now, I got a play date for my daughter. Oh, hey, I forgot to tell you, Sonny.
Yeah, can I?
Let's
talk about your daughter. Go ahead.
My daughter's team won their 10U AAU championship of their league.
Wow.
Yeah. So.
And why don't you say, don't bury the lead.
You coaching?
Do they give an MVP for that?
My daughter got it, yeah.
Sal. Dude. Who's their favorite player?
It's Steiny.
Oh,
well,
God.
Okay, there is not just my daughter. I mean, I want to shout out Simone and Vera. Those girls are playing really well, and my daughter plays really well. It's a team thing, but it was, Matt has told me more about AAU because I never played AAU, and Matt played at a high level. So Matt's been, he's been kind of walking me through. This is going to happen, and that's going to happen. These kids are going to get emotional, and so Steinmetz is my guide, really.
Wow.
Thank you, Sal.
Yeah, he was my guide at the golf course too, Sal. He's a good dude.
All right, buddy. Let's be in touch.
Hey, pop if you can.
Absolutely. All right, man. Thanks for joining us.
Is that your guy's lingo? Pop if you can.
Yeah. Sal's daughter, Savannah.
How old?
I think she's 9 or 10.
Okay. She got something?
Yes, she does. And I'll tell you why. Because she's very competitive.
That's half the battle.
Yes, it is. And she works on both hands.
Look at you.
She's got a shot.
He didn't say the team. I wish he would have shouted out the team.
He mentioned their players.
Okay. No, that's better than the team.
But yeah, Sal's daughter's got a chance to be a heck of a player, and she's a great.
Don't you wish you had a son? You play D3. I don't want to rub 49er Frankie has 2 beautiful daughters. They love sports, the Giants, Niners, but the Warriors, don't you?
D3.
Teach them how to shoot and maybe be better than you. My sons were better than me.
If I have to be completely honest, and some people would say, Steiny, you're lying. I am completely and utterly telling the truth when I say, even in the tough times, I've never, ever once said, I wish I would have had a boy.
Wow.
It's just never.
Pass down that hair? Yeah. The jumper?
It just never.
Bucket?
Okay.
And one.
If a boy pops out,
no, I got you.
But I never. Yeah, I never really. I know.
Well, if you want to go dibs, technically you ain't done.
The hell with the kids. I'm done.
Well, when you got that, you're done. Yeah, it's a wrap.
I'm done.
Shop is closed.
So there you go.
Good for Sal, man.
Yeah.
Gonna pop over there?
We'll see. We'll see. We got some stuff to take care of after work. What else? Oh,
who is we? Evan's treating.
He's not.
His pocket's got the mumps out here. Yeah.
But so
my bad.
All right, here's the last thing about the Charlton thing.
Oh, go ahead. People want to know.
Hey, you know what?
A couple.
One thing I've noticed is
Taco
is if we hadn't
shout out Michigan,
if we hadn't gotten into our fight yesterday,
was it really a fight?
Well, yeah, it was really a fight. If we hadn't done that, I guarantee you the boss today would be like, guys.
Oh, there's
stay focused.
There's
guys, talk about
Is that
sports.
why you went to the story?
But he's a little.
Yeah,
he doesn't want to mess
I
now.
do psychology. And when we were going through it, he was like the police. I go, is he around? Did he hear? And then, of course, he was Johnny on the spot.
Like this would
you
probably,
know you didn't mess up. That's
probably,
what I was saying to myself. You know you didn't mess up, right?
Well, wait till our podcast. Wait till Guru and I do a podcast in which we say a month from now, yeah, you know what? Nahigian really effed that up.
Oh,
if he just would have let us go, like
no.
Steve Kerr.
No.
Steve Kerr should have just let
you
Draymond.
almost cursed.
Grow up.
And I almost got fired.
No, I didn't.
I exit stage left, but don't he took a
quit.
shot at me without naming me.
So anyway, the party gets out of hand.
Oh,
way out of hand. Roger Crawford hits his head. He's bleeding out of his ear.
No,
His
you
dad,
go
the
tell your
police.
parents. You're at the
I go
board.
down to the Jersey Shore, and I'm like, hey, things got out of hand.
So hurry this one
up. Don Charlton does he slips on a button. Okay, so a month later, I'm working at Pepsi Cola.
Oh, getting your hands dirty.
Yeah, it's a summer job. I delivered Pepsi Cola to swimming pools and grocery stores.
Action.
When I was in college, it's a great job. I also operate a little forklift. So I'm at the warehouse in downtown Reading, and it's probably July now, and it's hot. And like I said, I was a pretty good basketball player in high school. I was playing in college, playing a lot of summer league.
Yeah.
I was 20-ish, so I thought everything revolved around me.
To this day.
So I'm working in the forklift, and this adult comes up to me, a 50-year-old dude, and he starts walking up to me, and I'm looking at him. I don't know who he is, and he's nondescript, and he comes up to me, and he goes, I'm sorry. He goes, are you Matt Steinmetz?
Oh, no.
And I'm like, yeah,
See me play.
Yeah. I'm Matt Steinmetz. That's right. I figured he was going to say, I saw you play in high school. I'm like, yeah, I'm Matt Steinmetz. I'm like, and you are? Yeah, I'm Jim Charlton. I'm Don Charlton's father. Apparently you had a party that my son attended. And I was like, hey.
How far did he go with it?
Yeah, just want to let you know, Matt, that Don had plastic surgery on his upper lip.
Oh, man.
And 4 of his teeth fell out, so he had to go to the dentist and get his mouth repaired. But I just want to let you know he's doing okay. He's going to be all right. But it was nice to meet you.
He was telling you, how dare you not come check on my son?
I had heard he was okay.
Dude, but Steiny, that's what Pops was doing. You son of a... You didn't even come check up. But he wasn't really your boy, the one that got...
No, not... I mean, I knew
4
him.
knocked out. Yeah, you could have got civil suit. Nowadays, that would have been a civil suit in 2 days.
Well, I wouldn't have a party now because I'm a grown man.
I'm just saying if your kids had one, your daughters, and that jumped off.
So I go down to Jersey and say, Mom, Dad, I had a party. It got completely
You ever see the dude again?
Don Charlton?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I'm Facebook friends with him.
No way.
He looks great, by the way.
I'm sure the teeth are immaculate.
He married his high school sweetheart, so nothing happened at the bird bath that ruined his life forever.
Kids.
You saying you did him a favor?
Wow, man.
Yeah, he was a good-looking kid before.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
I might have saved him some orthodontia. I don't know.
Pops was really coming at you, man. Just to let you know.
So mad. It was unbelievable. Anyway, my mom goes, she said, they come home and I get in trouble. I'm grounded for the rest of the summer. Some crap. I can't remember. And my mom, when they came home from the party, so I went back. I told them the party got out of hand, went back. They came home like 6 hours later. My mom walks in. She goes, it's a good thing you told us you had a party. And I said, why? She goes, because the minute I walked in the door, I knew you had a party. The minute I put one foot in this house, I knew you had a party. And I was like, how? She's like, because this house has never looked so clean.
Oh, you overdid it. Yeah.
Plus the crack on the mantelpiece that Roger Crawford's forehead took a chunk out. All right, that's an 888-957-9570.
Yeah, we're done story time.
Any party of yours ever get out of hand?
And I hear Willard and the cops. I can't wait to ask him about that. He said, at least you didn't do what Willard did to YouTube.
What'd he do?
Called the cops on his own party. So I guess he told that story.
I didn't hear that story.
Yeah.
Have you heard that story?
No, I can't wait for him at 1:30. But can I tell you mine?
Yes.
So Norm and Daisy go to Texas without us. I throw a party. We charge
How old are you?
a senior in high school. So rest in peace, Ron Blackburn. We're playing Union City Logan Colts. Him and David Fletch get into a fight in front of the house. Whole neighborhood's coming out. Steiny, everything was cool after the fight, but I used the white stuff you put on the carpet cleaner to vacuum, and my dad had the old Samsung big speakers.
Yeah.
So some white powder stuff was in one of the cracked crevices of the stick. My mom comes home. She goes, Gerald, what's that? It's a true story. They thought it was powder. Like okay. I had been messing
drugs.
with the nose candy.
Right,
Yeah.
I got you.
I go, it's not that. And she dabbles in it. Norm comes over, and I had to break down, said we had a party, and I had stuff all in the wrong place. I got the worst butt whooping in the world. That's my party.
So your dad,
I got the belt.
Corporal punishment.
Yeah. Adrian Peterson.
I got a little bit, but then
you didn't get hit for that.
Well, I was 20 years old.
Oh, you went to time. You went to time out. Right.
Plus,
Norm got that leather, baby.
I also turned myself in.
Well, you did.
I said, I can't live this lie. 510, hey, my wife works at Hot Monk. I'm wearing a shirt right now. It's a good place, and they have 3 restaurants all in the North Bay. Yeah, I believe Novato, Sonoma, and Sebastopol.
How did you hear about it?
I went to see a concert there about 3 or 4 weeks ago, and it was unbelievable.
You and your buddy.
Hey, 510. I like that place so much, those places. And I went to the one in Sonoma, too. I like that place so much. I wouldn't mind being affiliated with that place. You need any PR?
Wow.
I'll give you some PR. Hey, Matt's in Oakland. He wants to talk about a party. What's up, Matty? How you doing, buddy?
Hey, fellas.
Hey.
So this is a while ago. This is my senior party in high school. And the next town over had a subdivision that had a little room that you could rent, or kind of a hall. So we're all underage and getting drunk.
Oh.
Sergeant Roger Williams showed up with his squad car. He leaves it out front. And he walks in and he sees me, and I was the student council president. So he goes, "Hey, Matt, how's it going?" And I go, "Hey, Roger, Sergeant." And he's like, "Okay, you got to clear this place out." And I'm like, "Okay, well, we'll do that." I wasn't too bad off. He turns around, and his squad car is gone.
No way.
2 guys. One of whom turned into a child molester. The other whom I think he became a cop. He walks back out there, and he sees it, and his face turns white, and he comes back to me, and he goes, "Matt," he goes, "you get that car back. You get it back now, or I'm going to get everybody from the department and everybody from the other city's department. We're all going to come down here, and we're going to put every one of you motherfuckers in jail."
Hey, Joe, hey, Matt. Never mind that segment.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
Back to Wiggins.
And
back to Wiggins.
He's a regular,
Yeah,
too.
yeah.
I got to suspend you.
Yeah, no doubt. Timeout.
I got to suspend you for that one. There you go. 888-957.
We got this Dunleavy sound.
I know.
He was with TK.
888-957-9570. I'll reset. It's a feel-good Friday. It'll be one thing you're happy about, you're excited about for each of the Bay Area teams. The Giants, the A.
And you didn't give me your Niners
are still
yet.
a Bay Area team.
You didn't? Well.
No, I did give you the Niners, remember? I said, this is what happens over time. Kyle Shanahan. It's got to be Kyle Shanahan, right?
Brandon Ayuk.
Could be. Could be Christian McCaffrey. There was one other thing I wanted to bring up, and I can't remember. But I'll remember it over the break. 888-957-9570 is the number. It's a free-for-all Friday. It's a feel-good Friday. It's a payday Friday. And you're more than welcome to join in. 888-957-9570. It's all sponsored by Lucky California.
95.7 The Game is streaming live on Twitch and YouTube right now. Powered by First NorCal.
a reliever. Wasn't he a nasty boy? Rob Dibble and Charlton. And was there another guy in there, too? I know it was two of them, but there a third?
There was a third.
I'm thinking of Don Larson.
I'm thinking of Norm. I did get that whipping at 18. That was an 18-year-old whipping.
Tell you what, Evan's baseball knowledge is terrific as long as you don't go prior 2009.
I want to hear more about his playing days.
Please. Why?
The ERA.
Don Larson pitched the perfect game in the World Series.
Yeah,
in 1956.
You ever met him?
I have not.
I have.
Yeah. Oh, where, Evan? For real?
That's right. I think he's from South Dakota, isn't he? Or North Dakota.
Well, he is. I met him in Oregon, though. He used to come every single year to the minor league franchise I worked for. And
charity work?
If you include smoking cigarettes and drinking a bottle of vodka.
He did not.
Work.
Wow. He was an athlete.
Yeah, in the 50s.
Dude, I just think of that. Man.
What?
Talk to me when you do it off acid. That's incredible, man.
There's a documentary on that.
No, I know. I've seen it. How can you pitch off acid?
You know what?
What do you really want?
Listen.
You don't think he was loaded? They had to come wake him up.
He actually took the acid like the day before.
It's in his system, Steiny.
It's in his system,
but I hear you.
Yeah. No, it's just for the sake of accuracy, Mr. Hecatite. Steiny dropped an F-bomb during a crossover a few months ago. He was heated. No, it was an S-bomb. It was not an F-bomb.
You were heat. We don't get heated during the crossover.
Yeah. When don't we get heated?
Well, today it's
going to be sponsored by an anger management
Friday.
Show. Any therapists out there specializing in anger management want to sponsor?
But who therapists the therapist? That's why I never got into it.
Wait, what?
The people you go talk. Who do they talk to?
They go to school and study.
No, but I'm just
the people who have.
You know what I'm saying? Who polices the police? I think that's how I'm built, Steiny. So let me get this straight. I'm telling you all my stuff, and you might not have all your stuff in order.
Al's in Union City.
The Union.
Hey, let's talk about Alex Smith. We've been talking a lot about Alex Smith. By a lot, I mean none, but that's fine. We can do it.
What's up,
Al? Is it Al or AI? Hold on.
Artificial intelligence.
He's gone. Okay. You want to get to some Mike Dunleavy sound? Or Shanahan?
Yeah. Mike.
You know what's funny is you just said Mike, and I was like, well, Shanahan or Dunleavy.
I'm gonna give you
I forgot it's Mike's kid. All right. Mike Dunleavy was on with Tim Kawakami, the TK podcast. And let's talk about a couple things he said that I just want to discuss. 888-957-9570 is the number if you want to jump into the conversation. I see some people wanting to get in here. It's a free-for-all Friday, so whatever you want to talk about, it's a fair game. Let's just listen to Mike Dunleavy and play off it.
Honestly, coming in, if this is my first month or two on the job, I probably wouldn't have as good of an understanding of who he wants as a player. But having been here 4 or 5 years, I think I do have a feel for that. Our group has a feel for that. We've learned some things along the way. And to make some adjustments in this offseason was, our priority. I think the biggest thing was when the season ended, listening to Steve and the coaching staff. What can we do better? What do we need to improve on? How can we help you guys? And listened pretty thoroughly on that. I think we made some adjustments that haven't sacrificed our future too much, haven't given up too many assets for, and put us in a position now where we feel like we can compete for a championship this year. And this is kind of a year-to-year league. So let's see what we can do this year. But we've got a decent amount of flexibility moving forward. And, I like where we're at.
I'm glad that one was the first one we played because that's the one I had noted in my notes. Yes or no? Do we know the answer to this? I think we made some adjustments and haven't sacrificed our future too much. I think that remains to be seen.
No doubt. I wholeheartedly agree. You think? But it has me thinking, Steiny, Chris Paul was also brought here for financial reasons.
Absolutely.
And I don't like that part of it, but I understand it. I don't like it because I think that outweighs what we all are seeing, including Boogie Cousins. We'll get to him, who's not sold on the fit. But, Steiny, if that supersedes the basketball fit, then this team is not going to be as good as when they had Jordan Poole coming off the bench, a guy that could get you 20, 30, 40.
I just, again, I'm not saying Dunleavy's lying or he's wrong, but I think we got to wait on that one. I think we got to wait.
No doubt.
I mean, we've got, first of all, the Warriors won't have their pick this upcoming year if it's 5 or worse. They gave up picks for Chris Paul. They traded a 24-year-old for Chris Paul. While it wasn't on Mike Dunleavy's watch, it's got to be factored into the equation that the Warriors traded a young James Wiseman for Gary Payton II. So I would just say when he says, haven't sacrificed our future too much, I think we got to wait a few years for that.
I'm with you.
We got to wait a few years. But
because I'd make an argument, Jordan Poole was the brightest when you talk about the youngsters, Donnie, he was the brightest spot. He was showing you the most, even before last season.
Yeah. Oh, we got Matt in Oakland. He's worried. Hey, guys, sorry about the profanity. I got carried away. I'll talk next year.
Yeah, that was an old shit.
You're all right.
Story.
Oh, Randy Myers was the third nasty boy.
Remember Chris Sabo?
908. Way to go.
Remember Sabo with the goggles at third?
I remember Chris Sabo. Yeah. I had him on my fantasy team back
Eric
in the day.
Davis.
Like Blake.
That's phenomenal.
That's not phenomenal.
Blake Sable, and he brings it home with the hometown feel, a giant. Evan, you're on fire, baby. Keep it up.
Let me tell you what's better than Steve Sable. That's better.
But no affiliation to the Bay. No, he's great, but no affiliate with the Bay. You got to have a connection.
I think you do. I think he does. I just got to figure out what it is. More Dunleavy?
Yep.
Take a listen to this. This is about Jordan Poole and why not?
Do I want to hear it?
Well, it's on Poole and Draymond. Mike Dunleavy.
I can't say that's not an argument. You can make a good point about that. I think the biggest thing really is just financially, we're in a position where you had to make some decisions. And I think we were able to make a decision where.
I'm going to start this one over because this is about whether he thought Jordan Poole and Draymond Green could not exist together.
I can't say that's not an argument. You can make a good point about that. I think the biggest thing really is just financially, we're in a position where you had to make some decisions. And I think we were able to make a decision where we could free some of that up while also still being highly competitive and having a chance to win a championship. So it just ended up having to be the decision we had to make, and so be it. At the same time, needing to get Draymond back, what he brings to this team and what he has meant, for the last 10 years, like that's going to keep going. That matters. And so we prioritize that. And then from there, we knew another contract probably needed to be moved, and Jordan ended up being that one. But we feel like getting a player back to Chris Paul's caliber can negate that in some ways or pick up that slack. So, it's kind of the business that we do, and we're in a good spot.
All right, that's Mike Dunleavy basically saying, yeah, we did. Obviously, they prioritized Draymond Green this offseason, and they knew if they did that, they'd have to get rid of another contract, and that obviously became Jordan Poole.
You know what? Hearing that, Draymond Green has to have nothing but major, major love from the Golden State Warriors.
You would hope.
Let me tell you why. Because in this life, street life, corporate life, family life, everything is about being loyal. Everything is about having somebody else's back and loving that person with their flaws and their imperfections. My goodness, the Warriors have told us, Steve Kerr, when we went to media day, Steiny, he looked us in the face and said, what Dre brings, we allow him to be him, and they have never wavered on that. And it just hit me like cold water right now, Steiny. They believe in what he brings to the table and what he's brought, so much so that they've been consistent with Steiny and Gook and cry and yell from the rooftops. All the fans could say, get him out of here. But you know what the Warriors have done? They have had his back and loved him. And that's why he got 4 for a buck. And I'm telling you, Steiny, I'm looking for somebody to love me like the Warriors love Dre. It just hit me.
Go see your boy Nahegan.
And say what?
Or go further up the chain. Go see the owner. And endear yourself to them.
No,
physically intimidate them. Do whatever you have to do.
Boy, wow. Yeah. Yeah. I've never done that but once. Shout out Food for Less. I quit.
Our guy Austin in San Jose.
Oh, he's going in on you.
Dunleavy's doing fine so far. I don't disagree. Steiny continues to suggest Wiseman was a mistake. He was. We don't need to wait to see anything. He was not any good when he was here, Matt. They made a mistake by drafting James Wiseman, Austin. Let's not be.
Well, the mistake wasn't drafting him; it's how they handled him. How about that?
The
OGs didn't want a youngster, so let's just take. You know what I mean? No,
I don't care what happened. Drafting James Wiseman was a mistake.
No doubt.
The only thing left to see is,
can he play?
Did they compound the mistake by trading him? They've already made a big mistake.
Hey, I'll give you this, because we always talk about what's a bust and what's not.
Come on.
If James Wiseman has Kwame Brown's career, he still was a bust for the Warriors. You know what I mean? Like, that's not good enough for me to say, oh, this really was, you got it from both ends.
If James Wiseman's Michael Olowokandi, the Warriors made a mistake. And if he's Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, the Warriors made
because he
a
won't
mistake.
pop for you.
There's just, is there any other way to look at it?
I got it.
They have to. And the reality of the situation is, the Warriors are doing everything they can right now to keep this thing going. And they're trying to do it without mortgaging the future. But
what is the future? Now, you got to have my back. I know we're a day. This is the first
I'm just
thing.
here.
But you got something out of me yelling without the mic on. Steiny, what is the future? Let's put the rat on the table. Brought to you by Atco Pest Control. Go to AtcoPestControl.com for all your pest control needs. I can make an argument that the future is on the Wizards. The best part of your future. I do like Moody. I am excited about Kuminga, but it ain't clicked yet. What are we talking about exactly when we say the Warriors' future?
Okay. Here's where I would say
money.
I feel like it's unfair that you just said what you said. I feel like that's unfair. And here's why. Because anytime I ever bring up the future, I am shut down with people saying, who cares about the future? It's about Steph Curry. And I have to acknowledge that there's a big portion of that's correct. That's absolutely correct. It's about Steph Curry. But at some point, we're going to have to, at some point in 3 or 4 years, Wiseman's going to be on another team. There's going to be a draft pick that Denver makes. Who's got their pick again? I can't even remember. Memphis. Memphis might have the 6th pick in the draft this summer, and it's the Warriors pick.
Oh, man.
So all I'm saying is, yes, I agree. And I'm not saying Dunleavy. Look, the Warriors had 2 choices. They could start to move off their big 3, or they could think about the future. And they're not moving off their or they could move off their big 3, or they can try to do it as much as possible now. I think they're both tough decisions. They're going with their veterans. They're going to try to string this thing along as much as possible. I don't know that it's the right or wrong decision. But I think this team, as constructed, not sure they can win a title, but that's me.
Okay, now let me come in with this. Coming out of left field, like Charlie Sheen on Major League, coming out the bullpen with this, random. We talk about how the Spurs were in the midst of a dynasty and fluked up and got Kawhi Leonard, and they passed the baton to him. If I see Joe Lacob at the old ship, I would just say, Joe, it is so imperative that Kuminga ball out, because during this phenomenal run and the chef still in his prime, we understand you earned that James Wiseman pick, but it was a fluke that you got it because the chef went down. Steiny, Wiseman could have been their Kawhi, and Kuminga could have too.
Well, no. That's where I got to disagree with you.
Talk to me. The value of the picks, though.
It's not their fault. Like, let's see if there's a Kawhi. We've got an Anthony Edwards. They couldn't have gotten him. Wiseman, Ball, everybody after that. But
Ball's a good starting point for me.
But you said Kawhi.
Yeah.
Kawhi is a Hall of Famer.
Now, I gotta
so
bring it up.
Kawhi,
what about that Kuminga draft? Who was after him to where, if you didn't take him, who could they have gotten? And there's two parts to this, Donnie. There's two parts to this. You could have traded both those picks for a ready-made to a thirsty team wanting to get their new star, and you could have parlayed that pick into a Bradley Beal or a player of that caliber that would have come and not had to learn or have diapers changed. I do think about that.
But
that person would have been playing with the big three.
That, to me, is now revisionist history. Because when we were talking a year or two ago about bringing Bradley Beal in here,
I was all on board.
Most people were not.
Do you think Steph, after that podcast with Steph and Andre, I think they would have been when they said
they might have been. Maybe
well, I can't. They don't know how hard it is. They wanted us to get. I don't think I'll ever get over it. Like if you're telling me we're going to watch Wiseman to see what he becomes. That will always be revisionist history.
I don't care.
Jordan Poole will be revisionist history.
Well, I don't care I don't care what Wiseman becomes at this point. It
won't hurt anymore if he goes on to be a perennial All-Star. It would for me. Jordan Poole the same.
I mean,
well, Jordan Poole's
yes
different.
And no.
They got in a fight, man.
I mean, like James Wiseman. I don't know if you're a Warrior fan. I guess you want James Wiseman to stink.
Yeah. Tim T on YouTube real quick, Stoney, saying Bradley Beal isn't winning anything. You're right. But if he's in a Warrior uniform, it'll be like Kevin Durant. He couldn't win diddly squat until he got to this, to the Warriors culture. When the Warriors culture was in fuego, that's when it was something.
D says, no, Steinmetz, you still traded a number 2 pick for Gary Payton II, an undrafted journeyman. I don't know what you mean there, though, D. I hope you're not saying that was a great trade for Wiseman. And I'm not saying Gary Payton II's useless at all, but you traded James Watt, the number 2 pick in the draft, for a guy who wasn't even drafted in the NBA, who's clearly a role player. But here's the thing, and I'm willing to, this is where I think you got to be fair to the Warriors. And I don't have the list in front of me. I think Evan might. But if Kawhi, if there's not a LeBron in a draft, there's not a LeBron in a draft. There just isn't, and I'll never hold it against the Warriors. Now, if LaMelo Ball wins 6 titles and is a Hall of Famer,
he's already an All-Star, Rookie of the Year.
He is. But you know what? I'm not willing to. That's got to play out. LaMelo, I like LaMelo Ball. But
I'll never forget you telling me
LaMelo Ball would absolutely be better on the Warriors now than Wiseman because he'd be playing.
Oh my gosh!
I'm not willing to say that drafting LaMelo Ball would have extended the run yet.
And imagine LaMelo Ball being your first off the bench to lead that second unit if that's how you saw fit.
Maybe he.
Oh my gosh!
Maybe he.
And he would be your guy when Curry would ever hang him up, whenever that day comes.
Stoney, what else should the Dubs have done with Wiseman? You keep talking in circles. Okay, what's your plan? Come on, B-man. No, what I'm saying is, okay, I would have drafted LaMelo Ball. Now be quiet, Austin.
Yeah.
How about that?
Our guy.
You should have drafted LaMelo Ball. They drafted for need. Big mistake in the NBA.
Yeah.
They drafted a player who wasn't ready, and they were a championship team. So, it's not a big deal. Wiseman was a mistake, and teams make mistakes. And I didn't really come in today thinking I was going to talk about Wiseman. I was talking about the Warriors and how Dunleavy's feeling about this team. And basically he said, yes.
95.7 The Game.
What's going on?
Breaking news.
Lakers star. Well, let's just say Lakers forward. I don't like saying that. Lakers star.
Where are you going?
Lakers front court player Anthony Davis has agreed on a 3-year max extension worth $186 million, tying him to the franchise through 2028 for a total of $270 million plus. Oh, that's what Clutch Sports CEO Rich Paul is telling ESPN. Anthony Davis lands the richest annual extension in the history of the NBA at $62 million.
My first thought?
Yeah.
Mamas, don't raise your kid to be Cowboys. Raise them to be NBA basketball players. This is incredible. And the money is more than what you're bringing. They're going to win. They got action at a chip, the Lakers, so we already know that. But my goodness, are you kidding? That's just... And then we got our guy, Anthony Edwards, getting... what's my boy, a guy in Houston, Bonte's twin, the point guard from Toronto.
Fred VanVleet.
Oh, my God. The money in the NBA. And running backs can't get paid. Anyway, this is insane. The money that these guys. That's why the 24-hour fitnesses, Sal, take your daughter and kid. Money in the NBA ain't like the NBA. But that's why the gyms are full with all these guys. The Phil Handy's working these kids out. Who wants to read a book when you can get that jack?
It has nothing to do. It's all about Anthony Davis being 7 feet tall.
But VanVleet is not 7 feet.
True.
Who else another bum? He ain't a bum, but he's a bum. Got some chicken that's just like, oh my goodness.
No, I never call anybody in the NBA a bum.
Who else did Houston bring over?
I think you're thinking
VanVleet
of
and who
your guy
else?
from
Dylan
Memphis.
Brooks.
Yeah, Dylan Brooks, who I like. But my God. Day took a discount. Draymond Green took a discount. How much money did he? 186. I need a drink.
Jimbo on the YouTube text line says, "That's your guy Myers that drafted Wiseman, Steiny."
Lake Up said it was. They all had a hand in it. They all had a hand in it. I can't even make that noise anymore after yesterday.
I don't know what that means.
I'm a little hoarse.
We got John Dickinson coming up in the final hour. He's going to talk about the San Francisco 49ers. He's down at training camp.
Like we have our Friday shows and people like it better than the Monday through Thursday. I wonder if the Niners.
I know the boss does.
Is it freestyle? Do they kind of get loosey-goosey, at practice on a Friday? Well, they'll probably practice tomorrow too. So
yeah, they don't necessarily take weekends off. I don't know. One of the things, well, see, that's what I can't do. I can't do it
I
anymore.
told you, don't stop. What were you going to say?
I was just going to say, the NFL players don't really have a 9 to 5 Monday through Friday.
Yeah.
That sounds pejorative.
But you're going to say something else.
No, that was it. That was it.
Somebody asked me, am I doing the weekend show still? Margarita on the YouTube chat. I think
Which
that's
weekend
material.
show?
The Backyard Boogie.
Oh.
They changed formats. I didn't get fired because I know that's where
Who's
you want
doing
to
it
go.
for you? Billy Val?
No, he's with another company.
That's why I was asking.
We're all gone.
Sarah and Vinny?
They're different.
Fresca?
No, she's in another company.
Who's doing it? Oh,
Chewy.
Elena?
Chewy.
Oh, Chewy's doing it.
Yeah.
See, now normally I'd say with a wry grin, I got a big boy in there,
No,
Chewy
but-
Gomez, but I can't.
Different hours, Stein. He's Monday through Friday.
Can we at least acknowledge that in the radio business, I mean,
He's an
Chewy's
icon.
on the Mount Rushmore?
Oh, there's no doubt. I asked him to help us do an intro.
Chewy, Sarah and Vinny.
Do we go?
But they only occupy one spot.
Three amigos who parks with me. A Victor.
No.
Saragossa on KSOL.
No.
You weren't in the bay.
I'm
when
talking
they
about
had-
stuff like Anthony Bennett. What was Bennett's name? Well, he can't be.
The number one overall pick?
I left
No,
my
no,
heart
no.
in San Francisco.
No,
Tony?
what about like Frank, what was his name? Frank Dill. Frank Dill.
Oh, what about our guy from KFRC?
Yeah.
Rick Chase, KMEL. Rick Chase?
Probably not.
Skip Bayless?
No.
Who has Little Wayne coming in on Friday?
You jealous?
No, I
Yeah,
don't
you
think
kinda
Skip's
are.
going to find
Hey,
a partner.
We got to
on
get out of
that.
here. It's 12:57. All sponsored by Cars.com.
Oh, that's the sound of a car being added to Cars.com. And since up to 50,000 cars are added per day, over the course of this ad, 8 new cars will have been added. Ooh, there's a nice truck. Oh, a purple one. Cars.com. Where to next?
Every business deserves a great deal.
1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
I want winners.
Sadiq Bey?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Steiny and Guru with you?
We had an interesting conversation just a second ago.
Who did? Who were you with?
That's a 4. It was you and I.
Oh.
I look up to the screen. You know I'm going to get half the story right. Alvin Kamara suspended 3 games, or is it 2 games, Donnie?
3?
For the fight in a nightclub.
Okay.
And he settled with the person that got hit. And that prompted me to ask my partner, who's never been in a fight. Well, he was in one yesterday. He said I asked you, what's your number? If a pro athlete could break your jaw.
Oh, my God.
For $150K, would you do it?
Well,
I jumped up like I had the Holy Ghost in me. $150, I keep my digits, all my teeth.
$150,000.
Yeah, $150, I'm good. Break my jaw, I'll sip out a straw for, that's a year's worth, more than a year's worth of earnings.
Yeah, I don't think that's the way to do it. I think, who's hitting you? Like, who's
I don't want
punching
Bosa hitting me. Well, you know what? Jordan Poole.
You know what? I'll take
Jordan Poole's punching me.
I'll take my chances with Jordan Poole
but
taking a shot
Draymond,
at it.
Man. But just let's say you're going to experience pain. The end result is you just have a broken jaw. You got your digits. People will. Evan, would you do it for $150?
Anthony Davis can punch me.
AD hit me.
I would have. I'll tell you what.
Come on, man.
Come on. If there's one, listen. I'm not a fake tough guy. I'm just. I'm
a
not
lover,
tough
not a
guy at
fighter.
all.
You know me.
But if there's that one clip of, I don't know why, it just gets me so mad. I wish the guy would have punched him. Was when Bobby Bonilla was with that writer and he goes, make your move. And I was like, I would love for this writer to punch Bobby Bonilla so freaking hard. Big Bobby Bonilla,
with his
payday. The tough guy, 6'4" in a locker room. He was
scuffling, though, then,
6'4" in a locker room full of 24
He saw his career going down the drain.
Threatening a 5'11" dude in a clubhouse.
Yeah, no doubt.
That's tough. Boy,
but Bobby was in a bad place then, Steiny. That's what that New York media got to him. But I didn't like that. But Steiny,
make your move.
200 racks, $300K to get a broken jaw? Sign me up.
You know the story about, what's his name? Will McDonough.
From Boston.
Correct.
Yeah.
Not Sean McDonough. It was his dad. I wish I remember the player. Quick Google it. Will McDonough covered the Patriots.
Who hit him?
And he got into a fight with a player, and he knocked the player out.
Steiny, stop. We would know that.
I do know that. Evan?
Says Claiborne?
Yes, that's who it was.
He got the best.
Raymond Claiborne.
That's correct.
He would have been released.
Will McDonough knocked him out.
That locker room would have never let him hear the
Well, that's
end
the thing.
of that.
Will McDonough was a tough SOB.
I bet. I'd never heard that.
Apparently, Claiborne tried to jab McDonough in the face. He poked him in the eye. McDonough responded by punching him twice, knocking him into the laundry chute. And this was a cornerback, Raymond Claiborne.
Give me how many more games did he play? You're ruined. Hey, Brock Purdy gets to hit you for $150K. Sign me up. I'm not saying Brock ain't strong. Jaw. You got it, bro. He's going to hit you in the...
I'm out. You
don't want 150?
Here's the problem with 150 in California. It's actually 77,000.
40%.
We just learned that.
Yeah. I got a gripes, Donnie.
Oh.
Before JD.
Give it.
It's time for Guru's gripes. Fire away, Guru.
I still don't believe that was Steph rapping.
I'm as mad as hell, and I'm not going to take this anymore.
You're starting to piss me off.
It makes me so mad. Oh, please don't make me angry, pal. You wouldn't like me when I'm angry.
King Kong ain't got on me.
Okay, help me out.
Guru's crops.
Mother sucker.
You don't need to know all the other parts of the story, people, but I was in a driving service car. A car picked me up. You got to clean your car. You cannot be picking people up, taking them to a destination with Coke bottles, KFC stuff in the back. Steiny, I thought there was a dead body in the car that picked me up, and I had to get to where I was going, but there's got to be a mandate. How can they do it to where your car has to be up to come on, man. What was the last taxi you got in before the driving cars blew them out the water? You got to have a clean car. And right now, people, men and women, are abusing it. I got in the nastiest, I won't say what service, car, and I go, am I being kidnapped? I'm nobody, but it was that filthy. Talk to me. Have you been in the dirty, whatever service you use?
Why are you afraid to say Uber or Lyft? Are we not allowed to?
Well, what if they want to work with us? I'm learning the business.
The companies are great. It's their independent contractors that need to step it up.
The boss will let us know. But have you ever been in a nasty one?
I must say.
You should be embarrassed and wash the damn windows. As musty as can be. KFC on the other seat under his drive. I said, how you need, your stuff needs to be revoked.
I'm not just saying this to
That's a problem.
Take the other side.
Oh,
I actually have, every time I've taken an Uber or Lyft, the car is extremely clean. Sometimes they'll have water for you.
That's how it's supposed to be.
Sometimes they'll have a little snack even.
Little nice music.
I've never had a dirty Uber. I've had a car that's a little older.
I was in Hayward, the haystack.
What?
I guess
the big question is, look at you getting a car service. Why? You got that kind of disposable income?
No, that was part of the story I didn't want to share. I let little Daryl use the car. I had to. Yeah. I was dangerous.
Why didn't you use Mia's?
No, she wasn't around. I was at Norm's.
Why didn't you use Norm's?
He was in it.
Why didn't he give you a ride?
He was in it.
So you don't.
I was out late. But anyway, Stoddy.
Interesting.
You got to have your stuff up to. Come on now. That's on me. That really is not. Could I have just said, you know what? I'm going to get another one. No, I would have been late.
We're talking about radio.
We do it.
Yes. I've come up with my radio Mount Rushmore.
Oh, gosh. Here we go. Bay Area. Okay.
Bay Area Mount Rushmore.
All right. This is.
And Dibs, I saw, is out here. Listen.
Are you going to put. You're trying to make the crossover easy.
No. I make no bones. He knows more about. There's certain things Dibs knows more.
Oh, I thought you were saying he was on yours.
He's not on mine.
Okay.
But he would be more of an authority.
He's going to be upset.
On it.
Okay.
Like he is more of an authority on golf. No, this is not sports. This is just radio. Sports can be in it.
Okay.
This is my Mount Rushmore Bay Area radio. Can I have a little music, please?
I was going to ask Evan. This is. I'm actually looking forward.
Ideally, the dun 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 that one. I guess Dibs calls it. That's it. Game show music. The Bay Area Mount Rushmore in radio. No particular order.
Number 4.
Chewy Gomez.
Wow.
Chewy Gomez.
That's a big deal.
Can I get a number 3?
Number 3.
I like the real voice.
I said no particular order.
Number 3.
Sarah and Vinny. Sarah and Vinny, number 3. Number 2. Man Cow. Man Cow.
I hadn't heard that in a while.
And number
1.
Alex Bennett. Alex Bennett. There you go.
Can I give you my 4?
Sure, why not?
I like your live. Read it again, just real quick. Yeah, read it again.
Chewy Gomez.
And I'm shocked you left one off that I'm
Number
blown
2,
away. Okay.
Sarah and Vinny.
All right.
They each count for a half. Number 3, Man Cow.
Okay.
Remember when he got his haircut on the Bay Bridge?
All right, here I go.
Traffic and, I didn't get to, number 4, Alex Bennett. 888-957-9570 if you've got a radio about Mount Rushmore.
Gary Radnich, please come up to the stage.
Tough to argue.
This is
Although
your
he did TV too. That's why I thought it was watered down a little.
But he was a radio legend. Now he's a legend in general. Okay,
half legend.
Chewy Gomez, come on down.
Of course,
you're double dipping. And rest in peace to the great. I know your family's here to pick it up for you, but Bill King, the great Bill King. Okay, and this is it. This is a dual award. Kruk and Kite, please come up and get your award. What they've done on the San Francisco Giant broadcast, I left out Fitz. You know what? I'm gonna put Fitz in it for Chewy, but I wanted to do it 2 and 2. Chewy's my guy.
It's terrible, isn't it?
Going on here? What is it? He looking at?
You and me have a
Fitz
little.
is incredible.
We've got our second disconnect now in 2 days. Like when I think of radio,
yeah, Bill King. He did the holy roller against the Chargers.
Yeah, I was thinking more like radio shows and
entertainment.
Shame on you too, Goo. And Matthew Nate's got it.
Oh,
you ought to be ashamed.
Pete Franklin started in Cleveland.
It's too late.
He started it in Cleveland.
That's why they're saying Dr. Don Rose. It's like, that's Philly. Dr. Don Rose was Philly.
And Pete Franklin was Cleveland. Yeah.
And
I'll tell you what, Fitz, Steiny.
See, here's where, and look, Radnich was awesome. I got to take Barbieri over Radnich because Barbieri was basically radio.
The Razor.
I think I left out TV people.
Well, why didn't the Razor make your list?
Because those other, he can't touch Chewy. And he can't touch Sarah and Vinny.
They're
then
icons.
I went old school. Man Cow probably doesn't belong, but
But all you remember is the
Cow.
haircut. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, you're right about Pete Franklin, though. He can't be in the Bay Area.
Yeah, he's from Cleveland. He's an East Coaster, man.
Yeah, exactly. So there it is, 888-957-9570. That's your boys, your two boys, Hall of Fame, radio, Mount Rushmore. Oh, I'll tell you what.
I do wonder what Dibs would be.
Oh, Dibs is going to tell us.
Yeah, no, I'm going to ask him.
No.
But we're going to ask about Willard's party, too. That's what I can't wait for.
Let's go out to Pleasanton. Talk to Shu.
Uh-oh.
Shu in Pleasanton. What's going on, Shu?
Shu.
See,
do you know Bonte has a friend named Wet Wet? It's like,
it's not his real name, clearly.
But it's his nickname.
Okay.
Would you call your boy Wet Wet?
I might.
Whatever your real name is.
It's not that bad.
Wet Wet?
I kind of like it, actually. Especially if he hoops.
I laugh every time I hear Wet Wet. I didn't think about that.
Exactly. Yeah.
You know what, boy?
Wet with a wetter?
But if he don't play,
Speaking of Dibley, I don't know why this is, but every time he says the word wetter, I start laughing.
How come?
I don't know, it just sounds funny. Oh, hey, Kalena, Curry's got a great wetter. That's such a goofy word.
That is. Yeah.
All right. I don't mind wet.
Dude, I can't get over AD's money. The NBA money in general. Who's Steph's accountant? Who's got that account? Who's it? Good God.
I bet he's got more than one.
Hey, we're going to war with Russia. We need some weapons. Call Steph. He got the money. My goodness, man. I'm jealous. I'm envious. I'm not jealous.
So Curry's made like 200. Dude. Like, he's got to be a billionaire already, doesn't he?
Over.
Like, how much? I mean, he's got to have made $500 million from Under Armour already, right?
Him and Braun.
Can somebody ask Curry how much he makes?
Apparently his net worth in 2023 is only $160 million.
See, he's high.
Total?
Nah, yeah. They do that. Like, they did that with Soldier Boy. He went to the courthouse and was hiding money from his baby mama so they wouldn't get the child support.
Usually,
Steph is worth way more than that.
I'll tell you what.
There's no way.
If you're telling me Steph Curry is only worth $160 million.
He made that in the last 5 years, Steiny.
He's got a money problem.
Yeah.
And apparently he doesn't have an accountant.
Well, it could also be just what he made. Like, right. That's generally like he made $100 million off court, $50 million on court.
How about LeBron, Evan, if he could get us those numbers?
I'd have to get the calculator out.
Steiny, really, how could you not be a Richard if you had that much money?
That's why you're not. That's why I wouldn't be one.
It's why I don't have it.
Half of my bitterness comes because I don't have any money. If I had money, I'd be a nicer guy.
Bron's at $1 billion.
He should be. I don't know if he should be, but no, those guys, let me tell you.
I'm not envious of money. I know it's the root to all evil. But to take care of your kids.
See, here's normally where I'd be like, you are. But I won't do that now. If you say you're not envious, I believe you.
I would never leave the old ship. Like, that's why I don't have my... You know what I mean? You would just stay.
Ooh.
Everything would be in an abundance. Driving a Ferrari. Ferraris.
Okay, so let's say both you and I...
Watch for every day.
Say both you and I were teammates on a good basketball team. and we both made $40 million a year.
I love this.
This is where I'm going to say it, and I'm going to risk our friendship, but you're a liar. There's no way I'm taking my contract and I'll be like, oh, you know what, Goo, I'm going to the Battery. And you're saying, oh, I'm going to go to the Ship. Yeah, okay. You wouldn't stay at the Ship.
No, but
you would go to the Battery.
But the point is, wherever I'm going, I'm splurging. I'm staying. I'm owning it. You know what? Quit letting folks in.
You want to be at the Battery.
I've been there, too.
Yeah.
What about Dana? Is he in? Membership?
He's you know what? He's buttering up some member like you read about.
That's how you do it. It's called networking.
You know, I was thinking about everybody. Like, everybody's been to the Battery. Like, everybody's gotten there once. I've never gotten there.
Well, because your ass didn't come when I said, hey, he's waiting on us.
I was in Dublin at the time.
Dublin,
Ireland. California.
Oh.
I was out dealing with some stuff. Anyway, anybody wants to take me over to the Battery, get a look-see, that's fine. We should have a contest.
Snoop DJ.
You two can take Steiny to the
2
Battery.
Christmases ago.
Who?
Remember Snoop? When Han was there, he was DJing. He was on the 1s and 2s. And I sent you the video. We had a different producer then. It was pre-Evan.
See, these are the kind of decisions that you don't have to make. You ready? There's the whole show today. We've done a whole show on 78 different things. We haven't kept on topic for more than 2 minutes. But even all the topics we talked about, Alex Smith's name has never come up. But for some reason, Al wants to talk about Alex Smith. Okay. What's up, Al? How you doing, buddy?
I appreciate you guys for taking this.
Sure. It's a little out of left field, but we're all right.
I appreciate it, but I cannot stand Guru's Cowboy shirt right now.
Yeah.
This is a Carl's Jr. shirt,
sir. Lori in Arizona also said that. Lori Matthews said the same
you
thing.
to wear it, so that's all.
Yeah, I'm playing. And I follow Lori on Twitter. How about that?
She doesn't like it.
Anyway, go ahead, sir.
That's a fellow Union City, guy right here off of Whipple again, so not to come at you.
Oh, that's my boy. What you got?
Yeah, I called the other day.
I was like, you did, with the same Alex Smith thing. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. I was trying to finish this conversation if I could, please.
Oh, well, I guess it's not done. Yeah, all you, buddy. Come on. We're good.
Let's do this. Okay, let's do this. So I was trying to say that preseason Battle of the Bay game, he made a tackle. He made an interception. He made the tackle on that play. That was amazing. He was an upgrade at quarterback from J.T. O'Sullivan and Sean Hill.
Who made a tackle?
He's, to this day, I'm just going through my points I got for you, my guy.
Okay.
To this day, he's Frank Gore.
That's
amazing.
Yep.
He's never, and this is not political, no racial, never should have lost his job to Cap.
All right.
The Harbaugh era was amazing for a kid that came out of 96. He brought us from I miss the Jeff Garcia days, so we were losing football, and then Alex Smith and Jim Harbaugh came around and brought it back to, glory days. Once he left the 49ers, I saw him as a Chief win that division and beat the Raiders twice a year. That was amazing.
Lost to the Titans up 14-up when he was in Kansas City.
He almost died. And came back to play an NFL game. That is amazing. And he's a great teacher, and he checks his ego at the door. Patrick Mahomes is a great quarterback because of Alex Smith. Kaepernick was a great quarterback because of Alex Smith. Anybody in Washington that was behind Alex Smith is a great quarterback because he's a great teacher.
All right.
Hey, I tell you what, if you want some great interview with Jeff Garcia, Google Steiny Guru Jeff Garcia, and you can hear our interview with the captain. He really is.
What the hell was that?
Dude,
what are you talking about?
Forget loving like the Warriors love Draymond. That dude loved that. Alex Smith did almost.
Oh, Shoes back. Shoes back in Pleasanton, Goo. He wanted to talk about I don't even know what he wanted to talk about. What's up, Shoe?
Steiny, can you hear me this time?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Last time all I heard was the commercial when you came to connect with me.
All right, we got it.
I was calling about your radio Bay Area.
Mount Rushmore. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So this is a sports talk radio Mount Rushmore, and it's my personal list.
That's fair.
I've listened to sports radio for 30 years in the Bay Area, way back to the first one they ever had was Sports Page 68 or something like that. In Washington, way back in the day. And listen when Gary Radnick used to call you Angry Matt Steinmetz on his show. And Guru, I think, used to be, wasn't your moniker the Sports Guru? Calling to Pete Franklin.
Yeah.
He used to flush you.
Yes, sir. That's me.
Yeah. So
you never got mad at Franklin.
Here's my Mount Rushmore. Gary Radnick.
Sure.
So the first couple of years when he worked solo with all the callers, wonderful show.
Okay.
Razor and Mr. T.
That's 2.
Okay.
Fantastic show.
Thanks.
And third on my list is Steiny, Guru, and Dibs. I know don't mark me down for the Dibs part of it, but I loved Steiny, Guru, and Dibs for those 51 weeks.
Okay.
And I still got a spot for a fourth show.
Oh, it's open.
30 years, and I still have.
Okay.
Yeah, but you guys have a wonderful show. This one's great. I loved it when Dibs was with you guys as well.
Okay.
And just want to thank you for all the fun shows you guys have put on the wall.
Thank you.
We made somebody's Mount Rushmore. If only you and Dibs could have got along. No, that was material.
No,
you
that's-
guys did. No. Oh, my God. In 51 weeks, he knew how long it ran. See, we were
Pinoy
number
Mamba
3.
must be a slow day letting it. Yeah, I mean,
Now, see, that's
let me
what I
tell you-
don't like.
Well, what am I supposed to do? Hang up on the guy?
Oh, no. I'm talking about the little smart comment.
Well, he's right.
It's a feel-good Friday after
It is,
yesterday.
but, I mean, let's face it. It's not like there's a full slate of NBA and NFL games.
I can't wait for Stephen A's podcast because he's
The
going
Hall
to
of
talk
Fame
about.
game was last night, Steiny. You tell me you
Dude,
were
I
locked
was
in
watching
for that?
everything. Lights went out.
I watched the Wilt Chamberlain documentary. It was
During
another
that
way
time?
to try to expand my sports knowledge.
But well, you learned a lot about Wilt. I was going to say I was using your thing on you. Tell me something I didn't know.
About Wilt Chamberlain?
Yeah, the subject matter. That's how you watch docs. Remember, you're like, if I ain't going to learn nothing new about the person, I'm not in.
Well, I learned a lot new.
And you shared it.
See, and that's the reason
I
I like
myself.
documentaries from guys from the past because there's not a lot. They had
Except
footage.
Willie Mays. John Shea on line 1. Remember the doc? You didn't watch his. It was a homework assignment. Evan was kind of mad. You never knew how mad he was.
Who was mad?
Evan.
Well, you lied to us, Steiny.
Right.
About what?
Because you said you're going home to watch. We were all going to watch it. We had John Shea on the next day.
Naked and Afraid Extravaganza was on that night.
What is that?
Oh, my God. It's a great show.
Teeny Boppers or what is this series?
Oh, my gosh. Survivalists.
Hey, I'm not into that.
Yeah, I am. Yeah. So let me guess I'm wrong because I like that.
No. Do you like it?
Another underlying issue with us?
Please.
I like survivalist stuff. And
I'm so glad you didn't call in.
Is that about what?
No, about today. You could have been Evan. That would have killed our relationship.
No, it wouldn't have. I can't kill you.
Stein,
is it okay if the fans bring the Goose Stamets fight up yesterday for the next year like Draymond and Poole Punch?
Dude, that is hilarious.
Boy, Austin, I'll tell you what. Let me tell you something. Austin. Here's the thing you can tell about Austin.
What can you tell?
He really does think he's funny.
Right.
Like, that's the thing. Like, he thinks he's really funny.
He can write for Dave Chappelle. Oh, we got more than just him. Yeah, Drew Down thinks he can write.
He starts writing for Dave Chappelle. Dave Chappelle's going to go underground for 4 years like he did last time.
Changers, BS&G was dope. We went Vegas, that show.
Yeah. If only I could.
You bringing your daughter this one? That's still a go?
What, to Vegas?
Yeah.
It's all right. She won't bother us.
No, I didn't say that. You're going to ditch me anyway.
Probably.
I told Louis me and Louis.
I got to make amends.
With your girl?
Who?
Your daughter.
Well, this isn't the daughter.
Okay. Oh, okay. Good. Right.
This is one I get.
So this will be easy.
All right. John Dickinson on the other side. And
and play the music, boots on the ground and everything for him.
It's all sponsored by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
95.7 The Game is streaming live on Twitch and YouTube right now. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union, the smart choice for low auto loan rates and super simple. Back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Wait a minute.
DRE.
What is this?
I heard Jay-Z wrote the lyrics to this song.
Doesn't sound like there are any lyrics.
Who couldn't play FCC?
I'll be there when I be there.
I don't want to hear that one anymore.
He might be coming back.
Cares? Tell you what, when he makes his next NBA field goal, we'll go back. We can do.
He is our Haslam. What are you looking at so intently?
95.7 The Game. I'm just looking at this tweet. Bonte Hill talks with, and then Nahegan goes, both Bonte Hill and Darryl the Guru Johnson look incredible, and it's all because of soda.
He's on it.
Who?
The boss. I thought I told you.
For how long?
This is his first week. It'll be complete
When's
tomorrow.
his weigh-in?
Tomorrow. I'm pretty sure it's Saturday.
No. He started this before he went on vacation.
No, the box.
He should have had a weigh-in
by now. No, the
box
came, actually putting it in his mouth. You know what?
The box came before.
Look at Steiny.
Yeah, you know what?
Oh, he said he was down 10. He said he was down 10. First week he was down 10. I can't get past 23.
But it's not official.
I believe you're right. He had the weigh-in when they were on vacation.
I'll go ask him about it during the break.
I was hoping he pops it.
Thank you.
Bob, I'm bragging on you.
Give it to me.
He dropped in.
You know what?
And the Goo texted personally, how's it going?
Well, hold on. I think he's been on it for like a week and a half.
Yep.
I'd say he's probably, lost some weight.
I already told him. Look at this. The baby's gone.
Okay, so here's the deal.
Yeah, it's tough.
First week, I dropped 8 pounds.
Dude, that's...
Second week, full week, I was in Boston on vacation. No. That hurt.
Yeah. No doubt.
That hurt. The kid still dropped 3 on
nice.
vacation. So I'm down a total of 11.
In 2 weeks.
And then when's next weigh-in?
Next weigh, it's every Wednesday.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Mine's tomorrow.
Yeah.
And they say if you're at 3 pounds, you're tracking good.
A lot of women starting to look at me.
Can you feel? Have you gone one belt loop yet?
Yes, one belt loop.
Nice.
Look at him.
It is just.
That's a great feeling.
No, it really is. Nothing else has worked. I literally cannot lose weight. This is. I'm not just saying it. It's unbelievable.
Has the missus giving you any love? Like, did she say, okay? No, not love. Wow.
She's probably listening. We're not going to get into my personal details.
Right. No,
right?
I didn't mean that. You know, like, hey, I can see you.
Yeah. She's like, you look good for the first.
What's your favorite? Is it the shake, the drink?
I just had the caramel bar, Goo. It was pretty damn good.
And you only got one a day. A lot of protein, Steiny.
Listen, I like to make fun of a lot, as you know.
Yeah.
I like when, if there's nothing better than losing weight and feeling good.
Yep.
Nothing.
Am I on YouTube right now? I mean, the people should see me.
You look better just because you don't have that Michigan pullover on. Maybe that's not flattering for you. Congrats, boss. Keep it up.
A lot of love in the air as opposed to yesterday.
Bonte
Our boss in this room.
So Bonte's at about 35, Guru's at like 23, and the
I
boss
can't
is
get
2 weeks in at
stuck.
11.
Yeah.
11 with the vacation.
That was impressive. I told a joke that just didn't go over.
Which one?
I said a lot of love in this room, huh, boss, as opposed to yesterday. He either didn't hear it or didn't like it.
He heard it. He just knows not to stoke. He doesn't stoke fires.
I got to work on my radio laugh.
I don't. Here's the problem with me and with Soda and me.
Because I want you to take your shirt off in Vegas. People forgot that.
No chance. I can't. It's not about 25. I can't lose 25.
No, that's too much for you.
Yeah, so
all you need is the gym. You need to hit the iron, Steiny.
I'm like a blind date. I'm like on blind date. Hey, Steiny, would you like to have another date with Soda? Or, you know what? I'm going to go on my own.
You just need to wake your shoulders up. Your traps in your shoulders. Evan is where I was when I was his age. My gosh. Steiny, people thought I was a middle linebacker.
Wish I was 6'4".
If I was 6'4".
See, that's why I think you get mad at me sometimes. You look at my height. No, seriously. I was thinking that drive. It's
then
something.
I hate everybody over 6'1.5".
And I'm going to be on this last confession, shout out Usher. The fact that I'm still hooping, I think sometimes you get mad at.
These are my confessions. Why would I get mad?
That I'm still playing.
I don't care.
I'm trying to recruit you.
What's good? Well, that's not happening. But let me tell you.
You got a bad hip.
What? Yeah, I wouldn't.
Oh, you got some results back from the blood test.
No, not yet.
Oh, okay.
Now I got to go get an X-ray. Got to go get an X-ray before my orthopedic.
You go to Kaiser Oakland?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Steiny, have you watched the documentary on the mob-owned garage company? No, I haven't. But God, I love documentaries. I really do.
Will you watch one this weekend? You think the odds are pretty good?
Well, first of all, no family again.
I want your gig.
No, you say that, but it's not.
I don't look. You should be in way better moods than you are. If you're getting this
my
much,
family's not around.
But you get free time. You just lay on the couch, do whatever, be nasty until they come back.
You got the dog.
Yeah, well, you got the dog. Yeah. Do you walk it?
Yes. Well,
there's a little
Do you
hesitation
walk it
there.
like you talk it?
Oh my God, that's another 3.
That is a 3 or
The
4.
song
just
you hate.
because it's the worst song I've ever heard in my life. I throw the ball with the dog a lot.
Now I meant walk it. It's like when y'all
Sometimes.
take a. All right, not as much as you should. Yeah.
You know what's weird is, it doesn't do it for me. Going for a walk. What is that?
I'm with you.
Hey, I'm going for a walk.
Yeah. But it does help
I'm
as
out.
we get older, Sonny.
Hey, you want to go for a walk? No.
It helps,
No,
bro.
I don't. It's called golf.
It's burning calories. Speaking of which, you doing that tomorrow?
No. Taking everybody to the airport.
With a smile on your face.
Well,
No,
I'll have a
I've
smile
done
on my
that.
face because I'm not going to drop them off in a bad mood.
All right.
But what else we got here?
Matthew, Steiny personal life segment, but I'm throwing mine in.
No, not going to do that. Not going to do that. And now I'm looking at my rundown here, and I'm looking at yesterday's rundown. I must have.
Is there blood on it?
I must have gotten.
Sorry.
I must have gotten them mixed up. What's the earliest we could go to break here?
2 minutes.
Come on. 2 minutes. I'll tell you what. How about just a
You got all
random-
that sound?
Hey, Mike Dunleavy. Hey, Mike Dunleavy. Hey, Mikey. Hey, any insight? Hey, first conversation with Chris Paul? Anything?
Yeah, I mean, I think the discussions with Chris go is like, hey, listen, I think I know what you're about in terms of competing, winning, loving the game. This is a group that does all those things. You're going to love playing for Steve. You're going to love coming in every day with these guys, competing, going out each night, playing a chase, playing in front of our fans. I think this for him accomplishes, pretty much everything. As his career winds down, opportunity to impact a championship team, play with a bunch of guys that are competitive, that know how to play. And, he brings the skill set of things that maybe we lack in. And so he can add to the mix in a way that's needed for us.
We're the flagship station of the Golden State Warriors, and you just did that?
Right. Oh, I see. I'm laughing at something about Fat Tone wrote. Somebody
Hey,
gets
Mike,
started.
real quick, Mike, can you expand on that a little?
I know there's been a lot said about the fit. For our end, we really think it's a great fit in terms of his cerebralness, his competitiveness, and you put those two things together, play style for a guy that's as skilled as he is, he'll make it work.
That's Mike Dunleavy.
I'm rooting. Well, of course we're rooting for him, but
925 Steiny, I think you'll like the TV documentary series Dark Side of the Ring. I'm all over that.
I knew you were
All
into that.
over Dark Side
So
of
they
the Ring.
feature all the wrestlers, all the different
old time wrestlers.
Yeah.
But even they don't go back far enough for me. They like to talk, they're into Jimmy, Superfly Snuka and Hulk.
Well, I get Andre the Giant. Yeah, Andre the
Yeah,
Giant.
but Andre, but
I was a big man.
Yeah, I like people of that era. Haystacks Calhoun, Bruno Sammartino, Larry Zbyszko. I could go on and on, but
That day
we
I got
the,
mad at wrestling, you were hot.
Well, and you never did apologize. We got to go.
The show you've been waiting for is here. Hip Hop made the band.
I give you that.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Steiny and Guru, it's crossover time.
Yeah.
Willard and Dibbs in the house. And
we got a lot to get to them. Where do you want to start?
Well,
why don't you start? I don't want to talk for 7 straight minutes.
48 hours of material all built up. Hi, boys.
Wow.
Welcome
Eddie
back
Murphy.
to life.
Okay,
48
Dibbs.
hours.
I'm going to start with Dibbs on your Mount Rushmore of Bay Area radio personalities. We did ours.
Okay, yeah,
And then Willard,
man.
I want to know yours, but I also want to know why the cops came to your
You
own
want
party.
to know about my party? I know. I've been here.
All right, but
Okay.
Dibbs, give us your 4 Mount Rushmore radio.
Man, you put me
Here
on the
we
spot.
go.
And
Okay.
I love Chewy Gomez.
He made both of
And
ours.
I don't want to disparage yours, but yours was a little bit of a mixed bag for me because, and like for
Bill
me,
King?
Bill King is
grew up-
amazing,
Okay.
but to me, this bit feels to me more like radio personalities, like either DJs
Oh, okay.
or talk
Okay.
show
Okay.
hosts.
All right.
So
I went with play-by-play. Yeah, I hear
correct.
you.
Now, if you want to do the Mount Rushmore of Bay Area play-by-play announcers, he for me is my Washington, more like the Lincoln with the
Okay.
beard that he had.
But give me your personalities.
A personality.
Your Willards and Steinies.
Gary Radnich has to be on there.
Okay.
He made me. Just ask
All
him.
right.
I made
Just
you.
ask
It's a
him.
fact.
Willard,
No, that's the fact. Bonds used to walk by Krukenkuip and say that to him.
No way.
He would just walk by, like a drive-by.
Yeah.
They told me the story. Yeah, he's just like,
What did he say?
I
You
made
know how
you.
good you got to be to
I made
say
you.
that?
it's
And
so
I
great.
and I asked, I go, how
It's
did
funny.
he go about saying that to you? Like, what was the conversation? He goes, no, he just walked by and go, I made you. Okay. And just keep walking.
Very
Curry
Yeah.
said that to me.
Right.
Oh, wow.
No, Krug and Kate were like, hey, he's right.
Wow,
It
man.
is high.
Yes.
It is low. Like someone's actually got to hit a home run for you to do the home run call.
Good point.
Anyway, go ahead.
Anyway, Gary would say that, I made Dibley. Hey, you were just, you were talking about the Nimitz before I.
Nimitz.
So I put Gary on there.
All right.
Chewy Gomez, Rick Chase.
You heard
rest
me
in
say him,
peace.
but he didn't make it.
Probably before your time.
Yeah, I told him.
He was the
80s.
Yeah.
Who was he? He was.
Back when
He wasn't
KMEL
Howard Stern, but he let it all hang out.
Yeah, it was kind of like Morning Zoo when
Okay.
KMEL first really jumped on the scene. So probably right before you came, and the original disc jockey legend in the Bay Area, Dr. Don Rose, KFRC,
Now-
70s, Dr.
Now,
Don.
He didn't make mine because he also had history in Philadelphia, I believe.
Okay, yeah, that sounds
Unless I'm
about right.
getting
Donnie
mixed up with
disqualified
Don
him on
Blue.
that. Yeah.
Dr. Don in the 70s when I was a kid, before there was FM radio, there was only AM radio. And you had to manually, just stick with me for a second here. Let Grandpa tell a story, and then you can talk about your party going around.
I'll turn it off.
Yeah.
You had to manually
11
spin the
minutes,
dial,
yeah.
and you had to push in the preset because you actually had to physically push the clicker to change the station. KFRC was the only station
Yeah.
that played pop music. They'd play the Bee Gees, and Dr. Don was had these funny voices and all the rest of it. So Dr. Don, Radnich.
I remember him.
Tip of the cap to Chewy, who works in the building. I get to see him when we leave a lot of times. Scares me all the time. He'll just scream out,
I
"Get
had
back!"
Victor Saragosa up there, KSOL, remember?
Yeah, I mean,
Dave
so many.
Fabia.
Yeah, and Victor still works here.
Yeah, I
Big
see
Daddy
him.
doing midday traffic upstairs.
We park in
So
the same garage.
yeah, okay. Whoop. Anyway, that's my Rushmore.
All right, back to your party, Willard. Did you hear Steiny's story of his
I've heard it
party
like
he threw?
17 times, and
I
it
didn't
never
want to
gets
tell him
old.
I heard it twice.
Never gets old.
Was this the story where somebody the cop came up and then
Yeah,
turned
he
around and
knows
the car was gone? Is that what you said?
That was the listener.
No, that was
No, the West Reading police chief was called by my friend because he'd fallen on my stairs and ear was bleeding, and the cop comes, throws his kid over his shoulder. Everybody was scared, and he goes, "This is just between Roger and me."
And somebody on
go ahead,
YouTube,
keep drinking. I don't have. I got to deal with Roger.
somebody on YouTube goes, they tipped us off. At least you didn't call the cops on your own party like Willard. I said,
this is a true story. This is a true story. So,
Not based on a true story. This is a true
This
story.
is a true story. So what happened is that I made the mistake of trying to rock Friday and again on Saturday.
double
So
dip it.
Ernie Banks, let's play two.
the Friday party, I don't remember where my parents went. They're going somewhere, but the Friday party was great. Like the people that I told, hey, let's get together, let's do the darn thing.
I can remember.
We get it together, and it's a house party. And I live on this cul-de-sac in Foster City, so It doesn't, you can't go both ways. Like, it's a small street that's got about 8 houses on it, okay? By the next night, the word had spread. This is pre-social media, obviously. The word had spread through about 4 football stadiums, and you got about 5 schools worth of people who are descending on the house.
Kids from Carlmont.
Sequoia,
Aragon,
San Mateo, Aragon, Burlingame, they're all coming to Foster City. And so you get gridlock gets created on the street. So there's a loop of cars with loud music, and all the neighbors are like, what in the hell's going on? And I'm just like, it's fine. It's not getting out of hand yet.
Owls and happy days.
What finally happened, though, it was getting overloaded, and people started coming to the door. And when I tried to say, hey, we're packed, and I try to turn people away, and I get shoved by people twice my size.
It's your house.
No, we're coming in.
Yeah.
And then people are starting to take stuff out of the bathroom, and it got out of hand. So I went into my dad's office, tucked myself under his desk with, I think this was brand new cordless phone. So grabbed the phone, and I called the police, and I said, and I was straight honest with him. I'm like, yeah. You try to make it like there's no alcohol, but I'm like, well, I just tried to have some of my friends over, and all of these people are like busting in, and I don't want them here and everything. And so, they
cleared it in a second.
Called the cops on myself, and then I spent basically the next 20 hours scrubbing that house as clean as possible, and I almost got away with it.
I was just about to
If it wasn't
ask.
for the meddling kids.
Till my mom tried to cook dinner the next night, opened up the oven, and there was a bunch of empty beer cases. Someone had shoved in the oven.
Oh, man.
Mark,
I
always check the oven.
Almost
did you
got away with
confess?
that.
What did you say? Like, you got me?
What the hell are you going to say?
So
she's like,
I got
your
a
dad
whooping.
doesn't drink that.
Yeah.
Your dad doesn't drink Bud Light. What the hell are you doing?
Here's a new one I experienced about a year ago. Going out of town, did kids home alone.
Uh-oh.
And we're leaving about 2 days, and we notice it's in the daytime, and there's 2 kids out front, and they're like in our shrubbery. Like, what's going on? So Susan walks out and goes, hello. And they were dropping alcohol
for later.
For 2 days
pre-drop
later.
in the shrub.
Yes.
No way.
They came over with vodka and beer.
Yep.
They wanted to hide it on our property.
Like a squirrel.
I
mean, tucking it away for the winter.
What
That's
did you
amazing.
do? It's still in my closet.
No, did you
Like
tell
I
her
drank
what's
it.
going on, or?
Well, we knew the jig was up at that point. but
I'd have been in Kaiser.
I don't know that the party was over.
Yeah.
but we
See,
took that alcohol.
The funny thing
My
is
parents,
I think,
man.
9 times out of 10, we're all cruising around with what we can get away with.
Yeah.
And once you become a parent, you're like, oh, they knew. They knew the whole time.
They always knew.
My parents knew that a party was coming before they left.
All right, wow,
They're not
man.
stupid.
My dad would draw a line on the bottle of vodka to check the level.
That's the level.
And my siblings, because I was a late bloomer, so at the time I was just like, you knuckleheads. And they would, glug, 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 and then fill it up with water. And the old man was like one of the great drinkers of our time. So Dwayne's coming in for his evening martini, which followed his 3 beers and preceded the gin and tonic, of course. And he's making himself a drink. And he was the kind who would measure out every drink with every shot. And he'd
like a pro.
take that first sip, and he's like,
good Lord.
Douglas,
Yeah.
Michael,
Gil?
Louise.
Okay.
Forget Danny. I'm shooting Nerf hoop as a 15-year-old in the garage like an idiot. Anyway, parents always knew, to your point.
Tom Willard sat me down one time before the trip. He just sat me down. And all he did, like, this, you could take this for whatever you think it means. Come on, sit down. Sit down. Okay. Hey, so what's going to be going on here over the next week? What's going to be going on? Well, what? And he just looks at me and goes, you ready? And I'm like, how do I answer that? Yes. Okay. All right. But it was just like,
that's great.
I
man.
dropped my knowledge on you.
Yeah, no
we
doubt.
know we're watching, and it better be okay
And you're
when
gonna
we
go
get
through
back.
the same.
Right.
Yeah,
and whether
you
we was
got it.
talking about party or women, I don't know what he was talking about, but he was just like, it better be okay when we get back.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Do you ever have you ever been or been the subject of the vindictive parent?
The vindictive parent.
Correct.
It like
So I had a buddy when we were younger.
Vindictive.
When we were young, I'm not going to use his name, but his name was Bill, and he got a brand new bike. And his dad said to him, use the bike, but you can't cross the highway and you can't go to the Berkshire Mall because it was across this highway and he was still like 10 or 11. Takes the bike. He goes to the Berkshire Mall. The dad follows him to the Berkshire Mall.
Oh, knowing full well he's going to the Berkshire Mall.
Parks his bike, locks his bike, goes into the Berkshire Mall, and his dad stole the bike. He stole the bike.
Oh, man.
Cut the lock, stole the bike.
Put the bike into the car, sat in the parking lot to see Bill's reaction.
Watch him.
When he came out and
Wow.
thought his bike got stolen.
This is great.
So Bill comes out and he looks. He's like,
freaking
I would have needed a diaper.
Yeah.
No doubt.
Yeah, exactly. And then he watched him panic, I guess, for a few minutes, and then
and cry.
And I think then he even just went home. And here comes Bill. The dad's
Where's the bill?
And does Bill tell him the story, the truth? Like,
yeah.
My bike got stolen at the Berkshire Mall. And the dad says, at the what?
Exactly.
That was my question. The bike got stolen, but from where? From where? He told him?
Yeah, he told him.
Okay,
he told him because it was over.
That's good.
punishment?
Yeah. Wow.
Did he ever get the bike back?
He got the bike back.
He got the bike back.
Monster punishment, but I don't know that I'd want to see my kid just. I don't know. It seems a little.
Did you ever have the parents? Maybe this is the opposite of that. The parents who sort of have their kids back when they probably shouldn't.
Oh man. Oh, that's me.
Yeah, I had that. I had that because I got
do the legal.
Do the legal.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Station.
So San Mateo High School, I think this was just like one of the regular dances, not one of the fancy ones, just like whatever.
Yeah.
One of my buddies is he grew up in England. So alcohol is a little bit of a different subject over there.
Yeah.
Right. So the parents of that child, when we were all 18, are like, yeah, we got a cooler. You guys are fine.
Oh, yeah.
You guys are good kids. You're getting good grades. You guys need to have a drink. Come on. So we pre-party for the dance. Well, then you get to the dance. The assistant principal was straight waiting for us. Waiting for us.
Pregame.
Nobody got it. Nobody even got inside. We got immediately grabbed, pushed to four different.
Patrick Bailey, the assistant principal?
Seriously. 4 or 5 different. His name was Richard Mazzini, that sucker. Anyway, everybody got pushed into different corners. And it was like, you wait over here, we're going to deal with it. Oh, yeah. Because it was like they were waiting for us.
Their parents are liable.
They knew,
Nowadays they would be.
Yeah, never even got that far. While I was waiting, I had a pack of breath savers in my pocket. I ate the whole roll.
There you go.
I ate the entire roll. And so everybody
now he smells like peppermint schnapps.
Right. So everybody gets pulled, like they take us down to the school. So now we're in like different classrooms.
Oh man.
Everybody's got a classroom to themselves. All my buddies get suspended. They all get suspended. But whoever this security dude is comes up and says, all right, breathe on me. Breathe on me. And he looks at me and goes, not this one.
Oh,
he's okay. He's okay. So
minty fresh.
Flash forward.
They didn't say you
flash forward to about a week later. This
boy.
assistant principal is still trying. He's still trying to get me. He's still trying. He's like, the other ones are suspended, and he's trying to. And he, let me call him in out of class and everything. So finally, my dad called him. Said, yeah, I want to know what we're doing here. Why are you? It's apparently you checked him and everything was okay. So I think it's time to leave him alone now.
Pops.
Right? And so and that was the end of it. And then we got home and they're like, don't ever
I love that.
do it
I bet.
again.
Man. That's
nice.
beautiful.
By the way, the fact that you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, don't forget, it's always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube, and we are now powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
Let me run this by you, too.
Bonus legal. I like that.
The Giants are having an amazing season. I don't know where it's going, but I was a hater of Gabe Kapler when he came in, okay? Then the 107, then last year, which felt like 20 under, but it was 500. And what they have going now, I told my partner, you got to give him his flowers for thus far. And Steiny's like, yeah, it might be Farhan. I don't care whoever's giving them what. There's a personal aspect component to managing and having the Woods, the guy you had on Manaya doing different roles and keeping them not going public of, oh, I love it or I'm mad.
Right.
You got to give Gabe his flowers for where the Giants are right now, right?
Well, first of all, yes, but like
Putting it under a microscope could be not hating, but why are we doing that, trying to take something from Gabe?
Because that's what we do. Like, I mean, let us throw a question back at you because it sounds like you guys were starting to dabble with this. If they're 61-49, and the popular thought from fans is, well, you don't have any good players, and your manager's a fraud, and your general manager's a cheapskate, and your ownership group don't even get us started. So if that's the case, okay, fine. If that's the perception, I know not everybody feels all
bad
those
across
things,
the board.
but if that's the perception, then who gets the credit? 61-49. Who gets the credit?
For me,
I
the manager.
feel like Farhan should get a lot of credit.
Okay, Farhan.
But I'm not saying none, but Farhan, we could talk about your deficiencies, if you call it that, on closing the deal. That's not Gabe's job. Gabe's job duties on the managing the personalities, to me, is a big part of the job, and some lose that. So I can separate and say Gabe is mastering what he's supposed to do. Even if you tell me he ain't doing the lineup, he's going to pull the pitcher. No way. He's got to have some input in that. So I just feel like the job detail and job description between the two are different. And I could say Farhan, area of improvement and closing the big fish, but nobody can say Gabe is not doing a damn good job.
Don't you guys think it feels like a closeted compliment that people don't want to give, which is that if you believe the Giants are talent deficient, but 61-49, aren't you automatically saying that the manager's doing a great job? Aren't you? How do you get to 61-49 without good players and then not credit the manager?
I think it would depend on how much you think the manager is autonomous, if you know what I mean.
Okay.
Like, clearly, this is what I say. Kapler and Farhan have the same philosophy. Kapler's on board with executing Farhan's plan, right? So, from that respect, I think there's other managers that could do pretty much exactly what Kapler's doing. However, I don't think I don't think the team loves this approach.
Some of them don't. Yes.
Right.
Kapler said it yesterday. He said it out loud.
Manaya said it without saying it.
Totally.
Exactly. But I do think Kapler is so sensitive. He's such a player's guy that they realize that he's the one executing the plan, and he actually, the way he executes it with his communication,
yes,
I think that's what I give him credit for. In other words, like, hey, Billy Martin, you're on the same page as Farhan. Go be our manager and manage like we want. That ain't gonna work.
No, Earl Weaver or any of the old school guys.
Farhan, I do think communicates with these guys.
In terms of like who executes the plan, I think it is Gabe Kapler. I don't think that Farhan goes to him in the morning and says, here's when you're going to pitch Tristan Beck. Here's how you're going to use Manaya. I think they have the same philosophy in terms of how to go about getting wins. And you mentioned the word communication. Gabe Kapler, even though Sean Manaya may not be thrilled, or Alex Wood or Ross Stripling, they may not be thrilled with their role,
getting pinch hit,
all that stuff. But I do believe that Kapler communicates to them, and they're aware of how things are going to be done, so that when it happens, you're not surprised.
He had a little bit of a flex question to a reporter, and I don't think he did it with any sort of like, how you like me now kind of a vibe by any stretch. But there was a question after yesterday's game when Tristan Beck came in out of the bullpen, throws 4 shutout innings with 2 hits, right?
Right.
And one of the reporters is kind of like insinuating, hey, if he can do that, have you thought about maybe him as a starter? And Kapler was kind of like, yes, sure, we've thought of that. Have you thought of the idea of...
you
got to do it right. Focus. Your mind's in Mexico.
Got a nice haircut.
Have maybe you thought of the idea of continuing to use him in the role where he's clearly already awesome?
Doesn't that sound better?
So the bigger question is this: if we're asking our sports teams to do something that works, and the Giants have found one, why do we hate it? They're 15-5 with an opener.
Exactly.
And
80
we're
runs
asking
scored last
them,
month. Oh
we're
my
basically
gosh.
making it sound to Gabe like these opener games are a trial to find out who can handle the regular games. And their response is, why are you so forceful about us changing what is literally the reason that we have the third best record in the National League?
But
they're 15-5.
The whole ideology behind that, I believe, is Dibs. That's gonna, if you got in the playoff series, and it may not, that's you want your horses, your Verlanders and Scherzers. And so you think that's just going to take you so far.
That may be an outdated ideology, though.
No doubt at all.
I think the way that they approach it is there are 27 outs for us to get in this game, and we're going to figure out how we can get out 1 throughout 27 as hard and as wisely, shout out Brett,
They got a
as we
different
possibly
style,
can.
man.
So
Yeah.
they look at their lineup. You got 2 starting pitchers who you can trust, and so you look at the first inning. Is it Alexander? Is it Walker? Who can we get the first 3 outs? And then we have an innings eater. Can I get 9 to 12 from that guy? And if we're in the lead, I'll go to these 4 guys. And if we're trailing, we'll go to these 4 guys. They've got a plan, and like it or dislike it, 15-5 is tough to really sneeze at.
They're winning. How can you not like
the
it?
The quick answer, and they've addressed it, is we do need to be careful that we don't overdo the bullpen. So that's fair. Yeah. That's a
And
fair
they lead
response.
baseball in bullpen innings.
Right, but I would say as long as they are sitting here in August and they know that and they've got a plan to address it, I don't know if they do. I'm sure they do. They always have a plan. But like if they're aware of it and they know not to overdo it, then yeah, it does beg the question: why couldn't this work in the playoffs?
And that's
why not?
That's what I.
Why not?
That's what I wonder too.
Nate?
That's what I wonder.
I mean, hell, with these numbers, why not do that in
that's
game
why
1?
I believe when Farhan was
actually.
court,
Why not go Ryan Walker in game 1?
I was actually thinking that.
He's outstanding.
And they believe in
Why would
that.
that be crazy?
It's not.
And that's why when Farhan was holding court in the club dugout talking about why he felt like there wasn't nothing that great, and he wasn't wrong on the trade. At the trade, like there was nothing.
There wasn't.
And he's right. And I felt like that man believed what he was saying and what his team is doing, how they're set up. And you got Haniger, possibly Yaz, and Estrada possibly this weekend. Like that, they got something going. Is it the way you want to do it? No, but it's working.
Right. So, remember that state, and a lot of people are hanging this around Farhan's neck. We're going to be aggressive at the deadline.
Shasky was a big one.
I've had listeners even hit me in the last 24 hours and go, he lied. And I heard your guys' conversation about this the other day, and I thought it was really good when you were like, but he said he'd be aggressive. And Steiny, you were like, well, maybe he was. And sometimes you're like, I'm going shopping, and then you get to like, okay, I'm taking the kids on vacation tomorrow. And I could say to them, hey, we're going to do some fun stuff when we get there. And then when we arrive, let's say my daughter goes to the concierge and says, Dad, could we do the dolphin swim? You said we were going to do some fun stuff when we got here. Well, the dolphin swim is $600, and it's a party of 4. So
24.
No.
Yeah.
But Dad, you said we were going to
your
do
children.
fun stuff. Yeah, but not that.
Yeah.
Because that's out of whack.
And I told my daughter Friday at the Arden Mall in Sac, I took her shopping for her party before you came.
Nice.
I said, don't buy something just to buy something.
There you go.
You know, and she worked, and she had a little money, and I could see it on her face. You don't like it. Don't get it just to get it. But it happens in life. But I appreciate Farhan for, like, being a Jedi to, like, I ain't doing it for that, because that ain't going to make
it. They don't care. They do not care.
That's clear.
What people
and
say.
it's easier to not care when you take 3 or 4 from Arizona.
Thank you.
You get swept by the Snakes. All of a sudden, he's not looking so savvy.
30-run homestand. 30 runs in 9 games.
7-2.
just
It went
wow.
7-2.
Who does that?
No one. It's absurd.
Yeah.
It's absolutely
Do the
absurd.
A's got a chance to win a game this? I mean,
sure they
baseball.
do. They can win a
I guess
game.
you're right.
Yeah.
The way their offense is Giants.
Is this the last Bay Bridge series?
No, it's not.
You don't think so?
They're going to be in Oakland next year.
Sal mentioned that. We had Sal on earlier.
You'd think, but I don't
It's
know.
a $45 million payment if they want to get out of their lease.
Oh, then
But
this ain't the
baseball's
last one.
waving all kinds of stuff.
That's not baseball.
I
That's
know.
the city and county.
But baseball can pay it.
Yeah, Flaccid Rob's going to choke over 45 for him.
I don't know. They're already waiving a reload fee that's way bigger than that.
And many other major league owners are outraged by that. So we'll see if the reload fee actually does get waived or not.
Yeah.
Still many stones to be overturned.
Enjoy your Mexico.
Thank you, man. Thank you.
All right, gentlemen. Have a great weekend.
Steiner's
Have a
leaving.
great show, and we'll see you next week.
Quit while you're ahead.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, here we go, everybody. Glad you are with us here on a Friday. Twitch, YouTube, Xfinity Mobile text line 888-957-957. And when we say Twitch and YouTube, by the way, thank you to our friends, all brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union, Willard and Dibs. Glad you're with us. Yeah, I think negative Giants fan has been pinned into a corner. You got to compliment somebody. How's it happening? They're 61-49. And those perceptions I just threw out there, I think are real. I don't think they're across the board. I don't think everybody looks at it this way. But we know what the reputations are. The roster, talent deficient. The manager, a weirdo. The general manager, a cheapskate nerd. And the ownership group, cheap and politically controversial. That's what we've got. And
61-49.
And some of that is all fair, and some of it may not be, but 61-49.
Those are all subjective judgments, and I think the one objective thing is what you're saying, 61-49. So it's fascinating when you posit the question of who gets the credit.
Who gets the credit?
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 Well, the ownership gets, I'm going to give them none of the credit.
Okay.
Other than the hiring of the people who are actually doing things, because I don't think that the owners, and apologies to Larry Bear, friend of the program, I've known Larry for years and years. I don't know what materially he's doing to lead to 61-49. I would give the credit. It's probably an even split between Farhan Zaidi and his team and Gabe Kapler and his team, because it's not just Gabe and Farhan. It's the pitching coach, the bench coach, the hitting coach, the catching coach. Patrick Bailey's been amazing, and Blake Sable is learning on the fly how to be a catcher. So it's not as easy as Farhan and Gabe, but for the sake of the conversation, let's just say Farhan includes Pete Patilla and everyone else scouting and everyone else in that side of the building, and Gabe Kapler includes Alyssa Nacken and every other coach and assistant coach and hitting coach and bullpen coach and all the rest of them. So for me, when it comes down to the divide of it, it's 50-50, because Farhan has created a roster while starless. I won't say talentless. They don't have any frontline stars, but they've got 25 usable pieces, lefties and righties, righties and lefties. I do this, you do that. And Gabe Kapler, through the guidance of Farhan Zaidi and through an unbelievable amount of communication and presence and focus, he deploys those 25 players in just the right way.
Yeah, the hard thing for the argument is there are data pieces that totally blow up some of what people say. And if you just want to spotlight Gabe Kapler, for example, he's one of them, right? Oh, you got this crazy manager and the players are all mad at him. Okay, so if that's the case, and you also think the Giants are short on talent, then how do you get to 61-49? And what I would say about Gabe Kapler is, because I do hear that, the players, they don't like this. And some of them have said it publicly. Alex Wood has. Sean Maniash certainly danced in the neighborhood of it with us the other day. And so that's fine. Is it a parent's job? Is it a boss's job to always be liked? Or sometimes is it their job to make a hard decision that is for the greater good? One of the things I loved that we heard from Cap this week is that he openly stated, I know that some of my players don't love this. I know that. but they've bought in. And that hit me, the parent. That I understood. That I got. Right? Like, hey, everybody's phone's off, 10 p.m. Get your butts to bed. Do they like that rule? No. No, don't like that rule. They're going to follow that rule. You're going to buy in. It's going to help, right?
But you're going to communicate that as a parent.
Absolutely.
You're going to say, this is the rule, and you're going to explain why it's the rule, and you're also going to explain that this is not a negotiable situation, and then they're going to follow it. So for Gabe Kapler, it's, you're Jock Peterson. You're not going to face lefties except for certain situations. So when a lefty comes in, you're not going to face the lefty. And Jock says, okay, I mean, that's all right. You know, he may want to face lefties, he may not, but he knows it's the rule, and Gabe Kapler has communicated that. And so when a lefty comes out and Jock Peterson is walking to the on-deck circle and Cap goes, come here, Jock, he understands it because it's been communicated.
Come
and
here,
that to me
come
is
here,
the key.
Jock.
Sorry. No, I need more of it. I'm a huge fan of it. The communication is the key to all of it.
Sure.
And I think that's where Gabe Kapler is elite.
888-957-9570. Who gets the credit? And by the way, how have your thoughts on Gabe Kapler, the manager, sort of evolved? When we threw out the question earlier this week, do you trust Farhan? A handful of people responded to me and said, no, he hired that guy Kapler. And I was like, you mean the manager of the year from 2 years ago? Who, I don't know, might win it again. He might win it again. Like, would he not be on the list? I mean, the Braves, if the Braves, Dodgers, and Giants end up with the 3 best records in the National League, who's the world going to look at and go, well, I know who did the most with the least. He might win it again. If he wins 2 of these in 3 years, are you still honestly going to cruise around with, yeah, the manager's got a hand tat, and he talks about burgers on IG, and his players don't like him. The whole idea is to get the buy-in, and that's what I see with the Giants. Here's another thing that's a piece of evidence, and people say this, but I think you can tell when it's genuine and when it's not. You hear, and I know we've had a bunch of players on. These guys love this clubhouse. Maybe not Gabe all the time, maybe not the roles, but you can tell you've got a group that's vibing with each other, and does the boss not get some credit for that? Again, that's his job. We focus so much on, he took out Luciano. Like, sure, there's that side of it, which is analytics, which they're doing everywhere, by the way.
Yeah.
But the real job, Steve Kerr, Phil Jackson, we talk about it in the NBA all the time. Keep this group from imploding. Will you keep all of those emotions that they're inevitably going to have, these millionaire competition gurus? Will you keep them from killing each other and actually make this fun and make it a great environment? Dude, green check.
For all 3 coaches in the Bay Area. And I think that is the most underrated part of managing when you're managing multi-millionaires. And that's why last year, and not to get bogged down in what happened with the Golden State Warriors, but that to me was a moment where the management didn't do, and it's easier to look back now.
No, but it's fair.
In the moment, I actually was critical, so I feel like I can speak to it, but they did not manage the problem to where it got solved. The problems that they had preseason ended up dogging them the entire year. Baseball's a unique one because you do spend every single day with one another, with the exception of today, an off day. You'll have some guys, filtering in maybe for BP or treatment or training or whatever, but today's a day where you can get that space. And football is another tough one because you've got 53 guys, all alphas, jacked up, muscular, sweaty, and stinky
hitting
in one
each other.
Yeah, in one room, and you've got usually, with apologies to Dan Campbell, but you've got a smaller guy coming in who has to command the room. So I think what Kyle Shanahan does in terms of owning the locker room,
same thing,
is impressive.
The vibes have been amazing there for years.
So for Cap, it's a little bit easier in terms of he's done it, and he's a presence, but you got to do it every single day with a multitude of different cultures and beliefs and all the rest of it.
It's interesting, too. There's always that dynamic, I think, with players of, did my coach play?
Yeah.
So Shanahan, not at the NFL level, but, right, a football family, and he did play at the collegiate level. Steve Kerr played NBA at a high level. Gabe Kapler.
All-time leader in three-point shooting percentage.
There you go.
Steve Kerr.
Gabe Kapler was never a great, but played for a long time with a lot of teams, right? So there's that sort of, I think, respect and understanding that's baked into it. But at the same time, if I asked you, take those three and be like, are all three of them, quote unquote, one of the guys? I think that's one of Gabe's biggest challenges. Kyle is totally one of the dudes. Steve Kerr, a little bit less so, but yes, he is, I think, former player, understands it. He's in. He's one of the guys. Gabe is such a different cat that I think maybe for some of the guys, he's one of the guys. And I think for other people, they look at him and they're like, this guy is like with dripping burgers on IG and a website and talking about how he fries an egg at 3 in the like, what the hell is this dude?
Literally dripping with flavor.
He's on GQ. Like he's got to battle that to a degree.
I don't think so because of his unbelievable work ethic. He's always grinding over everything. Is the impression I get.
But does that make him one of the guys? Like sometimes I think
it earns him that respect.
Respect, yes, but one of the guys. You know,
I think
he's
what
different.
makes him one of
He's
the guys
different.
is if he decides to throw on a tight shirt and get into the weight room, then it's like this guy's a monster.
Oh, he totally does that.
So he's one of the guys in terms of let's lift. You know, like today, it's an off day. I biked 17 miles just to get here, and now I'm lifting.
Do you need a spotter?
Exactly.
Yeah.
So from that standpoint, he's absolutely one of the guys. And I think with this Giants clubhouse, he has a great knack of letting the veteran leadership lead. Like Brandon Crawford sets the tone in the clubhouse with the music, and Kapler, you know, he lays out the plan and he sticks to it. He doesn't jack guys around. You know, Sean Manaea may think differently, but, you know, Manaea, you're going to pitch today. We don't know when. It's not going to be the first inning, I can tell you that. So be ready.
Yeah, 888-957-9570. I wonder where everyone's at on that. And actually, even just analytics as a whole, we've had this conversation for such a long time, but I wonder if people have gotten to the point where you're like, look, it's kind of like for years, us National League fans are like, no DH. Come on, man, no DH. About 4 or 5 years ago, I'm like, let's give that fight up. I mean, of course it's coming. You can just see it.
Yeah.
And now it's here, and you don't hear anybody belly aching about it. Like, are we there on...
I miss watching a pitcher go down in 3 straight.
Yeah, wasn't it great when Johnny Cueto, like, wouldn't even look at the pitcher?
Yeah.
He would just be like, I'm kind of in the batter's box. Can we get this over with? No, you don't miss it. Same thing here. This is what every team is doing. I get the little aspects of it that might bother you if you've been watching baseball for a long time, but once you catch up to the idea that not only does it work, you'd be left in the dust if you weren't doing it, why are you still letting it make you mad, in other words?
It's because it's change, and we're used to things a different way. We're used to, you're my starter, and you're going to go out there and you're going to get a quality start. Remember the quality start stat?
Oh, my gosh.
Which was
6 innings, 3 runs or less.
Yeah, which was new in and of itself. That's not even a thing anymore.
888-957-9570. We can absolutely get into that. Interesting stuff from 49ers practice today. Mike Dunleavy speaks on the TK pod. Farhan with interesting comments about the trade deadline and ownership. We've got all of that coming up. Love to take your phone calls. It's Willard and Dibs.
95.7 The Game is streaming live on Twitch and YouTube right now. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union, the smart choice.
Express Employment Professionals can help you take the next step in your career. Visit expresspros.com today.
It's a shame. It's embarrassing, really.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I'm going to be in town next week.
Yeah, you're going to miss him.
Well, actually, I'm going to go to one of the games. I'll be back on Saturday, and one of the cool byproducts of going or sending your kids to that Giants camp that young Jude attended a couple of weeks ago, they do a little reunion game. You get to go to the game. So
that's cool.
I'll take him to the game on Sunday and see if the Giants can play Bochy. So, yeah, we'll do that next Sunday. It's
big series right there. Big series for both. Big series
for both.
They all are
now. They all are now, man.
Yeah.
We in the stretch run. Here we go.
I'm getting there. We're getting there. Getting toward the stretch. Still 50+ to go. So
yeah, but it's August now. It's August. Yeah. Like this is a race now. I know September is when they're really going to call it the stretch run.
Yeah.
But I don't know, man. I really feel that. I wonder when people are going to kind of like, snap out of it. Come to. Like, oh, hi, you're 61-49. It was the trade deadline. And all I heard all week was lies and crappy roster and two-man rotation and cheapskates. And
these are all facts.
They're not.
He said they'd be aggressive, and they weren't.
I disagree with that statement.
The roster is still, quite frankly, underwhelming if you compare it to 4 or 5 other teams in the National League.
But when is that going to stop being a thing?
When they win the World Series.
Okay, but do you know what I mean?
If they go 90-72 and they get knocked out in that 3-game wild card series, then it's still a thing.
Right, but I guess here's my point. And we've talked about this for so long. I am not anti-star. Boy, please, Shohei, like that would be wonderful. It really would. I don't even think there's a number that can be too high. If it's not 500, sure, make it 600, 700. I don't care. You have the money. So that's all absolutely fine. Do you think that in Baltimore, Maryland, major market, okay? Do you think in Baltimore, Maryland, they are looking at their 67-42 Orioles with the best record in baseball, or best record in the American League, I should say. The Braves have the best. Do you think they're looking at that team going, yeah, like cool, but who are our stars? Who are you going to go get that's going to get me to actually be interested? Do you think that they're saying that there?
No.
And why not?
Because they have a better roster than the Giants do.
They do?
I'm sure they do. I mean, if you want to go through player by player.
You don't even know who's on their roster.
It's not. I'm not in Baltimore. I know they have Adley Rutschman, who's better than any player that the Giants have in terms of position players.
Homegrown.
Right. Exactly. But he's a star. And so the Giants' homegrown star right now is Camilo Doval, the closer, who's pitched in 5 of the last 6. Hopefully his arm stays attached to his body with as much as they're using him.
By the way, Adley Rutschman is a star because everybody heard about him as the number 1 overall prospect in baseball. His numbers are fine. I mean, he's got 14 home runs and an OPS under 800. 275 hitter. Good player. But do you see what I'm saying? Like, as long as the Rays and the Orioles are going to sit here and run baseball, couldn't I argue that we're maybe obsessing about the wrong thing? And I don't have any problem with a fan who wants big names. So do I. I would love for my kids to want to buy a jersey. I would love for Barry Bonds or Buster Posey to play here. I would love for all of those things to be true. But I find a week where the Giants have a week and a half long homestand and go 7-2 and push themselves up in the standings, and the calendar flips to August, and here they are, 2 games back of the Dodgers and leading the wild card with the 3rd best record in the National League, and it feels like people have pitchforks. So
I don't think people have pitchforks as much as they have pillows. People aren't. I don't think that there are enough people locked in on this team to have pitchforks. You don't have an angry mob because you don't have a mob. And the people who are dialed into the team, I know it is accurate.
No, attendance is up.
Attendance for the Giants?
Yes.
It's up 1% from last year.
Up.
Okay.
And by the way, it's also, first of all, that's up. And second of all,
they're up 300 fans from last year.
Right, but it's also, it's not a bad number across baseball. If it's north of 30,000 per night, I think it's inaccurate for us to say people don't care.
I didn't say people don't care.
Well, you said they have pillows.
For the most part, I don't think that this team has captured the general audience in the Bay Area. And I don't have the television ratings in front of me. I'm familiar with the radio ratings, which I know are down precipitously.
Yeah, but
that is a reflection of a measurement as it pertains to this team.
It is a measurement, but you know this very well. Like, for instance, when Trump was running around screaming about NFL ratings. Oh, gosh, it's because people are kneeling, and now everyone hates the NFL. Okay, Don. Actually, it's the biggest, baddest mofo on the planet still, and it's growing like crazy. And what happens is in 2023, when we, I think, overrate the idea of ratings and how that reflects people's care for something. Ratings go down every year because things are so spread out. There's too many platforms. There's too many places for eyeballs to go. And so ratings are going to go down. I've got kids who sit around and watch the NFL on their phone on the Yahoo app. And it's like, oh, the ratings went down. They don't move all day. They're watching the NFL.
Yeah, but I think that this product is only available in one spot on television. Like, these games are not available on your phone like that.
I know, but even that, to say like to measure care based on are you dialed in and watching every night, like, people care without necessarily watching every night. It's baseball. You're not wrong that it's a measurement. I just want to make sure we all realize it's a measurement. Not the measurement.
I'm also thinking about it in terms of general buzz. And, you're in a different sphere than I am as far as a different locality. I live more in A's country traditionally than I do Giants country, but you missed.
Yeah, that was wide right. Anyway, sorry, go ahead.
Shame. Soggy saran wrap with food in it.
But at least it was an apple core. We're okay here.
You got about 15 minutes for that thing to metastasize.
That'll be fine. Yeah, it's biodegradable.
I think that if you walk the streets wherever you live, you don't see as much Giants buzz as there should be for a team that's 61-49.
Well, that's fair, although that's sort of my question. That's why today we'll throw out there who gets the credit, because it forces you to name something. They're 61-49.
Yeah.
And in fact, the next call we have, and we're going to take it here in just a second, wants to complain about something, which is fine.
Yeah.
Which is fine. You can hate the brand, you can whatever, but somewhere along the line, all of these perceptions and thoughts about what's going on and why it either doesn't work or it's not going to work or it's not good and they're stupid for doing it this way and they're this, that, the other. It's like, when are you going to go, oh, I don't know, maybe they have a point. I don't even have to necessarily agree with it like Alex would. I don't have to love this. I honestly think this is the way some of the Giants players look at it.
Sure.
I don't love this, but I got to throw my hands up and admit that it works. I've got to say, okay, Giants, you have a point.
15-5 when they have an opener as the starting pitcher. So that's what's interesting to me about this team is from a success standpoint, 15-5 with openers, 61-49. They are a successful winning baseball team. They win a lot more than they lose. And if you want to look at what they've done since they had a pretty, not a bad start, but a sluggish start, they were 6 games below 500 after, I think, 40 games. And since then, they've been one of the best teams in baseball.
Yep.
Yet, they haven't really, in my opinion, captured the hearts and minds and attention spans of an area that has 7 million people. A team that's this good should be drawing more than 30,000 fans a game. And I ran through the attendance figures on average pre-pandemic when these teams were not very good, and they were drawing 15 to 20% more, a lot more.
Sure.
A lot more fans. Now, has the city changed that much? Has baseball fallen out of favor? I don't know if those are the reasons. I look at average time of game, and I'm looking at it right now. MLB, last year it was 3 hours and 6, which was down from the year before.
Yeah, what are we at now?
240.
Damn.
240.
That's great.
So going to a baseball game now is a tidy 2 hour and 40 minute. I mean, that's shorter than the most recent Mission Impossible movie, I believe. I think that one was 245.
I think that actually helps the television audience more than it does the in-person audience, because I've always thought, like, when you're in person, like, we're out here having a good time. I take as long as you want in between pitches. I got popcorn.
Yeah.
We got things going on. We're fine here.
You can people watch. You got Lucille, the
you're
crowd.
out by the water in San Francisco. Like, what?
I'm with you.
Yeah, you have
it
a
actually kind of almost hurts the in-person experience. And
To
you
a
mentioned
degree.
this before about getting food and missing 2 innings.
Yeah, exactly. You go for a walk and you come back and it's the 7th. You're like, good God, the game, like they're warming up the relievers. So, but the television audience, it really moves. It really, really moves. And so if that was your complaint, if it was anyone's complaint that this just is like, this isn't my pace, then I think that this has been a wonderful thing for sure. But you know, the other side to this whole conversation, what sort of makes everybody roll? What is it that captures their attention? You mentioned the city being different. I think the dollar is different. I think people watch money more than they did 4 years ago before the pandemic. And I've been critical, not just of the Giants, of all professional sports teams for not finding a way to make it cheaper to go to a damn game. I think that factors in to all of this. So there are pieces to this all over the place, but I do think every fan needs to ask themselves, what's the goal? What am I looking for here? For instance, if the Giants were an NFL team, oh my gosh, we would be complimenting the living hell out of them. Do you think the Tennessee Titans fans are like, I know we won the division, but we should throw more. We need more glitzy, flashy, expensive. No, they want to buy a Derrick Henry jersey and beat somebody into a pile. Is it boring? Yeah. Yeah, but if it wins...
Well, it doesn't win.
Well, it did for a while. I know they're not the dog now. They were the king of that division for a good solid 3-4 years.
Of that division,
yes.
But you go nowhere in the playoffs.
You got damn near the end, and everybody understands that when you don't have Mahomes and you face Mahomes, sometimes you don't have Mahomes.
That's an interesting comp, though, I think, because this Giants team feels to me a little bit like the Tennessee Titans, where, you're gonna end up being in the NFL comp. The Giants right now would be 7-5. Oh, you're 7-5, and you're in second place in your division, but you're going to be a wild card team. But we know full well that when you face Kansas City or the Atlanta Braves or the Dodgers, that you're going to get knocked around. You're probably not going to win that game, and in this case, that series.
Do we know that?
We don't know that, but odds are
Giants swept the Dodgers this year.
Right. Okay.
I mean, their record against, and I need to look this up. I think their record, this is maybe just more perception than reality, but their record against the good teams is pretty good. It's pretty good. I can remember them pounding the Padres a few weeks ago. They swept the Dodgers in L.A. They haven't seen Atlanta yet. You know, they did some fine things against the Reds when they were there. They don't get overwhelmed when they play the quote-unquote really good rosters. I mean, we are heading toward that question. The opener, you brought it up, 15-5. Why won't that work in the playoffs? Why is that such an awful idea? If it works, why won't it work? Everyone's like, well, you can't do that in the playoffs. Why?
Well, the reason why I don't think that it will work is because you're pitching and you can pick whatever opener you want, but in terms of like Ryan Walker, where would you rank him in order as a Giants pitcher? Is he your 5th best pitcher? Is he your 4th best pitcher? Whatever he is, you're putting him up against lineups that have a lot more threat, a lot more damage that can be done. Like the Atlanta Braves aren't going to worry about who your opener is. So if you throw, Scott Alexander or Ryan Walker, These are just guys, and I think that teams with good lineups are going to be able to, or be more likely to do damage against your opener than some of these other middling teams.
Okay, he's just a guy. Is that because he doesn't have name value? Because his 2.35 ERA suggests he's not just a guy.
Right, and that
suggests that he is a very, very
only his opener efforts.
No,
or that's across
that is
whole
his season. He's a 2.35 ERA, and he'd given up 2 runs since the beginning of like early July. You know, I mean, sure, when he comes in, it's only 2 or 3 innings. Sure, but he gets outs. So these hitters don't think he's just a guy. They're having a hard time hitting him. So why not? Why not? You know what I mean? The Rays have done it. They almost won that fake championship doing it the other year. They almost did that. Yeah, Grandy.
You were talking about Giants' record against the good teams. I know this isn't a perfect number, but teams better than 500, the Giants are 34-27, best in the NL West.
Well, boy, but they're going to get overwhelmed in the playoffs. Are they? I don't know. It's funny. Like 61-49. Just think if they had taken care of business when they do things like visit Washington, they'd probably be leading the West. So I don't know. I'm open to it. No pun intended. Are you open to it? They get to the playoffs.
You have to be open to it.
What if they did it in game 1?
Farhan Zaidi has basically said they're going to do it down the stretch. Now, he didn't talk about doing it in the playoffs because they're not going to talk about the playoffs yet, but they're going to do it down the stretch. So
they have to.
You have to be open to it because you have no options.
Right.
I mean, you could start Stripling and Minaya, but it's been shown that they're pitching better in the spots where they are.
I guess Gabe's response yesterday is one that really interests me. And this is just genuine. Like, for me, too. Let's all take our brains there for a second. When you say, hey, Tristan Beck's really throwing well, or Kyle Harrison might come up, or Stripling is starting to throw the ball better. So are you going to make them starters now? And he goes, maybe. But what if I said, why would we not just keep doing exactly what we're doing because they're crushing it in that role? Why won't you start Ryan Walker? Well, why would we change it? 15-5, small sample, but holy hell. If you're doing anything that wins at a 75% clip in sports, why are we asking them to change it?
Yeah, and stay with it for sure.
That's a fair question back from Gabe, don't you think?
Yeah, I mean,
it's a
the
fair
proof
question.
is in the pudding. It's a fair response when something is working. Why would you make that change? And if you're 15-5 with openers and a variety of openers, and I think they're 7-0 when the aforementioned Ryan Walker starts, and his ERA is slightly higher than 2.35 as a starter, but it's still below 3. I just was looking at the splits. I think he's at like a 2.6 or a 2.7 as a starter, and he's pitched more innings now as a starter. And just looking at the teams he's faced, he opened up against the Padres twice. He opened up against Arizona. He opened up against Colorado,
Boston,
Oakland, and Boston. So some weak sisters in there and also some good teams. The Padres touched him up. And other than that, Arizona got him for a run, and that's all he's allowed.
Yeah, no, he's faced the Padres twice. He's done the Dodgers. He did the Cubs a couple of times. He faced those Baltimore Orioles. Boston,
the Dodgers, he came in the second inning.
Yeah, Boston just last week. He did 2 of those Reds games a couple of weeks ago. Did not give up a run or even a hit in those performances.
Yeah, that was out of the pen. But yeah.
Well, yeah, but again, I think their point is, why is the first inning different than the 6th? Go get 3 outs.
Right. And that's their approach.
Yeah.
And that's where I think that fans have to wrap their head around what the Giants are doing. And I know we have a caller or a couple callers on the line who don't like the opener, but it's the new way of looking at pitching. You want to get outs. And if you think the best way to get those first 3 outs is with a reliever who's really good at getting just 3 outs, then why not have him go get those 3 outs?
Is that not what Camilo Duvall is?
Right.
Go get 3 outs.
So
sometimes 4.
If you had, just say you had 5 Duvals on your team and then 3 or 4 real starters or innings eater guys, you'd want one of those Duvals every single game.
He's one of our favorites, by the way. Skills in Vallejo here with Willard and Dibbs. Hey, Skills, what you doing?
Hey, what's up, Willard? What's up, Dibbs? I am currently going through my computer looking for a old Mad TV video that I lost and can't seem to find. I'd really like to find it because it's funny.
Well, good luck.
Yeah, totally.
Thank you. The reason I called, before I make my Giants point, is it okay if I make a quick non-Giants baseball point?
Of course.
Okay, I've been thinking about this ever since the Verlander and Scherzer were reunited with the Mets earlier this season, and now they've both been traded out of New York. I was trying to think, has anything like that ever happened, where you reunite two great teammates and then it fails and they're both gone before the end of the year? It happened with the A's in '97 when they brought back Canseco to team with McGuire, and McGuire was traded, of course, in July. Canseco was sent home with a fake back injury not long after that, and that didn't work out so well for anyone involved except maybe the Cardinals.
Fair enough. Yeah. Skills, what's your main point? We only got about 30 seconds, brother.
Main point is that maybe I'm just stuck in my ways, but the opener I don't like. I never have liked it. I don't understand why Manaea and Stripling, who have good track records, and Wood also don't get second chances once they lost their rotation spots. It's just like, yeah, they have a great record with the opener and all that, but it's just like if they had a great record with the extra runner on second base in extra innings, I still wouldn't like it because it's not baseball to me. I don't know any other way to put it. We won in 2021 with new guys coming in and out of the roster every 3 days. I didn't like it then. Maybe I'm just stuck in my ways, get off my lawn, all that stuff.
Well, I mean, yeah, that's
Thank you, Skills.
It's a fair admission because that's probably what it is. But we'll respond to that and take more of your calls here on it. Coming up in just a sec, we're presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. It's Willard and Dibs.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Just a little quick comment that I'm putting right now on our YouTube chat, which of course is powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Thanks to all our friends there. Willard and Dibs, glad you're with us. So it's Pinoy Mamba on YouTube. Says, boy, if they've got all this cash, how come the Giants don't spend? Is it an ego thing? I can win without spending? Just over here to dispel myths. Do the Giants spend enough? In my opinion, no. No. I would love. In fact, I remember saying to you in the offseason, I demand that the San Francisco Giants are a top 10 payroll. Are they? No. What are they? 11th. So damn close. And if the Correa thing had not been canceled, they would be in the top 10. So you may argue that they don't spend enough, but don't say they don't spend. They do. They may not spend the way you like them to spend. I know it doesn't gather your senses and make them tingle when they bring in Conforto and Haniger following all of the stuff that happened with Correa and whatnot, but these are not nothings. What the Giants have done is they do spend, but they do it within the framework of financial flexibility, which I know for a lot of people are two F words. I know. I hope you understand that it's what the Golden State Warriors just did too.
Big time.
Absolutely what they did. When
Finally.
They brought in Chris Paul. Financial flexibility for a franchise, not a bad thing. It's a bad thing if it's like your only goal. If that's like all you're just keeping that and you're not winning. I'd be mad too if they're 49-61. They're not. They're 61-49.
Which makes it easier to forgive the $45 million worth of not completely wasted contracts, but DeSclafani and Stripling and Minaya collectively are about $40 million, and they are not doing as much as you would hope they would do. I think one of the frustrations among fans is when you look at their payroll, it's not as high as 2014, 15, 16, 17, or 2018, or 2019. In total dollars. So they're not spending as much as they used to, even though their spending is up from last year, and it's up from the year before and the year before that. It's the highest it's been in 4 years. It's not as high as it was.
What were the years again?
That would be 2014. It was at 163.
Well, it's higher than that. The Giants right now are higher than 163.
I'm looking at Baseball Reference. They got it at 155.9. So
for this year?
Yeah, that's what the estimated payroll is. I guess you go to Spotrac for baseball.
Spotrac right now has got the Giants 2023 total payroll at $187 million. 187, tucked right above the Chicago Cubs and right behind the Atlanta Braves. 187 million this year. Yeah. So I don't know what the Spotrac numbers would have been in 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. 14 they win. And then the payroll for 4 years is bloated because they start handing out contracts that everybody killed them for. Everybody killed the thank you contracts. How you dare you start paying the Brandons like that? And Hunter Pence looks washed. And even Buster.
Yeah.
Even Buster looks a little old, right? So, you know, I get it. I get it. This is the way we react to things in the moment. I do wish that the Giants had landed more big fish. I wish they were in the top 10. They should be in San Francisco, California. But 11 is not 28. So they don't spend. They're cheap. Well, spending more than the Red Sox and the Cubs. I mean, they're 11th.
Right. It's 1.2 million more than the Cubs.
Well,
it is more than the Cubs.
Spending more than the Cubs. And they're spending more than the White Sox, and they're spending more than the Red Sox, and they're spending more than the Cardinals.
More than the A's, too.
They're spending
more than Baltimore.
They did outdo the A's.
More than Baltimore by $110 million, and yet Baltimore's got a much better record than the Giants
Baltimore
do.
and Tampa, who have done an unbelievable job of two things. They've got great farm systems, and guess what else they've been doing for a really long time? Openers.
Yeah.
Quirky things. Ways to trick the system, ways to beat the big boys who are throwing massive money and talent at you, and they're getting incredible production.
And the Giants the money that they're spending on their pitching is largely being wasted in the way of DeSclafani and Wood and Stripling and Mania. That right there is about $50 million of your 187.
DeSclafani.
And
I'm not going to call the other ones a waste. They're throwing a lot of innings right now.
yeah, they're throwing some innings.
Yeah.
They're not necessarily throwing great innings.
Better than they were. Yeah.
Yeah, Mania's
And
ERA
Logan-
is north of 5.5.
Yeah, well, that's collective. ERA
is ERA. You
know.
are what your baseball card says you are in
Well,
terms of what he's done this year.
Not when you send him out, but when you send him into a game this weekend, do you feel like you're getting a 5.5 ERA pitcher?
No, you're feeling you're paying $12.5 million for a guy who got you 2 outs.
Right. But
So-
I don't care what they spend. If he's getting big outs, get me big outs. He got to save the other night. Like these guys are pitching better.
They're pitching better.
They're pitching
but
better.
Sean Manaea is not having a $12.5 million year. So you can't
That's
talk
fine.
about how they're spending money and then at the same time not be critical about the fact that the money that they're spending, they're not getting as much return on.
You can criticize all you want, but the criticism was they don't spend. And every time you spend, you're going to have some sunk cost. You're going to have
Sure.
some misses. Okay, the
and
Yankees
you got sunk cost on all these guys for next year, too.
And the Yankees lead the world in sunk costs through the years. That's what they do.
I think they're number 2 in payroll with a 523. 3 of the top 3 teams actually in overall payroll, according to Spot Track, they're all out of the playoffs. Padres, Yankees, and the Mets.
Yeah.
Then you get to some playoff teams and the Angels at 8.
Spending works. It doesn't guarantee you anything, but yes, outside of the Orioles and the Rays, where are this year's playoffs coming from? The top half of the spenders.
Cincinnati's 24th,
Sure.
and they're right in the mix, and the Marlins are 22nd.
The Brewers are 19th.
Yeah.
Yeah, but those teams are, the Marlins or the Brewers and the Reds are playing in a weaker division.
Yeah.
And so one of them's going to end up in the playoffs at least. But yeah, if you're going to swim with the big boys, yeah, you got to spend. I don't argue that at all. I will say that every time you spend, sometimes it's going to work, sometimes it's not. I'm just pointing out that for those the Giants are cheap, they don't spend. Well, they do. I too would love them to spend more, but they're not hanging out toward the bottom by any stretch. Let's take some calls. Willard and Dibs, glad you're with us. Richie in Queens, New York. Hey, Richie, what are you doing?
Hey, guys, how are you?
What's cooking?
You know, I just heard your station. I always call WFN in New York, and I talk about the Giants, and they say, nobody cares about the Giants in New York. But so I said, let me try a station, and I called you guys, or listened to you on Odyssey, and a lot of things you said I totally agree with. You know, as far as the team goes, you guys said not a buzz. You know, my brother and I, we watch all the games till 2 a.m. They've been phenomenal this year, considering when you look at the team, you kind of shake your head and say, based on what? Do they have 61 wins? Their bullpen has been phenomenal. Rogers and Duvall are as good as anybody in baseball. And the lefty Rogers has stepped up, and Jackson's been good. And you did mention, I'm kind of a purist. I never like to run over at second. Took me a while to get with the bullpen game. But, when Walker starts, what are they, 7-0?
Yep.
So if you can get 2 innings out of Walker and an inning or so sometimes with Alexander, and have Manaea come in and give you 3, or Beck has been tremendous, by the way.
Yep.
They keep sending him up and down. I wish they'd leave him alone. But and then if Stripling, you talked about him. Yeah, money-wise, guys, I agree. You thought you had 5 starters. Desclafani's been terrible. He's not the answer anymore. But the team in general, it's amazing because, when Estrada went out and you looked up the middle, Schmidt, I love him, but he's been horrendous. Schmidt has got a lot. He's got to get back to the minors and get back on track. But when you look at shortstop, and Crawford is still a great clutch hitter, and you got Wisely at second, and you look at offensively, and Wade being, hurt a little bit, and Davis is kind of taking a step back. Bailey's kind of come back to reality. I love him defensively. And then Conforto had his moments. It's amazing, and Tapler should be up top 3 manager of the year. I like it. I like everything he does. I do. I
agree with you. Hey, Richie. Okay, I got all kinds of things swirling around in my head on this because I think you just named pretty much the entire roster.
Yep.
You know what you're a representative of? The argument against the East Coast bias. Everything out here in California, we're always like, oh, the people on the East Coast don't watch. And maybe they don't have access. But my God, not you. You've seen every minute of every game this year.
Yeah, and you know what's funny, too, guys? When they left in 58, I was 11. And I was devastated because I thought when the Dodgers left, they'd stay. And I don't know if you remember, but Les Kiter, does that name ring a bell?
Yeah.
Of course.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know if you guys ever talked. I'm sure you guys know it. But, I mean, he used to give that ticker tape updates. You know, we didn't have Major League Baseball for 4 years when they left. So, yeah, I stayed with him, and my younger brother was, I don't want to bore you with this, my younger brother wanted to be a Yankee fan, and I pounded him for so long. And I felt so bad. He finally became a Giant fan. And all those championships in the 90s with the Yankees, and I kept saying, we're never going to get one. And, well, we got 3, 10, 12.
3 of them.
15, but,
It's so sweet,
Yeah,
Rich.
there you go.
Thank you so much for calling, Rich. You were we're slightly up against it. Call us anytime and enjoy your dinner out there in New York.
And I know when Richie was like, I don't know if you'll remember, I was immediately like, I don't. And he was talking about 1958, I think.
Al-Qaeda.
That was amazing. I thought the government took care of that. Al-Qaeda. Anyway, all right. That's
It's a 4.
I'm sorry.
Randy gave you a 3.
I'm sorry. Yeah, but he gave me a laugh, which I actually care way more about than the 4
All
fingers
the laugh
you put
makes
up.
it a 4 minimum.
All right, 888-957.
That's really good.
9570. If you haven't already, make sure you subscribe to Willard and Dibs on the Odyssey app, wherever you find your favorite podcast. Lot to dive into there. More of your calls, including the actual sound from Gabe Kapler when he responded to a question with a question, is next on Willard and Dibs.
Big bump.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Quick aside, Dibs. Quick aside.
Straight out of the gate with a quick aside.
Quick aside.
How could it be an aside if we haven't started down any road?
Because we have started. We are an hour and 20 minutes into this clam bake.
All right.
All right?
I'm already sick of you. I think we need a week apart.
How about 2?
Sounds great.
Perfect.
I'm going to miss you.
Done.
Go ahead.
You wish you knew how to quit me.
Quick aside.
Actually, 2 quick asides. Can we also mention that the Bay Area Panthers are playing in the Indoor Football League National Championship game tomorrow?
Come on.
At the Dollar Loan Center. Worst hype man ever, Lucas Alexander.
What do you mean? I'm the number 1 fan. Also, I was an insider for
I
like
know,
a day.
but
Name one Panthers.
I mean, you just turn the mic on and go, come on. That's it.
Hey, 1 o'clock tomorrow. I'll be locked in.
I did not want to run through a wall for you. I'm just being honest. I didn't. But anyway.
I'm not coaching.
Yeah, Dollar Loan Center, Henderson, Nevada, kickoff 1 o'clock. You can listen right here on 95.7 The Game. Now we can go to our real Bay Area Panthers hype man, Mark Grandy, and welcome him to the show. Hi, Mark. How we doing?
I'm doing great. Yeah, Bay Area Panthers, number 2 seed in the West. Come on, let's go.
Better.
Number 2 in the West, Bay Area. Number 2 in the East, Sioux Falls doing battle in Henderson, Nevada tomorrow, 1 o'clock. Dave Lewis and Steve Pappin on the call right here on 95.7 The Game at 1. Winner is the champ of the IFL, and this is Bay Area's just second season of existence. They won 1 game last year, and now they're on the doorstep of a title.
Okay. If they win, where's the parade?
Oh, that's a good question. I mean, they play at SAP down in San Jose.
Yeah. Right.
Team headquarters are in Morgan Hill, so probably somewhere in the south.
Okay.
Mo Hill.
All right. I mean,
Steve Pappin, one of the all-time great guys, who is the analyst on the broadcast. I've worked with him many times. Head coach at Santa Teresa High School down in San Jose.
Thank you, Mark. Appreciate
Just
that.
one of the great indoor football legends, Steve Pappin.
Here was
Better than that guy from the Rattlers, am I right?
Oh,
I'm down on Kevin Guy.
Bad guy.
That's his middle name.
Kevin Bad Guy.
Yeah.
I actually learned some breaking news in terms of this game tomorrow. Can I announce it?
Please.
Well, now you have to.
Number 1, always listen on the Odyssey app if you like, or driving around 95.7 The Game, 1 o'clock kickoff.
Suggestion, not breaking news.
Well, you should. Here's the breaking news. It will be on your television, on cable, CBS Sports Network. So sync up the Odyssey app, your broadcasters here on 95.7 The Game, and you can watch it. Actually watch it on CBS Sports Network.
Okay.
I'm in.
Huge if true. So there it is tomorrow. Big action, Bay Area Panthers. And by the way, just here we go. YouTube chat powered by First NorCal Credit Union. One of our faithfuls, Otis Bird, now believes that I'm taking a 2-week vacation. I'm not. We're taking a 2-week vacation from one another.
Yes.
I got one, then Dibs got one.
Yep.
And then football season starts.
Exactly.
And ain't nobody going nowhere never again.
August 21st, we lock in for about 4 months.
Lock in.
Yes.
95.7 The Game Nation.
And I cannot wait. It's the last of my paternity leave weeks, which is nice. And you've got another tropical vacation, so I'm going to dust off the golf clubs one time.
One more time.
Yeah.
All right, here was my other quick aside. It would not be a show in 2023 in the summer if we did not pass along 49er quarterback practice stats.
Let's go.
Here we go. Who's ready?
I'm in.
For the practice stats. This is practice number 8. Ladies and gentlemen, sit down. Here we go. Brock Purdy today. Number of reps, 32. He went 15 of 21 with 1 pick. Threw a ball to the other team, even though the other team is also his team. 15 of 21 in 32 reps. Next, Trey Lance, 22 reps, went 8 of 11. Sam Darnold, also 22 reps.
Okay.
12 of 14.
Okay.
Sam threw the ball 3 more times than Trey. Why do the 49ers hold him down in such a way? Why is life the way that it is?
Kyle's trying to run him into the ground is what
clear.
that is, Mark.
They hate him.
Yep.
Hate Lance. And then lastly, Brandon Allen. Remember, so the reps went 32, 22, 22. Brandon Allen got 12. 12 reps for Brandon Allen.
Are the 22, 22, and 12, are those all with the 2s, or does it not say in your little report over
This
there?
report does not say, but my my sources deep within the 49er community suggest that is almost always the way that it is. Brock is the one going against the ones.
Yes.
Yes. So I don't know. I think these were all second team, third team, fourth team reps. But 22 for Lance, 22 for Sam, 12 for Brandon Allen, in which he went 5 for 8. 5 for 8.
Okay.
Apparently, it appears nobody scored a touchdown.
Well,
nobody got a touchdown pass.
That's a tough defense right there you're dealing with.
Good defense,
and that's going to be a big part of all of these numbers. But that is your practice stat snap report right there from Mark Willard, who was not Johnny on the spot, but has the internet and a good, viable connection.
I do. I have Wi-Fi, and now that we've passed those along, feel free to get completely livid with the rest of your day.
Well, and I do know that this was a ramp-it-up day. The first day back after a break, Kyle Shanahan had said, is not a heavy day. But the second day after a day off is a heavier workload day, and that's what today was going to be, which is why those reps
that's
are
a lot
so
of
much
reps.
higher.
I mean, your quick math. Can you do that? 32 plus 22 plus 22 plus 12.
That's 88, Mark.
That's absolutely correct. Good
Thank
for
you. And of the 88 reps, 32 were with the ones.
Go to Brock.
And so the other, I guess that would be 56, were with a collection of 2s and 3s.
Correct.
And now I know that Kyle Shanahan had said and stuff that the way they do their practice reps is they build up toward a peak, the mountaintop. So it's up, and then back down with a day off, and then it's up, and then it's back down with a day off, and then up, back down with a day off.
What's her name? So the comedian starts her Instagram videos with What's her name? Whitney Cummings.
Oh, okay.
You don't know that? Do you know who Whitney Cummings
I've
is?
heard of Whitney Cummings. She's one of these really attractive comedians.
She is attractive. She's a comedian.
I'll be the judge of just how funny she is.
Go to
That's what she does. I had no idea. But that's what Kyle Shanahan
does.
does.
Her thing. Yeah. Anyway,
so
go ahead.
After an off day, they go back down to a lower rep day. Then it's a medium day. Then it's a big day. Then they go back down. And they're looking to culminate with the first day of joint practices against the Raiders. Twist it up. It's a joint practice. 40 reps for the first team.
Okay.
So 32 today. By the time we get to next Thursday, which I think is the first day with the Raiders, that'll be a 40-rep day with the ones.
Yeah, well, it'll be interesting to see how they sort of ramp into that. Brock is not going to play against the Raiders, but he will certainly do some things in joint practice. But we'll see how they kind of space it out once we get there. And again, once we have those numbers, we'll pass them along, and you can let it ruin your day. 888-957-9570. We've been talking about the Giants, their record, who gets the credit, why openers are, quote-unquote, not allowed to work in the playoffs. Can't do that. Check this out. So Gabe Kapler was asked. The basis of this conversation was Tristan Beck. He goes out there, throws 4 innings, shutout innings in yesterday's 1-0 win over the Diamondbacks. And a reporter sort of says, hey, so, like, if he can do that, well, I don't know. Like, how far off are we from maybe Tristan's one of your starters? Listen to the response from Gabe.
I think there is a case, but is there a case to let a guy kick ass and keep kicking ass in the role that they're in because it's good for them?
Oh, yes. Flex.
Counterpoint.
Flex for me, hand tat. Do it. Once again, is there a case for Tristan Beck to be a starter? Listen to the way that Gabe responds.
I think there is a case, but is there a case to let a guy kick ass and keep kicking ass in the role that they're in because it's good for them?
There is a case for us to switch his role. There is also a case for us to keep kicking ass and being awesome.
With him doing what he's doing, which is...
Fair point?
It's a very fair point.
Thank you.
In other words, yes, Tristan Beck has earned the right to start, but why would I start him when he is so good in innings 2 through 5? So don't rock the boat if you don't want the boat to be rocking. Why would you bother mixing it up? And I think Sean Manaea is a great example. Could he start? Of course. He's been a starter his whole career. This year as a starter, he was not very good. And since you put him in such innings as 2 through 9, he's been a much better pitcher. So does Sean Manaea have the right to start? Has he earned being a starter throughout his career? Absolutely. But what is working for this team is using openers. Walker, Alexander, Brebbia, and Jacob Junis have been your 4 openers this year. And it's gone pretty well, to the tune of 15-5.
Yep. You remember who won the World Series last year?
Nah, I don't, Mark.
You don't?
It was Houston.
Okay. It was Houston. And who were their starting pitchers?
Oh, gee, I didn't know we were going to do quiz show today. I would have prepared.
Oh.
And Verlander? Was that the pre? Oh God, I gotta look it up now and be embarrassed.
Well, hang on.
I'm gonna miss this.
I'm using things that are being chatted on the YouTube channel, powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
Look at you.
I'm using things that are being said. That has been proven that starting pitchers win you championships. Is that true? In the modern era.
No, not really.
I mean, I remember that Mad Bum won one for the Giants 9 years ago. By the way, he came out of the pen. Yeah. Isn't that funny? The Giants' most famous victory ever, in theory, started with an opener.
Yeah.
They didn't mean to do it that way, but they did. I remember it. It was opener, and then bulk innings guy. Here comes bulk innings guy. His name is Madison Bumgarner, and you get a ring. You get a ring. Now, I know that was Game 7, and so that's different. I'm not trying to make that point. But I will make the point that this has almost an overlap with the running back conversation that we often have. Well, running backs, great running back, you got to pay them. They matter. You can't win without them. Really? Okay. Tell me all the Super Bowl championships that are attached to all of the high-priced great running backs that you draft early in your fantasy draft. I mean, who was the Chiefs running back last year?
Yeah.
Who was the Eagles running back last year? And don't yell Miles Sanders, because it was Miles and it was Boston Scott and it was Kenneth Gainwell, best running back name ever. And that's been way more often than not the trend with winning a Super Bowl championship. So I get it. I'm not saying like I don't want a lockdown starter.
Yeah.
If the Giants get to the playoffs, Logie gets game 1. Yes. But do we
Cobby gets game 2.
Do we have this rule, but you're not allowed to Ryan Walker this thing, especially when you're winning at a 75% clip?
You can, but I'm looking at the Astros now, and I was right about Verlander. He started twice. Fromber, I got a no-hitter recently. Valdez started twice.
Yep.
Christian Javier started, and he went 6 innings.
Mm-hmm.
So that's not an opener. And Lance McCullers Jr., I think, he probably is. He's a starter light because he's a starter, but he got the quick hook.
I'm not suggesting they used openers. I'm suggesting the Astros weren't littered with number 1 starters.
They have one of the best pitchers of his era.
Yeah.
And a guy who has got no-hitter stuff.
Right.
And they pitched 4 of the 6.
Okay, but...
So that's kind of where...
And then they let Verlander go. So the Astros, who are, again, good this year, 62-48, their starters are...
Yeah.
Texas Rangers this year, 63-46. Max Scherzer has started for them 1 time. Jacob deGrom's hurt. Go ahead. Who are their other starters? Orioles are great, 67-42. Their starters.
Yeah, they just picked up Flaherty, and they let him go 7 innings, and he got a win.
Yeah.
So
yeah, you're allowed to do that.
Right. If you have a good starter, you're going to do that. And the Giants would love to have a rotation of 4 pitchers who they could start and rely upon, but they don't. So out of necessity, they use the opener strategy, and because they're using the opener strategy, they found a way to make it work because Walker's 7-0, Alexander's 3-1 as an opener, and Brebbia and Junis combined thus would be 5-4. I haven't gone through the full breakdown of their numbers, but we talk about how it's working. It doesn't necessarily mean that these openers are going out there and dominating in that inning. So part of the record is misleading because it doesn't necessarily mean that Walker goes out there and puts up a 0 every single time he pitches.
By the way, you know how the old adage was, can they pitch 200 innings for you? And we're well past the halfway point of the season, right?
Yeah.
So in theory, a really good, effective starter who's been healthy.
140 would be the pace, I think, right now.
All right, so do you know how many Dodgers pitchers have pitched 100 innings this year?
100 innings?
Just 100.
Man, probably maybe 2. I know they've had a lot of injuries, so they've done a lot of shuffling.
None.
None.
They have absolutely none. And if they got to a playoff series, which I'm sure that they will, sure, they've got Clayton Kershaw. They've got Julio Urias. You can get excited if you want about Lance Lynn being acquired. There is Tony Gonsolin, who traditionally starts but does not go as deep into ball games. Other people who have started a lot of games for the Dodgers this year, there's somebody named Michael Grove. There's a human named Bobby Miller. Again, it's not what teams are doing. The Giants are pushing it a little further out of need, not out of want. They've been forced into this. But let's say even that out of luck, they stumbled into something that's working. I would argue the 49ers did that last year. Should we not start Brock Purdy because you stumbled into something that works that you didn't think would?
Right.
Or should the 49ers start Brock Purdy because they stumbled into something that works, so go ahead and stick with it? I guess that's my only thing here. For me, it's not like, okay, I need a dog, right? Like I need to sit down and have that dominant. Sure, that's great. But I don't sit down on Ryan Walker and Scott Alexander nights and be like, well, this is just a bore. You sit down to watch a game to see if the Giants will win it.
Yeah.
And when they've been doing that, they win it almost every time.
15-5.
Sweet.
And it's, I think the winning is, I think, less about the opener and it's more about the fact that you have pitchers who can get outs. I'm looking at some of the numbers right now of the openers, and we all talk about Ryan Walker, 7-0 when he starts a game. His ERA as an opener is 3.0, and his whip is 1.5.
What's his nene?
It's not great.
Okay.
It's not great. He's pitched 12 innings as an opener in 7 starts. He's given up 4 runs and 18 hits and walks combined. He's been fine. 3.0 ERA.
Well, when
solid. 7-0. Just let me finish the comparison.
Yep.
Because John Brebbia, he opened 8 times before he got hurt. He pitched 9 innings. He gave up 1 run.
1 run.
And they're 5-3 in those games.
Yeah.
So it's not that a dominant opener portends you're going to win the game. It's, I think, a bigger question of having pitchers who can get outs at all different times of the game.
I will also say, though, that when you're an opener, your stats, like for only when you're an opener, it can get a little skewed. If you've only done it 7 times and you have 1 game where you give up 3 runs, 3-run homer in the first inning, well, now your ERA is 3, and all the other times you threw scoreless.
But the point of that is, I mean, they still win those games.
Right, but how many of the 7 games that Ryan pitched did he put up a 0?
I think 5 of them. Because I think he gave up 2
7?
in 1, and he gave up 1 run.
Okay.
Or maybe 4 of them, because I think he gave up 2 runs once and then 1 run twice.
Okay. Yeah.
So of the other 4, he put up a 0.
I look at it more at not just what he's done as an opener. I look at who he is as a pitcher and that he has been largely very effective this year. And so if you can feature him, and as the Giants would put it, feature their bullpen. In other words, start a game where I can tell Taylor Rogers now, dude, you pitching today. Not like we'll see if it gets to that. You're pitching today.
Yeah.
You're probably pitching the 7th. Go to his brother. You're probably pitching the 8th. You know, if you have a lead, if you can do all that and feature these guys who've all been really good, okay, fine. Like, do that. And I know the concern of like, oh, you're going to wear them out. Maybe, but they're pitching 1 inning, which is what you call on them to do at least half the nights of the year anyway.
Right.
So I think they can manage it. I'm not saying go all in on it. Farhan even said the other day, this is not a strategy we're trying to champion. We're simply saying that so far we're pretty comfortable when we do this, and we're doing it really well. And I feel like we have all kind of dismissed the idea that this could be something that they use all the way to the end. It's on the table.
Well, they have to use it all the way to the end because they have no other choice. Now, you can Kyle Harrison me all you want until I see him in the bigs and see what they're willing to let him do. I'm not convinced that he can be any more than a 4-inning guy at the most. And I still have to see him in the bigs to even believe that he can be that, let alone be that in October.
That's
so
fair. That's
if
fair.
you look at everything else that you have, you've got Cobb and Webb and nothing else in terms of you're going to start this game. We believe in you to go out there and go 5 or 6. Like when Logan Webb pitches, you're thinking, can you get us into the 7th?
Sure.
Because he's got that sort of stuff. He's got the control. He pitches to contact, a lot of ground balls. He's built to last in a game.
The only way I can respond to that is you're right now. However, could there be a handful of different things and any one of them develops by October? Could it be a Harrison? Could Stripling finally get some consistency and end up in that role? Could a Mania, could a Wood start a game?
Coulda, woulda.
Coulda, woulda. Could Tristan Beck end up starting? Sure. Could Ryan Walker get stretched out and do 4 innings? I mean, there's a bunch of different maybes out there, and you got to play the next 2 months and see if any of those come to fruition. Matt in San Jose next up on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Matt, what you doing?
I'm at work, man. I just wanted to touch up on a couple of things. That quick aside that you guys made at the beginning of the inning about Steve Pappin. That was my high school football coach at Gunderson High School, and now he's over at Santa Teresa. He is a brilliant guy. He's a great dude, great football coach. Really happy for him that he's calling the championship game.
Thank you, Matt, for the Pap shout-out. I've known him for probably 15 years and truly one of the good dudes. Taught me a lot about the indoor war.
Yeah, no, for sure. Without him, I wouldn't have played college football. So, yeah, big shout-out to him. But to your question about who gets credit, Andrew Bailey gets credit. I mean, he's been great with this pitching staff. One thing you can mention about the Giants every year is that they're going to pitch. And whether it's starters, openers, bullpen, they're going to pitch. And they pitched well enough to win 107. They pitched well enough with significantly worse injuries and hitting last season to go 500. And here we are again this year looking at this team like this. So if the measurement of winning doesn't qualify Gabe Kapler and Farhan, then what does?
I think it's real fair. Like, I look at this
Matt.
right now. Matt, thanks. If I always don't let if the season ended today, ended today, or just spotlight right now,
Be a work stoppage.
Who's leading the race for Manager of the Year in the National League?
That's a good question.
I know we don't know any of the names of the managers anymore.
Well, Snitker, former winner in Atlanta, and it's always difficult to say because does Atlanta have all that talent? Do they have a lot more talent than the Giants?
Half their team made the All-Star team.
Right, because they're good players.
Right.
And are they good players because the manager's putting them in good position? It's always interesting for me in terms of Coach of the Year, Manager of the Year, because are these guys on Atlanta really good because they're really good players? Yes. Then the manager gets no credit. And does Gabe Kapler get credit because we think that his players aren't very good? The players are only as good as they are as players. And so how much credit does the manager actually get?
Well, here's where it is interesting. And we're presented by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. I would agree with you. What you're sort of insinuating is maybe we're underselling the players. But the Giants are winning baseball games right now with some of the worst offensive metrics in the entire sport.
But they've got the best bullpen in the National League, so
which would be
that's
an argument.
Andrew Bailey.
Would be an argument to continue using openers because openers
Right.
feature the bullpen, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. So, all right, more on this coming up for sure. Plus, don't forget, still ahead, Mike Dunleavy Jr. comments, TK Pod, with a lot of things going on with the Warriors. Farhan Zaidi's comments with regard to the deadline and ownership. 888-957-9570. It's Willard and Dibs.
95.7 The Game is streaming live on Twitch and YouTube right now. Powered by...
Now at Staples, get $10 off your purchase of $30 or more when you buy a travel service. Staples, your first stop to nonstop travel. Ends 9/16. In-store only. Exclusions apply.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
So this is kind of interesting. Check this out, Dibby.
Talk to me.
Farhan Zaidi, with regard to all the rumors. Look at all these rumors.
Thank you. Timex Social Club.
Rumors circulating on social media as the trade deadline approaches. This is definitely a reference to Scherzer and Verlander. This via the Giants Talk podcast, NBC Sports Bay Area.
Sometimes those rumors are so far from being based in fact that I have to call Greg Johnson or other owners and say, we're not trading for a player with a $40 million salary behind your back, I promise you. You know, I mean, they are super supportive, but honestly, there are times that I get worried that people are going to wonder why they're not in the loop and some of these things that just aren't accurate. But you understand that, look, the trade deadline, it's big industry now. There's a lot of demand for the content, and there's a lot of people in the industry talking, and there's a lot of interest, which is good for the game. But whether it's deals that are rumored that don't happen, being connected to players where there may or may not be that much truth to it, you just understand it comes with the territory. You make sure the people that need to know understand really where you are with these things.
I'm glad he was not only able to clear that up, but get a signature chuckle in there for you.
Yeah,
I know you'll
course.
love that when he does that.
I do. It's one of my favorite things. Because I think it's a little bit of a nervous tick, but you know, I don't know if anything necessarily was funny that he said or somebody else said.
No, it's
Maybe
not.
he thought of a joke that somebody told him.
I think that Farhan does it in a moment where he's sort of like very purposefully dispelling something that he hears. Let's hear it again. Listen for the chuckle from the president of baseball apps, Farhan Zaidi.
Sometimes those rumors are so far from being based in fact that I have to call Greg Johnson or other owners and say, we're not trading for a player with a $40 million salary behind your back, I promise you. You know, I mean, they are super supportive, but honestly, there are times that I get worried that people are going to wonder why they're not in the loop and some of these things that just aren't accurate. But you understand that, look, the trade deadline, it's big industry now. There's a lot of demand for the content, and there's a lot of people in the industry talking, and there's a lot of interest, which is good for the game. But whether it's deals that are rumored that don't happen, being connected to players where there may or may not be that much truth to it, you just understand it comes with the territory. You make sure the people that need to know understand really where you are with these things.
Yeah, it's right during the may or may not be real. So we're just dispelling you cute Twitter people.
It's great. And the fact that he has to dispel it is part of what he said in his answer. It's now big business. It's a big part of the industry, the trade deadline. And we're talking about it. And on Twitter and MLB Network and Brian Kinney on MLB Tonight and ESPN and all the rest of the outlets, everybody is beating the drum ahead of the deadline with speculation, top 10 teams who most likely to make a big deal and all the rest of it. Where will this player go? And it is good for baseball that people care about what action is going to happen at the trade deadline. And even a deadline like this one this year that didn't have much in the way of big names moving, only a couple of big names. Even though that was the way it went, it still was very exciting.
Here's a little bit more from Mr. Zaidi. Let's see if we get any more chuckles. NBC Sports Bay Area with regard to the quiet approach at the deadline.
A lot of it is just our level of excitement at where we are roster-wise, who we have coming back the rest of the season, who we think can come up from the minor leagues and impact us, and really what in our view was available at the trade deadline, which, you know, certainly other teams were able to fill spots either because of injuries or lack of depth that didn't necessarily seem like upgrades in our mind relative to what we had. We've placed a lot of value the last couple of years in continuity and being able to stay in-house now that we have a good level of depth in AA and AAA. You know, the AJ Pollock move was partly born out of Yaz's injury and wanting some insurance on Mitch Haniger, although he's doing well. But in terms of displacing guys off the roster, we were a little bit more sensitive to that this time of year.
I mean, all I really heard there was, and this is kind of, I agree with this. We looked around. We saw the people we could get. We didn't think they were any better than the people we already got.
And he prefers to promote from in-house, and he is more interested in continuity, which is good. And that's what they're trying to lean on. And, you know, the A.J. Pollock move was a response to the Yaz injury, which I think is a little bit of a head-scratcher because A.J. Pollock is a guy who wasn't really wanted or needed in Seattle, and he's come in here and played, one of 3 games?
I think he was defensive replacement last night
so
or yesterday afternoon.
In a couple games.
Played a couple.
Yeah, he's not the kind of we went out and got a mainstay.
No.
It's just another body.
Yeah, I think the Mariners needed to get rid of him. The Giants were fine. They didn't give up anybody for him. So
yeah, they got either a player to be named or cash.
Yeah. So that's kind of a nothing burger on that. But I get it. You know, the more I think about this and read about this, and we'll go back out to the phones in a sec. So if you're holding right there, stay right there. 888-957-9570. And Kruk and Flem both indicated this yesterday, and I agree with them. It almost goes perfectly with your comment earlier about ratings. You know what I think it is a lot of times? I don't think a lot of people actually watch this team. I don't think people are actually watching what's going on. You're complaining about things that you wouldn't complain about if you actually watched the games. If you actually dialed in, if you actually really watched the decisions being made, you would understand them a whole lot better. I look at this. Do you know who Bradford Doolittle is?
Never met him, but I'm familiar with his work.
I know why his last name is what it is, because he does very little.
Be careful over there.
When it comes to watching the game.
You don't know that.
He wrote an article on ESPN about the trade deadline and the 5 contenders who left gaping holes. And I bet you're like, yeah, I bet the Giants are one of those teams who's got a gaping hole in the starting rotation. Now, Bradford wrote about their gaping hole. But he said right off the top, it got nothing to do. Stop it. It's got nothing to do with their starting rotation. You want to know what he thinks their gaping hole is, Dibby?
Hold on. Yeah, Mark.
Center field.
Look at me. Put me in coach. I'm ready to play.
There you go, Fogarty.
They've got a center fielder who,
sure do.
And while he's not putting up the OPS numbers he did in the minor leagues,
he's 21.
He's a golden retriever when it comes to flies balls in the outfield. He will track it down, and he's hit safely in about 2/3 of the games. Granted, it's a lot of 1-for-4s, but he's not been unproductive. We're not talking about Casey Schmidt at the bat. We're talking about Luis Matos, who gets at least 1 hit in almost every game.
Quote, really, the problem for the Giants offense is from their outfielders in general. They move players around so much, it's hard to pinpoint who the regulars are. The Giants' team OPS from left fielders, 631, ranks dead last in the majors. Well, thanks, Brad. Let me explain that to you. First of all, their starting left fielder got hurt. Second of all, their starting left fielder often gets pinch hit for. Therefore, when that hitter comes in a good spot, gets a big hit, you don't actually get the numbers for it being a left fielder because it's a pinch hitter. You literally admit what the issue is with your prior sentence. They move players around so much, it's hard to pinpoint who the regulars are. Right. So kind of odd to then follow up by taking a shot at the regulars. And again, I'm not here to tell you the Giants' offense is great. It's not. Part of it is they need to get players back. Part of it is they do need more everyday players. And part of it is the regular that you're taking a shot at is 21 and has played about 40 games in his life. You know what I mean? Like, Brad, the article reads...
He prefers Bradford.
Bradford, the article's great. You're a wonderful writer. You don't watch the games. You opened up Baseball Reference and you wrote an article, but you don't see the decisions Gabe Kapler is making. And I am a huge proponent of Gabe, especially this year, not because of hand tats, burgers on IG, and, that voice that woos you. It's none of those things. It's the fact that if you're going to rip the Giants roster, you have to, in the very next sentence, compliment their manager. Because if you think they got no good players and they're 61-49, I don't know how you get there without saying the manager's doing a hell of a job.
Well, he does cite the injuries in the piece. I don't know if you read through the whole thing.
Oh,
but
I did.
He talks about the injuries to Haniger. They've got nothing from Mitch Haniger with a fractured left arm in June. And he mentions Mike Yastrzemski went on the IL with a hamstring. And then he mentions that the ideal outcome would be for Matos to start to mash.
Right. And if he watched the games, he would know that Luis Matos over the last 3 weeks has been restaurant quality. He's been fantastic.
He's been fast food drive-through quality.
No, he's been very good. He has had a lot of hits. He has been great in the outfield. He has stopped the base running mistakes largely. He's had a lot of loud outs. If you really did want to look at analytics, you'd see that Luis Matos is everything that the Giants want him to be over the last 3 to 4 weeks. And why wouldn't it go that way? Prior to that, he just got here. He's 21. He's 21.
Negative defensive WAR, Mark.
Great. Super.
I don't have to watch the game to know that that's not a good thing.
Actually, you do. You do.
Negative 0.5 defensive WAR.
Because he's thrown the ball away a couple times. Because he's
unacceptable.
Because he's 21. He's 21
and a half.
Boy, listen, if somebody had written something like this about Trey Lance, the internet would break. Well, they're not getting a whole lot out of their superstar number 3 overall 23-year-old, are they? Not getting a whole lot out of him. Big old gaping hole at quarterback. Internet broken. Leave Luis Matos alone. Bradford, he's 21. He just got here.
He's doing fine.
He's fantastic.
He's
doing fine.
I wouldn't quite say it's restaurant quality yet, but it's
Last few
he's
weeks.
like a cafe.
Last few weeks. Yeah, fine. French cafe. Bistro. Croissant.
Decent little spot. He's hit safely in 26 of 42 games.
Yeah, but
it
was a little wonky out of the gate. Like
a little bit, but not super wonky.
Luis is at the spot where Casey hit a wall. Right? Casey came up, big fanfare, 3 weeks, unbelievable, and then oh my God, he can't hit. Luis been much more steady Eddie, and it's getting better now.
Yeah, 4 for his last 22.
Upward turn, but watch the games.
I do, Coach.
Watch the games.
I'm no Bradford Doolittle. I watch the games.
He's hitting the ball.
Right.
He's hitting the ball.
He's made outs in 18 of his last 22 at bats.
I know, but if you hit a line shot at the third baseman, I'm not coming down your road.
And when he catches it, what's the result? Out.
Yeah, when he catches
He's out.
it, the other. Yes, he's out.
It's an out.
It's an out. That's
it's a
correct.
line drive.
That's
it's a line drive out.
It's a loud out.
It's great. I don't see LO's loud outs in here.
Well, but
he's been good.
But analytics do.
He's been fine. Defensively, I love what he does in the outfield, and I don't have his range factors, but I watch the games, and I know that anything that's lifted into right center, left center, or deep straightaway center, he's going to get there.
Yep, he covers a lot of ground. You listen to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube, powered by our friends at First NorCal Credit Union. Let's go to Gary in San Ramon. Hey, Gary, what are you doing?
Hey, man, I'm just sitting out here in the porch, loving this beautiful Bay Area weather, and it's not 110, so it doesn't get any better than that.
Perfection.
Absolutely. Just I wanted to talk a little bit about Kapler, and I've never been a fan, and anything that really involves criticism, should go directly to Farhan. That's because basically, Kapler does what Farhan wants him to do, but give him some credit for managing that pitching staff, especially the bullpen. This wasn't the plan to start with. That's why they signed Manaea and Stripling. They wanted them to be starters, and it hasn't worked out. So now we got the openers. But my concern is they lead the league in innings pitched. The bullpen does by just a long shot, a lot of innings. And yesterday was, you've got this great weapon in Doval, and this was 5 out of 6. And boy, he come in on fumes. And boy, my concern was, man, why are you doing this? This guy is if you lose this guy, you're done. So I just thought the managing of that yesterday was a little bit poor decision making. I'd much rather seen some other options. What do you think about that, guys?
Wait. Now you're upset that Duvall came into the game yesterday?
Yeah, because that was 5 out of 6, Mark, and he's never done that. And you could tell he was going on fumes because Walker should have hit that ball out. It hit the wall so hard, and then the next guy, can't remember his name, he rifled one into left field. So Duvall was going on guts, but I'm concerned that all the use that he's getting, it's going to be detrimental down the stretch.
Yeah, listen, it's a fair concern for sure.
Thanks, Gary.
It's a fair concern.
He leads the league in games finished, and he's
the best closer in baseball.
He is, but
the Giants play a lot of close games.
And I know that Gabe was probably not thrilled putting him out there for the 5th time in 6 games, even though you knew you had an off day today, give him a little chance to rest. But that is one of my only concerns. Last year, he threw 67 2/3 innings. This year, he looks like he's on pace to throw a little bit more than that. Yeah. But it's the frequency, Kenneth, that has me a little bit concerned.
Nice reference.
Just slide in a little
very,
REM
very good.
for the people in the back.
Do you know that before the Boston series, Camilo Duvall had 3 days off in a row?
Okay.
3 days off in a row. Then 3 days on. Then he got a day off. Then 2 days on. In those 2 back-to-back saves, Arizona Wednesday and Thursday threw a total of 21 pitches.
21.
He's fine. Like he's a horse. He's a horse. You got that's what.
Yesterday was a little shaky, and I think Gary's right. And I don't know if it was fatigue or I don't like that slider.
Guys
don't throw that slider anymore.
Guys get hit like the Major League Baseball players are going to get hit sometimes.
He doesn't get hit when he throws the 102 nastiness. When he throws that little Sergio Romo, I get scared.
My man, Saturday against Boston, the guy gave up a 2 spot and blew the save. Like Major League players, even good ones, give up hits.
Dog, this man is filthy.
Hey, Cat, listen to me.
Meow.
This guy, the point is valid. If the concern is we can't wear out the bullpen, that's a fair concern. The Giants have even spoken to that. So that's totally fair. What I don't love is he gave up a hit. He's clearly dog-tired. I don't know that. This guy got 2 saves in 1 day a few weeks ago, and he was the one who lobbied to do it. You know what I mean? I would be bothered if Camilo Duvall went out there and his fastball was coming in at 96. Now we got a sign of fatigue, okay? But if a Major League hitter got a hold of one, then a Major League hitter got a hold of one. And like you said, they knew that they had a day off today, and there are more coming next week as well. So, look, it's a very valid concern. I don't think we're there yet. There's another thing he said that I also think, though, it is very, very important to address. All right, if Gabe does anything wrong, it's Farhan's fault because Farhan's the one who tells him what to do. We got to stop this junk. We have to stop this. We got to stop the whole – John Lynch doesn't get any blame because Kyle told him what to do. And Gabe, no blame because Farhan told him. If it were that easy, why would they pay them at all? These guys are making decisions. They absolutely have an effect. They definitely have some autonomy. They definitely are doing things on the fly. Gabe Kapler does not have an earpiece so that Farhan can tell him who to pitch. That's not going on. Like, yes, there's planning that goes in every day, and sure, Farhan has a voice, as he should. But this idea that Gabe and all baseball managers now are total puppets, more so than they used to be, I'll grant that. But why would you even hire him if that were the case? Just send a text message to somebody in the bullpen.
He's there to look good with a perfectly groomed beard and a nice pair of sunglasses.
The problem with this is if you feel that way, then he can't get any credit either. That's actually what bugs me.
No credit, no blame.
So what are we doing here?
He's a middle manager. It's basically what he is.
So middle managers don't get any credit?
Sends him a message.
I'll tell Matt Nahigian, because you've said a lot of nice things about him.
I said some stuff earlier, too. Yeah. That was very nice. You weren't around.
I didn't realize that middle management had no effect on anything.
Lucas is our middle manager. Matt Nahigian is the exalted one.
Lucas is just our
I'm a middle infielder. I don't know about you.
Totally. Yeah. He was middle management last week when the boss was on vacation.
Yeah, for a minute.
I'm not of the mind that, the managers in baseball do nothing. They make the decisions. Now, they don't make any decision alone, nor should they. It's a group think before the game. For example, tomorrow with you go over to Oakland and you probably get there, 8 hours before the game, and you sit down and you meet with your coaches, and maybe Farhan's in there, maybe he's not, and you talk about what the plan is. Who's available? Who's our starter? Well, we're not going to go with a starter tomorrow because, Cobb and Webb just pitched. So tomorrow it's who's our opener? Everybody should be available in the bullpen for the most part.
Totally.
So are we going with Walker? Are we going with Alexander? What are we thinking? Let's look at the A's and who they're likely to hit in the first inning, and who do we have that matches up best against their top hitters, and then we'll build out our pitching plan from there. And it's not Farhan saying, you will do this. I declare. It's just that to me is nonsense.
I don't know. A lot of these things, I agree with you. It's like you want them both ways. What was the name of the Stanford pitcher that we had on a few weeks ago who threw 417 pitches in a game, whatever the hell that was?
You didn't like it.
No, I didn't. And he came out and was like, it's no big deal whatsoever. And we had a healthy debate, and there were a lot of people.
It's Quinn Matthews, friend of the program.
Quinn Matthews.
156 pitches.
A lot of people who were like, Mark, it's fine. It's fine. He's a kid. He wanted the ball, and it's great. Okay. And then the second Camilo Doval gives up a hit when he's thrown 21 pitches in 3 days.
21.
And now it's like, this is overuse. This is absurd. Camilo
He flipped
Doval,
in that little slider because his arm was so tired he couldn't throw the fastball, Mark.
Definitely.
Are you even watching the games?
He'll arrive like every freaking second.
Too much of it.
This guy is going to arrive in Oakland tomorrow, having pitched in 2 of the last 4 days and a total of 21 pitches.
It is 21. It is something to keep an eye on. The Giants do lead baseball in bullpen innings.
No, and it's not an invalid point. As I said, yeah. What's the number?
475 and 2/3.
And what's second place?
The A's are at 462.
But they're bad.
That's the reason why they pitch so much out of the pen.
Who's next?
Tampa Bay, 454.2.
Interesting.
Because they do the same thing that the Giants do.
They have openers.
And so when you have a guy go out and throw 1 inning, you're going to probably use a lot of bullpen.
I would argue that this is a skewed stat. Because if Sean Manaea and Ross Stripling and Alex Wood, who are all traditional starters, and we switch the name to bulk innings role, and we know that you're coming in to pitch 4 innings, but instead of doing it at the beginning of the game, you do it from the 3rd to the 7th, bullpen stats.
It's not technically a bullpen
stat. It is
stat.
bullpen stats, but it's not, and y'all know it, right? So that's why those numbers are where they are.
Yes.
Right. I don't
in large part.
In other words, I know Doval, as Tyler Rogers always does too, they have a lot of appearances. That's the way this team is built. That's the strength of the team.
You do have the major league leader in innings pitched on your team, and that's Logan Webb. No one's thrown more innings than Logie.
Yeah. So, they're highlighting what works for them. We'll keep taking your calls on this for sure. Sponsored by AC Transit. We'll get to the Mike Dunleavy Jr. sound around the corner as well. It's Willard and Dibbs.
Get in where you fit in. AC Transit wants you to drive the East Bay. Take the wheel of your career and level up. No driving experience required. Paid training is provided. New bus operators are eligible for a $2,000 bonus. Secure the bag. Apply today at AC Transit.
Hi, I'm Nabil Ahmed.
wine, and more. Drink responsibly. B21.
Big old gaping hole.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Well, we've got breaking news from the Giants are exhausted department.
Yeah, they need a day off, Mark.
Apparently, they're not taking the day off. I had no idea. What's going on?
This just in from a friend of mine. Sources.
Oh.
You got your sources. I got my sources. The Giants are playing in a golf tournament of sorts today.
Uh-huh.
Right here in the city and county of San Francisco.
Okay, so you're
at
not
an unnamed course.
At an unidentified location.
Okay, every one of them? It's Glen Eagles.
Well,
they're playing the Glen. Have you ever played Glen Eagles?
Actually, no, I have not.
I need to get you
I know
up there.
it well, but I've not played it. Yeah.
If you've never played it, you probably can't find it. It's in McLaren Park, and there's no sign on where to enter.
It's like Club 33 at Disneyland or something. Yeah.
It was a little bit of a different twist. Very fun 9-hole course.
Yeah.
Very difficult. Very difficult.
Yeah.
Hilly,
I love it.
and there's some hazards you don't find in a normal golf course.
Okay.
I'll say that.
Okay.
Do we know which Giants are playing?
I have a picture of
At minimum, we know 3. Yeah.
Well, I'm just getting a second
Go
text
ahead.
from my source. I said, who's with you?
Go ahead.
I said, who's with you in the picture? And then I showed Mark the picture, and Mark identified it.
Yeah.
And
so this is a great, don't go through it too quick, because this is a great snapshot of Giants baseball.
Yes.
Dibs comes over with your picture of your friend and 3 Giants.
I'm a Giants fan.
He's like, that's Brandon Crawford, and who the hell are these other 2 guys?
They don't have their uniforms on. I knew that they weren't Doval, and I knew they weren't Flores.
I'm like, that's their third baseman and their right fielder.
I knew one of them wasn't Lamont Wade Jr.
That's right.
It was a couple of the generic white guys.
Couple of former Mets.
Fine.
Couple of former Metropolitans.
So Mark identified J.D. Davis and Michael Conforto. And my source said, I said, how many Giants? I said, are they all there? And he said at least 15.
Okay.
In the pick was Conforto, I think J.D. Davis, plus former players, the Thrill.
Of course. Thrill is everywhere right now.
Snow.
Yep.
Others. And a guy who is not on the Giants, Kalena Hazubuki.
Damn, how did he get in there?
Kalena
gets in anywhere.
Kalena and my sauce now know
They're
each
tight.
other.
They're
I
tight.
played golf with Kalena and my sauce.
Did you introduce them?
Yes.
I had a feeling.
And my source is one of those guys where, he knows everybody. This guy's the greatest guy of all time.
So your next question was, is Hand Tat Hand Tat on site with a golf glove on?
I think I asked if Hand Tat was there.
And I bet Hand Tat's not, because he is way too busy recording yet another voiceover.
Well,
San Francisco, a city of fog and shimmering gold that greets every dawn with optimism and purpose. Our city proudly defies convention, continuously evolving, driven by a dynamic spirit that connects and inspires us. And with every sunset, we look ahead to the promise and potential of tomorrow, where anything is possible.
¡Vamos, Gigante!
Giants will bring in their closer, Camino Doval, to pitch the ninth.
This patch, it's more than thread and stitching. It's a symbol of our city, an emblem of conviction, of progress.
How about that?
The Giants and Crews, together driving our city towards a brighter future.
All right, what is Gabe better at? 3 things: managing baseball, talking about burgers, or talking about the city of San Francisco and a new corporate partner.
Boy, that's a tough one.
Thank you. What do you like?
I would say I would power rank it number 1, talking about burgers. Number 2, managing. Number 3, whatever that voiceover was.
What's wrong with that?
Well, maybe it was the schlocky script that he had to read. Like
taking
glimmering like
shots at
the
the marketing
sun
department now,
of the
too?
dawn over San Francisco. I found it to be a little bit syrupy, and the future of San Francisco. Actually, no disrespect to the Giants and their new corporate sponsor, but those driverless cars are a menace. And I don't know if you've been driving in the city or if you don't really drive across the city much, you maybe don't experience this as much, but your Waymo, your Cruise, and all the rest of your driverless crap, slap a driver in there, somebody who knows about general protocol and what driving should be about. So I'm out on driverless vehicles.
Okay. Unless they want to hire you to do a voiceover.
Hi, this is Dan Dibley. And whenever I need to drive somewhere, I sit in the back seat. Because I like driverless vehicles.
Exactly. I'll take a cruise anytime you want, homeboy.
Kapler is a no on this golf event.
Yeah.
And
not surprising.
In other news, and this probably won't come as a surprise to you, Webb pounds the ball.
Oh, gosh,
Pounds
You can
the
tell
ball.
by the size of his noggin. You look at Logan, and you're just like, just beefy. It's just, big round head, competitor. He's a dog. He's a dog.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is not. Thank you.
He's a horse.
Rockland born,
Yeah.
Sacramento Kings fan. I'm not surprised he's a grip it and rip it.
Yeah, so hopefully they're not expending all of their big hits today with the daunting task of the Oakland A's tomorrow.
Well, that would, of course, be the sort of snarky question if you had to ask it. Are any of the Giants making contact with the golf balls today out there?
Yeah.
And it's not good news that their best hitter is also their best starting pitcher.
Correct.
If his name's not Shohei, that's a bad thing.
And my source is indicating that they are hitting the fairway at a lower percentage than their batting average. So,
okay.
A lot of time being spent
some
in
of the
rough.
time, but not
Yeah.
usually.
Yeah.
Do you want to know? There's Industry Insider
Okay.
take on this Kapler VO because we're listening. Our reaction to the IG with the burgers is kind of like, who's making these videos? They're highly produced. Gabe is not doing this with his phone. It's not like the people you see on TikTok. Hey guys, thought I'd hop on here and tell you about my new life hack. It's not that it's all camera angles and music and different things and up close with the burgers and back seat with the kitchen. All this stuff's going on. We're who is making these videos? So I'm listening closely to this, and I feel like this voiceover, which is 56 minutes long.
56 minutes?
I'm sorry, 56 seconds long.
Damn, I was going to say.
Obviously, I have a lot to say. 56 seconds long, but listen to the change in sort of the ambient sound each time he talks. In other words, I think that this was done in 35 different takes. Listen to how the voice keeps changing.
San Francisco, a city of fog and shimmering gold that greets every dawn with optimism and purpose. Our city proudly defies convention, continuously evolving, driven by a dynamic spirit that connects and inspires us. And with every sunset, we look ahead to the promise and potential of tomorrow where anything is possible.
¡Vamos, Gigante!
Giants will bring in their closer, Camino Duvall, to pitch the ninth.
This patch, it's more than thread and stitching. It's a symbol of our city, an emblem of conviction, of progress.
How about that?
The Giants and Crews, together driving our city towards a brighter future.
A symbol of more than stitch and thread. Excuse me while I vomit.
A symbol of a $50 million contract.
This patch
that we have just
signed. More than thread and stitching.
Yeah, so what this
it's
is...
a symbol of our city.
This is
a company willing to shovel money into our coffers so we can stand pat at the deadline.
Cruz is paying for Shohei. So that's what happened. This is a marketing effort by the Giants because they're now going to be wearing a patch on their jerseys. You may have seen it for the first time yesterday afternoon. Cruz, which as you aptly pointed out, Dibs, is at one of the companies that has the driverless cars. So Cruz now has patches on the left shoulder for every Giant for every game, and you may have your own thoughts about that. But Gabe Kapler was also given a hefty script, and a few different VO sessions, and the Giants came up with that. And they've got Gabe in a bunch of different backgrounds, and they definitely, by the way, the other thing that was interesting about this, no surprise, I guess, if the Giants are going to market one person, one player, it's Camilo Doval. You hear that Spanish voice that comes in the middle?
Vamos Gigantes.
That's Camilo.
Oh, okay.
That's not just some fan.
Oh, because you saw the video and so you know.
Yeah, that's Camilo Doval. And then they feature a lot of his highlights as well in this video. So he really is right now, he's being featured. We always ask who's the face of the Giants. It's Camilo Doval.
Well, I do think that they were looking for a piece of that to be in Spanish, but to your point, what other player would you have gone to? Because
Logie with his driver.
Right, but Logie is not necessarily the most explosive personality.
No.
And I don't want this to come across as me ripping off Guru's gripes, but hi, this is Brandon Crawford. Ads that are on a variety of different platforms.
Well, now he's just eating.
God.
You see this ad where he has 7 meals and then says, I'm full?
I love Brandon Crawford.
It's a lot.
He was very nice to me back in, must have been 2009 in the Cal League World Series when I was working with Joe Rizzo, and he got called down from Double-A to go head-to-head with Mike Trout and Rancho Cucamonga. And so I've known Brandon for a long time. I don't know him like we're homies.
You don't know Brandon Crawford?
I do know this. Hi, this is Brandon Crawford.
No.
My God, monotone.
Well, yeah,
this Giants team, they don't have anybody,
he's
kid.
Chill. No, you know what? I actually think it's way better than it was a couple years ago. Like when Belt is super snarky, right? He's dry.
But he came to life.
He did. Like if someone gave him the captain's hat and he was just like, all right, fine, I'll be crazy because Pablo's not here anymore.
And maybe because Bumgarner was gone too, it became okay to like have fun.
Maybe, yeah.
Might get a snot rocket in your temple if you do that.
Bum was a red ass. Buster just wants to keep to himself. Brandon Crawford, happy to talk to you, but he's so laid back.
Yeah.
You're right. But the guys now, I think there are plenty of personalities, but to the point we've been making, people just don't get to know them. You know what I mean?
True.
Like, I'm a little bit with Jock. Jock Peterson's got a big personality.
He would be the one.
Yeah.
He's got a great personality.
Yeah, absolutely. But it's,
and Yaz, you've had a chance to talk to Yaz a bunch.
Yaz is chill, but yeah, he's a very good conversationalist. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Thanks.
I'll send him a DM and let him know we're talking about it. But anyway, yeah, I think that there are more personalities than before. Casey Schmidt has a big personality, but he isn't getting hits.
Yeah.
So if he got a lot of hits, that was all set up for him. It was all set up for him. Matos and Luciano are here. Like Doval, there's a language thing. They don't speak English, or at least not that well yet, or not ready to be that kind of an interview or a marketing guy.
This just in from my golf source.
Okay.
Casey Schmidt on the 13th tee, he swung and missed 4 straight times.
That is not an accurate text.
I made that up.
Rude.
Very rude.
Number 4.
Don't get a 4th swing when you miss 3 times,
Yeah,
Gibbs.
you do. You're laying 4. You're hitting 5.
No.
Up and down for a triple on a par 3.
Chasey Schmidt.
Am I right? Your kid is brilliant.
He still asks me about that every day. I told him we talked about it on the air. So now he's got a big ego about himself. He's like, you talk about Chasey Schmidt today?
Funny you say that because
sit down, Jude.
I shared the clip of you burying my son's friend Nina. So we go to the Odyssey app, and thank you, Grandy, for sending me the podcast because for some reason the 4th hour doesn't always populate on the app. So I had to get Grandy to send me the whole.
No, I'm glad you did.
So we sent it to Nina.
Who's a criminal? She is a criminal.
Stop, because she's heard it. Her family have heard it. Her friends have all heard it, and they're like, Nina, you're lightweight famous now and all this. And they're like, what was wrong with Quest's dad's partner? Why was he so against you?
Sounds like slander to me.
Yeah, because
totally. And I said it's because Quest is like, it's just because he's jealous because he didn't want to have to spend $1,000 and he had to tell his daughter that she couldn't go, and Nina was able to get tickets for $50 and he didn't believe it.
Inaccurate on all fronts.
It was just so great. It was our topic last night at dinner for a while.
Erroneous on all counts.
My son is like, Your partner's just a hater. I'm like, he's such.
Damn right.
I'm like, it's funny because he doesn't hate on anyone.
No, but I don't like criminal behavior. Dude, no joke.
And the backstory for those of you who missed it, my son's friend Nina got last-minute Taylor Swift tickets.
I love it.
For $50.
I get triggered even by the comment that you make. Last-minute Taylor Swift tickets.
It's a fact.
It doesn't. Herm Edwards is on our show yesterday going on and on about how this is Jimi Hendrix meets freaking, the greatest performers of all time. Yet Nina just, boop, yeah, $50, last-minute ticket.
Plus fees.
I've got friends who have so much more money than I do. I would never even think of this. No joke. Are you ready for what they did? They had a pre-planned trip to Tahoe for when Taylor was here at Levi's. So they couldn't go then. This is one of the friends of my daughter. So they got a 14-year-old girl. This is the sweet spot. If you're a 14-year-old girl, a Taylor Swift ticket is better than a no homework pass for the rest of your life. It's that big of a deal.
Nina's 22, but I get it.
Well, she's a criminal, so she has to be an adult. Anyway, point being is they were in Tahoe when Taylor was at Levi's. Well, she wanted to go so bad that what did they do? Well, okay, we'll get you tickets to when she goes to SoFi in L.A. Fly down, get a hotel, 3 tickets, mom, daughter. The tickets were $1,000 each.
Yeah.
So add in.
Nina sold hers for $1,400 a piece down there.
This is criminal behavior. You cannot tell me that those are just there.
I already explained to you how they're just there.
I know,
and
it
you don't
doesn't
understand.
add up. It's
you
not
just
that
don't get it.
No, you don't get it. You don't.
I'm going to go Steiny on you. Don't you get it, Willard?
I don't.
Don't you get it?
It's you that doesn't get it. You don't know that your son is hanging out with a hardened criminal. Okay? And if you
she's so hard, she's getting
I'm so out.
Taylor Swift tickets.
I mean, yeah, for $50 and flipping them for $1,400. It's insider trading, Dibs.
No, she got those for $200 face, the LA ones, and sold them for $1,400.
$200 face, because everyone has access to that.
No, she got them through the normal means when they went on sale, and she got them.
Oh, who doesn't? Those are easy. You
She
just
got
call.
a Ticketmaster account, Mark.
You just snap your fingers. Everybody gets those.
Maybe if you're a little bit more resourceful, you could take care of these things.
Resourceful. That's what a
Nina.
criminal calls themselves when they don't want to get caught.
So great.
Let's go to Kevin in Belmont. Hi, Kevin. What are you doing?
What's going on? I just got off work. How you guys doing?
Good for you, Kev. We're almost there.
All right, so based on yesterday's game, I think it was really an indictment of what the 2023 Giants are. You know, I've been coming around more on Kapler a little bit just because Farhan is out here really playing money ball for a franchise in a huge market, and Kapler can only really cook with the ingredients, he's given, and he's managing the pitching staff pretty well lately. But one thing that really bothers me with Kapler is the absolute constant change in the lineup. Hitters don't really know what their roles are, like kind of how Manaea said the other day. You got a guy like, for example, Matos, who will bat like first, fifth, seventh, or ninth on a given day. And I just think there's a different mindset when you're hitting first compared to fourth, for example. Kind of want to know your guys' thoughts.
Well, I guess, Kevin, I would just respond by saying every time we've had the opportunity to talk to one of these players on the offensive side, maybe not so much the pitchers, on the offensive side, they will tell you that they absolutely do know their role. They do know their role. Jock Peterson has stated publicly, when I signed here, they told me exactly what I was going to do. We might need you in the corner outfield spots. You're going to DH a lot, and you're going to be our guy when a right-hander's throwing. And then a left-hander's going to come in, and we're going to yank you because we got this guy named Slates. And he's going to come in, and he's going to hit about 320 against left-handers this year. And so that's going to be his role. So with the pitchers, I think it's true. Some of those guys thought they were going to start, and they've ended up in this bulk innings thing. The hitters, batting, you're batting second, you're batting eighth. That's all based on a strategy that is about who's pitching.
Right.
You'll see Lamont Wade lead off when it's a right-hander. You'll see him bat ninth when it's a left-hander. It's about putting the guys in the right spot. I don't know that as a hitter, like I'm batting fifth or I'm batting eighth, is that going to change what I do when I go up to the plate? I think hitters go up to the plate and they've got their game plan. They try to get it hit. I think the offensive players, again, maybe not everybody loves it, but I think they know what their role is. I really do.
Well, Matos has hit everywhere in the order except for third and fourth already in his young career. And how does that affect what he's doing? I think it's different now that the pitchers don't hit anymore, so you don't have the same construct in terms of batting order. And it used to be your number one hitter would be your speedster, and your number two hitter would be your contact guy in case you needed him to bunt the speedster over. And then your 3, 4, and 5 would be your boppers, and so would number 6 if you happen to have that. And then 7 and 8 would be your afterthought hitters, and then you had the pitcher. And now it's completely different, where your number one hitter, your leadoff hitter, a lot of times is your best hitter because you want him to get maximum at-bats,
right.
And you want to do as much damage as you can. You still want the bulk in the middle, but a guy like Matos, it's tough to pinpoint him because he's not really good enough yet to be the leadoff hitter or the 2. He's not a 3, 4, 5, but he's done his best and he's done his most work at number 6 this year. That's where he's hit for the most part.
I guess I'd have to hear a hitter say that. I haven't heard a hitter say that bothers them. We've heard pitchers say that it bothers them, but they'll do it. You know, and that's the other thing. I don't think the Giants really care if it does bother them. It's like, look, this is what we're doing, and we want you to buy in. And I do think that that's what the Giants have. Do they have full agreement across the board? No. Do they have buy-in? Yeah, they do. That's why they're 61-49, and everybody sounds like they're having a great time with each other.
Easier to get buy-in when you're 61-49.
Sure,
if you're
absolutely.
49-61, your buy-in's going to be at a lower level.
Yeah, I have a hard time, though, especially with a guy who's brand new to the bigs. I bet Luis Matos is still just like awesome.
Happy to be
I'm
here.
at the plate. I'm at the plate. You know what I mean? Like, he doesn't get pinch hit for a lot. He is like, everyone's like, we need some everyday players. Well, Matos has been one at age 21. He's out there every day. Righty, lefty, whatever. So I bet he's fine. I don't know about that example. Are there guys who get pinch hit for in the 5th inning who don't like that? Of course. Do you think Luciano loved it on his debut where he got 2 at-bats and then he got yanked? I bet that was not the most fun day of his life, but at the same time, maybe it also was. It was his major league debut. What's he going to do? Go get mad at the manager?
Right.
So, I don't know.
You could be mad when you get sent down 3 days later. I mean, that's where you might be more apt to get mad.
I wonder. I mean, he wasn't going to get that many at-bats. They were facing a slew of right-handers, and they were going to play Crawford. You know what I mean? Like, that's really, like, he'll be back. He'll be back, but I don't know. Feels to me on some level, some of this stuff is making controversy where there is none. It's all, you know, Brock or Trey. Well, we're not doing, the Niners aren't doing that. And, you know, I do think sometimes we put thoughts in Giants players' heads that they must not like this. Some of them don't. And yes, in the heat of battle, a pitcher getting pulled has always been annoying. Nobody ever wants to get pulled. So sure they get mad.
Don't pull a Zach Littell, though,
right?
And you'll be gone. Yeah. And that's, you can be frustrated, but you got to save your frustration for when you get back to the clubhouse.
I think they're fine, don't you? Do you see anything like body language or beyond that suggests something dramatic or concerning with regard to attitude with the Giants?
I do worry, though, about the future of free agent pitchers who might see the way things are done here and balk at whether or not they want to be Giants.
Okay, that's an interesting point. We can talk about that coming up, and we will still get to the Dunleavy stuff as well with regard to his comments on how the Chris Paul deal came together, his thoughts on Jordan Poole. All of that still ahead. We're presented by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises. It's Willard and Dibbs.
95.7 The Game is streaming live on Twitch and YouTube right now. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
to $449. Head to Verizon today. $449 value applies to NFL Sunday Ticket season 23-24 only. Additional terms and embargoes apply to NFL Sunday Ticket on YouTube. No refunds.
Now, back to
Dillard and Wibbs
on 95.7 The Game.
Thank you, Lucas. Lucas is doing great producer work in the other room right now.
How so?
He is printing out fresh Superflex fantasy rankings for me because...
My God, the things you have him do. You made him pick up your Apple core that you errantly threw.
I did not make him do that.
You threw it on the ground.
He did that before I could get over there. I'm on the air.
You were off the air when he picked it up.
That's not true.
No, it's absolutely
we had
true.
just gone to break. I couldn't have even gotten over there yet if I had tried.
So what did you mean by Lucas picked that up?
Yeah,
exactly.
You know exactly what I meant. I meant for you to move faster. Pick it up, Lucas.
Lucas,
Pick
get
it
me
up.
water.
We've had 0 guests today. Pick it up. Huh?
Fetch my fruit that I throw about the studio and print out my flex rankings and make it snappy, Lucas.
I like that you just call them flex rankings. Super flex.
Yeah, whatever.
Super flex rankings because I have a group of friends who this year are very unfortunate. They're unfortunate friends because they have decided to have their fantasy draft tonight.
Wait a minute.
And it is hot garbage too early.
Wait, you're doing a fantasy draft tonight?
Tonight.
Is this your main league?
No.
This is not your 2-quarterback league?
This is the 2-quarterback league. My main league I refer to as the one with my inner circle.
The one you went to Chicago with, your boys.
That's my high school
So
buddies.
you're in 3 leagues.
Correct.
You're in this cockamamie we're drafting in early August.
High school guys, these are some college guys, and then it's mainly one guy, a couple guys, and their friends, and then yet super flex, and that's fun. It's different. And then all the dummies here at 95.7 The Game. And actually, there's going to be a 4th league this year, which is totally a little side deal. Which
You and
is,
your kids?
Yeah, like a family league.
Always fun.
Yeah.
Just like a 3-teamer or?
No. Like we'll get the lovely Christy in there. We'll get my brother-in-law, my nephew,
I know your brother-in-law.
Christy's dad.
Okay.
Yeah.
The brother-in-law that I know?
No, the other brother-in-law.
Okay. I don't know.
No, my sister's husband. Anyway, go ahead. Yeah.
Well, this is probably a great time to make this announcement, and you can go ahead and do with it whatever you want.
Oh,
but,
I want. Go ahead. Tell
your
everybody.
Boy, Nostradiblis, is coming out of retirement. I don't know if you saw the full-page article I took out, or the full-page ad I took out in the Chronicle today.
This is so
It was
offensive.
a picture of me with my fantasy football rankings, and it just simply said, I'm back. I'm back. I'm joining the 95.7 The Game Fantasy Football League.
It is,
I am back in the building, ladies and gentlemen.
So offensive.
Woo!
People do not even know. You
Let's go.
sat there on your high horse. You sat there on your high horse.
He's a horse.
All year last year.
It's true.
My first year in the Fantasy Football League at 95.7 The Joy. And you sat there on your high horse and thumbed your nose at fantasy football and at fantasy football players.
That's not true.
And said that.
That's not true.
Yes, you called it.
This is slander.
You called it a waste of time.
Wrong.
You said that those of us who were playing in it, that this was pathetic.
Wrong.
No, all true.
No, this is all false.
I remember all of this.
No, you're. This is make believe. You live in fantasy land right now, and we're about to go Steiny and
fantasy
Guru
football.
for this next
That's
hour
what it's
if you
called.
want. We're about to get into it.
Bring it. I'll call you Nina. Let's go.
You keep Nina's name out your mouth.
No, I won't.
I simply.
Wow, dude.
I have not been participating in fantasy football for a couple of reasons. One, I'm not very good at it, and I don't like to
then
shovel.
welcome back to the league.
Well, I'm going to get to that part of it because in this part you're probably even going to like even less. So maybe just for once you don't cut me off. I don't like my chances.
Unlikely.
Maybe next week I can get through an actual sentence. Alan Stiles in for Mark Willard.
Yeah, he's getting more aggressive too.
He's getting too
like
aggressive.
Farhan at a deadline. It's crazy.
We tried to keep that man down.
All right, go ahead.
I don't like to shovel money at things that I'm not good at. When I go to Vegas, I don't play a lot of blackjack and craps because I tend to lose. I don't like losing money. I don't mind, like, for example, I lost money already this week on the stupid Hall of Fame game. I bet the under.
Yeah.
Sorry about
Thanks
that.
for that one.
Thanks. The game went over. I lost. I feel bad when I gamble and I lose money. However, this fantasy football league is more than about winning money. It's about camaraderie.
Of course.
And a collegial atmosphere. And last year, I was not a part of it, and I felt a little left out. And I thought, you know what, this year, I'm doing afternoon drive. My partner's in it. Our producer's in it. I'm not sure if the Grandy man is in or not. It'd be cool.
Oh, I'm so in.
Grandy's in.
Grandy's in. I think that E-Dog is in. Goo is in. Your various Bontes and Shaskies.
Even Steiny's in.
Steiny's in.
No way.
How can I not be in?
No, I agree. I tried to get you all last year to get in.
I was in a different place last year.
I'm so out.
I was in a different frame.
Don't be in that place anymore. That's a yucky place.
Well, you know where I am this year, Mark? I'm in a place where I'm going to solicit help. I'm going to bring in experts to help me. I will not be going this alone. So if you, dear listener, fancy yourself as a fantasy football expert,
oh boy,
I'm taking applications.
I don't know about this.
This is a bad idea.
I'm taking applications.
Sounds like cheating to me.
Why is it cheating?
No, it's not cheating.
Because I'm going to bring in some help because I'm admitting that I'm not good at it.
No, we can all.
I absolutely can crowdsource.
Hold on. No. I'll have your back here.
888-957-9570. Who wants to help me?
You're fine. I'm texting.
Help a brother out.
I text Adam Rank in the middle of drafts. I'll do it. I'm not above it. Hey, man, what do I do here? Adam Rank was the reason I got James Robinson his rookie year in like round 16. I'd never even heard of the kid. And he's like, I think that guy's going to win. He's going to win the Jacksonville job out of the backfield. And I won the league. So, yeah, you can get all the help you want. I'm just telling you, though, when you solicit it to a mass platform like this and you get 700 opinions, you're not going to know what to do with it because you're going to have 100 opinions in all kinds of different places.
I'm going to vet the experts and choose one of the great listeners that we have and have that person be my co-owner. Now, this person doesn't have to put up any money.
No.
This person can have as much input or as little input as they wish to give me.
I love this.
We will work together.
No, who wants to be Dibbs' fantasy ghostwriter? That's exactly what you're doing. Yes.
Be my partner.
All right.
You complete me.
Let's solicit. It's a solicitation sensation.
That's $1.
888
99 more and we can pay for the entry fee. Yeah. I'm into it.
Is it only $100? Is that right, Lucas?
Yeah.
Is it $100?
It's clean, Benji.
Oh, it's free. No, it's free. It's free.
Oh, that's
Never mind.
right.
It's
Sorry.
free. Yeah.
Is this thing still on? Camaraderie.
Sibilance.
3, 2, and 1.
Camaraderie.
We're doing it in 100 push-ups. Winner gets 100 push-ups.
That's right.
The more important question is, what's the last place punishment?
That is the important question because that's actually what you're going to need to know.
No.
Oh, yeah.
I don't.
Oh, yeah.
And again.
Oh, yeah.
With the help of our dear listeners, 888-957-9570, I want winners. And there are so many people out there who know more about fantasy football than you do.
Hi.
And I'm going to get one of those people to help me.
I'm Dan Dibley. I was in need of a poser. All right, perfect.
That's a 2.
We're going to get one on the way here
That's a
shortly.
2.
Hey, I want to answer a question I keep getting, which is why the hell are y'all having a draft tonight? Well, that's a great question, 95.7 The Game listener.
Yeah.
Yeah, I felt that in this particular case, a group of people came together and sort of overvalued schedule. So this is when everyone was available.
Right.
I'm like, ugh.
The average fantasy football draft lasts about 90 minutes, I would say. If you do it
This
right.
will go way longer than that.
Well, then you're doing it wrong.
No, because this isn't online. It's offline.
It's not online?
No time
limit. What is it, 1991?
No time limit.
No time limit?
Everyone I'm talking to.
I am so out.
Everyone I'm talking to, I'll be on Zoom. They are all together on the Central Coast, and they have a sticker board.
I do kind of love the sticker board, the throwback sticker board.
Like, this is one of these leagues that'll still have, like, a podium, and, you'll come up, and then everybody trash talks your pick, and you stick the sticker up there, and you walk off, like, all big.
You're looking at, like, a 5-hour draft.
Like, I got that guy. And everyone's like, nobody wanted that guy, you doofus.
I was in a league out in Dublin with the great Michael Rubinelli. And no, it's a real person. Good dude. Ran a nice, tidy league.
Why do you always do that? The great, and then it's just his name.
It's so random. I was
400 different people here in the Bay Area.
I'm fraternity brothers with, I think he's a county supervisor now, David Halbert. And he's former mayor of Dublin. He pulled me in to be his expert. How'd that work out for you?
Yeah.
But I think we took 7th out of 6 teams. But Michael Rubinelli had one of those sticker boards, and it was kind of fun. You draft your guy, and you go over and you find the sticker, Marshawn Lynch, and you put it on the board. So I'm kind of in on the sticker.
No, it's
out on 5-hour drafts, and I'm out on August 4th.
It won't be 5 hours, but it's a super flex league, Dig, so we got to have a lot of rounds. I think we got like 19 rounds coming tonight.
In the super flex.
It's
a lot.
Yeah.
I mean, it's too much.
Maybe. But yeah, we're looking at least 2.5. At least 2.5 hours.
Now, Lucas, you're our commissioner here at 95.7 The League.
He just left.
Okay, I can't see him.
He's got to go grab the rankings he just printed out.
Thank you, Lucas.
Jesus, you are so high maintenance. Lucas, grab a mic here. Let's get you on
Lucas,
camera.
Thank you very much. Now, you made sure that these are super flex rankings, right?
They're super flex, but
so like all the quarterbacks are up at the top?
Yes, but these are PPR, unfortunately. Then no half points out there.
Oh, that's not true. I could have helped you, but anyway. But thank you very much. It's close enough. I only need it for the drive home.
Lucas, is our draft will be online, right?
It will be online, yes.
But we don't have a date yet.
Not set yet.
Okay.
There's some things working with all of our schedules. We may be, there may be a show we all may be a part of out in front of human beings, maybe at some
I bet
point.
he's talking about a Niners summit. That's my bet.
At some point before the season starts. I was thinking doing it the Tuesday before the Thursday night football. So like 2 days before the actual season starts. You have all the injury updates, everything you need that night.
That's a great idea.
Day after Labor Day.
Maybe there's a live show that day. We haven't decided on the date we're doing it yet.
Huh.
I think we skip the Niners Summit and we just do a live fantasy football draft show.
Why not have them all be on the same day? Why don't we do the Niners Summit and then all sit there and do a fantasy draft while the listeners make fun of our picks?
It's not a bad idea.
Did you ever think about that?
I didn't, but I will think about it now. Yeah.
Who wants to come to our draft? At Buon Vino. No, I can't.
Different venue, but I like that.
Maybe different venue.
Okay. Thank you, Lucas.
There
Well
you go.
done.
Thank you for having me.
Who wants to come listen to us scream about Brock Purdy, Trey Lance, and then watch our draft? And I dare Matt Nahagian to tell us not to drink once the shows are over.
Guys, it's a bad look. Think about your brand. Don't drink. Look. Ice water.
Oh, gosh. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, YouTube, powered by our friends at First NorCal Credit Union. So, yeah, I got to do this today. Like, I don't have any camp buzz yet. I don't know how many people are going to get hurt between now and then, but we got to go do this. So, in the 17th round, I'll be picking some running back that somebody thinks something of that got drafted somewhere to play somewhere.
There's plenty of campas. Just draft like Jermichael Hasty.
Not really. Yeah. Like, you know what I mean? Remember Damian Pierce last year? Like, I plucked that guy because I was I felt like, me, John McClain, we were tight, and I'm like, I got this. And I was ahead of the curve. And I pulled a great late pick on somebody who, by the time you got up to the week, everyone was drafting him in like the 4th round. I had gotten him in like the 12th. I want to be able to do that. We haven't even heard anything yet.
Justin Ross in Kansas City setting camp afire.
That's because Pacheco's not playing yet.
Different position, but that's okay.
Oh, see? I don't even know who that is.
Yeah.
Who is that?
Egg on your face.
Who's Justin Ross?
He was actually a great receiver at Clemson.
He was the manager of the Cubs a while back.
That's David Ross.
Ah, dang it.
Also still the manager.
I need help. 888-957.
A ways back, including yesterday.
Such games as, I don't know, they're playing now.
Oh, wait a minute.
What's going on here?
Does Joe in Stockton want to be Dib's silent partner in the fantasy league this year? Hi, Joe. What are you doing? Oh, hang on a sec. Wait a minute. Redo. Hi, Joe. What are you doing?
You already know what I'm doing. Listen to me on.
Nice, Joe.
Us too.
Joe, what are your qualifications? I need help. It's clear I need help.
Well, shoot. I'll be your silent writer. I think I'll do great.
There it is.
And I know.
That's all you need.
You're the leader in the clubhouse right now, Joe. Thank you.
Joe, where do you see yourself in 5 years? I mean, let's do a real interview. You know what I mean? Can you tell us what are some of your biggest weaknesses, Joe?
Say again?
What are some of your biggest weaknesses?
Listening.
Not having the money I need to do what I want, to be real.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's a good one. This is a free job. This is a volunteer role.
Joe, what's your philosophy when it comes to drafting kickers?
Drafting kickers?
Yeah.
Think about the team they're on.
Thank you, Joe.
I'm so
Appreciate
sorry.
that.
We were looking for wait for the last round. I'm sorry. That is an incorrect answer. We'll move on to Don.
Thank you for playing.
Don in Richmond. Hello, Don. What are you doing?
Hey, guys. Well, just listening to you on the radio. Thought I'd call in. And, I got to say, I absolutely love pro football. I'm a huge pro football fan. So I fit right in there. But I got to say, I've never done fantasy football in my life. So I'd be a perfect partner.
Woof. This is a bold strategy. Let's see if it works out for him, Cotton. Oh, man, Don.
Don, who do you think is the most effective tight end in the NFL?
The most effective tight end? Boy, I'd have to Google it. I have to be honest, I'd have to Google it.
Well, I tell you what.
Don, thank you.
Don, thank you.
Sadly, you are
Also,
the leader in the
not
clubhouse.
Not the answer we're
Can I be
looking
honest
for.
with you?
Yeah.
This bid is not going as well as I had hoped it would.
You got to Google it.
In terms of results, in terms of on-air hilarity, this is a win. Uncle Looney with the correct answer on YouTube. Kelsey, thank you, Uncle Looney.
Looney, you went, and he said second to last pick on the kicker, which is, I prefer waiting to the last one. But if you just do it second to last, that's fine. Whatever.
Yeah.
Do it second. I know what he's thinking. Do it second to last because then you jump all the people that wait to the last, and you probably won't get Justin Tucker, but you can get somebody else good.
Sure.
So, so anyway, well, there's two candidates for you.
Yeah, and the phone lines are lighting up.
Phone lines are going crazy.
I'm hopeful that we're going to continue moving in the right direction. And again, this is help a brother out with his fantasy football team because I admit I am not a great fantasy football player. I've been in probably, over the course of 20 years of fantasy football, I've probably been in 40 leagues where there's actual money involved, and I've cashed probably 2 times with maybe 1 title.
Really?
Yeah, I tend to be.
That's not very good.
No, it's not great. It's not great. We all have our strengths and we all have our weaknesses. And, a lot of times it's not because my roster is bad. Sometimes it's bad decision-making in that week. And
you're paying attention, right? You're not one of these people that's just like, whoops, I forgot to do my lineup this week.
You get to 3 and 6, and it's like, I'm
no,
out,
but don't do that. Like, you got to keep playing because of other people. You're playing somebody else that matters to somebody else.
Well, now that I'm going to have a partner, and we already have some high-qualified candidates, the bar is set pretty high. If you want to help a brother out.
We got a stack of resumes over here. This is unbelievable. I can't believe this is absurd. Look at the lines. It's like we just said Taylor Swift tickets. Caller 5.
People want to help
what
the Dibber.
What the hell is this?
Help the Dibber. 888-957-9570.
Oh my gosh. What did you say something controversial?
No,
did you say that you hate Trey Lance?
You know what I said, Mark? I said I'm a man who has flaws and I need help. Can you just try to be a little bit more human sometimes instead of being over there with your perfect deep voice, all high and mighty, with your collared shirt and your new haircut? I'm a man of the people. Mark. People are trying to help me out.
So wait,
here.
what are you asking from me?
I'm asking for you to be more normal, more human, more connected to the people. People want to help me.
Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think I'm going to do
I'm
that.
out on that.
Yeah, that doesn't sound like my thing.
I like Austin and San Jose.
Can we take a couple more? You want to Austin and San Jose?
Yeah, but actually ask him fantasy questions.
Yeah,
It's a good bit.
you know what? You can talk to Austin and San Jose because I know damn well who this is. This is a guy on YouTube that hasn't given me a break since January.
Oh, he's all over me too. Man.
Hi, Austin. You're a freaking delight. How you doing?
I'm not going to lie to you. That's the wrong Austin. But
Oh, okay. All right. Never mind. Hey, Austin, how are you? It's great to have you on the show. Thanks for listening.
No worries, man. Hey, great having me.
Yeah, you call anytime.
Austin, what's your fantasy football background, Austin? What's your philosophy on drafting a quarterback?
You know, I'm a little bit sick at Trey Lance because I think he let my philosophy go. I just take it one pick at a time, just like my boy out there, nice and easy.
Wow.
Watch someone else screw up, and I jump on it.
I like what you're thinking.
Wow, best player available. We don't look too far ahead, too far behind. All right, you sound like a coach, Austin.
Hey, I wish I was. I'm actually an engineer, but I take my job like a coach.
Okay.
Engineer.
You got any other questions for
I like
him?
that. Who do you look at as a running back candidate that you'd want to select on Team Dibberclaws?
Good question.
Ooh. Hey, the Claws, that's already a great name. We might have to work on it depending on who we pick up.
I like the we.
Yeah.
Got a lot of sleepers on the Ravens that they forgot about.
Sleepers
Such
on
as?
the Ravens.
But, hey, my boy Lamar can only run so much. But you look back the last 3 years, and you can't go wrong with the Ravens running back. You can probably pick up two because they drop out after the third week. Pick up his back case, you're right back in there, baby.
That's kind of the problem, Austin. Like, I did pick up J.K. Dobbins last year, and it was a flipping disaster.
Austin had about a 1 in 32 or more chance to name any running back. Refuse.
Yeah, Austin.
Thank you, Austin.
Change the question. Austin, name a running back in the NFL.
Wait, who do you need from me? You want me to pick up my boy Ezekiel Elliott when he's picked up?
Oh, God.
Unfortunately, you have named a player who is not currently in the NFL. Austin would like to thank you for your time here on the Willie and Divvy Show.
I prefer Dalvin Cook.
Yeah, Dalvin Cook also about to have a big year.
I'm going to draft Alvin Kamara first.
Yeah, he's
and wait till week 4.
He's going to be huge in week. Nicholas in Pleasanton, what the hell are you doing?
Hey, what's going on, guys? Just looking for an opportunity to help Dibs out. And the reason being because I believe with my brains and his Rolodex full of excuses, we'd make a great team.
I like what you're putting down right now. Nicholas, who do you think we should draft higher, Deebo Samuel or Brandon Ayuk?
Hello?
Yeah, you got to turn your radio down, Nicholas.
Yeah, turn that radio. Listen to us here, not there. There was a very pointed question. Who do you draft earlier, Deebo or Ayuk? I'm sorry.
Nicholas,
we have a candidate who does not know how to work a phone. Let's go to Raymond in Walnut Creek. Hi, Raymond. How long do you want to stick with this, for crying out loud? Raymond in Walnut. How are you doing, Raymond?
Hey, what's up, you guys? I'm doing great. I'm glad you guys are taking my call.
Yeah, man.
Absolutely love to help you, Dibs.
I appreciate the help. Who do you think will be the most valuable 49er this year from a fantasy standpoint?
Man, not going to lie, Dibs, if you really want to win, I don't think any Niner. But if you really have to pick, I think Brandon Ayuk could be a sleeper. I think he's going to be a stud this year. I love everything I'm hearing coming out of camp. He's a true just wide receiver. He can run routes. I love Deebo too, but I don't know. I love everything I'm hearing from Ayuk.
Which defense would you have your eye on, Raymond, in terms of fantasy scoring?
Ooh, that is a good question. Last year I finished the season with the Jaguars. They were sneaky good. They finished the year with like 5 straight 15-plus point games. They could be good. But as far as season long, those Saints could be good. And obviously the Niners, but, they're going to be taken pretty early. They're going to be taken way too soon for my liking.
Raymond, what's the best restaurant in Walnut Creek?
Ooh, okay. Well, I'm a burger guy. You got to try Broderick's. Broderick's restaurant is great.
Put him on hold.
All right, we're going to
put Raymond on hold. Raymond,
stand by.
It was pretty strong.
Stand by, Raymond. You are a finalist. Let's go to Eric in Richmond. Eric, what on God's green earth are you doing?
I'm just coming home from work. Happy to be. It's Friday. Happy for it to be Friday.
Yeah, us too.
I think I can really do help Dibs out. I've been playing fantasy for a couple years. I got second last year, so I feel like I got some information for him.
Eric, where's the best place to draft in terms of draft order? Do we want to be picking first, last, or in the middle?
This is a good question.
I would probably say either pick first or pick last. If you're doing a snake draft, I would think you're probably going to be last since you just started, and you would probably want to draft wide receivers because the running backs are probably going to be gone by then.
It's a snake draft, and the draft order will be generated randomly. If I was going to pick 5th, would that be a good spot to go running back, or do I want to get a prime quarterback there?
I don't know. I'd probably draft quarterback maybe 4th round.
Oh, God.
If I was 5th, I would probably see if there's still some running backs out there. You could probably get like maybe a Eckler or I don't think McCaffrey's going to be there. But if I would probably go for a wide receiver.
Eric, thank you for calling, but we're not compatible. No. Thank you.
Well,
I can't wait till the 4th round to get a quarterback.
Well, no, actually, I think there's actually really something to be said for that.
If I'm picking 5th, I think I can get one of the real prime scoring QBs, especially if one of the good running backs is gone.
He worked his way to the right answer, though, by the way.
He did.
This is very you want to target the elite wide receivers this year more so than the elite running backs. I read an article recently where he's like, I could make a case for all of your top 20 running backs all stinking this year.
Yeah.
In terms of what you think they're going to do.
Trying to think, I had the first pick in the draft a couple years ago, and I took the best running back, and he got hurt.
Yeah, of course.
Season over.
Of course, but also just think about the actual football conversation we're happening.
Exactly.
What's happening? League is devaluing the running back, which means that they're going to spread it out to multiple people. They're not going to have many bell cows left. You're not going to be getting these guys, Le'Veon Bell circa 2017, where they're just like, you're going to touch the ball 300 times this year. They're not going to do that with anybody.
Mark, I just want to thank you for your patience and
you're welcome.
Working through this bit. I've learned a lot.
Is it over?
I think it's over.
Okay.
I think it's run its course. There's one more call that's blinking if they want to chime in.
No, it didn't even get screened.
I think that was a good sample, and I learned something very valuable.
Did Raymond win?
I'm going to contact Raymond offline.
Okay.
And we're going to see if this can go forward. I don't want to, just commit to something here on August 4th, but I learned something very valuable through that exercise.
What was it?
I know more than I thought I did.
Yep. That's pretty much it.
Yeah.
That's pretty much it. All right. Good times. Well, we got time. That's the other thing.
Yeah.
We could do this every Friday at 5 o'clock if you want.
I'm in.
And no, I'm out.
Fantasy Friday?
Yeah. We
you can't deny the hilarity that ensued in that bit.
I don't know if it'll be as funny each time.
No.
But that was a good laugh.
Yeah.
Absolutely. All right. Let's at long last deliver what we've been promising with this TK pod, Mike Dunleavy Jr., and some of the interesting stuff that was said with regard to these deals that the Warriors made in the offseason. And so let's start with the obvious one, right? Chris Paul comes in for Jordan Poole. Dunleavy talks about the transition.
To me, it was pretty seamless. It's like, okay, this is what's teed up. This is what's ready to go. And we're going to make the best decisions moving forward for our franchise. And, I always say for me, the decision to do Chris was easy. I hated having to give up Jordan, who, has been such a big part of what we did in the last few years. I was here when we drafted him. But in terms of basketball and, moving forward, financial flexibility and all that stuff that you factor in, it was a relatively easy decision for us. And then from there, you get the draft, you go into free agency. But for me, it was there's a good amount of familiarity, I think, which made it easier transitioning from myself or from Bob to myself. So it felt, I think for everybody else, it was like a whirlwind, but we were just kind of doing our job. And now we got a little bit of time to decompress and turn the page to next season.
Well, he's talking about transition to new players, but also his transition in as the GM. I've heard the question thrown out there a lot that if it would have gone this way, if Bob Myers was still at the helm. I firmly believe the answer is yes.
Yeah.
I firmly believe that. I honestly don't think that anything is really to them all that different other than, and this is a big deal, but the presence of Bob. I don't think the mindset, the thought process, the decision-making, these are all the people who were doing it alongside Bob. And you damn well better believe they discussed this throughout the season while Bob was still there. So I don't think this surprised anyone. I know he's going to throw in the nice comment about, boy, it was really, really difficult to get rid of Jordan Poole.
Right.
Even though you all damn well knew that you were going to do it. Sounded like by the time you got to January or February, you knew you were going to do it. But I think it goes this way no matter what. And I think the transition is seamless because it's really just an extension of Bob who's still there.
Yeah, and I think it's interesting the way he laid it out in terms of the finances, but also the basketball element of it. And you do hate to see Jordan go because he had been a part of this organization since he became a pro, and you won a championship with him. So that's always a little bit bittersweet. But the thing that Steve Kerr said in his comments from earlier in the week are kind of echoed there by Mike Dunleavy Jr. in terms of getting a little bit more control, more maturity. Financially, it makes perfect sense for the future in terms of getting out of that second apron of the luxury tax threshold. So it's a sound move that makes sense for basketball and financial reasons.
TK Pod, Mike Dunleavy Jr., here's another one. Draymond and Poole, what's his response to the idea that they could not coexist on the same team?
I can't say that's not an argument. You can make a good point about that. I think the biggest thing really is just financially, we're in a position where you had to make some decisions. And I think we were able to make a decision where we could free some of that up while also still being highly competitive and having a chance to win a championship. So it just ended up having to be the decision we had to make, and so be it. And at the same time, needing to get Draymond back, what he brings to this team and what he has meant, for the last 10 years, like that's going to keep going. That matters. And so we prioritize that. And then from there, we knew another contract probably needed to be moved, and Jordan ended up being that one. But we feel like getting a player back to Chris Paul's caliber can negate that in some ways or pick up that slack. So, it's kind of the business that we do, and we're in a good spot.
Okay, so here's what I hear there. Is part of this financial? Sure. Is part of this that we wanted to turn the ball over less? Sure. Is part of this that Jordan Poole and Draymond Green could not coexist? Sure.
Yes, so it's everything that we all had thought all along, and I said it back in maybe January or so that I didn't think that these two would be able to coexist. Exactly, I locked it up then, and it's been unlocked now as fact that these two I don't think could continue to get along on the court. And then you add in the contractual part of it, which means you get to get freed up from Chris Paul after this year, which is a huge savings. Or if you decide that you're a winning team and you want to keep spending that much money, you can trade Chris Paul and you can replace that salary. But also the way they played, and this is where Steve Kerr said it earlier in the week on ESPN when they were interviewing him ahead of the USA Basketball FIBA World Cup. It's that they played too fast and they turned it over too much. And Jordan Poole played faster than anybody on your team, and he had a major turnover problem. So by replacing him with a slower, steadier player, your pace will go down and your turnovers should go down.
Yeah, I think all of that stuff makes sense, but I look at it this way. If a question like that gets asked and the answer was in any way, shape, or form a sort of a positive, like, oh, yeah, they could have played together, you'd have heard that. You'd have heard that.
Yeah.
But I mean, the answer right out of the gate, well, I can't say that that's not a fair argument.
Yes.
I mean, yeah, this thing was cooked. This thing was cooked. And I'm more of the mindset of what Charles Barkley said a few weeks ago. I don't know if I would have used these words, but I understand what he means when he's like, they hated Jordan Poole. I don't know about that. Like, here's Steph and Clay still working out with the guy earlier this week. So I don't know if it's necessarily personal, but I do think that it reached a level of where, again, hate being too strong of a word, but it was not a workable situation. And I don't think from a basketball standpoint, they liked playing basketball with him anymore.
That's what the hate is in terms of what Charles is saying, because you don't hate a guy and then go out and work out with him in the offseason. Those things just don't happen. Now, did they dislike playing basketball with Jordan Poole all the time? Of course not. But I'm sure there were things that Jordan Poole did from a basketball standpoint that they hated, such as closing seconds of a quarter or of a game, and Steph Curry is waiting for a chance to shoot a 33-footer, and Jordan Poole shoots a 30-footer. That's something that they don't like. Or if there's a technical free throw to be shot and Jordan Poole just presumes that he's going to be the one to take it, and Clay or Steph says, no, young man, this is what we do. Those are things that never jibed, and I think those are part of why they had to have a parting.
One more from Mike Dunleavy Jr., TK Pod, The Athletic. And this is the thing I keep listening for that to me is really sort of the nail in the coffin. It tells all the story. And it's interesting that the Warriors have been so willing to go public with this. Listen to what he says will be the difference between last year's team and this year's team.
I think the biggest difference hopefully will be some connectivity, a little bit more connectivity. Steve's talked about it. Last year's team just didn't get off to the right start in many ways, record-wise and all the other stuff that went on. And I just feel like we never got off the ground. I think this is a team that's maybe we've put together, and they've, we'll have to gel some for sure. We've got guys back that are comfortable with each other, but I think there's just a renewed sense of optimism and energy. And some of that's just with the page turn to the next season. And some of that, I think, is just with some roster adjustments. And so I think we're all confident about where we're at. And we got to go out there and play the games and see what happens.
All right, some roster adjustments. That's what's going to lead to the connectivity. I wonder where everybody's at in terms of now when they look back on this. I don't think anybody needs to, nobody needs to change their opinion about the punch. That's like, whatever. That's sort of like a personal thing.
That happened.
It happened. There's no defending it. We've heard everybody kind of go back and forth about that. But the Golden State Warriors, just like all the other teams we talk about, have a job to do. And that job is to entertain and play basketball at the absolute highest level possible to try to win a championship. And teams, whether you like this or not, are totally willing to overlook a whole lot of crap so that they can realize that goal. And so when you look at everything that's being said, oh my gosh, I can't believe they didn't suspend Draymond. I can't believe they paid Draymond $100 million. They're enablers. They're this, that, the other. I think the point that you and I very often were trying to make throughout the year is if you are able to find a lane where you can remove the personal opinion about the people and instead just look at Warrior basketball. I wonder if everybody can now hear from like the 10th different voice and realize that the basketball was on Jordan. Now, you can absolutely come back and say, but his head was not in the right place because of what Draymond did. That's all fine. That's all fine. But it's just been a fascinating offseason, man. From one passive statement to those that were not passive at all. Every single person in this organization, in their own way, has stated this didn't work because of Jordan Poole. They've all said it.
Well, I think it's more than that, but in terms of that part of it, yes. And he talked about connectivity and roster construction. Think about the roster last year. And Mike Dunleavy Jr. mentioned a slow start and a lack of connectivity and a lot of different reasons for that. You played James Wiseman a bunch early in the year, and that roster move happened just after midway through the year at the trade deadline. You got GP2, who's more of a connected player, and you ended up getting rid of Jordan Poole at the end of the year. So your roster is going to be a little bit more connected because you replace a couple of young players with a veteran in Chris Paul. And so now going into this season, you're going to feel more like everything's on the same page. You started the year 3-7, and it wasn't until 20 games in where you got to 10-10, and it was a struggle, and it was an uphill battle. And Andrew Wiggins missed half the year because of his personal difficulty. And so that led to a certain amount of, disconnectivity because you didn't have Wiggins at all. And you had Steph Curry miss a third of the year due to his injuries and load management. And Clay wasn't playing back-to-backs. All those things going into this year. Clay is going to play basketball this summer. He's already working out. He'll be in better shape. He'll be able to play more games. And you have Chris Paul. You don't have to worry about the James Wiseman experience. You've got more known commodities this year many more known factors in terms of what you're going into the year with.
888-957-9570. Would love to take some phone calls. Let's do it. How about Larry in Lafayette? Hey, Larry, what you doing?
I'm just driving home. I just wanted to say thanks for the show. Always enjoyable. I'm a little worried about the basketball aspect here. If you look at what happened last year, and I'm not going to go into the Jordan Poole yes or no. Let's just say we are where we are. But our biggest problem last year, our highest turnovers are from Curry and Green. And if they don't play better, it's not going to matter. If we're going to slow down with Chris Paul and help them to be more accurate in the first unit, then we have a second unit without a playmaker. And, to worry, Clay was out of shape last year. He took horrible shots all year long. And Curry ran out of legs in the playoffs. He just couldn't make a shot because his legs were gone. I think Sacramento took a lot of skin off of the Warriors in that playoff. So we have to figure this out, and I'm hoping for the best, but I just don't quite see how it fits. And to blame Jordan for our turnovers, I think it's just not quite accurate and doesn't put enough accountability on the veterans.
Well, that's fair, but I want to say I didn't do that. I didn't blame Jordan Poole for all the turnovers by any stretch. I blame Jordan Poole for the word that they keep using, the lack of connectivity. That's what I blame Jordan Poole for. Some of your points are very well taken about certain players, how they need to do things differently. Look, this is going to be quite a reboot. This is going to look really different. And there are a bunch of questions that need to be answered. That's all fair, for sure. Do they slow down? Does Chris fit in? Is he willing to come off the bench? He's going to have to be. Does Kuminga take the next step? Is Clay going to be more in shape? I still think that you saw enough from the base of those guys, the core of those guys, that if they have the right, I'll borrow their word, connectivity around them, it can still be very successful. But that doesn't change the fact that there are all kinds of questions that are going to have to be answered. This is a very different team.
And I think in terms of connectivity, like last year, the basketball connectivity of what the Warriors like to do, which is player movement, ball movement, running around, Steph and Clay, catch and shoot, Draymond, the high screen, Kevon Looney setting screens and all the rest of it. And then what Jordan Poole likes to do, which is dribble, 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 attack the rim, and get mine. So that connectivity wasn't really there. Now think about this year. The Steph, Clay, Dre, pass and move and cut and spot up for threes and all the rest of it versus what Chris Paul does, which is not that. Chris Paul is almost like the anti-Poole in terms of how he plays. He doesn't try to explode quickly to the hoop and get his own. He likes to plod and slowly get into pick and roll. So how is the connectivity of the offense going to be? Because Chris Paul's not going to do what Steph and Clay do with all the off-the-ball movement and all the baseline cutting. So I wonder about the connectivity in terms of when Chris is out there versus when he's not.
It was interesting to have Coach Keating in here earlier this week.
Exactly,
and
right?
Look at his face when the idea of Chris Paul with the Warriors kind of came up, and he was just like, man, his eyes kind of lit up, not in terms of, boy, like another great on this team. It was more like it is going to be fascinating to see how they figure this out. But, look, these are great basketball players, man.
Right.
I mean, these are guys that get the game at a very, very high level. I think they meet in the middle. And I think that will be good for Warrior basketball in terms of their pace, in terms of the way they approach it. They meet in the middle. And that's probably good for the team. It's probably good for them as individuals at this point in their career.
I wonder about the Chris Paul and Draymond on the court at the same time offense, because we know when it's Steph and Draymond sets the pick for Steph when Steph's on the ball, and if they double team Steph, he either bounces it or does that little droop pass to Draymond over the top, and now it's 4-on-3 with Draymond running the show from 20 feet in, and he's a maestro at that. When it's CP3 and Draymond and Steph and Clay and whoever else is the fifth, Wiggins, it doesn't really matter. How does the offense look there? Because if Draymond's not on the ball, then maybe Draymond sets the pick for Chris Paul, and Well, now you're not going to necessarily double team Chris Paul because he's not a threat to pull it from 28 feet. So now Draymond sets the screen and rolls. Well, they're just going to switch that and roll with Draymond. So how effective can that screen and roll be?
I've reached the point of curiosity. In other words, the whole distaste of Chris Paul on the Warriors is getting to a point where it's being no, it's not gone. It's being drowned out by curiosity, not excitement. Curiosity on some of the stuff you were just talking about.
Right?
Like, how's that going to work?
And I mean, you can't really run a Steph and Chris Paul screen and roll. I mean, Chris Paul's going to set a screen on Steph's man, and I just wonder how it's going to look when Chris Paul's out there because you can't really spot him up on the weak side and give him the ball to shoot a three. He's not a great three-point shooter. He's more of a screen and roll decision maker. He's like a Draymond Green kind of player on offense.
All right. It is now time, ladies and gentle people, for the defensive play of the week. And it's brought to you by East Bay Law Practice. When you need the best defense, you need to call the Bay Area's top criminal defense attorney. Visit eastbaylawpractice.com today. So let's rewind back to Tuesday night. You remember, this is how the Maniolator ended up on Willard and Dibbs here on 95.7. The game, the Giants are leading 4-3. Couple of outs. Runner on first, top of the ninth. Camilo Doval, not available. Okay? Manaea comes in. He's got to face Corbin Carroll. He gets him to fly out. But then another batter awaits and drama ensues. Trying to record his first career save. Little does he know, he barely even needs to throw a pitch to do it.
If this holds up, that's the ball game. Obviously, the D-backs are going to take a look at it.
Arizona has challenged.
But this will be really interesting. This game is over.
Oh, my goodness.
Pack them up, folks.
Patrick Bailey, you are worth your weight in gold.
There it is. Obviously, Kukenkaip, NBC Sports Bay Area. That's Patrick Bailey picking off Geraldo Perdomo from first base for the final out of the game. It's a pretty memorable deal. Kind of a signature moment for a guy who has been, of all the rookies, the biggest deal.
Sick back pick is what that was. Before the ball was even really firmly in his catcher's mitt, he had already grabbed it, and his pop time, as they like to say, Mark.
Oh, man.
His unload, his arm strength from his knees. Knees. The accuracy of the throw, the whole sequence of just pow. And Lamont Wade Jr. barely had a chance to get back to the bag.
I know it.
And put his glove out. It's like, oh, the ball. I should probably tag this guy as he's diving back to first.
Although one of the really cool things I heard Bailey say after the game was that he and Lamont kind of caught one another's eyes before the pitch. And it was like, hey, did you see that? Yeah, I saw that. He's getting a little away from the base over there. So, especially with, and I think he had a right-handed hitter at the plate, if I remember correctly.
Yes.
And so Manaea throws high and away, which is perfect. Just like, bang, flip, gone. And I mean, it wasn't even close.
And I love Manaea's explanation on our show. He's like, I didn't even have time to look over.
Yeah.
I looked over, and all of a sudden, his game's over.
And dude, welcome. You're a closer. Yep. Dibbs was in need of a closer.
Yes, sir.
And we got Sean Manaea. Defensive play of the week brought to you by East Bay Law Practice. East Bay Law Practice knows how to go the distance for you by providing the defense you need to help reduce or eliminate your penalties. Again, visit eastbaylawpractice.com today. Patrick Bailey is kind of, and I don't want to say he's the poster for it, but of all the conversations we've had today, he didn't even come up. And that's probably really a misstep on our part with regard to this whole conversation, because if I may, you look back to the beginning of this year, and I know how we all felt about free agency. We called it every bit of a disaster, what happened in free agency. But once the anger cooled, and then the Mets passed on him too, you got to the start of the season, And I feel like there were two kinds of Giants fans. There's one, which is the fan that comes in with this sort of open-minded approach every year. Well, let's see what happens.
Right.
Okay? I'm over in that bucket every year. I'm not going to rip them. Maybe they'll win. I know it doesn't look good on paper, but who knows? Maybe something crazy will happen, and they'll be 61-49 after 110 games. Who knows? And then there were the other fans who were like, look, this roster ain't great, but if that farm system can start to get better and some of those guys can come in and we can get that part going, I'd feel good about it. Well, sneaky little Giants, they went and did both. And Bailey is the poster child for that. And that should be, I would submit, if you're a Giants fan, that should be pretty exciting. Because no matter what happens in free agency with Shohei or anyone else, one thing's been true the whole time. If that farm system is not producing players, you are spinning your wheels.
Right. And you look at the teams who are doing well. Baltimore is a great example of a team that is developing from their farm. They're not spending a ton, and they're one of the best teams in baseball. And this goes back to the age-old question that we talked about on this show, and Larry Krueger and you had a big debate of win or develop. And it has turned into win and develop. And whether or not you can win enough or win it all while you're developing, I think it will be tough to do so. But the way this team is playing, the way they win without scoring runs makes me I mean, honestly.
It sounds ridiculous,
30
but
runs
it's true.
in a 9-game homestand and you win 7 of them, and you win 1-0, you get 2 hits. One guy hits an absolute tank line drive to right home run, and that's all you need. This team wins in remarkable fashion, including with your catchers throwing 3 guys out in that game. Who's to say this team can't win it all with this approach?
You know what's weird, though? They must have been scoring more runs than I realized before they all got in a slump. Because you just look at their total runs scored. What else can you look at, right? You look at the Giants' total runs scored. It gets dwarfed by the Dodgers, but so does everybody. 488. You know who has 489? One more run than the Giants? The Phillies. Now, they played one less game, but whatever. The Phillies in a bandbox ballpark with an all-star riddled lineup and a winning record. How is that?
Well, the Giants have 10 games where they've scored double digits, and that's where their run total gets skewed.
Maybe, but I mean, all teams have a few of those.
They've got 10 of them, and in those games, they allowed a grand total of 34 runs. So their run differential is skewed by these 10 games more than most teams, I think.
mean, I could give you a few others, though, that might surprise you. You know, the Marlins are really good. Giants have scored 38 more runs. 38 more runs than the Marlins.
Yeah.
They've big time outscored the Rockies, who are terrible, but they play in Coors Field. They've outscored the Milwaukee Brewers. They have outscored the New York Mets and that lineup, even though I know they're not a very good team. There's the Braves, there's the Dodgers, and then the Giants are kind of in a big bucket with a lot of other teams not too far behind that. They don't have big numbers, but I don't know, man. The way it felt in July, it's shocking that they're not like down toward the bottom.
Yeah. July was just so scarce.
Yeah.
80 runs in the month.
Still won half their games.
Yeah. 12 and 13, right?
Crazy.
Yeah.
Crazy. All right. We are, let's see, we are presented by us. How about that?
Look at you.
All right. 888-957-9570. This is Willard and Dibs.
95.7 The Game is streaming live on Twitch and YouTube right now.
even more. 50-cent offers end 8/26. Pricing and limits may vary in-store and online. Amazon return offer in-store only. Exclusions apply.
Now, Bradford wrote about their gaping hole.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Well, I tell you what, that was an exciting Friday. You know why? We've kind of made it pretty close to the end here. And I think we got through today without anybody's feelings getting hurt over the 49er quarterback situation.
Yeah, we kind of stayed away from it. You read the stats.
That was exciting.
It was. And, I tried to get some fantasy help on the 49ers. We didn't really touch on the quarterbacks. And I wonder, and I think I was going to ask you this before.
Well, you asked that guy, who would you want on the Niners? And he sort of said no one.
Right.
But Ayuk's a good candidate. And I would argue, any player, it depends on where you're getting them, just like in a real draft.
I asked who would be the highest scoring 49er.
McCaffrey is one of the top players being picked.
Right.
That is a lock first half of the first round pick for most drafts.
And then I would say George Kittle would probably be a second round pick because, if you're looking at tight ends, he would be one of the 3 or 4.
You're hot. You're hot.
You think?
Yeah, you're hot. That's not a second round pick. First of all, I would argue Kelsey is the only tight end that belongs in the first 2 rounds. Kittle, though, is one of these guys the last few years whose name value and football acumen are better than his fantasy.
Right.
Gets hurt a lot, and the Niners spread the ball around.
And what do you think about my question about who will have a better fantasy year, Ayuk or Debo? Because that gets interesting because Debo, I don't think he'll get the same number of carries he used to get, but like you said, they do spread it around a lot. And I guess this is assuming, is our league a full point PPR or half point?
Yeah, Lucas, what is it? Is it full or half?
It is full.
Full point.
Well,
because Ayuk will get more catches than Debo. But
you'd think.
Yeah.
I would answer your question, Ayuk. Multiple reasons. I think that Brock Purdy and him showed, I'm a big believer in quarterback connectivity. Let's take the Warriors' word. Connectivity with a particular receiver. I think they have some chemistry. I think John Lynch even said a couple days ago, Brandon Ayuk. Actually, it was Herm Edwards who said it to us. Did you hear that yesterday?
Yeah.
He dropped in there that Lynch told him at the Taylor Swift concert, Ayuk's our best route runner, which we knew, but it's interesting to hear the GM say that.
Yes.
So I think that with McCaffrey back there now, that does lessen the need to use Debo out of the backfield, and you sort of go back to simply who's the better receiver, and I think it's Ayuk. That doesn't mean that Debo won't have a very, very big role, but I'm very, very bullish on Ayuk this year. So I would pick Ayuk to answer your question.
Okay, the other question I was throwing out in the Help the Dibber segment, which was a gigantic success and a gigantic failure at the same time.
Right, because it was fun, but you got no help.
No help, no help at all. Little help?
Nor will you ever. No. That's not the way this works.
And I'm going to keep my hopes open. Actually, my private text message, I got a couple of great pieces of advice from a couple of people, so I may actually have some help offline. But
you want to share what the advice was?
No, not at all. Right. Brock Purdy as a fantasy quarterback. How you feeling about Brock Purdy?
Brock Purdy is probably, if you're a standard league, that's somebody's backup. That's not going to be your
starter. Standard league being one quarterback.
Yes, right. If super flex, yes, Brock Purdy's an interesting pickup. Who knows? I might even be targeting him later tonight. But if you're in a standard league where you start one quarterback, I do not think he will be one of the 12 starting quarterbacks drafted in a standard league.
Gotcha. I think our league is 14 here at 95.7.
Do we have 14, Lucas, or 12 this year? No, most leagues are 12, but yes, 14 for some. Do we have 14?
Still waiting on final confirmation.
Okay.
I can tell you it will either be 12 or 14.
Okay, it's one of those two. All right.
Yeah, you got it.
Thanks, Harbaugh. It'll either be Alex Smith or Colin Kaepernick.
Nice.
Thanks.
Yeah. All right. So, but if you do a standard 12 league, I would venture to guess people will draft these 12 to be your starters this year. Now, someone always tries to wait, and then someone grabs one of these guys as a backup. But Your standard rankings would probably have, count them with me here, right? Mahomes, Allen, Hurts, Lamar, Burrow. There's your top 5. And then you're going to get into the Justin Fields, Justin Herbert, Trevor Lawrence, Deshaun Watson. How many am I at?
That's 9.
I think then you get into Dak.
Ooh.
Yeah. Cousins.
No Goff yet?
Well, that's where you get into it. It gets a little, I don't think Goff, but sneaky. I'm just telling you.
Did you say Geno yet or no?
No, I think it's going to be, again, this is just, I have a ranking sheet in front of me.
Yeah.
It would go Dak, Cousins, Daniel Jones. According to ESPN, those are your top 12.
Yeah.
And yes, there's some debate there. Geno, Goff.
You got Tua in there.
Tua, if you think he can avoid concussions.
That's true.
I didn't mention Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah.
Somebody could definitely do that. Brock is going to be drafted after all them dudes.
Yeah.
You know? Don't you think?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Yeah. Anything else?
Yeah, just a quick shout out, if I may. And this has nothing to do with fantasy football.
Is it to Nina?
No, she's golden. She's untouchable. This is to a local Little League team that is trying to go forth and do something special, representing all of us here in the 9-county Bay Area. Bollinger Canyon, Mark, which is the new area out in Dublin, like New Dublin.
Yeah.
As you head out toward Livermore, you look to your left and there's all that new development. Well, a lot of that's Bollinger Canyon. Bollinger Canyon Little League won the Northern California Little League tournament.
Let's go.
They're going down to San Bernardino. It's a 4-team tournament. The winner goes to Williamsport for the Little League World Series.
Get out of here.
So Bollinger Canyon.
They got a shot.
Represent, yes. And apparently this very team has won the state championship like at the 11s and at the 10s.
Okay.
So they're a well-seasoned group of lads.
They're a well-oiled machine.
Bollinger Canyon, baby. I know you're not as into Little League as I am.
No, I'm into it.